On ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Comme il est 11h.
It being 11:05, the House will now deal with private members' business, as indicated on today's order of business.
Concerning the contribution of ranchers and farmers in the name of Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields, seconded by Mr. Sopak, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize that the ongoing contribution of ranchers and farmers as stewards of the land and conservationists is part of our history, proudly shared by all Canadians, and should consider establishing policies which would support and encourage the development of private farm and ranch land conservation and restoration projects. Debate. The Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor and privilege for me to rise today in the House of Commons to give this first speech of my motion M108. I'm really looking forward to working with all colleagues from across Canada, from every party present in the House, to pass what I believe is this important motion. Canada has a long and storied agricultural history. Because of technology advances in Canadian agricultural practice, this country has become one of the biggest food producers in the entire world. That is one of the reasons why Canada has always played a very important role in the world, and why we will play an even bigger role in the future. There is a need for healthy, affordable, nutritious food. Having access to such things, along with clean drinking water, assures the human body can meet its very basic physiological needs. Canada is a major contributor ensuring the world is fed. And with the world population expected to grow by billions in the coming decades, the issue of meeting global demand for nutritious food is going to become even more pressing concern. Canada's farmers will be playing a critical role to ensuring that we can rise up to this challenge and meet the demands of a hungry world. Canada's story would not be complete without talking about the agricultural history. Indigenous peoples had a long history of agricultural practices in Canada. The first French settlers started agricultural practices in the Maritimes and Quebec. The British contribution, whereas their empire grew, so did they need for food. Wheat production ramped up in what was New France and continued to grow after the British settled North America. Upper Canada has a significant wheat economy. Lower Canada even began to import wheat from Upper Canada. There was even discussion of a wheat standard, which would link the amount of money printed to the wheat holdings of the colony. It was a novel and unique idea at the time. Early settlers were efficient and able to produce more than they needed for their own needs. Western Canada, western part of Canada was populated in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. It soon really became a major producer of food. The Palliser Triangle, though, or the area of the prairies that is in southeastern Alberta and southern Saskatchewan today, were named after the British captain John Palliser. He explored the prairie region in the 1840s for the British government. He was not impressed with the prairies as a potential for settlement and agricultural practices. In fact, his report stated, "No one should settle here." The Canadian government later built a railroad across the prairies and settlement expanded significantly. In 1 year alone, after the turn of the century, 1.4 million immigrants arrived in Canada, and for decades, many homesteaded across the prairies. If only Palliser could see what kind of society we've developed there now. The prairie is often referred to as the breadbasket of Canada. Today we have significant agricultural sectors in many parts of the country. Many farms in southwestern and eastern Ontario are some of the lushest farmland in Canada. There are many crops grown there, like soybeans and corn, and many other farms like dairy and poultry. Quebec is similar, with dairy farmers prominent. The Atlantic provinces were also very active in agriculture then and today. We know very well that PI potatoes are among the best in the world, for example. Newfoundland, Labrador, and New Brunswick are well known for their cranberry and blueberry farms, for instance. British Columbia has an incredible variety of agricultural sectors. It is well known for its fruit orchards, as is Nova Scotia. The wine industry of Ontario and British Columbia have now expanded to other provinces. It is now coast to coast. With all this in mind, I'm presenting this motion to you today, my colleagues here in the House, and to all Canadians. It is important to recognize that our Canadian ranch and farm families are among the most environmentally minded people in any sector of the Canadian economy. A farmer will always have the environment as a #1 concern. Some of the best conservationists you find are the ranchers, a major part of which form the backbone of the economy of much of Alberta. They're also a major part of the Bow River riding, which constituents I am so humbled to represent here in Ottawa. I would like to speak about some of the technology used by farmers in the area I represent. For example, one of the environmentally friendly technologies in practice is used called no-till agriculture. No-till agriculture means that old-fashioned way of disturbing the soil through tillage annually is avoided. This has numerous environmental benefits, and it can also greatly improve the sustainability of farming operations at limited cost to the farmer. Not only is it better for the soil, it saves the amount of water needed for farming because soil that has been used through no-till farming has better water retention qualities. This means less runoff and wasted water. When it comes to wetlands on farm property, our Canadian farmers have been innovative and smart in dealing with the challenge of protecting these critical riparian habitats, while at the same time continuing to farm their land. There's also the use of cover crops whose sole purpose is to enrich and rejuvenate the soils that can be used for years and years to come. These are just a couple of examples where our innovative Canadian farmers are really leading the world in protecting our environment, while ensuring that Canadian agriculture and agri-food sector is sustainable, environmentally friendly, and economical. Another technological advance over the last number of decades has been the use of chemicals by farmers. They become safer and used less. This means that everyone from the farmer to the business to the consumer throughout the supply chain is benefiting from these new technologies. Our ranch families are expert conservationists. They survive and thrive ensuring that the land they use on a regular basis for their livelihoods is sustainable and healthy, so it may be passed on to future generations. This means they are good stewards of the lands which they tend to. Often on these pastures and ranch areas, there are significant varieties of wildlife and vegetation. Ranchers and farmers understand the biospheres of their land base and the surrounding land base. There are some of the challenges that are faced and often on a daily basis by our ranchers, and they handle it so well. One of the great tools that ranchers use in their land management plans is that of grazing. Grazing is an incredible conservation tool when used properly, and can ensure that grasslands is environmentally sound and is able to be used for generations to come. The prairies were historically grazed by millions of migrating buffalo. The grasslands are kept as healthy a biosphere by grazing animals of ranchers, as once was done by the free-ranging buffalo. These grazed grasslands provide habitat for native plants and animals. All these scenarios speak to the heart of my motion. Farmers and ranchers are conservationists and environmentalists. No farmer or rancher wakes up in the morning dreaming of ways to wreck their land. They get up thinking of new ways they can improve it. They do this because otherwise their land quality declines. It's in their best interest to consider how they can improve soil quality, how they can improve the quality of the product they produce, and how they can do it with minimizing their impacts on the environment. When it comes to conservation, I'd like to speak about my experience in serving as a member of the House Commons Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Our committee really does a lot of great work together, and we have thus far produced 2 reports in Parliament. And I'm pleased to say that both of these reports were unanimous, meaning they carry more weight with stakeholders in the government. The last report that we had the honor of releasing in March was a report on protected areas and conservation within Canada. One of the opportunities this study afforded our committee members was the opportunity to travel to many communities, including some in southern Alberta. We met on the land with a rancher and farmer. He was able to discuss with us the extensive conservation projects they are working on. The ranch we visited is just outside of Cochrane. It's called the Quarter Circle K or X Ranch, and the owners and operators John and Tracy Buckley. They, as many ranchers and farmers do, have made a firm commitment to sustainability and how they deliver their product to the marketplace. They are really a testament to how our ranchers operate in communities across Canada. An important fact to remember is that over 98% of our farms, Canadian farms, are family-owned and operated, even today. These small business owners are often the backbone of the economy in countless rural economies across the country. Canadians want access to affordable, nutritious food, and the preference will always, no doubt, be food coming from Canadian farm operations. Ranchers play a major part in this work. They take care of the ever-important ranch land. Having healthy rangeland leads to a number of very positive outcomes and impacts the natural environment. Our ranchers are able to manage the land, especially by the use of cattle, to ensure that they are conserving this important land. One of the major benefits of having healthy ranch lands is they act as a carbon sink. I know there are some research that tells us Canada as a whole is a net carbon sink, and I hope that we can capitalize and improve upon this research in the future. Ranchers and farmers play such a big part in this piece. This is one of the reasons why I think this motion recognizes that ranchers and farmers are environmentalists and conservationists. This motion supports the fact that we have to tap into this valuable resource in the future because we need to protect this incredibly valuable rangeland, which delivers so many net benefits to our environment and well-being. One of the things that modern farmers realize is their growing consumer demand for information on where and how their food is grown and whether or not it is grown or raised in the most sustainable manner possible. Thanks to many modern technological advances, Canadian farmers have ways to track this data, and many of the large food companies are following the lead of producers by being as transparent as possible with their clients. This motion is one that I believe will resonate with Canadians from coast to coast, as well as from different age groups, backgrounds, and demographic groups. I also hope that it will foster an important discussion on the rural-urban divide in Canada, whether real or imagined. Canada is a large geographic expanse with many different regions and ecosystems, and a vast area that is used for ranching and farming activities. One of the issues of the past 150 years or so has been the rural exodus to cities. The vast majority of Canadians now live in urban areas as opposed to rural areas, and I think this may lead to a certain divide in attitudes, ideals, and opinions. However, recognizing where our food comes from, who is growing, or in the case of live animals like cattle, raising it, we can help show our friends and relatives in our urban areas that our ranchers and farmers are sustainability focused and conservationists. One of the great advancements that help Canadian ranchers and farmers is the practice of efficient and sustainable practice on their land is the advent of sound plant science. There are some innovative companies across Canada that contributes to this technological wisdom. There's an excellent company in my constituency, for example, called Stamp Seeds. They are experts in seed management for the agricultural sector. A lot of this technology has had major impact on how farmers grow their product. It has led to savings in water. The irrigation sector has become highly technologically advanced, which has created water savings, but has also created tremendous environmental for incredible varied biosphere. Advanced agriculture practice have decreased soil erosion. It has meant that we can grow more food on the same land. It means we can use less fuel in the agriculture and agri-food sector. The advent of safe, nutritious foods with increased production has meant that Canada can produce food for a hungry world without having to sacrifice our important land base. When it comes to conservation side of the equation, our ranchers and farmers are at the forefront of sustainability. In Canada, for example, we have a number of organizations that work with landowners to help them preserve important land. For our crucial wetlands, for instance, we have Ducks Unlimited, which is an organization I'm proud to support. Ducks Unlimited plays an important role in the preservation of wetlands. The Canadian wing of this international organization has projects throughout Canada. Ducks is currently working with a number of organizations, both in industry and with ranchers and farmers across Canada, to create a plan to make Canada a world leader in sustainable agriculture. Organizations that are participating are Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Crop Life, Ducks Unlimited, Fertilizer Canada, Grain Growers of Canada, Soil Conservation Canada Council, and the World Wildlife Fund of Canada. This is a broad range of organizations which has come together with the goal of increasing our agricultural output while ensuring that we do not use more land as one of the main objectives. This is an excellent project that will require a lot of know-how from our Canadian ranchers and farmers who will be the ones doing all the work on the ground. And thanks to the support of the aforementioned organizations, it is my hope that this will become a reality. The study is being spearheaded by the Canadian Roundtable for Sustainable Crops. I believe that Motion M108 is a necessary display of support for our ranch and farm business industry. those who work in conservation every day. This motion truly is worthy of your support, dear honourable members, because I believe it is worded in a way that makes it universal. It applies to a variety of cereal crops, dairy businesses. It applies to woodlot stewards maintained as part of agricultural properties. It applies to those who grow fruit and potatoes. It applies to those who work in wetland conservation and restoration within agricultural operations. This is an important way for us as parliamentarians to recognize our agricultural sector, who play an important daily role in the work of conservation. I thank you for listening to me, honourable members, and I hope you will join me in supporting this important motion here today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, my friend from the Conservative Party, for presenting this motion M108, and I'd like to congratulate him for his speech today in the House of Commons. It's always a pleasure to be able to talk about agriculture in the House and the importance of agriculture. Recently, we had a private member's bill from an NDP colleague, which would have improved the process for transferring family farms. We know that the average age of farmers in Canada is going up, and we want to ensure that farmers are able to transfer their farms to their children. So that bill would have fixed an injustice in our tax system to facilitate the transfer of family farms. Unfortunately, that bill did not make it even to study in committee. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments on the importance of having measures in place to facilitate the transfers of farms. And I'd like to ask my colleague if he was disappointed in the Liberal government, which largely voted against that important initiative to help with the transfer of agriculture businesses.
River.
I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for her question. It is one of the larger questions out there in the sense of transferability of properties from generation to generation. Many of our farm operations are generationally transferred. And anything that we can do to help that process as a business, because these are generational farms, they're generational ranches, which people have cared about the property. They feel like they're stewards of the lands for generations. They believe it's not their land. They believe it belongs to the country, and they are just the temporary stewards. So anything we can do to help that process of these truly stewards and conservationists of property in this small business backbone of our agriculture industry should be done, I believe.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what a great motion. Well, I really want to commend my colleague for bringing this forward. You know, we never recognize farmers enough for what they do. You know, when I think back to my days in agriculture, you know, I can remember when we used to work the field 3 or 4 times. It'd be dry, dusty, wind would blow, and dust would be in the doorsteps. It'd be all over the place. And I look at the fact that just the amount of fuel consumption that tractors use now and the amount of passes they go over the field and just how much that has changed. Can you give me this example in his area of exactly what it looked like in the 1960s and 70s compared to what it looks like today?
The honourable member for Bow River.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. One of the things in my particular riding is we have the 4 largest irrigation districts in the country in my riding. The technology in the sense of they've moved from flood irrigation to sprinklers that took a lot of power and a lot of water was wasted, to now how they use their sprinkling systems, underground piping, how they convey the water. The efficiency has increased by a minimum of 1/3 in water usage in the same property to increase the crop productivity. They can be in their homes with a computer and then analyze their property highly with soil sampling and say, I need 2 inches on this time around. On another piece, I only need 1/4 of an inch because of the soil and the retaining. So the productivity in the sense that it changed from the 60s and 70s when I was a young person out there with a shovel on an irrigation ditch to now the highly technologically way that they can use their land is incredibly different and highly efficient and uses a lot less energy. Thank you.
Questions and comments? We have time for a short question. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Bow River. I'd like to ask a question about how the provinces are seeing this in relation to the federal governments and how the farmers have some challenges in dealing with the provinces and the federal government, and how his bill M108, which I'll be speaking to in support of shortly, how does this bill help cut through the provinces and federal governments and working with the farmers?
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the colleague for his question. One of the challenges, obviously, is in programs that are provincially supported, maybe federally mandated, in the sense is if you identify them as conservationists and stewards of the land out front, in a sense they're working together in the same process, I think it's easier to bring those departments of agriculture and provincial who have to put out programs, or the federal government has got a program out there they'd like implemented. So in that cooperation of working with the agricultural sector, with the ag departments in the province, and with the federal legislation, I think it's a natural process if we're all talking the same language and working together. I think it would facilitate it. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Bow River for raising the crucial issue of the link between agriculture and the environment. We know that our farmers deserve our support when they make their farms even greener, as they are doing today. Farmers know the importance of preserving the quality of our soil, water, and air to support their farms and their way of life from one generation to another. They also know that a healthy environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. Our government knows this as well, and our government knows that farmers are excellent stewards of the land, that they take conservation of the environment very seriously. I would like to speak of some of the investments that we are making to help farmers take advantage of the possibilities of sustainable growth while adapting to climate change. With the provinces and territories, the federal government is investing $360 million over 5 years to support scientific research and ecology measures on the farm. Education and raising awareness to environmental risks on the farm is being supported, as well as help with putting in place ecological practices on farms. That includes protecting waterways and a better application of pesticides and fertilizer, among other measures. The government is also working on the next strategic framework for agriculture, and the programs will be focused on environmental priorities on the farm. And the framework will also use science to ensure sustainable growth in the sector. For example, we need to better protect water quality, soil health, biodiversity, and air quality while taking measures to adapt to climate change. We have the intention of better supporting the adoption of new technology, of new tools and innovative products for precision agriculture to help the agricultural sector contribute more to Canada's climate change commitments. The next strategic framework for agriculture will also support the Pan-Canadian framework on green growth and climate change, with measures like, for example, helping farmers capture and store carbon on their farms. We will also renew the program to fight greenhouse gases in agriculture with a $27 million investment. This investment will support the creation of 20 new research projects in partnership with universities and environmental groups from across Canada. These projects will study greenhouse gas emissions in, among other things, the growing of blueberries and potatoes, and will look at how to better implement carbon capture in farming. The new program will help producers reduce greenhouse gases and adapt to climate change in 4 major areas. There will be a strategy for management and food production, carbon capture through tilling, agroforestry, and irrigation and draining in agricultural areas. This $27 million program will support research and development as well as raising awareness among farmers. For example, at the University of Alberta, a federal investment of $3.7 million will contribute to 3 projects. These projects will look at the environmental footprint of different cultures on the farm, pasturing for cattle, and other measures. Directed by the university's professors and researchers, working with researchers from Lethbridge, these projects will help farmers make their farms even greener than they are today. At Dalhousie University, we're investing over $1.7 million in a prospecting project, or rather a new project looking at soil quality and carbon capture, which will evaluate each kind of soil to determine its potential for carbon storage. Another investment of $1.1 million will go to a forestry research project in the eastern townships to identify better ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on the farm. Across Canada, the program to fight greenhouse gases in farming will give farmers practical, affordable solutions. It will also help Canadian farmers remain world leaders in sustainable agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the goal of our government is to ensure that our agricultural sector is more profitable, sustainable, and green. In the 2017 budget, we invested an additional sum of $70 million to bring increased support to science and innovation focused on agricultural progress. This research will be focused on emerging priorities such as climate change and the conservation of soil and water. All this goes hand in hand with a number of other positive initiatives that have been taken by our government, including $200 million in the 2017 budget for green technology and our investment of $5 million for agricultural internships to attract young people into environmental jobs in the farming sector. This year, Canadians will be celebrating the 150th birthday of our great nation. We know that our farmers have a major role to play to feed not only Canadians but the world. And that's why the investments that we are making in the environment are essential. You know, Mr. Speaker, in La Prairie, where I grew up on my family farm, like all Canadian farmers, we know that it's important to protect the soil, the air, and the water to ensure the survival of our farms when we transfer them to our children. I can also say that on my farm, I was the 4th generation, and I was very proud to let my son take over. And like all farmers, it's important for us to ensure the survival of our farms. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Bow River for raising the importance of environmental programs on the farm. We will support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really a great pleasure for me to speak in favor of motion M108. I'd also like to congratulate my colleague from Bow River for bringing this motion forward. I'm very proud to rise to speak about agriculture and agri-food. The motion that we're debating today highlights the contribution made by farmers to the protection of our land and our environment, and also to encourage conservation methods on agricultural land. There are 2 very important concepts proposed in the motion: protecting the environment and the conservation of our agricultural heritage in Canada. And I think that this is a good moment to be discussing this because obviously we're celebrating the 150th of Canada this year, and we have the opportunity to really look at how agriculture is evolving and investments that have been made and that need to be made. This motion deserves particular attention because it allows us to raise a number of important issues for our producers and for the future of agriculture here in Canada. As NDP critic for agriculture and agri-food, it's important for me to talk about the extraordinary work that is being done by our farmers across the country in terms of protecting our environment, sustainable development of the land, and respect for the land. It's with this in mind that our government the government must continue to invest more to fight climate change in partnership, in collaboration with farmers. And we need to make sure that farmers have all the means that they need at their disposal to protect the environment and their land by using new technology. Recently, we had a bill before the House of Commons, a private member's bill, Bill C-274. The government must put measures in place to encourage the transfer of family farms to the next generation. The bill sought to fix an injustice by facilitating the transfer of farms. Over the last 10 years, we've lost about 8,000 family farms in Canada. In my riding, in the rural area of Maskinongé, we've lost 146 farms since 1996. And we know that $50 billion in agricultural value will be transferred between 2016 and 2026. And the government really missed a golden opportunity here to send our bill to committee for further study because this bill was supported by hundreds of organizations across Canada, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the honourable member from Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques, for his hard work on that initiative. The transfer of family farms to a family member from one family member to another is very important because it helps conserve agricultural land and it encourages ongoing agricultural activity across the country. As you know, agricultural land is not renewable, and we need to do everything that we can to ensure that we preserve our agricultural land. The NDP is the only party at the federal level that has consulted with stakeholders across the country to develop a food sovereignty strategy. This project is focused on conserving our agricultural land and ensuring our food sovereignty. We know that the government has just announced that they're going to move forward with consultations for a similar strategy, and we will be following this very closely. We have a vision to bring together Canadians from farm to table, and that's why we need to look at this situation in a global fashion and make sure that we have a federal strategy that looks at, among other things, health in rural areas, internet in rural areas, income, and the preservation of our land. The NDP strategy would also ensure that young people have access to the land and the assets they need to get into the agricultural field. It's also important that the federal government work with the provinces and territories to protect those areas that are both federal and provincial jurisdiction. We need a food strategy to ensure that everyone can eat well, that everyone has access to affordable, healthy food. It's important for agricultural communities. They need to be viable for the future generation. We need to make sure that Canadian products have a growing market across Canada and around the world. We need to protect our agricultural heritage. This is a food sovereignty issue. I would also like to remind the House of an issue that we talked a lot about in 2012. The Conservative Party at the time was responsible for killing the Prairie Farm Rehabilitation Administration Program. It was in an omnibus bill, and that program, the Prairie Farm Rehabilitation Program, was killed. This was a really important program. It had the mandate to ensure that agricultural land hit by drought and other disasters was rehabilitated in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. We know that no strategic study on environmental impacts, on the environmental impact of this program was done by the previous government before they got rid of it. The problem with what's happened now, where pastures are transferred to the provinces, is that the provinces are selling agricultural land to private investors in most cases. And the provinces continue to rent this land to ranchers, but with high interest, with fewer services, and with nothing to ensure the environmental integrity of our prairies. A number of stakeholders were involved with this decision: environmental groups, groups that help to protect nature, our ranchers, and young people who want to get involved in agriculture. This issue is very important on the prairies, Mr. Speaker, but more specifically in Saskatchewan, where there are still a number of pastures to be transferred. We know that the end of the transfer of community pastures will come in 2018, so we're asking the Liberal government, because there's still time to act to protect these lands on the prairies. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that I have to mention. Another one is supply management. I think that the word that I've said the most often in the House of Commons is supply management, and talking about the protection of supply management and specifically the threat from diafiltered milk. We're asking the government to act. We need concrete actions to be taken to protect our supply management system. We know that there have been cases where the government hasn't done what's been needed to protect our borders, which has meant that our producers have seen losses, our dairy producers. 2 weeks ago, we learned from the Auditor General of Canada that the Canada Border Services Agency should have received $168 million in tariffs on merchandise. This is money that was lost because the federal government is not protecting our supply management system at the borders. And once again, it's our farmers who are paying the price and who are losing revenue.
The Liberal government must take concrete action to make a difference in our supply management system in order to ensure the sustainability of farms, family farms, that we have here at home. More recently, the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food had the opportunity to go to Washington. We had the opportunity to meet several elected officials in order to explain our supply management system and to explain how important it is to protect it. It was very important to be able to have those conversations. I don't know if you know, but we represent 8 to 10% of Canadian consumption, and the Americans, they import 2%. Therefore, it's important to have those meetings because we import so much, especially because we're talking about renegotiating NAFTA. So I would like to congratulate the member for Bow River for today's motion, Motion 108, because it allows us to talk about how important it is to protect and preserve agriculture in Canada. And we hope that the Liberal government will take action to facilitate the transfer of family farms by investing further in as well as investing in those types of measures and in attenuating climate change. Resuming debate.
For Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to support Motion 108. I'm also very proud to represent the constituency of Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa, a major farming and ranching constituency. In fact, my constituency produces the most canola in Canada of any constituency. Canada is a very large country, 10 million square kilometers. And within our 10 million square kilometers is just over 200,000 farms. And they farm a very small part of Canada. They farm 680,000 square kilometers, or 6.8% of Canada's land mass. But these 200 family farms on 6.8% of the land area in Canada provide a disproportionate contribution to Canadian society and the Canadian economy. They are also a repository of cultural and traditional ecological knowledge and values. This community also has a very strong stewardship ethic, and my own constituency is blanketed with organizations known as conservation districts, where local people have got together to develop and promote conservation programming. Right now, agriculture accounts for about 8% of Canada's GDP and 12% of all employment. And the food and beverage processing industry is the largest of all manufacturing industries in Canada. Overall, about 50% of Canada's agricultural production is exported, but in the West, where I come from, the number is 80%. So agriculture not only helps our Canadian economy, it contributes very strongly to the balance of trade. And it is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the relatively small number of primary agricultural producers in Canada set off an enormous chain reaction of jobs, growth, and employment that ripples throughout the entire Canadian economy. And not only that, but Canadian farmers produce the world's highest quality food and deliver extremely affordable food to Canadians. We in Canada spend about 10% of our disposable income in food. It's among the lowest in the entire world. And the fact that low-income people can afford to eat well is one of the best social programs a country could ever have. In other words, we are all part of the culture of agriculture. And not only that, Canada's major cities are largely located within the agricultural regions of Canada, reflecting our country's settlement patterns. But we do tend to take agriculture for granted, and we all expect this flow of high-quality, abundant, and low-cost foods to continue indefinitely, which is a good thing. But society is now placing new environmental demands on farmers and ranchers. And farmers and ranchers have responded utilizing techniques that were described earlier, such as zero tillage, where crops are grown without disturbing the soil. I recall during the dry 1980s, back in Prairie, Canada, horrific dust storms in the spring when much of the land was bare and the high winds developed. These dust storms are no more, thanks to conservation farming techniques. Interestingly, I know that modern agriculture has been criticized in some quarters. I'm a strong proponent of high-tech modern agriculture as an environmental benefit to all of society. The fact that we can grow more food on less land means that we can also reserve certain lands for conservation purposes. Let's look at ranchers like my colleague did. Ranchers have developed grazing techniques such as rest rotational grazing and remote watering that improve cattle weight gain, enhance water quality, and conserve biodiversity. Regarding cattle ranching, I vehemently disagree with those who criticize the environmental performance of the beef cattle industry. And quite frankly, if you care about the environment, you should eat beef. Well-managed grazing not only conserves and protects vital grasslands, but is critical to the survival of many endangered prairie birds. In fact, the Audubon Society, undoubtedly North America's most prestigious bird conservation organization, has launched the Conservation Ranching Program, where they work with ranchers to improve conservation outcomes. And I quote from one of their documents. To combat these effects and to keep grass on the landscape throughout North America, Audubon has developed the Conservation Ranching Program. It's a collaboration with local ranchers within the North American grasslands, ensuring that grazing regimes produce healthy habitats for target grassland species. Cattle are an essential management tool for the prairie, which led to Audubon's decision to promote their presence on the grasslands. So again, those of us who strongly support the cattle industry should speak loudly and proudly about the conservation benefits of the cattle industry. The NAFTA Commission for Environmental Cooperation essentially said the same thing. The CEC is the Commission of Canada, Mexico, and the United States that was created under NAFTA. They released a series of reports underlining the importance of sustainable ranching and beef cattle trade to the grasslands and to the societies and economies of North America. The crux of the issue when it comes to conservation programming on private land is that there is a mix of property rights on private land. The soil is privately owned, but the wildlife belongs to the Crown. And this often comes into conflict. Farmers and ranchers, by necessity, change the landscape in order to continue agricultural operations. And quite frankly, the public has a legitimate interest in the management and conservation of public resources on private land, such as wildlife. The big question is how to manage the public interest while at the same time maintaining farm and ranch profitability. You can emphasize the enforcement approach or the incentive approach. And Motion 108 talks about the incentive approach. In most cases, the enforcement approach, that is telling farmers and ranchers how they must run their operations, has been a dismal failure. And I recall the actions under the pre-2012 Fisheries Act and the current Species at Risk Act. I'm a member of the Fisheries Committee, Mr. Speaker, and in testimony before the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, when we were reviewing changes that the government wants to make to the 2012 Fisheries Act that our government brought in, there was testimony from Ron Bonnet, President of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. And on November 21st, 2016, he noted, the experience that many farmers had with the Fisheries Act, unfortunately, was not a positive one. It was characterized by lengthy bureaucratic applications for permitting and authorizations and a focus on enforcement and compliance measures taken by officials, coupled with a lack of guidance or outreach on the purpose of these measures or information on how to navigate through the process. Many farmers were then relieved when the changes that were made by our government, I might add, just a few years ago, drastically improved the timeliness and cost of conducting regular maintenance and improvement activities to their farms, as well as lifting the threat of being deemed out of compliance. That said, I think we could find ourselves with an important opportunity to look at how protection can be enhanced in a way that works on the ground for those who earn their livelihood from productive natural resources, unquote. The Species at Risk Act is problematic as well, which has a very strong enforcement role. And currently, it's actually a disincentive to have an endangered species on your farm. On the other hand, the incentive approach to dealing with conservation on private land has delivered real conservation outcomes. Again, from Mr. Bonnet, the President of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. Quote, I'd like to take this opportunity to share just a few examples from my own farm of growing stewardship actions that have improved fish habitat outcomes. Through Growing Forward 2 and Species at Risk funding, we were able to access incentive programs that contributed to the improvement of fish habitat. More specifically, through the provincially delivered Environmental Farm Plan and the Species at Risk Act, we put fencing in to keep our livestock sufficiently away from water courses, which has increased water quality and fish populations. And in order to provide fresh water for our cattle, we installed a solar-powered off-stream watering system. This has led to the rehabilitation of the stream that runs through our pasture areas. These are just two examples from a single farm in Northern Ontario that illustrates how stewardship approaches have improved fish habitat in agricultural landscape through means other than a regulatory-based approach under the Fisheries Act. And when we reviewed the Fisheries Act, Mr. Speaker, the committee from all parties unanimously approved recommendations 8 and 9 that said, quote, that Fisheries and Oceans Canada put sufficient protection provisions into the Fisheries Act that act as safeguards for farmers and agriculturalists and municipalities. Recommendation 9, that Fisheries and Oceans Canada work with the farm community and rural municipalities to provide incentives and expert advice to conserve and enhance fish habitat and populations and utilize the enforcement approach as a last resort. It was made clear to the Fisheries Committee by the farm community that the enforcement approach simply does not work, and the incentive approach is the one that we must take. Under the Species at Risk Act, I must say there is a really good program in place called the Species at Risk Partnerships on Agricultural Lands program called initial SARPAL. And in Manitoba right now, it's the Manitoba beef producers that are delivering the SARPAL program, which is as it should be. The people who know what's going on the land delivering actual programs. However, Canada lags far behind the United States and Europe in terms of incentive-based agricultural farm programming. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that Motion 108 will go away to change that, and I strongly urge all members to approve Motion 108, which will not only improve the environment, but also improve the lives of Canada's farm and ranch communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to the member from Bow River for raising the issue of land conservation and restoration on our farms. As a member of the Standing Committee for Agriculture, and also having been born and raised on the prairies, I know that Alberta farmers and Canadian farmers are responsible stewards of the land. Their goal is to leave the land in better shape for the next generation. Farmers and ranchers have always been innovators and still lead innovation as it relates to productivity and sustainability. Last month, we celebrated Earth Day. Mr. Speaker, on the farm, every day is Earth Day. Across the country, Canadian farmers are taking action to safeguard their soil, air, and water resources. We know that our farmers are part of the climate change solution. Their sustainable practices have offset part of Canada's emissions by increasing the amount of carbon that is stored in agricultural soils. They continue to make great strides in reducing agriculture's environmental footprint through higher yielding crops, more effective use of inputs like fertilizers, and the adoption of technologies that use water efficiently. They use practices like zero tillage that keep carbon in the soil and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. 25 years ago, zero tillage was basically unheard of on the Canadian fields. Today, according to Statistics Canada, almost 60% of Canada's farmers leave the plow in the shed. By not disturbing the soil through tillage and leaving plant material on the ground, it reduces soil erosion, maintains moisture, and captures carbon in the soil. Farmers apply nitrogen fertilizers in more efficient ways that safeguard the environment and improve the bottom line. Over the past 20 years, wheat producers have reduced their fuel consumption per ton of wheat harvested by 40%. Cattle producers have also reduced their environmental footprint. Over the past 3 decades, farmers have reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 15% per kilo through innovative advancements in genetics and feeding. At the same time, they're increasing their production by over 30%. Mr. Speaker, these numbers are unreal. If they were in manufacturing, they'd be on every headline in every paper in the country. Canadian dairy farmers can now produce the same quantity of milk as they did 20 years ago with close to half the number of cows and producing 20% fewer greenhouse gas emissions. The Canadian agriculture sector has a solid track record in innovation and adoption of new technologies that have reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Innovations in land management, feeding, breeding, and genetics means that while Canadian agriculture productivity has increased, emissions have remained stable. Producers are reducing their environmental footprint through new crop varieties and technologies that allow for higher yields on the same land base. Clearly, Canada's farmers are up to the challenge of harnessing innovation to find affordable and practical solutions to feeding the world sustainably. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to programs to support environmental action on farms, our government supports Canadian farmers and will continue to do so. Through our solid investments in innovation and sustainable practices, we're making a real difference in the lives of farmers and farm families across the country. We understand that science and innovation are the keys to drive the sector forward sustainably, and at the same time grow our exports and create jobs opportunities in the agriculture sector. Budget 2017 committed to ongoing support for farmers through investments in research, innovation, and science infrastructure. The University of Guelph has been a proud recipient of many grants looking into research in these areas. That includes an investment of $200 million in support of clean technologies in the natural resources sectors, including agriculture. We're also proud to be investing $70 million in agricultural science and innovation through Budget 2017, focusing on priority areas like water and soil conservation. I'd like to take a moment to highlight our $27 million investment in the Agriculture Greenhouse Gas Program. which will help create technologies, practices, and processes to help the sector to adjust to climate change and improve soil and water conservation by developing new farming practices and methods. Environmental farm plans are another tremendous success story in our industry. Supported by federal, provincial, and territorial investments, farmers make individualized plans for environmental improvements on their farms. Environmental farm planning brings industry, the provinces, territories, and the federal government together to take concrete action on the environment. They deliver practical solutions that farmers can use to help the environment while boosting their bottom line. Over the past quarter century, over 70,000 Canadian farmers have developed environmental farm plans, and they've invested untold hours and dollars in environmental improvements supported by investments from the provinces, territories, and the federal government. Canada is showing global leadership in the environment. We reaffirmed our strong support for international action on the environment a year ago when the Prime Minister signed the Paris Climate Agreement of COP21. Our investments are supporting on-farm action on the environment. Through these investments, we're supporting science to help producers reduce environmental footprint through higher producing crops, the effective use of inputs like fertilizers, improvements in animal genetics and nutrition, and technologies that use water more effectively. We're now looking ahead to the next agricultural policy framework that will replace Growing Forward 2 in 2018, something we've been discussing extensively at the Agriculture Committee. Governments agree that one of the priorities of the framework will be to help the sector to capitalize on opportunities for sustainable growth while adapting to climate change. Farmers are faced with the challenge of increasing production to feed a growing population while protecting land and water resources. Our government is committed to ensuring farmers have the tools and the support they need to grow, to innovate, and to improve on their excellent land conservation and stewardship record. It's great to see that the member from Bow River and other members of the House are as concentrated on this as the government, and I thank the member for Bow River for initiating the discussion and for bringing forward the motion for us to discuss today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It really truly is an honour to rise today in support of my colleague from Bow River and Motion 108. I think often that in other parts of Canada, especially urban centres, many Canadians don't understand the environmental impact that our farmers and ranchers have on their communities. I know in my riding of Foothills, which is southwest Alberta, I'm very proud to be in the heart of cattle country. I think Alberta beef comes from my riding on the most part. I'm very proud of the efforts that they have done. But I think it's, as I said, it's unfortunate that many times our farmers and ranchers are overlooked for their environmental stewardship and the efforts that they've taken to ensure that their land is protected, not only for themselves, but it was interesting that my colleague earlier in his speech, the member from Bow River, had talked about how important it was for them to protect their land because they feel it's part of the country. But I think also our farmers and ranchers want to protect their land because they know that they're going to be, hopefully, passing that on to future generations. I know I have several centennial farmers in my riding that have been in the same family for more than a century, and that's something that we're extremely proud of. And those farms would not remain, farms and ranches would not remain viable, successful businesses if they were not able to innovate, be efficient, ensure that they run them as a business. And one of those things when it comes to running it as a business is you have to find every efficiency that's possible. A lot of that goes hand in hand with ensuring that you use every environmental technology and innovation that arises as technology changes. And let's just take a look at zero tillage. You know, a generation ago, Every farmer in my riding, I'm sure, was tilling their fields on an annual basis, but now you'd be hard-pressed to find even one that would be doing that now. And that just shows how they've changed their methods and their technology to ensure that they protect the land, not only for themselves, but those future generations. I know many of the farmers and ranchers in my riding use wind turbines, solar power to heat their barns and ensure that the troughs remain thawed throughout the winter. These are some of the things that our farmers and ranchers are doing each and every day to protect their land for future generations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business. Consideration of motion number 14 regarding the extension of sitting hours and conduct of extended proceedings.
Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Hussain, moves that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House commencing upon the adoption of this order and concluding on Friday, June 23, 2017, les lundis.
A. On Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, the ordinary hour of daily adjournment shall be 12 a.m., except that it shall be 10 p.m. on a day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53.1 is to take place.
B. Subject to paragraph E, when a recorded division is demanded in respect of a debatable motion, including any division arising as a consequence of the application of Standing Order 61-2 or Standing Order 78, but not including any division in relation to business of supply or arising as a consequence of an order made pursuant to Standing Order 57, before 2 p.m. on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, it shall stand deferred until the conclusion of oral questions at the day's sitting, or 2, after 2 p.m. on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, or at any time on a Friday. It shall stand deferred until the conclusion of oral questions at the next sitting day that is not a Friday. Nonobstant, l'article.
Notwithstanding Standing Order 45.6 and paragraph B of this order, no recorded division requested after 2 p.m. on Thursday, June 22nd, 2017, or at any time on Friday, June 23rd, 2017, shall be deferred, except for any recorded division which, under the standing orders, would be deferred to immediately before the time provided for private members' business on Wednesday, September 20th, 2017.
The time provided for government orders shall not be extended pursuant to Standing Order 45.7.1 or Standing Order 67.12. Lorsqu'un vote
when a recorded division, which would have ordinarily been deemed deferred to immediately before the time provided for private members' business on a Wednesday, governed by this order, is demanded, the said division is deemed to have been deferred until the conclusion of oral questions on the same Wednesday.
F. Any recorded division which, at the time of the adoption of this order, stands deferred to immediately before the time before the private member's business on Wednesday, immediately following the adoption of this order, shall be deemed to stand deferred to the conclusion of oral questions on the same Wednesday.
G. A recorded division demanded in respect of a motion to concur in a government bill at report stage pursuant to Standing Order 76.19, where the bill has neither been amended nor debated at report stage, shall be deferred in the manner prescribed by paragraph B.
For greater certainty, this order shall not limit the application of Standing Order 45.7. Aucune motion.
No dilatory motion may be proposed after 6:30 p.m.
notwithstanding Standing Orders 8116B and C and 8118C. Proceedings on any opposition motion shall conclude no later than 5:30 p.m. on the sitting day that is designated for that purpose, except on Monday, when they shall conclude at 6:30, or on a Friday, when they shall conclude at 1:30 p.m. and
K. When debate on a motion for the concurrence in a report from a standing, joint, or special committee is adjourned or interrupted, the debate shall again be considered on a day designated by the government after consultation with the House leaders of the other parties, but in any case, not later than the 20th sitting day after the interruption.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to speak to Government Motion number 14. For the benefit of members, this motion extends the sitting of the House until we rise for the summer adjournment. We have much to accomplish in the coming weeks. Our government has an ambitious legislative agenda that we would like to advance in order to deliver on the commitments we made to Canadians in the last election. Let me reflect on our recent legislative achievements before I turn to the important work that lies before us over the next 4 weeks. In our last sitting week, the House and Senate were able to reach agreement on securing passage of Bill C-37, which puts in place important measures to fight the opioid crisis in Canada. I would like to thank the members of this House for the thoughtful debate on this bill and for not trying to play politics with such an important piece of legislation. In particular, I would like to thank members of the New Democratic Party for cooperating with the government to advance this bill when it was in the House and for helping us dispense with amendments from the Senate. This was a high watermark for the House, and I hope that we can take this professional and courteous approach forward. I would also like to thank senators for their important contributions to this bill.
I would also note the passage of two vitally important trade-related bills. The first bill, C-30, implements a historic trade agreement with the European Union. The second bill, C-31, implements a trade agreement with Ukraine, a country that many members hold dear to their hearts. I'm proud that our government continues to open doors to trade and for investment opportunities in Canada to grow our economy and help to build a strong middle class.
In looking forward to the next 4 sitting weeks, I would like to highlight a few priority bills that our government will seek to advance. I'll start with Bill C-44, which implements our Budget 2017. This bill is about creating good middle-class jobs today while preparing Canadians for the jobs of tomorrow. Let me give you some examples of the initiatives that will contribute to building a strong middle class. The budget makes smart investments to help adult workers retain or upgrade their skills to adapt to changes in the new economy, and to help young people get the skills and work experience they need to start their careers. Le budget prévoit aussi.
The budget also invests in Canadians' well-being through a focus on mental health, home care, and Indigenous health care. Bill C-44 provides funding to provinces for home care and mental services and creates a leave for a family member to care for a critically ill adult and for critically ill children. These initiatives help build stronger communities.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point to initiatives in the budget that deal with gender equality. The first ever gender statement will serve as a basis for ongoing, open and transparent discussions about the role gender plays in policy development. Our government has other initiatives that aim to strengthen gender equality. For example, Bill C-25 encourages federally regulated companies to promote gender parity on boards of directors and to publicly report on the gender balance on boards. Another bill, Mr. Speaker, which I will discuss in greater detail later in my remarks, is C-24, a bill that levels the playing field to ensure a one-tier ministry. This bill has a simple premise: of recognizing that a minister is a minister, no matter what portfolio they hold. Our government has committed to legalizing and strictly regulating the production, distribution, sale, and possession of cannabis. I look forward to the debate on this important bill tomorrow. I will note that the bill provides strong safeguards and deterrents to protect young people from enticements to use cannabis and to get access. The government has taken a responsible approach in seeking to legalize cannabis by ensuring that law enforcement agencies have approved methods to test the sobriety of drivers to guard against cannabis use while operating a motorized vehicle. This afternoon, the House will continue to debate this bill, which I will happily note has support from all opposition parties in the House. I hope that we can agree to send this bill to committee on Wednesday. Now, I would like to return to our government's commitment to improving gender equality. Bill C-24, which stands in my name, seeks to formalize the equal status of the ministerial team. This bill is very straightforward in its nature. It is fundamentally about the equality of all ministers. We strongly believe that the minister responsible for the status of women should be a full minister. We believe that the Minister of Science and the Minister for Democratic Institutions should be full ministers. Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed that the Conservatives don't share this fundamental belief in equality. I think that we should send this bill to committee for a detailed study of what the bill actually does. Une autre mesure.
Another bill which I would like to draw to the attention of members is Bill C-23, respecting an agreement with the United States concerning the pre-clearance of goods and persons between our countries. The bill is currently being studied by the Standing Committee on Public Safety. The principle of the bill is simple: ensuring a more efficient and secure border by expanding pre-clearance operations in all modes of transportation. This will only serve to enhance travel and trade to facilitate robust economies. Members may know that pre-clearance operations currently take place at 8 Canadian airports, and immigration pre-inspection is also conducted at multiple locations in British Columbia in the rail and marine modes of travel. Once the bill is reported back from committee, it's my hope that we can work together to send this bill to the other place.
In our last sitting week, our government introduced comprehensive modernization of our transportation systems. A strong transportation system is fundamental to Canada's economic performance and competitiveness. Bill C-49 does just that. The bill will enhance the utility, the efficiency, and the fluidity of our rail system that works for all participants in the system. Freight rail is the backbone of the Canadian economy. It moves everything from grain and potash to oil and coal to the cars we drive, the clothes we wear, and the food we eat. I would also like to draw to the attention of members provisions in C-49, which would strengthen Canada's air passenger rights. While the precise details of the air passenger rights scheme will be set out in regulations, the objective is that rights should be clear, consistent, transparent, and fair for passengers and air carriers. Finally, our government committed to creating a National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. Bill C-22 seeks to accomplish two interrelated goals: ensuring that our security and intelligence agencies are effective in keeping Canadians safe, while at the same time safeguarding our values, rights, and freedoms, and the open, generous, inclusive nature of our country. I appreciate the work that was done in the House Committee to improve the bill. The bill is currently before the Senate National Security Committee, and I look forward to appearing before that committee with my colleague, the Minister for Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Sitting a few extra hours for 4 days per week will also give the House greater flexibility in dealing with unexpected events. While it is expected that the Senate will amend bills, it is not always clear which bills and the number of bills that could be amended by the Senate. As we have come to know, the consideration of Senate amendments in the House takes time, and this is in part why we need to sit extra hours. I know that members work extremely hard balancing their House duties and other political duties. I expect that extending the hours will add to the already significant workload. I wish to thank members for their cooperation in these coming weeks. As I reflect upon my time as Government House Leader, there were examples where members of the House came together, despite their political differences, and advanced initiatives that touched directly upon the interests of all Canadians. I hope that over the 4 remaining sitting weeks before we head back to work in our ridings, we can have honest and frank deliberations on the government's priorities and work collaboratively to advance the agenda that Canadians sent us here to implement. In the previous Parliament, when the government decided to extend the sittings in June of 2014, Liberal members supported that motion. We knew then, as we know now, that our role as legislators is a privilege, and we discharge our parliamentary functions in support of our constituents. There will be initiatives that the government will bring forward over the coming weeks that will enjoy the support of all members, and there will be issues where parties will not agree. Our comportment during this time will demonstrate to Canadians that we are all in this together, despite our differences, for the good of this great country. Let's not lose sight of that. I believe the motion before the House is reasonable. I hope opposition members can support sitting a few extra hours for 4 days a week for the next few weeks to consider important legislation for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, unfortunately, it's going to take more than extended hours to get this government to keep their promises. They've already broken so many of them already. The minister didn't really start on a strong note if she's seeking partisan cooperation by completely misstating the opposition's position on Bill C-24. C-24 is about the government wanting to pay their junior ministers more. It has nothing to do with gender equality. The minister claims it's about gender equality. The Prime Minister happened to choose to appoint women to junior ministerial portfolios, but that was a choice he made, not a choice anyone else made. But I want to ask a really simple question to the minister about Bill C-24. Under that bill, are these junior ministers now empowered to bring a memorandum to Cabinet? That's an important part of the powers of senior ministers. If we have real ministerial equality, then they would have that power. Does C-24 empower junior ministers to bring memorandum to Cabinet, yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is fundamentally about equality. This government believes that the Minister of Science, the Minister of Democratic Institutions, the Minister of Status of Women is a full minister. The work they do is important work, and that's why we believe that all ministers should be treated like ministers. What we are saying is let's cooperate. We know we can work better in this place, and that's why it's important that ministers be able to make important decisions. We are saying let's advance this legislation, let's let the committee do its important work so that they can study the bill, and we look forward to continuing to deliver for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? I will ask that the honourable colleagues are putting me in a difficult spot. We've asked the question, and we will wait for the answer and respond accordingly. So with that, questions and comments, honourable colleague from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if we thought we might take some liberties while you're in the chair, it's only because we know you're so capable and can handle it so well. I'm going to resist the temptation to get into substantive debate on the bills that the House Leader mentioned in her speech and ask about the motion. I mean, we know that the government has some legislation that it hasn't passed yet. It actually doesn't have very much legislation at all, but it wants to get the balance of the legislation passed before summer. Part of that is because of their ineptitude, Mr. Speaker. It's because they refuse to honour a long-standing parliamentary tradition of seeking all-party consensus before making changes to the standing orders, and their failure to honour that principle cost them a lot of time in the House. But that was their decision, Mr. Speaker, not ours. They had another problem, interestingly, though, on a bill that had to do with preventing genetic discrimination, which was that they had over 40 members of their caucus vote against them. And it created a bit of a disciplinary problem, Mr. Speaker, because you can maybe kick one person out of your caucus, but you can't kick over 40 out of your caucus. I wonder, this motion is not just going to put increased strain on opposition members, it's also going to make the Liberal backbench pay for the ineptitude of Cabinet, who by refusing to acknowledge that simple principle of parliamentary tradition, wasted time in the House, didn't get their legislation through, and now they're asking their backbench to modify their schedules to spend more time away from their family when the government has professed a commitment to a family-friendly parliament. I'm wondering if the minister could tell us, is this really them trying to kill two birds with one stone? Get their legislation through that they couldn't because they were refusing a long-standing parliamentary principle, but also punishing over 40 members of their caucus for not towing the line on other bills. Because the Seals are going to clap anyway, and the ones that are going to be really disappointed and frustrated are the 40 members who voted against that bill.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, members of the Liberal caucus are my colleagues, just like members on the opposite benches are my colleagues, and no member in this House will refer to my colleagues as Seals, first of all. Second of all, they are people. We are here to represent Canadians, and that's what we will do. Regardless of the political stripe, we know that we represent Canadians. They're tough decisions. We work in this House every single day. We are saying, let's sit a few more hours so that we can actually have meaningful debate. The member might be a stranger to having debate. The member might not be aware of what free votes look like. We committed to free votes. We said, and we made a commitment to Canadians about an open and transparent government where members of Parliament could represent their constituents, Mr. Speaker. This is something I've been looking forward to. We have not seen it in over a decade from the previous government. Obviously, the member has forgotten his ways when he was in those opposition benches, but we're okay with Canadians representing Canadians. We're okay with members of Parliament representing their constituents, and if that means we can't always vote together, that's okay, because we want the diversity of thoughts. We want those perspectives to be represented. That's part of our democracy, and that's why Canada has one of the strongest democracies. Let's work a couple more hours for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's what this motion's about. Let's get the agenda that Canadians sent us here to deliver on. Let's advance it for them so that they can have the opportunities that they are deserved and that we owe them. So I'm just saying, let's work a little bit harder together. Let's all cooperate a little bit more. I know we can do it, and as our Prime Minister says, better is always possible, and each of us has a responsibility to our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable House Leader for her very thorough speech. She mentioned in her remarks that she'd like to see certain bills moved from the House to committee. The two that I've referenced were C-24 and C-46, which in fact do deal with fundamental principles like gender equality and impaired driving. What I would like to ask the Government House Leader through you, Mr. Speaker, if she could explain to the House why she feels it's important to get these bills to committee for study. Thank you.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a fabulous question, and it's part of the work that we do in this place. So it's an important debate that we have in this chamber. We want members of Parliament to be able to represent their constituents, to have tough conversations that Canadians sent us to have. But what's important about the committee process is that committees can hear from experts. They can bring in witnesses. They can hear from stakeholders. They can scrutinize legislation in a way that's not possible in this place. And that's why we're saying let's send it to committee. Let's let the committee do the important work that they do. Part of the commitment we made to Canadians was to empower committees to do that important work. That's why we increased resources to committees. So let's send this important legislation that affects everyday Canadians to committee so that we can scrutinize this legislation, and then let's bring it back here to ensure that it's in its best form. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? J'aimerais rappeler
I'd like to remind the honourable members that they need to be in their seat to ask a question.
Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I just want to say that on this side of the House, bring it. We want to say we are the party of hardworking Canadians. Canadians work not 9 to 5. Many of our constituents work beyond normal hours. So we welcome that this motion is coming forth. But as it has been said earlier, there is some questions, perhaps squandered time up to this point. But the biggest question we have is that, opposition days, opposition supply days, where it gives us a voice, the opposition to argue things that are important to all of Canada, will be now seen as half days and half supply days. We don't get the full sitting, the full time to argue those comments and those issues that are important to the opposition. So my question is to you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable House Leader through you, Mr. Speaker, is how come we get extended times to debate the issues that the Liberals feel important, but not so much the extended time to debate the issues that the opposition feels important and those that elected the opposition feel are important.
The Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the previous government referred to itself as a Conservative government and felt that it only represented Conservatives. This government is the Government of Canada. We represent all Canadians, and that's why we are having the tough conversations we committed to. When it comes to the member's question, the same number of hours that the member would have had for opposition days, and we appreciate opposition days because it brings important issues to this place, they will have the same hours that they would normally have. We are saying let's extend sitting hours so that we can advance important legislation that Canadians, Mr. Speaker, Canadians sent us here to debate, a mandate that Canadians gave this government, a mandate that every single member in this Parliament, in this House of Commons knows, this place knows, is important to everyday Canadians, to middle-class Canadians. Let's talk about this important legislation. Let's have meaningful debate. Let's work in the best interest of all Canadians. I know we can work better together, and that is the underlying principle of this motion. When the previous government had brought forward a very similar motion in 2014, Liberal members at that time recognized the importance of working hard. We work hard. Every member of Parliament, every Canadian works hard. This is not a competition about who works harder. Whether I am here in this place, whether I am in my riding where my constituents elected me, I work hard every single day, and I'm confident that every single one of my colleagues does the same thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portage-Liskeard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be able to rise today to be able to speak in my capacity as Opposition House Leader and to be able to speak to Bill C-14, to the Liberal Government Motion 14. The motion before us essentially proposes to do one thing. The end result of it would be to extend the sitting hours here in the House of Commons till midnight from Mondays till Thursdays until the end of the parliamentary sitting in June. So I would say on the face of it, Mr. Speaker, on the face of working longer hours, Conservatives absolutely support working as hard and as long and as much as we need to. We are, as one of my colleagues already mentioned, the party of hardworking taxpayers. The people who support us in every election are the people who are working shift work. They're the people who are working in factories. They're the people who are working out on the farms, planting, harvesting, building. They're driving trucks. They're hauling the great things that we manufacture and that we grow here in this country of Canada. So we understand that there are Canadians who definitely have to work long hours. Some of them, it's shift work, but for some of them, it's actually working 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 hours a day, many times away from their family, many times making huge sacrifices. We have men and women in military who are away from their family for months and months and months at a time, making the sacrifice for Canadians and because they've made a commitment to do a certain job. And on this side of the House, as Conservatives, that's what we ascribe to, and that's why we believe we are representing our constituents so well. We have no problem being here. You know, people talk about family-friendly, and sure, we all would love to be with our family every day, but when we decided to run for this position, our family knew, and those people that love us and support us knew what the price would be. And I think that whatever an individual does, you've got to count the cost. And then you have to go ahead positively, not complaining, not saying, oh, I have to work so hard. Oh, I have to be away from my family. Yeah, that can be difficult. But what an honor and a privilege it is to work here every day. And I think so many of our families are so proud of what we do on every side of the House. They get all kinds of opportunities that people who aren't working as members of Parliament get. So as much as I very much support doing things so that we can be together with our families, I believe that our job here is to represent Canadians, and we work for them as hard and as long as it needs to be done. So, Mr. Speaker, our issue with Motion 14 is not about the extended hours. We're okay to work and we'll be here. In fact, I need to mention it was this party that has gotten up on multitudes of occasions over the last few months to ask for emergency debate, actually to sit longer to talk about some important things that have been going on, whether it was the jobs crisis going on in Alberta, whether it's things that have been going on in other parts of the country. I know there's been a number of issues that have been requested to have emergency debate. Many of those were denied, but boy, oh boy, it's not because we as Conservatives don't want to work late. We like to be here debating, and so that issue in and of itself is something that we understand. Now, I would say, though, that the problem is the Liberals have squandered an amazing opportunity that they had. When they came into government, you know, they have the majority, and there was a House leader at that time who was working with the House leader at this time. Big opportunity squandered, and I'll talk about that in a few moments. Motion 6. You'll recall Motion 6. But we pressed the reset button, and a new House leader was put in place, and this House leader was supposed to be coming with a new tone and with a mandate to respect Parliament and to respect the work that we do here. Unfortunately, that goodwill that we had, that we were working together with very, very well on, was really squandered when the Liberals decided to push ahead and change the standing orders unilaterally. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But they have really squandered an opportunity. They've squandered the desire to work here, to do things. You know, we all understand that when legislation is put forward by the government, that the government believes they have a mandate to do, we are using all the tools available to argue against that legislation, to bring our perspective forward. But as you've seen day in and day out, week in and week out, the Liberals have the majority, and so at the end of the day, a vote happens, and we lose the vote, and they get their legislation through. But even with that, Mr. Speaker, they have blown and made a mess of a whole bunch of opportunity that we've had. And I'm going to give you an example. Our Conservative government under Stephen Harper had an aggressive legislative agenda, and we worked very hard to get it done. We recognize as government, you have an agenda, you have to work to get it done. The Liberals, on the other hand, though, since they've come into government, seem to care more about the perks of being in government rather than getting things done through the passage of legislation. Now, we know they have a lot of time for travel. We know the Prime Minister has lots of time to be traveling abroad. Many, many holidays are required, lots of photographs needed, lots of staged photographs needed, and then more staged photographs. It's actually a bit embarrassing to watch when we have so many Can you stop the heckling, Mr. Speaker? Oh, he's heckling me.
Sorry, the Honourable Opposition House. I believe there was heckling on both sides, but I would ask the whole House to maybe show some respect for the people who are speaking.
Right.
Thank you.
No, I just
Proceed.
heard the Honourable Member, but I'm sure he'll stop now. Thank you. So as I was saying, it seems like the Liberals have a lot of time, and the Prime Minister has a lot of time for staged selfies, office renovations. The Liberals also, the minute they were elected, it was millions of dollars on office renovations. I think one television set was $15,000. One television set for a very important minister, I'm sure, who really needed a really expensive television set. $15,000. The Minister of Infrastructure, massive renovations, $800,000 on his office. The Minister for the Status of Women, another $1 million. Snapchat filters, more photo ops, and a lot of work trying to get Fridays off. That was another big priority for the Liberals. Let's try to get Fridays off. So instead of working on legislation and getting things passed through, the Liberals had other priorities and continue to. And that seems to be the perks and the fun of being in government, as opposed to the hard work of debating and getting legislation through. Now, to highlight this, one only needs to compare our Conservative government record against the current Liberal record. Now, let's compare this, Mr. Speaker. Compare our 2006 Conservative minority. Keep in mind, 2006, we had a minority. Our achievements to the current Liberal record with a majority government. In the same amount of time, our minority government managed to pass more than twice as many bills in the same amount of time. Now, lest anybody says, well, that's because you used time allocation. The Liberals have used time allocation on virtually every single one of the bills that they did manage to get passed. So The fact is, we were actually more serious about governing. We had members of Parliament, and I will say this, Mr. Speaker, we sit here day after day after day, and we see only one member get up and ask questions. There are others that participate in speaking and actually giving a speech. But when it comes to questions and answers, we don't see these Liberal members on the other side getting up asking questions. They're, I guess, busy doing other work. The Liberals don't seem to understand what it means to be in government. When we were in government, the entire team was up, asking questions, debating, listening. That was our job. No, we couldn't just come in here and ponder other things going on in our life. We asked questions, and we certainly didn't let one member dominate day in and day out. So I will challenge my Liberal colleagues on the other side. It's time they start standing up and asking questions. Don't let the member from Winnipeg North take all of their, not only their glory, but more importantly, don't abdicate their job to him. They're good at what they do. They need to stand up and participate and stand up before the member from Winnipeg North. We want to hear questions from everybody on that side of the House. So that's not in my notes, Mr. Speaker. That's just a little free bit of advice for the members opposite.
Well said.
So again, very proud that we managed to pass twice as many bills in the same amount of time and in a minority parliament, no less. It's a striking difference, and it speaks volumes about how little this Liberal government is focused on results. I also think it's a bit interesting that last year the Liberals did not extend the hours at the end of this session. One can only guess that maybe it's because they weren't getting quite as much media coverage and some pressure in regards to the lack of legislation that they've passed. So, Mr. Speaker, while we are more than ready, willing, and able to work extended hours, I will say we do have some concerns with Motion 14. And so I want to take a few minutes and talk about some of the concerns that we have with Motion 14. As I said, it primarily extends the sitting hours, but it's interesting in what is taken out and what is not included in this motion. Opposition days remain exactly the same. So the government wants to have more time to debate their legislation. They feel that they need more time and they want to give us more time, and I understand that. We're willing to be here and to do that. But if that logic holds true, then the opposition also needs that extended time in order to counter and debate and talk about issues that the opposition has to talk about. It's only logical that if the government needs a certain amount of time and they need extended time, then the one day that we have set aside for Opposition Day, we should also have, in the relative terms, that same extension. That's not asking anything unreasonable. That's just a very reasonable and logical request. Supply motions, Mr. Speaker, are categorized as government business and play an important role in our system of government. And that's something important to note. It is actually part of government business. It's part of how Parliament works. We do not believe that opposition motions should be exempt from extended debates, making for opposition half-days, which is, as my honourable colleague talked about, it is only opposition half-days. The opposition should not be punished for the government's mismanagement of its own agenda. In O'Brien and Bosk, at page 850, it states, the setting aside of a specified number of sitting days on which the opposition chooses the subject of debate derives from the tradition which holds that Parliament does not grant supply until the opposition has had the opportunity to demonstrate why it should be refused. It stands to reason, Mr. Speaker, that if the time allotted to the government is extended, then the time allotted to the opposition to perform its important role to scrutinize the government should also be extended.
Common sense.
In this calendar year, there are 128 sitting days. Just 22 of those days are allotted to the opposition, and there's two oppositions, so 22 allotted to two opposition parties. That leaves 106 to the government. The length of these sitting days is the same for both government and the opposition. Motion 14 distorts this balance and is keeping with the government's agenda, unfortunately, of proposing changes to the rules that offer less and less and less time for the opposition to do its job and scrutinize the government.
Rigging the table.
If the government feels that it needs more time to consider its agenda, then obviously the opposition needs more time to scrutinize what the government is doing. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable House Leader for the government just spoke moments ago about the Canadians elected the government to do something. Canadians elected the Liberal government. The Canadians elected the Liberal government. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected each one of us on this side of the House as well. Canadians elected us to do a job. And although the Liberals may want an audience and not an opposition, Canadians have asked us to be the opposition. And we take that job seriously, and we will do that job. But it really bears the question about the motives behind the Liberals by cutting off all of the tools we have, and even with extending sitting days, not allowing us to have our extended opposition days. So that's a big problem with this motion, and one that we seriously ask the government to reconsider, that they would allow us on opposition day to as well go to the end of that day and go till midnight. It only makes sense. Mr. Speaker, another issue that we have some problems with stems from the government's previously stated threat to systemically use closure to shut down all debates from now until the end of June when the House adjourns for the summer. While the threat of shutting down debate on all government business is particularly egregious, given that this would presumably include shutting down debate on any debates regarding changes to the standing order, which the government House Leader has previously stated she intends on doing by passing a motion to implement changes to the standing orders before we adjourn in June. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem with this, and let me explain. The government continues to offer up the threat of making changes to the standing orders, and they do that with the threat that they're going to do it unilaterally. And these changes are tailored to benefit only one side of the parliamentary equation. Someone once said that those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. If the government House Leader does indeed proceed with her threat to propose a unilateral motion changing the standing orders, she will be repeating the mistake her government made just a month or two ago at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. So for everyone's benefit, let me just briefly review how all of this started and how all of this bad faith and all of this poison entered this House just a few months ago. The Liberal House Leader published proposals that would undermine the opposition, but she published them in a so-called discussion paper. But within hours of the discussion paper coming out, the Liberal member of the Standing Committee of Procedural and House Affairs submitted a closure motion proposing an end to all discussion on the discussion paper. Right. So, I mean, we've heard this over and over again. It was a discussion paper. We were supposed to have a conversation. We were supposed to have a dialogue. It was going to be all open and transparent, you know, mom and apple pie. Except it was none of that, because there was no discussion going to be happening at that committee. And now we are hearing from the House Leader there will be no discussion happening here in the House of Commons. Now let's just remember, what is it exactly that the Liberals want to change? Well, we know they want Fridays off. Okay, we know that this is a big deal to them. They don't want to be working Fridays. They don't realize that Canadians work 5 days, more than 5 days a week many times, but they want Fridays off. Then, and I think this all boils down to the Prime Minister, he only wants to be here to answer questions 45 minutes, 1 day a week. Now, we did see the last Wednesday there was nothing answered. And the Wednesday before that, there was actually nothing answered again because we asked the same question 19 times, a very simple question. How many times has the Prime Minister met with the Ethics Commissioner? Because, as you know, the Prime Minister is under investigation for his ethical lapses and for breaking the rules around traveling in private aircraft. So we know he's under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner, and so the Prime Minister was supposedly here for 45 minutes to answer questions, and we asked him a really simple question.
How many times?
How many times have you met with the Ethics Commissioner? Now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister could have said, I'm not going to answer that. I think that's something that should be private between myself and the Ethics Commissioner. Okay, there's one option, but it would have been an answer. We might not have liked it, but it would have been an answer. He could have said, you know what, I've met with her once. And if that was true, That would have been wonderful. He could have said, I've met with her 3 times. If that was true as well, that would have been refreshing. He could have said, I haven't met with her, but I plan to. You know, all of these options. There were a lot of options. Listen, the Prime Minister had a number of times to formulate his answer, because I think he had 19 times. 19 times to formulate an answer, but he didn't answer. He didn't answer, Mr. Speaker, and so the fact that he only wants to be here 45 minutes, 1 day a week, to give us that kind of a performance, to slap Canadians in the face by not answering a very simple question is something that we absolutely cannot accept on this side of the House. But it is key to the reforms and the changes that the Liberals want to ram through. They also want to ram through changes on omnibus bills and proroguing. Again, it's so ironic, as we just saw time allocation on an omnibus bill that they just rammed through. I mean, you can't make it up. It's hilarious, but it's actually very sad to see. It's so disingenuous.
That's real change. Yeah, real change. Hashtag real change.
Mr. Speaker, I think that when this first all happened and the House Leader said that they were going to ram these changes through and there was filibustering at the committee because we were intent on not letting that happen, we sat down and we actually wrote a letter. When I say we, it was the NDP, the leader of the House Leader at the NDP side, as well as Conservatives. Together we sat down and we offered a better way. We wanted to offer a solution, and we are still open to a solution. We're open to finding ways to fix this. So I want to just talk a little bit about some great examples of the way that standing order rules could be changed so that everybody agrees. And I want to quickly explain why. Why it's so important that everybody agrees. Because when you change the standing orders, you change the way we operate here. But it doesn't affect us just now. I mean, it affects all governments. It affects all oppositions. And so when you come together on these changes through consensus, that means that each side has to explain that the change that they're proposing is not just for their own benefit. They have to be able to make the argument, for example, as an opposition member, I need to make the argument to my colleagues in government that the change that I'm proposing isn't just to benefit our party, but it's to benefit all of Parliament and all democracy. Just like when the government wants to make changes and feels they need to make changes, they need to make the argument to all of us that it is a rational thing to do, and that in the long run, in the long future, the long game, all of those changes are for the greater good. That's why consensus has been primarily reached in the past, and really why we wanted to reach a consensus. And I want to go through some really good examples of both Liberals, Conservatives, and there's been some great input from NDPs in the past who have talked about this type of thing. So on May 31st, 1982, the Lefebvre Committee was created. The committee recommended several changes in the standing orders on a trial basis, such as the automatic referral of departmental and Crown Corporations' annual reports to committees and the requirement for a government response to these reports within 120 days. The Prime Minister at the time was Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and the reforms were adopted unanimously. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney's government created the McGrath Committee on December 5th, 1984. The principal goal of that committee was to find ways to give private members a meaningful role in the development of public policy, and in doing so to restore the House of Commons to its rightful place in the Canadian political process. The committee went on to table 3 reports. All reports adopted unanimously. Wow. McGrath and Lefebvre proposed ideas that enhanced private members' business.
Smashing.
Strengthening the powers of committees and enfranchising members. Are we all okay over there?
Even the lights agree with us.
I think it was just a light bulb. We're good, Mr. Speaker. All right.
Do you know that it actually was the light bulb that kind of went out? And we'll have to maybe turn up the cameras a bit so we can get better pictures, but we'll be fine. Everything's good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the committee went on to table 3 reports, all unanimously. McGrath and Lefebvre proposed ideas that enhanced private members' business, strengthening the powers of committees, and enfranchise members with the selection of our Speaker by secret ballot, to name just a few. The Standing Committee on Privileges and Elections recommended in a report tabled on December 6, 1990, important amendments that transferred private members' business. These rule changes, again, were adopted unanimously. Under Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, this was the specific one that we recommended, a special committee on the modernization and improvement of the procedures of the House of Commons was created, chaired by then Deputy Speaker Bob Kilgour. One of those rules of the committee was, and I quote, that the committee shall not adopt any report without the unanimous agreement of all the members of the committee. This unanimity requirement did not deter the special committee. It tabled 6 reports to the House. The House adopted 5 of them. The committee made significant changes, such as allowing all items on the order of precedent of private members' business to be votable. The Stephen Harper government followed the tradition of the unanimity approach, bringing in reforms to improve private members' business and broadcasting rules for committees. Now, I would be remiss to point out that not 100% of all changes were unanimous. Mr. Speaker, some required a vote. However, since the very beginning of Parliament, these incidences were rare, and whenever more broad-based changes to the standing orders were adopted, the time-honoured practice of this place was to do so through unanimous consent. That said, there exists a very small and, I guess, exclusive club, if you'd want to be part of it, of forgotten House leaders who rammed through changes such as the closure motion in 1913, time allocation in 1969, and Standing Order 56-1 in 1991. I am at a loss to understand why the government House Leader would rather join this group than be associated with the likes of McGrath, Lefebvre, and Bob Kilgour. But, Mr. Speaker, I suppose that wouldn't be inconsistent with her government's track record. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that we had electoral reform issue, the efforts of another minister who turned that reform exercise into a fiasco, and that led to a full retreat and the firing of that minister from her post. Disaster. Then there was Motion 6. The minister who gave us that doozy, well, he's disappeared from that job as well. Let me take a few minutes just to remind you of what Motion 6 was. Simply put, Motion 6 proposed to legislate by exhaustion. It offered unstructured, open-ended debate, potentially sitting 24 hours around the clock all summer long. The motion targeted opposition and would have hamstrung its ability to hold the government to account. Essentially, it violated one of the fundamental principles of Parliament, a principle described in Beauchamp's 6th edition citation 3, and I quote, "More tentative are such traditional features as respect for the rights of the minority, which precludes a government from using to excess the extensive powers that it has to limit debate or to proceed in what the public and the opposition might interpret as unorthodox ways." Well, that's what Motion 6 was, and we know what the outcome was of that. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak now briefly about another change that has not been talked about extensively in this House, but it's one of the changes to the standing orders that the Liberals are trying to ram through. And it's an idea that's been proposed by the President of the Treasury Board, and it has to do in regards to the estimates. On page 12 of the document, it says, "For parliamentary committees, the proposed approach trades off the longer period of time now available to study an incomplete main estimate for a shorter time to study a complete main estimate." So, you know, that all sounds good, doesn't it? It sounds like there's going to be shorter time to study a complete and a thorough and an accurate estimate rather than longer time but having inaccurate estimates. But the President of the Treasury Board should know that this House will always insist on full and accurate information and will never attach any such conditions to that right. In its role in the supply process, Parliament would be foolish to voluntarily claw back 2 months of its ability to hold the ministry to account in exchange for flawed, unenforceable promises. So even though the paper says it would be accurate information, there is nothing incumbent on the government to provide that accurate information, which is why it's so important that opposition has as much time as possible to look at those estimates and to scrutinize them. Let me explain this by putting first this historical context. At page 114 of Joseph Redlick's The Procedure of the House of Commons, a study of its history and present form, it says, The whole law of finance, and consequently the whole British Constitution, is grounded upon one fundamental principle, laid down at the very onset of English parliamentary history and secured by 300 years of mingled conflict with the Crown and peaceful growth. All taxes and public burdens imposed upon the nation for purposes of state, whatever their nature, must be granted by the representatives of the citizen and taxpayer, i.e. by Parliament. On page 404 and 405 of the 4th edition of Bourgeois Parliamentary Procedure and Practice, published in 1916, states, "The cardinal principle which underlines all parliamentary rules and constitutional provisions with respect to money, grants and public taxes is this. When burdens are to be imposed on the people, every opportunity must be given for free and frequent discussion, and whenever the government finds it's necessary to incur a public expenditure, there should be full consideration of the matter in committee and in the House, so that no member may be forced to come to a hasty decision, but that everyone may have abundant opportunity afforded him of stating his reason for supporting or opposing the proposed grant." Mr. Speaker, these examples show that Mr. Speaker, with respect to delaying the main estimates, and I'm quoting right now from the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, most recently, Consideration for Parliament in Reforming the Business of Supply, I quote, "With respect to delays in the main estimates, the government indicates that the core impediment in aligning the budget and estimates arise from the government's own sclerotic internal administrative processes rather than parliamentary timelines." Bingo, Mr. Speaker, right there. It's about administrative processes, not parliamentary timelines. The PBO notes that the government's supplementary estimate B, tabled on November 3rd, contained 51 measures that were originally proposed almost 7 months earlier in Budget 2016. This example shows that it's unlikely that any delays in the release of the main estimates by 8 weeks would provide full alignment of the budget. So that's all the PBO's quote. But again, this is a change. I mean, Mr. Speaker, this is a kind of a lot of inside Ottawa, really diving deep into the estimates. But the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that Parliament needs to be able to look at the government estimates and should not have its time shortened. And the President of the Treasury Board can't say, just trust us that we're going to put estimates on that are more accurate, but you will have a third of the time to study it. That's wrong, Mr. Speaker, and it's been one of these issues that hasn't been talked about a lot, but it is making, there's been creating a lot of problems. As PBO Kevin Page, former PBO Kevin Page said, this legislation creates the facade of independence, but on the other hand, it completely takes it away. Now, Mr. Speaker, the other change that the Liberals want to make, and they've done this in the Omnibus Bill, and I guess this is indicative of what they do, it's taking away the power of the Parliamentary Budget Officer.
Shameful.
The government, and this is what PBO said, the government asserts that Parliament does not play a meaningful role in financial scrutiny. PBO disagrees with this view. We note that notwithstanding the government's performance information of admittedly poor quality and the inability to reconcile the government's spending proposals, parliamentarians have performed a commendable job of asking pertinent questions in standing committee hearings, question period, and committee of the whole. So I guess it's clear that, Mr. Speaker, we know that even the Parliamentary Budget Officer would disagree with those changes and has questions on them. We know that they are currently trying to make changes to the ability of the PBO in C-44, and on that he said the proposed amendments impose significant restrictions on the way the PBO can set its work plan and access information. These restrictions will undermine PBO's functional independence and its effectiveness in supporting parliamentarians to scrutinize government spending and hold the government to account. In her remarks to you, Mr. Speaker, after your election to the office of Speaker, the then Leader of the Opposition and member for Sturgeon River Parkland, our former interim leader, talked of the uninterrupted history of the office of Speaker, which began in 1376 when Sir Peter de la Mare presided over what is known as the Good Parliament. She pointed out that the title of Good Parliament was not due to the performance of the administration of the day, but reflection on the efforts of the members and that Parliament to keep the government in check. There was a significant principle developing in that Parliament, a principle that should apply to this and to all parliaments. In Philip Landry's book on the office of the Speaker, published in 1984, he had this to say about the good Parliament. Parliament was greatly concerned at the abuses in the administration which were threatening the welfare of the realm, boy, that sounds familiar, and encouraged by the support of the Black Prince, it set itself to the task of correcting them, which is what opposition wants to do. After lengthy debates, the Lords and Commons again assembled in the Painted Chamber before John of Gaunt to give answers to the financial demands which had been made of them. Speaking on behalf of the Commons, Sir Peter de la Mare boldly refused to grant supply until the nation's grievances were addressed. That was over 600 years ago, Mr. Speaker, but it's still one of the cornerstones of our proud parliamentary democracy. We have made improvements in our approach over the years, but diminishing principles of accountability is the farthest thing from modernizing the procedures of the House. And I want to repeat that. The government keeps saying they want to modernize this House, but all they want to do is take away the time-honored and the proven ways that we can hold governments to account. And one day, very soon, when we are back in government, the opposition is going to want us to be held to account, and they need to think about this. Mr. Speaker, during the remarks addressing the Speaker's election, the member for Sturgeon River Parkland referenced the bad Parliament, but she didn't get into the details of why that Parliament was styled was bad. We were, at that point, beginning the era of sunny ways, and who were we to spoil the mood? We were hoping it would be sunny ways. But as you know, Mr. Speaker, as soon as that slogan was out of the box, it collapsed under the weight of the dark clouds of arrogance and entitlement, and now serves to give a modern context to the story of the bad Parliament that sat in England between January 27th and March 2nd, 1377. The bad Parliament undid the work done by the good Parliament that brought in measures to reduce corruption in the Royal Council. The bad Parliament approved reversals of the good Parliament's impeachment of a number of royal courtiers. It also introduced a new form of royal taxation. Boy, that sounds familiar too, doesn't it? Yep. In addition, the bad Parliament was forced to accede to the fact that the King could renege on political promises. Wow, that sounds familiar too. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that does sound way too familiar to what's playing out in this Parliament. Now, I have one more Parliament to reference. An even earlier Parliament to the good and bad Parliament was the Mad Parliament that met in Oxford on June 11th, 1258. In Philip Landry's book, at page 11, he suggests that the Mad Parliament set itself against the tyranny of the court and owes its derogatory designation to those who abuses it, to those whose abuses it sought to check. If the government uses its majority to force through changes proposed by the government House Leader, the official opposition will be fighting its own form of tyranny. And I assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the language used to describe the 42nd Parliament will be much stronger than just mad.
It's crazy.
On a more positive note, though, Mr. Speaker, I would like to reference a few distinguished parliamentarians coming from all sides of the political spectrum. The Right Honourable John Diefenbaker, in an address to the Empire Club in 1949, had this to say: "If Parliament is to be preserved as a living institution, His Majesty's loyal opposition must fearlessly perform its functions. The reading of history proves that freedom always dies when criticism ends." In an address to the Canadian Club of Ottawa, January 27th, in 1959, Lester B. Pearson said, "In national politics, during the years when I was in government, I watched the opposition perform their duty vigorously and industriously with courage and determination. They rightly insisted on their right to oppose, attack, and criticize, to engage in that cut and thrust of debate so often and so strongly recommended by those concerned with the vigour and health of Parliament and the health of democracy." And in an address on March 21st, 1957, New Democrat Stanley Knowles said, "The opposition has only the rules for its protection. Hence, the authorities on parliamentary process emphasize the great importance to the opposition of the only protection it has, the protection of the rules. Only by according such rights to the opposition is it possible to achieve anything, even approaching equity of strength between the two sides." And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reference a more recent elderly statesman, and I use that word elderly in a very positive way. A respected senior member of this House, the Honourable Liberal member for Melpeck, said on April 11th, 2017, "However, this place is called the House of Commons for a reason. It is not the House of Cabinet or the House of PMO. Protecting the rights of members in this place, whether it is the opposition members in terms of the stance they are taking, is also protecting the rights of the other members here who are not members of Cabinet or of the government. We talk about government as if this whole side is the government. The government is the executive branch. We do not need to protect these rights." Mr. Speaker, I think those are very wise words. And Mr. Speaker, we would like the government, the backbenchers, to think about that in terms of this motion. We are fine sitting later hours. We know it's going to be long days for all of us, but let's do it. Let's, as my honourable colleague says, let's do the good work that Canadians have asked us to do. But we ask two things. Allow us to be able to have fuller opposition days, just like they're having full government days, and don't shut down the debate on the standing orders. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by Thornhill, that... Oh, wait, before that, actually, I think I could do it this way. I believe there's been consultations. I hope you'll find unanimous consent of the House to propose an amendment. The amendment will restrict the use of closure on any motion proposing to change the standing orders during the period outlined in Motion 14, and would propose to treat opposition motions on allotted days the same as other government business. Therefore, I seek the consent of the House to amend Motion 14 accordingly, that Motion 14 be amended by deleting all the words in paragraph J and substituting the following. A motion pursuant to Standing Order 57 shall not be admissible for any motion dealing with amendments to the standing orders or changes to the practices of the House.
Good amendment. Good amendment.
Good one. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess we'll go to Plan B. Then I move, seconded by the member from Thornhill, that the motion be amended by adding to paragraph B the following: and if a recorded division in demanding in respect of a motion moved pursuant to Standing Order 57 in relation to any motion dealing with amendments to the standing orders or changes to the practices of the House, it shall stand deferred to December 5th, 2017 at the conclusion of oral questions, and B, by deleting all the words in paragraph J.
Makes sense.
Okay, moved by Ms. Bergen, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves that the motion be amended, A, by adding to paragraph B the following: and if a recorded division is demanded in respect of a motion moved pursuant to Standing Order 57 in relation to any motion dealing with amendments to the standing orders or changes to the practices of the House, it shall stand deferred to December 5th, 2017, at the conclusion of oral questions, and B, by deleting all the words in paragraph J. The motion seems to be in order, or is in order. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York. Sorry.
Thank you very much, and I'm just going to address some of the points that were raised, but putting aside the sheer foolishness of having the opposition decide which Liberal should or shouldn't talk at any given point, let me just assure the members opposite that one Liberal can take on 99, doesn't matter which one of us it is, but one can do it. The sheer audacity to call a budget bill an omnibus bill. Our bill is 400 pages long. There was never there was never a budget bill passed by the Conservatives that was less than 600 pages. The sheer audacity of an omnibus bill. I await a budget presented one clause at a time. I don't think it'll ever happen in my lifetime. And then putting aside the sheer nonsense about the Prime Minister when asked the same question, giving the same answer,
I believe the honourable member for Portage-Lisker asked for people to be quiet, and then she got what she asked for. I would imagine that we would owe the same respect to the questions she's getting as well. The honourable member.
And then there's the sheer nonsense of asking the Prime Minister to provide a different answer to the same question. The same answer gets the same question will get the same answer, unlike the former Prime Minister, Mr. Harper, who when asked about the Wright and Duffy scandal, every time he got asked a question, the answer changed. Every time the question was changed, the answer got different even without the involvement of the party. But let me also talk about the absolute sheer lunacy of a party that says that we don't want to work on Fridays, knowing that we work in our constituencies on Friday. But that's a party that tries to adjourn the debate at every single turn of event. In fact, I don't think there's been a bill in this Parliament that hasn't had at least 2 motions of adjournment for the Tories to try and skip off work and go home early. That's what the motion of adjournment's all about. And then they complain that we move closure when they try to adjourn 3 times. What do you think adjournment is? It's the opposition's method for closure. But putting aside that sheer lunacy of that, the sheer waste of time of having the House decide which one of the members opposite gets to speak. The number of votes we've had deciding whether Tory A or Tory B should speak has wasted hours of time. If they had a leader who was anything more than a sheer rookie, perhaps they could end up in a situation where they could choose their own. But my question is this. Since we are going to extend speaking hours and extend sitting hours through the month of June, can we have an agreement from the side opposite they won't try to adjourn 3, 4, 5, and 6 times a day? They'll actually pledge to show up and work and debate the issues of the day? Or will they adjourn at every moment's opportunity to get home early for summer vacation because they're the party that doesn't want to seem to work?
The honourable member for Portage-Lisker.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I welcome all members, as I said. I think it's wonderful to see the backbenchers. By this point in a parliament, you know, we should know every single one of these members by name. We should know which one has a topic they think is important. We should know which one can really expound passionately. We should know the ones that are a little calmer. You know what, Mr. Speaker? We don't know anything about any of them because the only one who ever gets to speak is the parliamentary secretary for the House Leader. So it was very nice to see the member from Vaughan get up, although we kind of do know his style. We know his style. We would love to see the style and the gifts of some of the other Liberal members, including the ones who are sitting back here on this side. We want to see their gifts. We want to see their speaking ability. It's a wonderful opportunity to hone those abilities. So I encourage them to keep standing up and don't let one guy hog the show over there because he's done it enough. Mr. Speaker, though, if I could finish answering my other part of the question. We will continue to move to adjourn debate on some of the terrible bills, Mr. Speaker, that this government's bringing forward. And if they think that what they saw us doing when they were trying to ram through the changes at the committee was bad, you wait till they try to bring it to this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. If they are laughing, Mr. Speaker, and that's good because we have got to do everything that we can. They've taken away most of our tools already. We're going to keep using every tool available so that Prime Minister has to show up and tells Canadians how many times has he met with the Ethics Commission.
Before we go on to the next question, I just want to remind the honourable members to refer to the to other members in the House by their writing and not by their name. The honourable member for Victoria.
I'd like to congratulate my colleague, the opposition House Leader, for actually making this so interesting. Who would have thought a procedural motion replete with references to history and so forth could be so passionate at this time of day? But here we are, about to start on a path of 4 weeks where we're sitting 4 days a week till midnight. And, you know, a while ago, the House leaders all were new, all 3 of us, and we ended up working together in a positive spirit. And then, Mr. Speaker, something happened. The government thought it could unilaterally change the rules of democracy, starting to treat this place as if it were simply an inconvenience rather than the cornerstone of our democracy. So I'd like, through you, Mr. Speaker, to ask my honourable colleague, the opposition House Leader, her views as to just how we got into this mess. Was it the fact that the discussion paper was put forward as if it was just a discussion paper and then unilaterally moved through this House as if the opposition were simply a rubber stamp? Is it because of the mismanagement of that file that we end up in this uncharacteristic place where we have 4 weeks of 4 nights a week, 4 days a week going into midnight sittings? Is that how this happened? And can we get back to a more collegial spirit?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by thanking my colleague for noticing the passion, the excitement in that speech. And I guess I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, it's because we just as a party finished an exciting, amazing weekend where we elected our new leader. Now, this is a culmination of a leadership race whereby our party has raised almost $10 million to the Liberals, not even barely $2 million. Our party has 260,000 paid memberships. And we have just elected a new leader, a young man who has 5 children, who drives a minivan, so completely different than the current Prime Minister, an individual who understands the needs of middle-class Canadians, because he is a middle-class Canadian, Mr. Speaker. So I am pretty excited today to be here and looking forward to our new leader's first showing here at Question Period as our leader. But Mr. Speaker, in discussing what my honourable colleague from the NDP talked about, he's right. There really had been goodwill. We'd been working well together. We had been having good debates, but votes would happen. The government was able to move their legislation through. But you know what? When you say to somebody, you do what I want, and you've got a gun to your head, that doesn't make for good conversation. And that's what's happened with the Liberals. They are forcing changes through, and it's always for their benefit. It's always to make life easier for them. It's always to make life easier for the Prime Minister. Easier so that members of Parliament might not have to be here on a Friday. And frankly, I understand, yes, when the House is not sitting, we're in our riding, absolutely. But Mr. Speaker, when we are here, we should be open for business 5 days a week. When the House is sitting, we need to be here 5 days a week. Now, we know the Liberals really have an aversion to that, but we're not going to stop fighting this. But, Mr. Speaker, I guess we would like to get back to a place where we could keep working together and keep doing the work of the House, but the Liberals do need to make some changes if that's going to happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I want to congratulate, I believe it might have been the honourable colleague from Speedy Fort York's first time he stood in the House and actually spoke. So on his maiden speech, I'd like to congratulate him on that. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I do have a couple questions for our honourable House Leader of the official opposition. Is with these extended hours, do you believe that we will finally have 2 answers answered? A, will we see Mr. Trudeau more times, or the Prime Minister, sorry, with all due respect, I apologize, the Prime Minister more in the House with this extended sitting time? And will we finally have the answer of how many times has the Prime Minister met with the Commissioner of, or the Ethics Commissioner?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, no, I don't hold out hope that we will get any answers. As you will recall, the Prime Minister had said he was going to start being here answering all questions on a Wednesday. And although I hesitate to refer to the presence or absence of anybody in the House, I won't do that. But I will say that the last Wednesday, there was not one question answered by the Prime Minister, not one. And then, as I said, the week before was when we had that silly charade where he wouldn't answer a typical, very easy question. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I would even be happy with this. If we have a Prime Minister who isn't sitting here every day debating, but wanting to get out and meet with Canadians, when's he going to head up north and meet with some northern Canadians? Exactly. I know maybe it's not the fancy place to go, Mr. Speaker. I know maybe it's not Europe or Italy. It's not Broadway shows. You know, when's he going to go to some rural communities in Canada? Exactly. When's he going to head up to northwestern Ontario? The Arctic. When's he going to talk about our North? First Nations people who don't just want to be a park. They want to be creating jobs and opportunities. Exactly. So if this Prime Minister is going to be getting out and meeting the people, go where the Canadian people are. That's not in New York. That's not meeting with some billionaires in the U.S. or on a private island. Get back home and get some work done for Canadians.
Exactly.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to say I wish to say at the outset that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona. Now, the motion before us, Mr. Speaker, goes beyond the traditional use of Standing Order 27 to extend sitting hours in the final days of a session. So at one level, I can see why the government felt that the traditional period of late sitting was insufficient. I understand the government's desire to enliven the glacial pace of its legislative agenda. After all, Mr. Speaker, believe it or not, in its first 18 months, this government passed fewer than one bill per month, the slowest rate of any government in decades. And today there are still more bills awaiting second reading that have yet to receive royal assent. So all told, 30 government bills are at various stages of study and debate in this House. So I can understand the government's desire to get their legislative engine, sputtering as it is, into gear. But the motion before us is not without serious drawbacks, and those deserve careful consideration in the House. Broadly speaking, what this motion accomplishes is clear. It streamlines the passage of the government's agenda by limiting the tools and rights of both opposition and backbench government members. It forces members of Parliament who want to engage in debate on behalf of their communities to be in this House until midnight each night with no consideration of family life, despite this government's pledge to make the House more family-friendly. And while it does not repeat some of the very worst proposals of previous government motions to similar effect, it does affirm a pattern of behaviour in which this government treats Parliament as an inconvenience rather than the very keystone of our democracy. That is a pattern set by the previous Harper government. It's a pattern that this government opposed in opposition and now seeks to simply perpetuate in power. The tools and rights of opposition members of Parliament, and indeed backbench government members, are not luxuries, Mr. Speaker, to be tossed aside in the name of expediency. Without them, Parliament cannot do the job Canadians expect of us. Our scrutiny of legislation shouldn't fluctuate with the seasons. We shouldn't give cursory examination to an issue of importance to Canadians merely because it falls in the final weeks of a particular session. There are, as I say, 30 government bills at various stages of study and debate in this House today, and each proposes meaningful changes for Canadians. Now, these changes all deserve the consideration and refinement for which our legislative machinery was designed and that Canadians expect us to provide. When similar changes to the rules were proposed by the Conservative government under Prime Minister Harper in 2014, New Democrats moved to find a middle ground, retaining the powers of opposition MPs while allowing more time for the consideration of government bills. Sadly, this compromise was opposed at the time by both the Liberals and the Conservatives. I find it disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that once again a new government is going down an old road, tolerating parliamentary accountability when it's convenient, but casting it aside the moment it becomes inconvenient. That's not how our Parliament should function, and we owe it to Canada to not lightly accept any measures that infringe on the ability of Parliament to scrutinize government's agenda and hold it accountable to Canadians. That's our job. As the Honourable Government House Leader said in her remarks, we have had moments of collaboration and cooperation in this House, and that is what I urge this government to remember today. Because the imposition of this motion is not about parliamentarians coming together, it's about strengthening the power of Cabinet at the expense of opposition members of Parliament. Let there be no doubt about that. Once again, it's about this government turning its back on genuine negotiation with the other parties when the going gets tough, and instead relying on heavy-handed and unilateral action to push through its agenda. If the government had not rejected cooperation and resorted to strong-arm tactics, first with motion 6 and later with the standing orders debacle, perhaps they would not require such extraordinary measures now. Lastly, of course, it's disappointing for members of all parties who have young children and families to care for at home to be expected to work night shifts 4 days a week just to do the job Canadians sent us here to do. It's especially disappointing when this government committed, at least in its early days, to making this chamber more modern, more family-friendly as a workplace. Members of all parties work hard, Mr. Speaker, and they want to, but it's disappointing to see the government resort to last-minute rule changes that make life harder for those members and easier for cabinet members. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it's important for Canadians to understand what these types of motions by the government are all about. Despite what the speechwriters for cabinet ministers might say, this is not about whether parliamentarians roll up their sleeves and work for a few more hours each day. Members on all sides of this House already work hard, each and every day. What this is about is tilting the balance of power away from the opposition parties and toward the government. It's about making work easier for cabinet ministers and harder for opposition members. And the reason such extraordinary measures are necessary, the reason this government needs twice as many extended hours as previous governments have, is because it has consistently chosen to reject cooperation and rely on heavy-handed unilateral action. The debacle surrounding the discussion paper is an illustration of that reality. So far, that strategy has failed. It has resulted in this government passing its agenda at the slowest rate of any new government in modern history, barely a bill a month, as I said. I urge the government to consider that record and to return to the pledges they once made to this House. More family-friendly, more cooperative, more collaborative. Remember those pledges, Mr. Speaker? I can promise each and every member on the government benches that if they want to restore that spirit of cooperation, they'll always find willing partners in the New Democratic Party. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And going to perhaps the last point the member had recently made regarding cooperation in the House and the length of time it takes to pass bills, I mean, it should be observed that with now 338 members in the House, there are 10% more members with the opportunity to speak and participate, have their voices heard in the House, which lends naturally to crowding out the time that's available in the House for debate. And one of the opportunities to correct this problem that was put forward by the government was to investigate programming. And programming of the debate schedule in the House would allow for a more efficient functioning of this place, allow members to be heard in an appropriate, timely, and efficient fashion, allow us to engage in business and hear more bills. These were all the types of things that were proposed in order to address the very issue that the member brought forward. So if the member is interested in cooperating in all aspects with the government in order to see bills passed in an appropriate fashion, will the member commit to cooperating with us to bring in programming into the House so that our business can be done more effectively and efficiently? Thank you.
For Victoria.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his comments about the fact that there are more MPs, government backbenchers. There's no doubt about it. What there is doubt about it is when they stand up. One rarely sees them in action, Mr. Speaker, so I can't imagine that, although that arithmetic is correct, that the reality has proven true because so many of them never stand in this place anyway. So it's hard to believe that's a critical reality. In terms of investigating programming, as the member talked about, that was part of the unilateral discussion paper, which I think the government has chosen not to proceed with. At least that was the last draft. Who knows where they are now? It fell by the wayside with the Friday sittings being dropped and so forth. I thought that was part of the initiative that they did not want to proceed with. Now, I grant you that in England and other parliamentary systems, that kind of programming can be valuable, but it can't simply be dropped on Parliament without the benefit of discussion and collaboration amongst members of Parliament, something that the former Liberal government thought was valuable, but this government seems to think is merely an inconvenience.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know one aspect of the issue here that my honourable colleague didn't have an opportunity to speak to in his speech, but was mentioned by the government House Leader in hers, was that the new arrangement of the Senate has also caused delay of passage of bills, but of course that didn't happen spontaneously. This was a reform dreamed up by the Prime Minister, and I just wonder if my colleague would like to offer some remarks as to the new arrangement in the Senate and the consequences for this place.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Elmwood Transcona for pointing that out. The fact is we have a Senate that actually is sending bills back now. But the problem with that, Mr. Speaker, is they'll propose amendments, as we saw with a couple of initiatives lately that were passed in this House, studied by committee, and those amendments were explicitly rejected by the elected members of this place, only to come back and we have to say, no, we really meant it, Senator. You know what? We really wanted it to be that way. Please don't come back and throw stuff back at us that we already rejected. So, Mr. Speaker, the government is having an awfully hard time managing the Senate. In their speeches, they blame the opposition for somehow standing up and stopping this legislative machine that they want to put forward, blaming us for motions and obstruction and so forth, never reminding Canadians that the Senate reforms that they brought forward have actually allowed them to delay the work of this place by sending back amendments that we've already rejected. We've seen that a couple of times so far. I suspect we'll see it again.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton. A very brief question, 30 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask the member from the NDP about the hypocrisy of this government when it comes to the fact that they're claiming we need to sit long hours, which I'm very willing to do, but at committee, when we've tried to bring amendments, they don't listen to what we're saying anyway. So how can more hours of debate that's not being listened to be meaningful in any way? Could the member comment?
Honourable member for Victoria in 30 seconds or less.
Because I thought it was something that only the Conservatives did, serving on committees and having it entirely rejected. Any good ideas, Mr. Speaker, must come from the government side, be they at committee, be they private members' bills. If they're not from the red side of the chamber, they just don't get counted. So I really don't understand how that change is going to make any difference.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I suppose I'll begin my contribution to this debate just by reiterating what we've heard from a few members, which is that I don't think the issue here is that any member here minds sitting longer in order to accomplish important work. And we were sent here to do that work, and if there are things that need to get passed that we feel are of value to Canadians, we're willing to do the work to get it passed. The question becomes, sitting longer does come with real consequences, both in terms of cost to the House and having not just MPs here, but all the staff that make debate in this place possible and support that work, and having them come in and working overtime has a real cost. There's a productivity cost, maybe for some of us who you know, staying up past midnight and then getting up for our 8 o'clock meetings that aren't going to get pushed back. May nevertheless incur, and that's fine. That can be a reasonable choice to make, because sometimes you just have to get things done, and it means staying later. Putting in some overtime is not a problem. But the question is why it is that we're in a situation that we have to do it, and I think it's important to understand how we got here, because I don't think, on the other hand, that anyone would disagree with the claim that this is not ideally how you would run things around here. Asking whether it's MPs or whether it's all the staff of the Hill to, on relatively short notice, stay much later until midnight and then be back every morning again is the ideal way to run the House of Commons. That's why it's exceptional, and it's not usually done. And I haven't heard anyone today suggest that it should. So part of how we got here is simply because the government has been inept for a number of months, and that ineptitude manifested when they dropped what they called a discussion paper about changes to the standing orders. Then at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, where that would properly be dealt with before coming to this place, decided to move to close down that conversation. And so opposition parties rightly reacted for a number of reasons. One, that it doesn't seem like a good faith discussion when the government says they want to have it and then actually move to close it down. So it didn't feel like the government was acting in good faith on that one, but also rightly objected because all the opposition was asking for in order to be able to embark on that conversation in good faith was that the government would agree in advance that they would seek all-party agreement before moving ahead with changes to the standing orders. And that wasn't some cockamamie scheme that the opposition parties of this parliament came up with. That's a long-standing parliamentary tradition and has worked to bring in significant parliamentary reform. So, I think first and foremost, because I grew up on stories of the committee at the dinner table, my father sat on the McGraw committee, and they changed it so that the speaker was elected by secret ballot. That was a huge change. They actually made private members' business votable, not in the way that it is currently, but that was the beginning of having and ensuring that at least some private members' business would be voted on. These are just some of the substantial reforms that were made here in the House by all-party agreement. So the idea that somehow you would never get all-party agreement and that was just a pipe dream is completely false. There are ample examples of that. The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader outlined a number more, and in fact some dating back to the 14th century in Britain. But certainly there are a number of cases where you've seen good reform come out of all-party work. So the opposition said, yeah, we don't think it's acceptable that a government unilaterally changes the rules of this place, because this place is meant to serve Canadians, not the government, and the two are not always the same. The interests of the government are not always the same as the interests of Canadians. I mean, I would say, not wanting to depart too much from debate on the motion, that the creation of this infrastructure bank is a good example of that, where the interests of the government do not align with the interests of Canadians. But I'll not get into that, Mr. Speaker. But so the filibuster that happened, and some of the time that was spent in the House, and there was a lot of it spent, but it was spent rightly, because it was people standing up to a government that thought that Parliament is here simply to do whatever they want. And when something goes wrong, we've seen it. There's calls, for instance, in Winnipeg for an inquiry into the building of the new police headquarters, because that project got out of hand. The budget went way over budget. There's questions about whether the CAO of the city and the former mayor were involved or maybe accepting money. Those questions are out there, and people are asking for investigation. And what people rightly ask retroactively is, who had their hand on the wheel? Who was overseeing this? Isn't it the job of backbenchers and of opposition politicians to provide appropriate scrutiny? And that's what these tools of Parliament allow us to do. And standing up for those tools is part of that job, because the just trust us attitude of the government is not sufficient. And what they're talking about is not only saying, just trust us, we're doing a good job, they're talking about changing the rules of Parliament so that we have no choice but just to trust them, Mr. Speaker. And if the proposals in the discussion paper didn't do that automatically, that's certainly the thrust and direction of them, because their way of doing it would set the principle and the precedent that a majority government can unilaterally change the rules of the House. So it's not our job to just trust the government. It's not our job to just help the government get legislation through the House. It was their job to get the legislation through the House. And by refusing to honor a long-standing parliamentary tradition of seeking all-party consensus, they were at the root of the delay that happened here in the House, and as a result couldn't get their legislative agenda through. It's not even a very big legislative agenda, Mr. Speaker. I think that speaks to the magnitude of their failure as a government to work collaboratively with opposition parties. And as my colleague rightly pointed out, that was something that they actually had committed to do. They made it a cornerstone of what they wanted to do, was to work collaboratively, to take the work of committee seriously. Well, how is it taking the work of committee seriously when you present a discussion paper on changes to the standing orders and then move to shut down the debate, Mr. Speaker? And how was it a sign of respect for the work of committees when the Special Committee on Electoral Reform came out with a proposal for how to advance the government's own election commitment? And even in the face of challenge, said, even though on this side of the House we disagree pretty substantially on how we should or shouldn't change our electoral system, nevertheless, here's a path forward that we can at least agree on the general outlines of what the process would look like, and the government threw it back. So then when you hear the government House Leader today saying, we just want committees to do their great work and we want more time of debate in the House, as if somehow we're to believe that this is really the motivation of the government, Mr. Speaker, it's a challenge. It's a challenge on this side to take them at their word on those things because of because of what happened at Proc, because of what happened with Motion 6, because of what happened on democratic reform, and now what's happening with this motion, which is the government essentially, after having botched the job that they have to do, which is to guide legislation through the House and to work with other parties in order to be able to do that, they're now asking their backbench to make up for the mistakes of their cabinet, Mr. Speaker, instead of looking at their own cabinet and saying, what went wrong here? Why are we not able to advance our legislation through the House? And what does that say about the quality of our leadership, Mr. Speaker? That's the question they should be asking, instead of asking all of us to put in extra time at the last minute to help them get through an agenda that they say is going to be positive for Canadians. That's fine. I don't believe that for a minute, Mr. Speaker. I don't think getting C-44 through the House is an important priority. I'd love to see committee get to do its work on the infrastructure bank, but when we proposed to separate that out from the omnibus bill, they said no. And then they have the audacity to get up here and say that they value the work of parliamentarians and committee. Why don't you let a committee study that? The government House Leader even went so far as to say that they have the power to call witnesses and do in-depth study. That was our point about the infrastructure bank, Mr. Speaker, and they shut it down. So to ask us to take their word that this is being done in good faith, Mr. Speaker, is a little much. And of course, there are other aspects of this that I think would be useful to get into, but we're pushing up against the clock. Not the least of which are the reforms that the Prime Minister has made within the Senate, and the fact that we've got a chamber full of unelected people who are accountable to no one, sending bills like C4 back to the House after 2/3 of Canadians voted for parties that said they wanted to see the anti-labor legislation of the last Parliament repealed. And we've got people that are accountable to no one sending it back and refusing to pass that legislation. Well, Mr. Speaker, that has to get done. It should have got done a long time ago. And I think it speaks volumes to the ineptitude of the Liberal Party that hasn't already been done. It's a straight-up repeal. It was a matter of getting it through the House and then getting it through the Senate. They've failed to do that in a timely way, and it's just an indication of how broken they are as a government, that they can't get such a fundamental, and granted it doesn't enjoy consensus because there is one party in this House that doesn't support that piece of legislation, but every other party in the House does, even the unofficial parties, Mr. Speaker. So 4 out of the 5 parties that won seats in the last election support that legislation. They still can't get it passed. It doesn't even do anything new. It just restores labor law to what it was in like 2012. Anyway, I'll defer to question and answer, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I enjoy his speeches because he always tells it like it is. And it appears to me like the government, who's supposed to be in charge of the legislative agenda, has really squandered the time that they've spent by doing these dictatorial moves like trying to, ram changes through committee. And the fact that they can't even get their own budget bill passed with a majority is just symptomatic of that. Would he agree?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Yeah, well, I think the Liberals here really are hooked on the horn of a dilemma. And this is their sort of, meager attempt at some sort of solution. On the one hand, if you take them at their word about, wanting to work collaboratively with other parties and getting things through Parliament and improving the Senate and making it better and having that make better legislation, then they're just inept and they're terrible managers because they haven't managed to do that. So if you take them at their word and that's what they're doing, they've done a terrible job of it. It's not working, and that's too bad. But on the other hand, if you think, okay, well maybe there's another reason for why they haven't got that through, maybe you don't take them at their word when they say they want to treat Parliament with respect, but they're actually going to treat Parliament like it's an inconvenience, and there's a lot of evidence in their behavior for that point of view. And so the proper way is to just ram things through. Well, frankly, they're still inept because they've been doing a lot of ramming and a lot of jamming. That's what Proc was all about, was the fact that they were going to shut down the conversation. They weren't willing to agree to have all-party consensus, and they're not even able to make the hard-handed or the tough-handed approach work. So if they're serious about taking a collaborative approach, they're failing on that score. They've clearly tried the heavy-handed approach, and they're failing on that score. The question is, what management strategy can they use? Are they competent enough to use to actually get their agenda through? The answer seems to be that there isn't one.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a colourful speech. Ramming and jamming and the like certainly got my attention. But I also loved what he had to say, Mr. Speaker, about the unelected, unaccountable and often under investigation senators and their role in this drama, which the government seems to be in denial about. But I'd like to take him to a much more specific aspect of what this motion would do. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we have opposition days available to the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party. And one of the things this government is trying to do, of course, is to jam legislation through up until midnight, but not allowing those opposition days available to the opposition to be available for a full day. I wonder if he could comment on that proposed change.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Very much for the question, because I do think this, again, speaks to the different ways of thinking about Parliament. So if opposition days were just a day for the opposition to get the whining off their chest, and they have their little whine time in the House, and then we move on and we get back to doing what we get to do because we got a majority of the seats, even though we got less than 40% of the vote in the House, then you wouldn't see any value in extending the opposition days, because you just think, oh, well, you know, they want time to whine about whatever they want to whine about. They got to whine. Let's move on. And that seems to be the attitude of the government that's in this motion. But if the rationale for the supply days, or opposition days as they're more commonly known, was that that the opposition deserves to have a certain proportion of the time in order to address concerns that may be embarrassing to the government or that the government doesn't want to spend time on, then you would adopt, and I think, frankly, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine, I don't support the former interpretation, then I think it's quite reasonable to also extend the time for those opposition days, because that's what that time is for. It's time for the opposition to bring forward those issues that the government doesn't want to discuss. I would mention, for the benefit of the House, the opposition day motion we had to separate out the infrastructure bank, or their privatization scheme, from the omnibus budget bill. It was an NDP opposition day motion that created the Special Committee for Democratic Reform that, as I said, came up with a proactive proposal to help the government meet its election commitments that it then reneged on. So that's productive work. And the idea of the supply days is that a certain proportion of the House time is dedicated to that work. What this motion does is it undercuts that fair proportion of time that was established. And that's part of the problem. And I think we heard earlier from members who were concerned that this is really just about the government, not the Liberal backbenchers, but the government, the cabinet, infringing on the time that Parliament has to conduct, business that isn't necessarily what the government would have us be talking about. That's sad for the government, but it's important for our work.
We're resuming debate. Before we go on to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, I just want to remind him that he will have 10 minutes, and then the questions and answers will resume once we come back and the debate renewed. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. He has 20 minutes, so he'll be able to give 10 minutes and then resume his speech once we return. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really did appreciate the comments from the speakers this morning in regards, and this afternoon, in regards to the government motion. Where to begin? It wasn't that long ago, a couple of years ago, I sat in the opposition benches, not far from where the member just spoke, Mr. Speaker. And at that time, the then Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, recognized the need to be able to bring in almost the identical motion that we are debating today, Mr. Speaker. Now, I can recall actually standing up in my place back then and even saying that this is a good thing. At times, government does need to be able to extend the hours of sitting in order to achieve more debate on very serious issues that Canadians have to face, Mr. Speaker. I, like my colleagues, are not scared to work overtime. If you want to call it overtime, many of us work well into the evening every night of the week anyway, Mr. Speaker. I think that it's important that we recognize right off the get-go that everyone in this House should, in fact, recognize there is a time where the House does need to extend hours. Conservative governments have recognized it. Even when I was in opposition, I recognized that, Mr. Speaker. Read this motion. Read this motion very carefully, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to my colleagues across the way, compare it to the motion that Prime Minister Stephen Harper brought in. And if you get the chance where you can actually find the differences, please come on over and tell me where those differences are. Mr. Speaker, Stephen Harper was right back then. That's why we supported. I know, you should applaud. He wasn't right that often, Mr. Speaker. So that is one of the reasons why I voted for what it is that he was attempting to do. So now, fast forward to today. Members and Canadians as a whole know that our Prime Minister has a very aggressive agenda, legislative and budgetary agenda, and I'll provide some comment on that. Now we're at a stage, Mr. Speaker, getting closer and closer to that 2-year mark as legislation has been proceeding along, where we have to recognize there's a need for the House to have extended hours. Nothing new. That should not be a newsflash for anyone sitting inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker. I've been a parliamentarian for 25 years, whether it's here in Ottawa or it's in the Manitoba legislature. You always, quite often, will have extended hours of sitting in order to encourage more debate. In fact, I think in the last 10 years here in Ottawa, we've seen it 6-7 times, Mr. Speaker. So what we're debating today is nothing new. It is something that is really important. You know, the member from Transcona, I thought, said something that really kind of tweaked. There was a lot of things that were said, but I want to pick up on a couple of points that I heard today. One of them was in regards to opposition days. You know, a proportion of time allocated towards opposition days. Well, I should remind before the NDP get too cozy with the Conservatives on that particular issue, because the Conservative government House Leader brought it up. I should let the member know, because he wasn't here when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, that Stephen Harper actually had opposition days on Wednesdays and Fridays. Well, Mr. Speaker, Wednesdays and Fridays are short days, as all members know. So where was this argument about proportion of time, Mr. Speaker? Have the Conservatives' memory been that short that they've forgotten that? Mr. Speaker, you know,
I just want to remind the honourable members that someone is speaking and shouting across is not parliamentary procedure, and I want to especially remind those that are sitting close to the chair. I can hear them, and I don't want to name them so that the people back home would be ashamed of them or really wonder why they're screaming in the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, the point is that within the motion, again, there's no difference. You didn't see Stephen Harper saying, oh, gee whiz, we're going to have opposition days going till midnight too. That didn't happen. There should, again, be no surprise. If there's a surprise, the surprise is, with this government, we haven't put opposition days on Wednesdays and Fridays, Mr. Speaker, unlike the former Prime Minister. That is a good thing, I would ultimately argue, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why I advise my New Democratic friends that they should think it through before they jump on side with the Conservatives, because the Conservatives' spin on this won't go very far, I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker. But it's not alone. You know, I've heard a great deal of talk about the standing orders. In fact, they raised the issue of Fridays once again. I can assure the residents of Winnipeg North, and I can tell you that if you are a Liberal member of Parliament, and I would like to thank all members of Parliament, you work 7 days a week. I know I do, Mr. Speaker. The issue is, am I working in Ottawa or am I working in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker? Now, having said that, you know, the idea of that particular proposal that was a part of the discussion paper wasn't we just want Friday off. It was we only work half Fridays in Ottawa. Why not work more of a full day, you know, start at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning on a Tuesday or a Thursday? Most Canadians do that, Mr. Speaker. And the hours that you make up then allows you to maybe do some things in the riding, such as in June. June's going to be a busy month. There's going to be all sorts of graduation ceremonies. At least I know in Winnipeg North. Very proud of all of my graduates in Winnipeg North. I suspect there's a huge demand for us to be in our constituencies. But, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, no one on this side of the House is suggesting that we want more time off. In fact, if you were to judge us based in terms of what we have been able to do to date, you will see that there is only the one party that has persistently pushed to have this chamber working in a much more productive fashion, Mr. Speaker. And that is, you know, you haven't had motions. Like, I don't know how many motions we've had for adjournment being proposed by the opposition, where the House wants to adjourn. And how many times we've had to vote that down so we'd be able to continue on.
Dozens.
You want to talk about the need for debate? Mr. Speaker, we debated a matter of privilege for 7 days. I didn't hear any opposition members saying, well, why don't, because it's 7 days and it's going on government business days, that gee whiz, why don't we take and give you some of our opposition days in order to compensate? No, Mr. Speaker. Now, fast forward, where are we today? We have an aggressive agenda. We're going to need that time. Canadians want us to work hard, and this government is prepared to work hard in order to deliver, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member will have 12 minutes and 30 seconds when this item comes up again. Statements by members, déclaration de député. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, today is UNESCO's Biosphere Reserves Day. Canada has 18 unique biospheres in which more than 2 million people live. Biosphere reserves exist to preserve and uphold natural ecosystems, which contribute to the needs and healthy living of a growing human population. Hamilton, my beloved city, is part of the Niagara Escarpment, which has the highest level of biodiversity among Canada's 18 biospheres. The Bruce Trail, which is Canada's longest footpath, runs through the escarpment. I love walking through that trail, Mr. Speaker, and taking in the beautiful nature that surrounds me. I close my eyes now and see it. Oh, how beautiful it is. Mr. Speaker, I can't think of a better way to celebrate UNESCO's Biosphere Reserves Day than by noting that our government has made the environment a fundamental consideration in our policy and infrastructure investments. Happy Biosphere Reserves Day, one and all.
The honourable member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, Kathy Bernard is one of the longest living survivors of melanoma in North America. Her journey with the disease began in 2003 when she first was diagnosed with stage 4 melanoma. But cancer couldn't keep Kathy down. In 2006, while still battling melanoma, Kathy and her family started the Save Your Skin Foundation, a national not-for-profit advocacy group which is dedicated to leading the fight against skin cancer. They provide national education, advocacy, awareness to elevate the patient voice within Canada while providing compassionate care and support for those affected by the disease, directing patients to reliable sources of information and helping them access medical and financial support that they need to navigate the journey. Thank you to Kathy Bernard, her husband Scotty, and family for your tireless work raising awareness on melanoma and other forms of skin cancer. Through your efforts, Kathy, we're closer to realizing a Canada where skin cancer is prevented, survived, and cured. Thank you.
Full member for Winnipeg South.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this week the government is highlighting Gender-Based Analysis Plus Awareness Week. This year's theme is GBA Plus, Inclusion Innovation for the Next 150.
As Canada works to position itself as world leader in innovation, Mr. Speaker, it needs to harness the talents of all Canadians. Using GBA Plus is one way to ensure inclusive growth and an economy that works for everyone. As parliamentarians, we are in a unique position to put GBA Plus into action in our work and position Canada for a prosperous future. Pendant la semaine de la
During GBA Plus Awareness Week, let's all do our part to achieve equality.
Égalité,
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, more than a year ago, a man named Mark Ferrant called my office. Mark was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder after serving as a jury foreman in the trial of a young man accused of a gruesome murder. Mark discovered that when ordinary Canadians suffer as a result of jury duty, there are no supports available. There are programs for court workers and others, but nothing for jurors. Since then, Mark's tireless advocacy has garnered national attention, built a network of former jurors across Canada, and succeeded in establishing a free counselling service in Ontario. This week, he's on Parliament Hill to call on the government to ensure that when Canadians do their public duty and serve on a jury, their government has their back and provides the supports they may need, no matter where they live. I want to thank Mark Ferrant and other jurors who've stepped forward for their service to our justice system, for their courage in speaking out, and for bringing to the attention of this House a problem we can and must solve now for all Canadians.
Le député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, today we have visitors from Agir, an association for those affected by kidney disease, which is located in my riding of Bourassa. It's a not-for-profit organization founded in 1979, which brings together people with kidney disease who have dialysis or have had transplants, their supporters, and healthcare professionals. The purpose of the association is to bring together people with kidney disease, support them, and help them lead fuller lives in society through monthly meetings, social, cultural, and leisure activities of all kinds. I'm delighted and I congratulate members of Agir. I'm glad they accepted my invitation to visit Parliament, and I wish them the warmest of welcomes and an excellent day here on Parliament Hill.
For Banff Airdrie. Canada's tourism sector is an important contributor to our country's economy. It's a $90 billion a year industry that employs more than 1.7 million Canadians in every region and is important to every community across the country. Chaque année, à cette période.
Every year at this time, we celebrate Tourism Week in Canada. This popular initiative highlights the many benefits of tourism for the Canadian economy and explores new possibilities for the industry.
It's a beautiful country that has so much to offer, from the mountains to our oceans to the northern lights. And we have great food and wine, Aboriginal tourism. We have vibrant cities and every outdoor activity that you can imagine. As we celebrate Tourism Week, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the operators and the workers all across this country in the hospitality industry that make, with all their hard work, Canada such a great place and a welcoming place to vacation. People from all over the world come here to visit, and they are treated to first-class experiences that they will remember for a lifetime. Happy Tourism Week. Bon semaine de tourisme. Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate to grow up only steps from the iconic wrought iron gates of the Victorian Public Gardens in Halifax. And now what Haligonians have known for 150 years since the gardens first opened in 1867 has been made official. The Halifax Public Gardens have been named one of the top 10 North American gardens worth traveling for. The Garden Tourism Award is given jointly by the Canadian Garden Council and the American Public Gardens Association to recognize amazing gardens on this continent. With the garden's lush flowers, shrubs, unique tree specimens, statues, fountains, footbridges, and idyllic pond, and indeed the community pride that the public garden evokes, this recognition is well deserved. In Halifax, a team of gardeners and arborists has watered, weeded, and pruned and poured love into our beautiful gardens for years to make them what they are today in Canada 150. I want to congratulate in particular the Friends of the Public Gardens for their ongoing dedication to the preservation and protection of this special Halifax treasure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked the beginning of National Paramedic Services Week, and it gives me great pleasure to rise and pay tribute to our country's paramedics. These dedicated men and women serve on the front line of healthcare delivery and public safety across Canada and are proud members of our first responder community. There are an estimated 40,000 paramedics across this country who serve in our municipalities, remote communities, and armed forces. They are there in our moment of greatest need, whether it is at the front line of Canada's opioid epidemic, at the scene of a motor vehicle accident, delivering community paramedicine in rural and remote areas, or in a time of crisis. Mr. Speaker, these men and women save the lives of countless Canadians each and every day. We cannot forget the daily challenges of their profession and are reminded of this when discussing paramedic wellness and the high rates of PTSD suffered by first responders. Mr. Speaker, there are everyday heroes. They are our everyday heroes, and it is an honour for us to host them in the House of Commons today. Please join me in welcoming them.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk a bit about two of my great West Kelowna constituents, Peter Klein and Anya Damas. Peter is known originally for creating what is called the Canada Cake, which is a 4x6 cake with 40 pounds of fresh strawberries placed to look like the Canadian flag for Canada Day. One day, Anya approached Peter to learn how the cake was assembled, and she learned very quickly. She became very good at it and eventually took over for Peter. Her baking was greatly appreciated by everyone around, and she even received praise from Premier Christy Clark. Unfortunately, Anya was recently involved in a tragic accident, and she lost the majority of her right arm. But she is a fighter, and she has said she looks forward to receiving a prosthetic and to continue making the Canada Cake for years to come. I'm personally inspired by Anya's optimism in the face of adversity and her dedication to her community of West Kelowna. She represents the best of us, Mr. Speaker. I'm immensely proud to know her, and I ask all members to help celebrate Anya's continued perseverance on this big challenge.
The honourable member for Nipissing Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, nothing says summer like a road trip. Dirigez-vous le long de l'autoroute.
Head along the Trans-Canada Highway from east or west, and you'll wind up in Nipissing Temiskaming. Stand amid the towering pines in the Temagami Wilderness, where a group of 7 artists drew inspiration.
Of the Tema Amagama Anishinaabe, or Deep Water by the Shore People, during the annual powwow on Bear Island, July 8th and 9th. Travel along the routes of the voyageurs who in turn were following the path of the Huron and Ojibwe during the Mattawa River Canoe Race on July 29th. Or rock along the tunes from headline acts at the homegrown talent during Summer in the Park, North Bay's annual homage to music and fun, August 4th through 6th. L'été est vraiment...
Summer is an all too short 79 days. Enjoy it while it lasts and see where the open road takes you.
Rappelez-vous, vous êtes toujours bienvenue au...
Remember, you're always welcome in Nipissing Temiskaming.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Ramadan is a blessed and revered month for Muslims all over the world. The word Swam, or fasting, is one of the 5 major pillars of Islam. Fasting is not just abstaining from eating and drinking from dusk to dawn. It teaches a person the principles of compassion, and it indoctrinates patience and selflessness. As through fasting, we feel the pains of deprivation but endure them patiently. It creates in a person the real spirit of social belonging, unity and brotherhood, of equality before God as well as before the law. We break our fast each night after sundown with an iftar dinner, and I look forward to sharing many iftars with the community and with my parliamentary family as we work hard on the people's business in the days and weeks ahead. To all Canadian Muslims, I wish you Ramadan Kareem, Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, to coin a phrase, diversity is our strength. At our Conservative Leadership Convention this weekend, I was struck by the diversity in our party. Ethnic and religious diversity, yes, but also intellectual diversity. People with different opinions, having respectful discussions. And unlike the Liberal Party, we embrace diversity of opinion. Now, our leadership race was remarkably successful, featuring real debate, good ideas from almost all the candidates, and the largest number of people participating in a party leadership in Canadian history. We have chosen a leader with firm convictions and vision rooted in real-world experience. You know he didn't grow up rich because his father was a journalist. Our leader will unite a diverse conservative family to make life more affordable for families. We will stand up for freedom of speech, of conscience, and free votes for Member of Parliament. He may not look as good in a boxing ring, but our leader will always be on your side.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Coptic Christians in Egypt became victims of another gruesome terrorist attack. Last Friday, a bus filled with innocent pilgrims was attacked. A group of terrorists killed 28 men, women, and children and injured another 23. The Prime Minister issued a statement condemning this heinous act and offering condolences to those affected. I spoke with Father Angelo Saad to express my sympathies and affirm our government's support. Those responsible must be brought to justice. The Prime Minister affirmed Canada's commitment to combating extremism and terrorism at the recent G7 summit. Minority groups have been targeted too frequently in the Middle East. We stand firm as a voice that promotes human rights and speak out against persecution of minorities. As someone who was born in the region, I dream of a day when minorities, including Christians, are treated as equal citizens in the Middle East.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, the Kinder Morgan pipeline is a bad deal for British Columbia. It's being rammed through our beautiful province by this Liberal Prime Minister who broke his election promise not to approve this pipeline. The Prime Minister knows Kinder Morgan is slated to be pushed to up to 15 First Nations reserves without consent. And his Natural Resources Minister even said he would use the Army to push this through if necessary. Now, Section 78 of the National Energy Board Act states, quote, "No company shall take possession of or occupy lands in an Indian reserve without the consent of the Governor and Council." So this means the Prime Minister will personally approve expropriating First Nations lands on reserve without consent. So I am warning the Prime Minister not to expropriate land from First Nation reserves. I'm warning the Prime Minister not to use the Army to enforce expropriation orders. If he does, there will be hell to pay in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. Instead, the Prime Minister should reverse his betrayal and reject the Kinder Morgan pipeline.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, it is with sheer delight that I rise today to pay tribute to my friend and colleague, the new leader of the Conservative Party. Thank you very much. During the leadership campaign, Canadians embraced his infectious personality, his incredible work ethic, and his positive message about the benefits of Conservative policies. He offers Canadians impeccable character, integrity, and especially authenticity. I am so proud to say our leader is someone who hard-working Canadian families can relate to, because he is one of them. In fact, someone in the media asked me the other day, with 5 kids, is there enough room in Stornoway for our new leader's family? Well, with our new leader at the helm, a united, energized, battle-tested caucus, the stay at Stornoway will be short, and there's lots of room at 24 Sussex. In 2019, Mr. Speaker, with sheer excitement, Canadians will elect a strong, united, Conservative government.
I think perhaps on behalf of the fraternity of presiding officers, I too can offer my congratulations to the new official opposition. L'honorable député de Pierre Fondalard.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness that I learned of the tragedy in the United Kingdom last week. On the heels of the attack of the Parliament in the United Kingdom in March, this new terrorist attack in Manchester specifically targeted the young, the defenceless, the innocent. Canada stands firmly with the United Kingdom and the British people during these difficult times, and we will continue to fight against terrorism and violence in all its forms. As Chair of the Canada-United Kingdom Interparliamentary Association, and on behalf of our members in this House, I extend my deepest condolences to our colleagues in the United Kingdom and to those they represent. I think I speak for all of us in this House when I say that our thoughts and our prayers are with the families and friends of all those affected by this heinous terrorist attack.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, when I was younger, I remember families like mine who had to deal with the disastrous policies of the 1970s. In less than 2 years, this Prime Minister is clearly leading Canada in the same direction with irresponsible decisions, higher debt, and higher taxes. As the Prime Minister is much older than me, he must remember this difficult time. Can the Prime Minister then please explain why his policies are hurting young people and all those that this government claims it's helping? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to say welcome to the new official opposition leader. I am certain that all the members of this House wish him success. And with that, I would like to say that our plan is a plan that will help Canadians with high levels of growth. The last trimester is the best trimester in 6 years. Lower unemployment than 10 years ago. It's important to continue with our plan. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, if the Prime Minister doesn't think that there's something wrong, that shows just how out of touch he is. His misguided economic policies are hitting people hard right now. He's hiking payroll taxes, making it harder for young people and new entrants into the workforce to find jobs. He's made it harder to save for retirement. He's nickel and diming Canadians on everything from textbooks to bus passes. Why can't the Prime Minister understand that this high tax, high spending agenda hurts the very people that he claims to help? Right?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, now in English, I'd like to welcome the member of as the new leader of the official opposition. I know I can speak for people in this House that we look forward to working with him in the years to come. I do want to say that it's important that he started out with a question on economics. We know that the program that we've put in place is really making an important difference for Canadians. We've seen 250,000 net new full-time jobs in Canada. We know that our level of economic growth, the last quarter, has been the best in 6 years. So, Mr. Speaker, our program is working, it's helping Canadians, and we look forward to continuing it.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to exaggerate just how out of touch this Prime Minister is with the lives of Canadian families. He thinks you help the middle class by buying Broadway tickets for Wall Street big shots. He thinks you help the middle class by hiking taxes on kids' sports, on their music lessons, and on public transit. Can the Prime Minister explain exactly how higher taxes will improve the lives of hardworking Canadians and how hard it will be for future generations to pay back the borrowing that they're racking up?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. The very first thing we did was lower taxes on middle-class Canadians. What we know for sure is that for the average family, they're paying $540 less in taxes. For the average individual, $330 less in taxes. And that, together with other issues like the Canada Child Benefit, that's helping 9 out of 10 families, is helping Canadians to succeed with our policies.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister once again reduced Canada's commitment to the fight against ISIS. For no apparent reason, Canada's contribution of surveillance aircraft was quietly cut in half. Even though he was at NATO bragging about Canada's commitments, the truth is that the Liberals are happy to let others do the heavy lifting when it comes to fighting radical terrorism. Can the Prime Minister name even one NATO ally who asked us to cut our contribution to the war against ISIS?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, very proud of the work of the commitments that we have made by increasing the ground forces that has a direct impact on the ground, the intelligence contributions that we have made, the Roll 2 hospital that we have put in place, having a direct impact on the ground, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure you, when I was at the counter-Daesh meeting, that's exactly what we talked about. And we will always continue to revamp our commitments to making sure that we are going to be a viable and credible partner to this coalition. Thank you.
Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, under this Prime Minister, Canada is not back in the world. It is absent. Canadian surveillance aircraft are world leaders, and our allies need them. The Manchester attacks proves that radical terrorism is a very real threat for Canada and its allies. Can he name just one of our allies who agrees with our decision to leave the fight against ISIS?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, we increased our contribution to the fight against Daesh within Iraq by tripling our trainers, doubling the intelligence, Mr. Speaker. And we review our missions every single year to making sure that we remain a credible partner. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, to making sure that we take the time to consult with our allies, to making sure that we have the right resources in place. That's exactly what we did when we put the Roll 2 hospital in, Mr. Speaker. And this is one of the reasons we're actually having an impact on the ground today. Thank you.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe. Order.
Privatization Bank was hastily put together and aims to help corporations, not Canadians. The Liberals promised transparency and accountability. They promised to do politics differently. Well, here's their chance to prove it. Will the Liberals come clean and admit that their infrastructure bank will mean user fees and tolls on hard-working Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we consulted our municipalities, provinces, territories before the creation and introduction of the legislation for the creation of the infrastructure bank. What we heard from our partners that despite our historic investment that we're making in infrastructure, there will still remain infrastructure deficit. So we want to mobilize private capital to ensure that our municipalities that need the infrastructure, they have the infrastructure to grow our economy, create jobs for the middle class, and opportunities for those who work hard and each and every day to be part of the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, we learn more and more every day about the Infrastructure Privatization Bank. We already knew that people are going to have to pay user fees, but now we're learning that the bank could be vulnerable to political interference. Who said that? François Beaudoin, former president of the Business Development Bank of Canada. And he should know because he was a victim of Shawinigan under the former Liberal Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, will the bank, along with costing taxpayers more money, will it just be a goose laying golden eggs for Liberals and their buddies?
Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for the last couple of weeks, the member of the opposition and his party has been criticizing us that the bank is too close to private capital. And today he's saying that we are too close, that will be too close to government. We have struck the right balance. We believe that the bank will be on arm's length accountable to Parliament. It will be able to make a decision on its own, ensuring at the same time that projects we put forward are in the public interest and are best for the Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, if investors are going to invest in the infrastructure bank, it's because they want profits, so that means there's going to be fees for taxpayers. In the last campaign, the Prime Minister committed to reestablishing lifetime pensions for wounded veterans and to increase the amount of disability benefits available. Well, surprise, it seems like today the government is walking back that promise, and they're going to once again break a promise. Could this government just once, from time to time, keep its word, show a little bit of respect, and reestablish lifetime pensions for wounded veterans?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our government is acknowledges the significant contributions that veterans and the Canadian Armed Forces have made and continue to make in protecting Canadians' peace and security at home and around the world. We will deliver on what we committed to and to support the mental health, financial security, and the well-being of veterans and their families. We remain committed to a pension for life option, and in Budget 2017, we have outlined that we will announce further details later this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Veterans deserve respect, financial security, and fair treatment. But the minister breaking his promise of a full pension leaves veterans vulnerable, frustrated, and betrayed. The minister refuses to listen. Rumblings of discontent are even coming from the minister's own consultation groups. This government called for real change for veterans, but so far veterans have been shortchanged. Will the minister keep his promise, fulfill the sacred obligation owed to our veterans, or will he explain his betrayal to the veterans of this country?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2016 was about investing in the financial security of veterans with over $5 billion in the new money for benefits. In Budget 2017, it was about supporting the health and well-being for our veterans, Mr. Speaker. And we remain committed to a pension for life option in Budget 2017, and we outlined that we will announce the further details later this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauce.
After Boeing filed a complaint against Bombardier, following the billions of dollars it received in subsidies, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said it could cancel the purchase from Boeing of 18 Super Hornets. Can the Minister tell us what is the most important? It is the Canadian air defense capability or the financial interests of Bombardier?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what is the most important thing for me every single day, and that is jobs for hard-working middle-class Canadians. The aerospace industries of Canada and the United States are highly integrated and support good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border. We strongly disagree with the U.S. Department of Commerce's decision. Our government will defend the interests of the Canadian aerospace industry and our aerospace workers. I will always stand up for Canada.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, after forcing Canadian taxpayers to subsidize Bombardier with $372 million, the Liberal government is now endangering our trade relations with the United States, knowing that NAFTA negotiations will be starting soon in September. Can the minister please tell us once and for all today in this House just to what extent she is ready to compromise the economic interests of all Canadians just to defend the specific interests of one company? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I must start by making a little correction. NAFTA negotiations will start in August, not September. As for the aerospace industry in Canada, our industry is closely integrated with the United States and offers good jobs to middle-class people on both sides of the border. Our government will firmly defend the interests of Canadian workers, including aerospace workers. We will always defend the economic interests of Canada.
Simcoe Gray.
$35 billion infrastructure bank is under attack again. This time by someone who knows the back rooms of the Liberals really well. François Beaudoin, the former head of the BDC who testified at Gomery about the Liberal corruption, has said that the bank is easily open to political interference. What a surprise. Considering the track record of the Liberal Party and its elite friends, this is a scandal waiting to happen. When will the Liberals focus on what we need to do for Canadians instead of their backroom elite friends?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Last week, last week was a very good week for Canadian municipalities. We announced 750 projects, more projects in 1 week than the previous government did in 4 years combined, Mr. Speaker. 4 years combined. That is delivering for Canadians. We put forward a very ambitious agenda to build and rebuild Canadian communities. That is exactly what we are doing. We are investing billions of dollars in community infrastructure to grow our economy and enable our municipalities to deliver on the expected.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, Baudouin testified at the Gomery inquiry that he was pressured to hire a Liberal staffer who wanted to have dry cleaning methods for hiding expenses. Now he says that the $35 billion infrastructure bank is wide open to political interference. This is Gomery 2.0. Why will the Liberals not protect Canadian taxpayers? Why are they not looking out for the money of Canadians as opposed to their friends, the Liberal elites?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member and this House that we are structuring the Canada Infrastructure Bank to function in a way that it will be accountable to the Parliament. It will report to the Parliament on an annual basis. At the same time, making sure there's a Crown Corporation arm's length from the day-to-day intervention of the government to make decisions that are in the best interest of Canadians, to build the infrastructure that Canadian communities need, the infrastructure that has been denied by the previous government's underinvestment for a decade. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, some things have changed since the last time I rose in this House, but one thing that has not changed is the Liberal government's steady withdrawal of Canada's fight against ISIS. In the last few days, we've learned that we're withdrawing our Aurora surveillance aircraft. My question is to the minister, who's now known as a military planner. Who is the architect of this withdrawal from the fight against ISIS? Is it you, Minister, or is it the Prime Minister?
Order. Now, member, I think, knows very well he's to direct his questions to the chair. He's saying he's out of practice. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated, we're very proud of the revamped mission that we have put into Iraq. We've tripled our fighters. We doubled our intelligence. In regards to the Aurora aircraft, Mr. Speaker, in May, one of the 2 Aurora aircraft deployed in Operation Impact returned to Canada to ensure that the RCAF can continue to deliver on its full range of missions for Canada, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to fighting on Daesh, Mr. Speaker, it happens on the ground. And that's what our troops have done, is training the Iraqi security forces so that the fight can be taken directly to a Daesh, and that's exactly what is happening on the ground. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, in military planning terms, that response would be called a delay tactic, Mr. Speaker. First, the Liberals withdrew our CF-18s. Now they're withdrawing our CP-140 surveillance aircraft the same week that NATO is stepping up their efforts to fight ISIS. Why are the Liberals running from Canada's fight against ISIS?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we've increased our commitments to Iraq, Mr. Speaker. And we've always working with our coalition partners and making sure we have the right adjustments, just like we did with the roll to hospitals before the commencement of the operation in Mosul, Mr. Speaker. And today, just to announce our extension and the also revamped mission for Operation Artemis, our counterterrorism fight in the Indian Ocean within that area, Mr. Speaker. We'll always we will be a credible partner with our coalition, Mr. Speaker, to making sure we have the right assets for our coalition partners to have an impact on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik, EU. Well, over a year ago, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal determined that the government was guilty of racial discrimination against First Nations children. The Liberals said that they would act. They promised they would act. But last week, the tribunal was forced once again to put out a third order of non-compliance against this government. The government keeps saying that they're making investments, but the tribunal confirms that this isn't the case. I'll repeat, Mr. Speaker, the tribunal confirms that that's not the case. Why? Honourable Minister of Health.
To respond to this question and to say that our government is implementing Jordan's principle as the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has indicated. In fact, to that end, we have taken steps so that now there are 5,000 children, 5,000 cases that have been identified where kids are getting the care that they need that weren't getting it a year and a half ago. We are determined to make sure that all children, First Nations children, Inuit children, get the care they need, and we will continue to implement this principle.
Honourable member for Desnette, Missinippi, Churchill
About the
River.
other 60,000 kids across Canada. Mr. Speaker, 9 days ago, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal ordered the federal government to end discrimination in funding for First Nations kids. On Friday, the tribunal confirmed what we already knew, that the failure to live up to Jordan's principle contributes to the suicides that are plaguing Aboriginal youth. Countless other kids are at risk because of the Liberals' refusal to match their words with action. When will this government wake up to kids and help them?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, our government is determined to take action, and we have taken action. We have put new funding into First Nations and Inuit health. We invested in the order of $828 million of new funding for the First Nations Inuit Health branch. We are making sure that people get access to the mental health resources that they need. We are implementing Jordan's principle. We are determined to find which kids are not getting the care they need and making sure that they get that care. We will continue to do this work and make sure that justice is done.
The Honourable Member for Belfast, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, what's the best way to get an independent watchdog position from the Liberal government? Well, easy. Just go and chat up your Liberal buddies. That's what respected Acadian lawyer Michel Doucette was told about his chance of becoming Official Languages Commissioner by a Liberal MP. Forget it. Everyone knows that Madame Meilleur is going to get the job. The question is simple. Was the game rigged in advance in favor of a good Liberal donor even before the process began? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, our two official languages are a priority for our government. And after a long, open, merit-based process with 72 candidates, the process found that Madame Meilleur stood out. Why? Because she was able to show her expertise, her qualifications, and her impartiality. For over 30 years, Madame Meilleur has fought for good Francophone services, particularly with the protection of the Montfort Hospital, and I'm confident that Madame Meilleur will be able to fulfill this job in full impartiality. The Honourable Member for Belfast-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Preserving and promoting our two national languages is fundamental for our country, and like Graham Fraser before him, Acadian lawyer Michel Doucette wanted to be chosen for his qualifications, not for his political allegiance. This is a job that's too important to be drowned in partisan politics. That's what he said, and he's right. Can the Minister of Heritage please guarantee that the procedure put in place to appoint the Commissioner respects the Official Languages Act, or do we need to have an inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, as I've already said on a number of occasions in this House, our two official languages are a priority after a long process based, obviously, on merit, and which was open after 72 candidates came forward. After interviews, the selection process found that Madame Meilleur was the best candidate. I also informed my two opposition critics, the two main parties, and both told me to what extent they agreed with the fact that Madame Meilleur had the expertise and the experience necessary, and I hope that the House will vote in favor of her appointment.
Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, a Liberal MP told Michel Doucette, a candidate for Commissioner of Official Languages, that
si ne parlez pas à certains chefs.
If you don't speak to some top people in the Liberal Party of Canada, you won't be able to get the job.
Official Languages is an agent of Parliament, not a partisan employee of the Liberal Party of Canada. In the last election, the Prime Minister promised to clean up the partisan swamp. He promised to do things differently. Is this his idea of cleaning things up?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Two official languages are a priority for our government, and that's why, after a rigorous and open and merit-based process, which included 72 candidates, a selection committee, multiple rounds of interviews, and psychometric tests, Mrs. Nayar clearly emerged as the most qualified candidate. We had the opportunity to ask, I had personally the opportunity to ask my two colleagues from both oppositions. They both said that Mrs. Nayar had the expertise and the experience, and also the leaders of the opposition and the Senate were confident.
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when Mr. Harper proposed Graham Fraser for the position, his credentials were above any partisan approach. But this Prime Minister proposed a candidate who does not pass the partisan smell test, and he failed to legally consult the opposition. This past January, the Prime Minister refused to answer an Anglophone in English. So much for the respect for this institution, Parliament, so much for the respect for Canada's two official languages. When will the Prime Minister withdraw this nomination?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, of course, our two official languages are extremely important for our government, but more than that, the vitality of the linguistic communities of the countries are also extremely important. And that is why we took this approach very seriously. And we did a rigorous, open, and merit-based process, which of course included many interviews, psychometric testing, and of course we're convinced that Mrs. Nayar is the best suited candidate. She has the expertise, she has the experience, she has been involved her entire life in the protection of linguistic minorities, and that is why we're confident with her candidacy.
Order. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Soup.
Mr. Speaker, at least 42 gay men from Chechnya have had to flee for their lives and are now hiding in dangerous situations elsewhere in Russia. Given the ongoing campaign to wipe out the gay community in Chechnya, and that is what's going on, the lives of these 42 men are still at risk from reprisals from Chechen officials, Russian officials, and sometimes even their own families. Will this government take immediate action in this emergency situation and grant these 42 temporary visas and then work with NGOs to help these men find a path to safety in Canada? The whole world is watching.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I absolutely share his view that what is happening to the gay men of Chechnya is deplorable, and we have spoken out clearly about that. I am very personally engaged in this matter and have been personally working with Russian NGOs. This is a very delicate situation, and people's lives are in the balance, but we are very engaged.
The member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we're not just talking about talking. We need everyone to act. During the election campaign, the Prime Minister said that he would not be shy about criticizing President Putin, but the least we can say is that his condemnation of the homophobic pogrom happening in Chechnya is rather timid. Where is the Liberal leader who was going to stand up against Putin and Putin's attacks against human rights? Will, at the very least, the government act and grant emergency visas to the 42 gay men who fled Chechnya fearing for their lives? Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Monsieur le Président, merci.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again for that question. This is an issue that is of concern to me. We defend human rights, especially when it comes to gay and bisexual men in Chechnya. We are actively looking for solutions to help these individuals, and I've spoken directly with NGOs in Russia. This is a very delicate issue, and we are describing everything that we can about how we are intervening, but we are committed.
Mr. Speaker, global economies are focusing increasingly on new markets and innovative industries. And now is the time to invest in Canadians. In many sectors, we have both the talent and the economic capacity to lead, to take full advantage of changing global priorities, to create the jobs of the future now and build the foundation for the next generation Canadian economy. Can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development explain what step this government is taking to invest in Canada?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Nepean. I'd like to thank him for his work in developing our innovation and skills plan. And a key part of that plan is our Super Cluster Initiative. This is about helping Canadian companies grow and succeed in Canada and globally as well. And this is about creating good quality, resilient jobs by promoting collaboration between industry, academia, and civil society. We want to make sure we provide good economic, innovation, and industrial benefits. In 3 words, this plan is about jobs, jobs, jobs.
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, big city Liberals think that imposing a carbon tax on Canadians will just mean that more Canadians take their bikes to work. But in Saskatchewan, it's difficult to take your bike to work, especially when the weather is minus 30. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation calculated that if the Liberals have their way, their carbon tax of over $300 per tonne will cost over 90 cents per litre more. Wow. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals determined to make it impossible for Saskatchewan families to make ends meet?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are working with the provinces to support the middle class and to make the planet cleaner for our children and for our grandchildren. Through the Pan-Canadian Framework on Climate Change and Clean Growth, we're encouraging cleaner ways to do business and foster innovation. This is how you grow the economy and create jobs for the future. Under the previous government, Canada did nothing to address the issue of climate change and had a decade of incredibly slow growth. We are working together with the provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, business people, communities, and all Canadians to build a more sustainable, cleaner, and more prosperous economy and to support the creation of good middle-class jobs now and for the future.
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, farmers, like all businesses under these Liberals, are facing higher taxes and more expenses. Their competitors in the United States and Australia will have a massive advantage because they won't be paying a carbon tax. The Prime Minister's promise of returning to farmers the carbon taxes to the provinces rings hollow because farmers, like all Canadians, need to pay for their goods to be moved by trains and trucks, whether it's grain or fertilizer. Why are the Liberals making it harder for all Canadian businesses to survive with the imposition of a carbon tax?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Addressing climate change is one of the critical issues of our time. It is something we must do for our children and for our grandchildren. This government is committed to creating a more innovative economy that reduces emissions while creating good middle-class jobs. Pricing pollution is a market-based, efficient way to reduce emissions at the lowest possible cost and to stimulate innovation. This government has been actively working with the provinces and territories under the Pan-Canadian Framework regarding the pricing of carbon pollution to ensure flexibility exists for provinces to customize their systems to the unique circumstances of their province. This is an important economic and environmental measure, and we intend to continue forward.
Honourable member for Milton.
Transportation workers and small businesses are all reliant upon a stable and dependable transportation system. Now, CN Rail has received notice of a strike, and while the parties do remain at the table and continue to negotiate, people are concerned about the effect that a work stoppage is going to have on their jobs. So I want to know, Mr. Speaker, from the Minister of Transportation, does he actually have a plan in order to protect the jobs of these workers in the event of a work stoppage?
Honourable Minister of Employment and Labour.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and our government firmly believes in the process of collective bargaining. I've spoken to both of the parties, and they are working diligently to come to agreement, and we stand by them with the mediators that Canada so proudly provides.
Honourable member for Milton.
So, as my colleague says, Mr. Speaker, that's not a plan. Here's the deal, Mr. Speaker. In 5 days, mines will close. In 5 days, grain will back up in elevators. In 5 days, auto plants will run out of auto parts. In 5 days, retailers like Canadian Tire and Walmart will choose to leave Prince Rupert and Halifax. So, Mr. Speaker, again, this time to the Minister of Transport. Does he have a plan to make sure our transportation...
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, our government believes in the collective bargaining process. Both parties are at the table. They've been working around the clock to come to an agreement. We firmly believe in this process. We have mediators working with them, and we support them all the way. Thank you very much.
Order. There's far too much noise. Let's have a little quiet and listen to the questions and the answers. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
As BC begins its busy boating season, this Liberal government is shutting down the Coast Guard's only emergency dive team specialized in search and rescue. So the last time the Liberals cut this dive team, 15 years ago, it led to deaths on our coast. Have the Liberals learned nothing from their past mistakes? Why are they killing this emergency service that keeps our coast safe? And will the Prime Minister reconsider his terrible decision?
Bravo. Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell this House that we've significantly increased the funding for the Canadian Coast Guard for search and rescue services across the country, including in British Columbia. There are 4 new lifeboat stations being set up in British Columbia right now. There's a 15% increase in the frontline personnel on the water. Mr. Speaker, the waters of British Columbia and every coastline across the country will be safer than they've ever been before. My colleagues from British Columbia understand this. Our government is investing in these services and will continue to do so.
Member for Vancouver East.
2 months ago, a young boy named Dash discovered his father's body at their home. Dash had already lost his mother to breast cancer several months ago. His Aunt Willow welcomed Dash into her home and applied for parental benefits so that she could care for him as he struggles with this traumatic loss. But she was told that permanent legal guardians are not eligible for the same parental supports as adoptive parents. What will this government do for Willow and Dash? And will they amend the EI Act so families like them can get the support that they need?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All members of this House are very saddened by the difficult times in which many of our Canadian families are living, such as the circumstance just described. The role of the EI parental benefits, maternity benefits, and other special benefits is exactly to support those families in the difficult times in which they live. I invite my colleague to make sure that all the information that is relevant to this case to be known to my department.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker. The Minister likes to talk about being accountable and transparent, but every chance he gets, he uses his power to run away from accountability in this place. Whether he's stripping the powers of the PBO or changing the rules arbitrarily so that he only has to be here 1 day a week, he treats Parliament like it's a nuisance. So my question is, when he is here answering 1 day a week, will he at least answer our questions and not give us this rinse and repeat times 19 that we've had to deal with last week?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House and to actually recognize that the member does hear some of the stuff that we say, that she recognizes that we can modernize this place and have some of those important questions, some conversations that we've been encouraging. When it comes to the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the constructive feedback that was shared was heard, and that's the importance of legislation actually making it to committee. When committee can do the important work, hear from experts, actually listen to stakeholders, we can improve legislation so that we are serving in the best interest of Canadians, and that's exactly what we've done.
Perfect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, no one believes that the Prime Minister is being accountable. Even the media isn't buying it. The Globe and Mail wrote, "We have the Liberals whose new rules threaten to make a government less accountable, not more." Mr. Speaker, only this Prime Minister would believe that showing up 1 day a week to work makes someone more accountable. Is the Prime Minister's lack of accountability genetic, or is it something that maybe he's learned from Kathleen Wynne?
Honourable Government House Leader.
This government is committed to to working hard on behalf of all Canadians. We are committed to having constructive and meaningful conversations to ensure that we are serving in their best interest. When it comes to a Prime Minister's question period, the member has been mistaken once again. The Prime Minister's question period would be in addition to the other days that he was present. You already see that this government is doing government very differently. We are a more open and transparent government, just like we committed. When questions are posed of this government, ministers that are present always answer, otherwise parliamentary secretaries do. We will continue to respond to the very real challenges that they are facing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister's father, the esteemed Chief Bill Wilson, called out the Prime Minister for the failed missing and murdered inquiry. He actually called it a farce and urged the Prime Minister to fire the commissioners and start all over. He wrote, quote, 8 months, $6 million, and nothing has been done except pay for salary and expenses. Victims and families are threatening to boycott. Will the minister stand up and tell us what she's going to do today to fix this mess?
Good question.
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
We are committed to ending this ongoing national tragedy. As family member Bernie Williams has said, families have fought too long and hard for this much-needed inquiry. To abandon it, end them now. The Commission has publicly acknowledged the need for increased communication and that families must be at the centre of the inquiry. The Commission is committed to find culturally sensitive and trauma-informed ways to ensure this, and I'm pleased that the hearings will begin in Whitehorse this week.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister's Special Advisor on LGBTQ2 issues, I know that Canada has an incredible reputation as one of the most LGBTQ2-friendly countries in the world. Cities like Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, Halifax, and of course Edmonton are internationally recognized LGBTQ2 destinations. Our community contributes over $4 billion annually to tourism in Canada. La ministre de la Petite Entreprise et de Tourisme.
The Minister of Small Business and Tourism. Can they inform us about the plans for tourism for LGBTQ communities? I would like to thank the member for Edmonton Centre, and we wish everybody an excellent tourism week.
Q2 tourism spending is $202 billion annually. As part of Canada's new tourism vision, we're partnering with Travelgate Canada to provide training for LGBTQ2 tourism businesses. Canada's welcoming spirit will help attract more tourists to incredible pride celebrations across this country, creating more customers for small businesses and more jobs in the tourism industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lake.
Mr. Speaker, we learned last week the heartbreaking news that 500-plus Brockville and area residents will be losing their jobs when the Procter & Gamble plant shuts down and moves to West Virginia. The Liberals' preoccupation with raising taxes, adding a carbon tax, and increasing payroll taxes have forced these jobs out of Canada, and many more will follow. When will the Liberals abandon their high-tax scheme and start helping struggling Canadians? What specifically will they do to help the hard-working people in my riding?
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've introduced 2 budgets that deal with the anxieties and challenges faced by many of these communities. That is why growth is up. That is why exports are up. That is why manufacturing is up. That is why job numbers are up. And if you look at the last 8 months, there's been 250,000 good quality, resilient jobs that have been created, Mr. Speaker. And our unemployment level has gone from 7.1% to 6.5%, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work hard for middle-class Canadians and to help these communities make sure that these investments are made in Canada to create good quality jobs.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, the CRTC is pulling the rug out from under everyone's feet by cutting into the funding for local and French language programming with serious consequences. In Quebec, 3 original series were cancelled. It's immoral, but the CRTC allowed it. Even the Minister of Culture for Quebec asked the CRTC to redo its homework. I wrote a letter to the Minister of Heritage to remind her that the government can intervene to return a decision before the CRTC in exceptional cases like this one, which is threatening cultural industries in their entirety. In this exceptional case, can we count on the Minister to return these misguided decisions before the CRTC? Will independent producers, the craftspeople of television, count on her? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. The government firmly believes in the importance of culture, and that's why we invested $1.9 billion in the 2016 budget, which is the most important investment in 30 years. And we are the only G7 country to have invested in culture. The impact of the CRDC decision is under study and invite artists and creators involved in the industry to make their voices heard. Mr. Speaker, Nigeria, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen are all facing a serious food crisis. Right now, more than 20 million people are at risk of famine because of intense drought and long-standing conflict. Today, our government has made an important announcement on this matter. Can the minister explain to the House how Canada is expecting to increase its contribution and further help those who are the most vulnerable victims of this terrible crisis? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Davenport, for the question. Today, we started a fund to fight famine to help the 20 million people who are facing famine in Nigeria, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen. Registered Canadian organizations between March 17th and June 30th. For donations made in this time period, the government will contribute an equivalent amount.
Information is available on canada.ca or following #ZeroFamine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, with 24 hours until the Canadian Autism Partnership vote, the Liberals have still not signalled their support. They talk about research, but researchers themselves want to see their work actually used to benefit families. They talk about transfers to provinces while some Canadian families mortgage their homes, Mr. Speaker, to fund evidence-based early intervention or adult programs. The experts, the incredible self-advocates, and Canadian families have worked tirelessly for years to get to this point. Can they count on their Minister of Health to stand up for them and support this motion tomorrow?
Honourable Secretary to the Minister of Disability.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous reconnaissons.
We recognize that the autism spectrum disorder has a significant impact. It has an impact on individuals and families. Federal investment in research in order to improve data, monitoring, support people who are affected by autism spectrum disorders. Currently, there is an attempt to develop an accessibility law, and autism will be part of this new legislation. The member for Pierre Boucher, Les Petres de Verchamp. Mr. Speaker, aside from the health issues and public safety issues, legalizing marijuana is a matter of money. On top of that, we know that who it's going to benefit, the Friends of the Liberal Party. There is an administration board that is soliciting former ministers, senators, and former party directors. Are we offering golden parachutes to?
I thank the member for his question. It is referring to the fact that there are a number of licensed producers across the country. There are now 44 of them that are producing cannabis for medical purposes. There is a regulatory arm's length process that is undertaken in order to determine whether someone qualifies to be a licensed producer, and I'm pleased that the process is working well.
Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the process isn't working that well. The recreational marijuana industry is not yet set up, and it already reeks of cronyism and patronage. When the industry turns up at your fundraising cocktails a year before the bill is tabled, when it hires your former ministers, your former senators, and your former party directors, it's because there are expectations. Will this government commit to giving Quebec and other provinces the option of selecting their own authorized producers in order to end what seems to look like more and more, and it wouldn't be the first time, a conflict of interest? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I said we're proud of the fact that in Canada we have a regulatory process that is approved through Health Canada for the process of having licensed producers. There are now 44 licensed producers in the country. The vast majority of them, 30 in fact, were approved by the previous Minister of Health, who is a member of the benches opposite, and so I suppose that one could also ask that member whether or not she feels that it was also a good arm's length process.
The member for La Pointe de Lille. Mr. Speaker, August 11, 2014, the Prime Minister talked about the Israelo-Palestinian conflict. There's a two-state solution that is indispensable to end hostility in the region. That's great, but Canada has to recognize Palestine as a state and that it is independent. My question is a simple one. Will the government recognize Palestine as an independent state? The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Canada has a long-standing commitment to a long-standing peace and to a two-state solution negotiated by the parties involved. Israel has a right to live in peace within its borders, safe borders, as well as the creation of a sovereign Palestinian state. Canada encourages all parties to take the measures required in order to support negotiation and that those include the perspective of the two-state solution.
For today, the
honourable member for Beauport on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage said in the House that we'd been consulted and that we agreed with her choice, which is not true. She called me, it's true, and I said literally that Ms. Mayer was not the right person because she was affiliated with the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, I would call on the Minister of Heritage to apologize. That's a matter of debate, but I see that the Minister of Canadian Heritage is on her feet. I'd like to correct my colleague. I never said she approved the choice. I said that she recognized her experience and knowledge. And she did say that she was qualified, that she did have the necessary skill set, and that she had a background of defending minority language rights. I'd like to thank the honourable member and minister. Tabling of documents.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you won't mind a brief commentary before my point of order, which will relate to Standing Orders 16 and 18, to congratulate the member from Regina Capel on becoming the leader of the official opposition. I do recall his time as Speaker, and I hope he will too, and help this place to restore respect for the rules regarding heckling. Goodness knows the member for Regina Capel and the new leader for the official opposition knows those rules inside and out, but I hate to mention that today's question period, the noise was all coming, not all, not entirely, but most primarily from the Conservative benches, and I hope he'll turn his attention to that.
Thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for a point of orders, and I look to all members to assist the chair in improving the decorum and lowering the noise in this place, and remembering that we take our turns one at a time. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thanks. Sir, I'd like to table in both official languages a legislative backgrounder, including charter statement for Bill C-45, an act respecting cannabis, to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 35 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi du gouvernement.
Tabling of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Order. Take their questions into the lobbies. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the standing orders, I have the honor to present in both official languages 5 reports of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Canadian branch, respecting its participation in the bilateral visit to India in Delhi, Mumbai, and Ahmedabad, September 10th to 18th, 2016.
Westminster Seminar on Parliamentary Practices and Procedures held in London, United Kingdom from November 21st to 25th, 2016. The third concerns the 62nd Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in London, United Kingdom from December 11th to 17th, 2016. The fourth concerns the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarian Working Group meeting held in Steyning, West Sussex, United Kingdom from February 24th to 27th, 2017. And the fifth concerns the International Parliamentary Conference on National Security and Cybersecurity Day held in London, United Kingdom from March 27th to 31st, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been very busy.
Presenting reports from committees, the member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee of Government Operations and Estimates regarding the study of the main estimates 2017-2018.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, entitled Main Estimates 2017-18, Votes 1 and 5.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I have the honour to present in both languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs, entitled Default Prevention and Management 2017. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Speaker, I would also like to note that the Conservatives attached a dissenting report. We are very concerned that they did not look at the issue of generating wealth as an important part of avoiding third-party management. They did not, the committee did not actually look at the issue of transparency and the importance of community members understanding what's happening in their own communities. And also, we thought that it was flawed in terms of the cost-sharing recommendations.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Levitt, seconded by Mr. Kent, moves that Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, be now read a first time. The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it's a great honour to give first reading to Bill S-232, an act respecting Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. I want to thank my honourable colleagues, the member for Thornhill and the member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke, for their support. This bill would recognize and designate the month of May each year as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month. By designating the month of May as Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, this bill recognizes the important contributions that Jewish Canadians have made to Canada's social, economic, political, and cultural fabric. Canada is home to the 4th largest Jewish population in the world, and Canadian Jewish Heritage Month would provide an opportunity to remember, celebrate, and educate future generations about the inspirational role that Jewish Canadians have played and continue to play in communities across the country. Thank you.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to table a petition signed by many people within my constituency about the carbon tax. And surprise, surprise, they are against it. Constituents recognize in my riding the negative impact that this will have on our energy sector, on jobs in all parts of this country, but particularly in Alberta, which is already facing a jobs crisis. And this petition notes this tax will not help the environment. More effective measures to help the environment would involve exporting Canadian technology to less environmentally friendly jurisdictions, not sending jobs to less environmentally friendly jurisdictions. This petition protests the tax on everything which this government is trying to impose on provinces, and I heartily agree with my constituents in opposing this imposition by this government on our economy.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another petition regarding Lac Champlain from constituents of mine. There are bacteria in the lake that proliferate in the summer, especially when it's warm. And there's an agreement between Canada and the U.S. to cooperate on matters of the water in the lake. $7.5 million was earmarked for dealing with this problem. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners want that money to be devoted to that flood money to also be used to study water quality in Lake Champlain. Mr. Speaker, we want the mandate reviewed so that water quality can come under the mandate of this binational effort. And I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Jean for his support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I had the pleasure of welcoming marchers that were moving from Victoria to Burnaby to protest the Kinder Morgan pipeline on the Salish Walk for Salish Sea March. I have a petition here that signed by many, many people across British Columbia who are opposed to the Kinder Morgan pipeline, and I urge the government to pay attention to what they're saying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, today I'm tabling a petition signed by more than 7,000 people from Thérèse de Blainville and the Lower St. Lawrence. They want to see Highway 19 finished. They want the work completed. It's more than a matter of infrastructure. It's a matter of quality of life for the economy and sustainable development in the Montreal area. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to intervene with the responsible authorities to make sure that this project is completed urgently. The Chamber of Commerce for Thérèse de Blainville sponsored this petition, and I would humbly submit that these 7,000 petitioners are more than just names on paper. These people have mobilized and gotten involved on behalf of their community. I'd like to thank everyone who mobilized directly or indirectly around this petition from the citizenry. And this is something that has been a matter of unanimous agreement for far too long. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from Canadians in support of free prescription birth control. And you, I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, but among sexually active heterosexual Canadians, only 15% use contraception, with withdrawal remaining the third most used contraceptive method in Canada. 24% of Canadians don't have access to subsidized drug plans, meaning that they have to pay for contraception medications out of their own pockets. And whereas it's been shown that subsidized contraceptions are cost-benefit to society in jurisdictions like the U.S. and Great Britain, in regard to not just reducing costs, but helping in terms of preventing unintended pregnancies. And so these petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support my motion, M65, that would compel the federal government to work with the provinces to cover the full cost of prescribed contraceptives.
Député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions today. The first is from petitioners who are asking this House to take action so that Canadian consumers know the contents of the products they buy, particularly those which contain genetically modified organisms. This is a question of consumers' right to know and choose products that they want in their homes and that they want to feed their families. The second set of petitions, Mr. Speaker, is from constituents relating to the ongoing human rights abuses in the People's Republic of China against practitioners of Falun Dafa and Falun Gong. Petitioners urge the House of Commons assembled and the Government of Canada to press the People's Republic of China to respect the rights of belief, worship, free speech, and basic human rights.
The member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to present e-petition 760. The petition calls upon Parliament to pass Magnitsky-style legislation, and they mention specifically Bill S-226, which we currently have in the House at second reading, as well as Bill C-267, which is my version of the Magnitsky Act. Both bills are called, known as the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, the Sergei Magnitsky Law. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is getting wide support, and in particular, the 646 petitioners that signed this one is drawing attention to the corrupt officials in the communist government of Vietnam and the systematic and brutal human rights violations that they're doing to political dissidents. And so they want us as parliamentarians to ensure that we pass this important legislation so that we can make sure we can hold to account those corrupt foreign officials and those that are committing atrocities against their own citizens.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, first, Mr. Speaker, if I may, just to provide some advice for the Chair or some feedback on the Chair. I've just tabled a revised response to question 954, which responds to the point of order raised by the member for Carleton respecting the government's response to this question. I would like to state that the original response contained inaccurate information due to administrative error in the producing of the response. I thank members for their understanding. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages. I'm going to try that again, Mr. Speaker. I'm under the tabling. Let me, if I may. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. A revised response to question 954, originally tabled on May 18, 2017. Question 958 to question 960. Question 966 to question 971. Question 973 to question 976. Question 980. Question 982. And question 985. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if government's response to questions numbers question 961 to question 965, question 972, question 977 to question 979, question 981, question 983, and question 984 could be made for orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately.
Pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return, that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I am now ready to respond to the point of order raised on May 17, 2017 by the Honourable Member for Victoria concerning the consultations conducted in the nomination process for the next Commissioner of Official Languages. I thank the Honourable Member for Victoria for having raised this matter, as well as the House Leader of the Official Opposition and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House for their interventions.
The member for Victoria explained that when appointing a Commissioner of Official Languages, two statutory requirements must be satisfied. Both he and the House Leader of the Official Opposition cited Section 49 of the Official Languages Act, which stipulates that, quote, the Governor in Council, shall, by commission under the Great Seal, appoint a Commissioner of Official Languages for Canada after consultation with the leader of every recognized party in the Senate and House of Commons and approval of the appointment by resolution of the Senate and House of Commons, unquote. Having acknowledged that the leader of the New Democratic Party did in fact receive a letter announcing the nomination and inviting a reply, the member argued that nonetheless, Canadian courts have made it clear that the term consultation, when provided for in a statute, connotes more than mere notification. Having received no offer of further discussion from the government After the letter, he argued that the statutory precondition requiring consultation had not been met. For sa part, the Secretary...
For his part, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader contended that the requirement for consultation had indeed been met when the Prime Minister sent the letter on May 8th, 2017, to the leaders of both recognized parties in the House, informing them of the nomination and requesting their views on the appointment. Confirming that both leaders had replied, he argued that the government was required only to consult and not abide by the recommendations of the opposition leaders.
Essentially, the chair is being asked to judge if the actions taken by the government satisfy the requirement for consultation pursuant to the Official Languages Act. To do so would require the chair to determine what constitutes consultations pursuant to that act. Past rulings set the parameters of the role of the chair vis-à-vis consultations as they pertain to proceedings in the House. For instance, when asked to rule on the consultations required for the use of time allocation pursuant to Standing Order 78.3, Deputy Speaker Cole-Martin explained on March 6, 2014 at page 3598 of the debates that, quote, the nature of the consultation, the quality of the consultation, and the quantity of the consultation is not something that the chair will involve himself in. That has been the tradition of this House for many years. What the chair would have to do, in effect, is conduct an extensive investigative inquiry into the nature of the consultation. That is not our role, nor do the rules require it, unquote. My
predecessor added on June 12, 2014, at page 6717 of the debates, quote, therefore, it remains a steadfast practice that it is not the role of the Speaker to determine whether consultations have taken place or not, unquote.
In this instance, the requirement for consultation is embedded in statute rather than a rule of the House, does little to change the role of the Speaker in this respect. In fact, it adds an additional element in terms of the role of the Speaker, that of interpreting laws. On that front, there is a rich body of jurisprudence to confirm that the Speaker cannot adjudicate on the legality of matters, which of course would include whether or not specific provisions of a statute, such as the need for consultations, have been respected.
Faced with a situation regarding the statutory requirement for consultations on appointments made pursuant to the Canadian Security Intelligence Service Act, Speaker Fraser stated on December 7th, 1989, at page 6586 of the debates, and I quote, it is rather a question of law, and consequently I cannot offer my opinion as to the merits of the case. The chair is not in a position to decide upon questions of law. This is a matter best left to the courts, unquote.
Therefore, in this matter, the chair cannot pass judgment as to the adequacy of the consultations nor the fulfillment of the legal requirements. Instead, the role of the chair is strictly limited to determining the procedural admissibility of the motion for the nomination of the Official Languages Commissioner, which was put on notice on May 17th. As Speaker, I am satisfied that the procedural requirements have been met. The motion is in order, and the process prescribed in Standing Order 111.1 can follow its course. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Before proceeding to the orders of the day, I wish to draw the House's attention to Bill C-243, an act respecting the development of a national maternity assistance program strategy and amending the Employment Insurance Act, maternity benefits, standing in the name of the member for Kingston and the Islands. Le Président souhaite...
The chair would like to remind members of a ruling made on December 6, 2016. In that ruling, I stated that the bill, as it stood, needed to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
May 3rd, 2017, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities reported the bill with amendments. The chair has carefully examined these amendments and confirms that the bill, as amended, no longer requires a royal recommendation. Consequently, debate may proceed, and when appropriate, all necessary questions to dispose of the bill will be put.
I thank honourable members for their attention. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on May 10, 2017 by the honourable member for Victoria concerning the government's advertisement of job opportunities at the proposed Canada Infrastructure Bank. I would like to thank the member for Victoria for having raised this matter, as well as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, the member for Perth Wellington, and the member for South Surrey, White Rock, for their interventions.
In presenting his case, the member for Victoria explained that the government had publicly launched the selection process for various positions at the proposed new Canada Infrastructure Bank before the bill creating the bank and its governance structure, Bill C-44, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 22, 2017, and other measures, had been passed by Parliament and received royal assent. In fact, he noted that the bill had passed only second reading in the House, arguing that all new activities and the appropriation of associated funds required the authorization of Parliament before being acted upon. He considered the actions taken by the government to recruit for these positions to be a contempt of the House and a grave attack against the authority of Parliament. In response, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader agreed that the Canada Infrastructure Bank being proposed by Bill C-44 could not be established nor any associated funds spent until such time as the bill has been passed by Parliament. However, he added that the member for Victoria was making an assumption that the government was seeking to proceed prematurely when in fact the government was simply proceeding with planning for the potential establishment of the bank. As proof of this, he cited the news release posted on Infrastructure Canada's website, which stated that the selection processes in question were subject to parliamentary approval.
As the charge being made by the member for Victoria is one of contempt, it is important to understand what constitutes contempt, and in doing so, what distinguishes contempt from privilege. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, at page 82, defines contempt as, and I quote, other affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specifically defined privileges. It continues, and I quote, thus, the House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, or is an offense against the authority or dignity of the House, such as disobedience of its legitimate commands, or libels upon itself, its members, or its officers. Unquote.
I might add, as many of my predecessors have, that it is possible to categorize the privileges of both the House and the individual privileges of members, which are limited, whereas contempt cannot be catalogued and defined categorically. It is within that framework that the Chair must now determine if, in advertising prospective positions at the proposed Canada Infrastructure Bank in advance of Parliament having authorized its creation and funding, the government committed an offence against the authority or dignity of the House. Did it, to quote the member for Victoria, discount the need of this House to pass legislation before it rolls out appointments for this institution, unquote. It is a serious question, one complicated in some sense by the need for the chair to carefully measure precedents against the inability to either enumerate or categorize cases of contempt.
The chair, therefore, examined thoroughly the evidence presented, including the news release on Infrastructure Canada's website, as well as the proposed selection processes in question on the Privy Council Office's website. In particular, as Speaker, I was looking for any suggestion that parliamentary approval was being publicized as either unnecessary or irrelevant, or in fact already obtained. Otherwise put, I was looking for any indication of an offense against or disrespect of the authority or dignity of the House and its members.
Madam Speaker Sauvé specified on October 17, 1980, at page 3781 of the debates, that in order for advertisements to constitute contempt of the House, quote, there would have to be some evidence that they represent a publication of false, perverted, partial, or injurious reports of the proceedings of the House of Commons or misrepresentations of members, unquote. The Chair's review also looked for such evidence. In doing so, the Chair found that in the news release on the Infrastructure Canada website, the words subject to parliamentary approval were clearly there, as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had indicated. In addition, the Chair notes that there is no reference to a starting date of employment. Thus, there were not any specific details found indicating that any position at the Canada Infrastructure Bank would be filled in advance of the enactment of the enabling legislation.
The Chair must also take into consideration the assertion of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader that the advertisement was but a preparatory measure for a proposed initiative, in addition to his clear acknowledgement of the role of Parliament. In keeping with established practice, the Chair must take the member at his word.
As noted by the member for South Surrey White Rock, the relevant job postings found on the appointments nominations.gc.ca website maintained by the Privy Council Office lacked any reference to parliamentary approval. On this point, the Chair notes, with some disquiet, that this was changed after this matter was raised in the House. The advertised positions are now listed as, quote, anticipatory, unquote, and a disclaimer has been added in each case. It reads, quote, an appointment to the position will only be made once the legislation to create the Canada Infrastructure Bank has been approved by Parliament and receives royal assent, unquote.
The member for Victoria has noted that Bill C-44 has passed second reading only. This leaves the House and its members still able to determine its outcome. As Speaker Fraser indicated in his ruling of October 10th, 1989, at pages 4,459 and 4,460 of the debates, in a case with some similarity to the present one, and I quote, in order for an obstruction to take place, there would have had to be some action which prevented the House or members from attending to their duties, or which cast serious reflections on a member that he or she was not able to fulfill his or her responsibilities, unquote.
The Chair has carefully considered that ruling, which had to do with misrepresentation of Parliament's role in government communications respecting the proposed goods and services tax in newspaper advertisements, because of its relevance to the current circumstance. It is interesting to note that in it, Speaker Fraser, in reference to the clarity of advertisements, reminded the public service that the role of Parliament needs to be acknowledged and respected. Comme les députés le savent, le président...
Members are aware that, in the end, Speaker Fraser did not arrive at a finding of prima facie contempt. The honourable member for Perth Wellington may be right. Had he been confronted again with such a case, Speaker Fraser may have ruled differently, as he indicated he would. We will never know, as Speaker Fraser was not again seized of a matter of that kind.
Today I must assess the facts of this case on their own merits. In applying the strict procedural confines of contempt, the Chair must conclude that the question raised does not constitute a prima facie contempt of the House, and thus there is no prima facie case of privilege, as there is no evidence to suggest that the House was obstructed in its legislative authority, nor that members were obstructed in the fulfillment of their parliamentary duties. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, resuming debate of a second reading of Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences relating to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
Honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View has 17 and a half minutes remaining in his speech.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to be able to resume the remarks that I had started on May 19th on this very important discussion relating to Bill C-46, an act to amend the Criminal Code, offences related to conveyances, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. I had closed by thanking our amazing interim leader, the member for Sturgeon River Parkland, for her service to our Conservative Party and indeed to our country, for her commitment to those who are disadvantaged in the world, and for standing up for those Canadians whose voices had been so long ignored. Many of those voices came from families whose loved ones had been taken from them because of the actions of impaired drivers. This legislation before us today speaks to some of the issues that we as Conservatives have been championing for years. We know that dangerous driving and impaired driving injures or kills thousands of Canadians every year, and that all Canadians recognize that these actions are unacceptable at all times and in all circumstances. As the Liberals prepare to roll out their new legislation on marijuana and its associated government-sponsored distribution and sales, it's even more important that law enforcement officers become better equipped in order to detect instances of alcohol and drug-impaired driving, and that laws relating to the proof of blood alcohol concentration and drug-impaired indicators be clean and concise. Bill C-46, in its preamble, states that it's important to deter people from consuming alcohol and/or drugs after driving, in circumstances where they have a reasonable expectation that they would be required to provide a sample of breath or blood. Now, this provision and the bill's potential remedies needs much clarification, as specific metrics of time lapse, observable consumption, and proof that a person would be planning to continue driving would need both legal and scientific scrutiny. As Conservatives, we've always worked hard to deter the commission of offences relating to the operation of conveyances, particularly dangerous driving and impaired driving, and, along with our provincial partners, have made laws that have promoted the safe operation of motor vehicles. Proposed changes to weaken consequences for such behaviour, such as reducing the current waiting times for offenders before which they may drive using ignition interlock devices, although an effective tool in itself to prevent recidivism, will minimize the seriousness of the offence and will in itself be counter-effective. Part 1 of the bill amends the criminal code that deals with offences and procedures related to drug-impaired driving. The three main amendments address new criminal offences for driving with a blood drug concentration that is higher than the permitted concentration, the authorization of the Governor and Council to arbitrarily establish its rate of permitted concentration, and give authorization to peace officers to demand that a driver provide a sample of bodily substance for analysis by drug screening equipment. Now, Part 1 brings up some interesting points because on the surface, determining at what point one is drug impaired is important. Giving the government authority to establish the concentration in law seems reasonable, and determining a procedure for peace officers to obtain evidence for conviction is a critical part of law enforcement. Section 254(2) of the Act, before paragraph A, is replaced by the following, the topic being testing for presence of alcohol or a drug. In Part 2, it says if a peace officer has reasonable grounds to suspect that a person has alcohol or a drug in their body and that the person has, within the preceding 3 hours, operated a motor vehicle or vessel, operated or assisted in the operation of an aircraft or railway equipment, or had the care or control of a motor vehicle, a vessel, an aircraft, or railway equipment, the peace officer may, by demand, require compliance. Now, many of these provisions are part of standard workplace rules and as such are expected to be adhered to. But how would peace officers make such determinations with the general public? No logs are required, no travel plans are prepared, so what evidence-seeking process will they use that would assure conviction with this 3-hour window that would not be challenged when cases come to court? The other part of this discussion has to do with the definition of drug impairment. When one reads the prescription bottles, there are many drugs taken by people where it states specifically not to be taken when handling heavy equipment, do not drive, may cause drowsiness. Drivers that are on such medication when stopped by police would unlikely know that a drug sample reading would be calculated. One can calculate based on the weight of a person, the time since the last drink, or the amount consumed, what a blood alcohol reading should be. One also expects that marijuana consumption readings would depend on product concentration and no doubt other factors. So how will these tests differentiate the potential impairment of any one or any combination of prescription drugs, marijuana, or alcohol? These are questions on Part 1 that need to have answers when this legislation is studied at committee. Now, Part 2 repeals provisions of the Criminal Code and replaces them with provisions in a new part of the Criminal Code and would first of all repeal and replace all transportation offences with what has been described as a more modern and simplified structure. Secondly, it would authorize mandatory alcohol screening at the roadsides where police have, according to this legislation, already made a lawful stop under provincial or common law. The third point would be to propose increasing certain minimum fines and certain minimum penalties, or maximum penalties. These particularly relate to penalties for injury or death due to impaired driving. And having stiffer penalties is something that I've personally been in favor of, and I have delivered many petitions in this House on this matter. Of course, myself, like many others, have had many heart-wrenching discussions with constituents, friends, and families over the years under this situation. The fourth part is to create a process to facilitate investigation and proof of blood alcohol concentration. Now, these processes, I hope, will be expanded to have logical blood drug concentrations, as I had mentioned before. The fifth point that they had was to attempt through law to eliminate and restrict offences that encourage risk-taking behaviour, and to clarify Crown disclosure requirements, and finally, as I alluded to earlier and had expressed my reservations, the removal of the current waiting period before which the offender may drive when using an ignition interlock device. The contradiction that I see here is where on one hand it's being said that a severe penalty will be enforced. One such penalty, the time period between when an offence occurs when the privilege of driving with an ignition interlock device is granted, has been reduced to 0 for first-time offenders. The first time caught doesn't mean the first time offended. This deterrent should remain, in my opinion. One of the provisions of this bill relating to investigative matters, which is Section 320.272, speaks of mandatory alcohol screening and says that if the peace officer has in his or her possession an approved screening device, the peace officer may take a breath sample. In Section 320.281A, the provision relating to blood samples and how they can be used to determine blood alcohol concentration is discussed. So as we move along in the legislation, we see where samples of other bodily substances, such as saliva or urine, can be demanded in order to determine drug concentration that could ascertain the presence in a person's body of one or more of the drugs set out in subsection 5, which I'll get to in a moment, which relates back to one of my earlier points about what drugs are what, and how would the general public know about the effects of any particular drugs. So these are the drugs that are listed in Section 5. First of all is a depressant. So depressants are, of course, a broad class of drugs intended to lower neurotransmission levels and decreasing stimulation in various areas of the brain. They're contrasted by stimulants which intend to energize the body. Xanax is a commonly abused example. The second is an inhalant. And inhalants are various household and industrial chemicals whose vapors are breathed in so as to intoxicate the user in ways not originally intended by the manufacturer. Examples include shoe polish and glues and things of that nature. The third is a dissociative anesthetic, which are hallucinogens that cause one to feel removed or disassociated from the world around them. And when abused, they cause people to enter dream-like states or trances. The fourth, and again, critical in the situation as we speak of, is cannabis, which is a tall plant commonly abused as a drug in various forms. Its primary effect is a state of relaxation produced in users, but it can also lead to schizophrenic effects resulting from brain networks being disorchestrated, which is according to researchers at Bristol University in the UK. A stimulant, well, these are a broad class of drugs intended to invigorate the body, increasing activity and energy. They're contrasted by depressants, which intend to slow the body down. Cocaine is one of the most famous examples of a stimulant. And an hallucinogen. Drugs under this class are intended to produce hallucinations and other changes in emotion and consciousness. Psychedelics and dissociatives are the most common forms of hallucinogens. LSD is the most common abused hallucinogenic. And finally, a narcotic analgesic. These are commonly referred to as opiates. And these are drugs that affect the opioid system, which controls pain, reward, and addictive behaviors, and their most common use is for pain relief. So the point I'm making is, are our police forces prepared for this type of roadside analysis? I know that my local police officers, as well as our municipalities and provincial regulators, have a concern about the downloading of the costs associated with enforcement of marijuana legislation. The vagueness of some of the provisions in this bill causes further concern for them as well. Will the enforcement regulation be accompanied with funding? Will training and equipment be provided for officers? Who will cover the costs when officers are off learning about these new procedures? Will issues like mandatory alcohol screening withstand a charter challenge, as it's a very invasive practice of the state on an individual without reason? And to this I remind the government, as I had mentioned in my earlier discussion on this matter, all governments depend on their departmental legal teams to ensure that legislation is charter compliant. The same lawyers that our government depended on to ensure charter compliance are advising the current Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, I leave that for the members opposite to ponder. And if one thinks that doesn't happen with regularity, I also would remind everyone that less than 2 weeks ago, the Alberta Court of Appeal struck down a portion of its provincial impaired driving laws as it pertained to the immediate suspension of a driver's license by ruling in favor of a constitutional challenge to strike down the law. Our courts exist to grant justice to those who have been wronged. Delays and charter challenges will only benefit the perpetrators and career criminals, while the victims are dragged through a long and painful process. Madam Speaker, as I close my remarks today, let me say that I continue to stand for those whose lives have been affected by the actions of impaired drivers. I remember the countless loved ones torn away from their families because of irresponsible people getting behind the wheel when they are clearly impaired. As Conservatives, we will remain steadfast in our commitment to families that have been unfortunately affected by impaired driving. I remember being part of a discussion with MAD Canada as myself and the Honourable Peter MacKay had opportunities to meet with various individuals and talking about the devastation that that this type of activity has in families. A good friend of mine, Darren Keeler, his son Colton was killed by a drunk driver. I know that it was devastating for him and his family. And Brad and Krista Howe, these were parents of 5 children who were killed by an impaired driver in 2010 in my riding. With Krista's mother, Sandra Green, had so much to do with our office trying to make sure, and with the Justice Department, trying to make sure that we were there to help strengthen laws. I also want to take this time to speak about those who encourage underage drug use in our schools and our communities. As a former teacher, I know and I've seen firsthand the devastation of drug dependency on our young people. It has always been a concern of mine as we see these fantastic young people that get caught up in situations, and you see how their lives are affected by those that troll around trying to push them into activities that unfortunately in so many ways devastate them. So I think it's important that we all do this and we all consider this, and certainly the Liberal government must go hard after drug pushers that prey on our children. And I'm well aware that drug-impaired driving is also a serious concern for Canadians, and with the Liberal government's normalization of marijuana, that this issue will rear its ugly head time and time again. So at a time when marijuana will soon be accessible to a wider clientele, this bill cannot afford to be vague nor poorly drafted. It's up to us as parliamentarians to do right by the people that we represent. As Conservatives, we take pride in our record and our common sense, smart on crime agenda. We're also proud of our record on helping those with addiction problems. We cannot abandon our most vulnerable. We need to give them hope, but not enable them with their addictions. Madam Speaker, I'm confident after the exciting events of this past weekend that with Her Majesty's loyal Leader of the Opposition now at the helm, Canadians can be assured that Conservatives will continue to work hard to protect their families and their loved ones. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his remarks and his analysis of Bill C-46, and I'm very pleased that he has indicated that he supports Bill C-46 going forward to committee. I just wanted some clarification on some of the concerns he expressed. Madam Speaker, in 2009, the Justice Committee, as it was then constituted, submitted a report to the government of the day strongly recommending the implementation of what at the time was termed random breath testing, and in this bill is referred to and slightly differentiated as mandatory breath testing. And it was a unanimous recommendation of that committee. And I wonder if the member opposite perhaps could recall why that recommendation was not acted on for now these 8 years that have passed, when it's clearly a measure that is demonstrably one that saves lives. And we've seen in other jurisdictions, Madam Speaker, in Ireland, in Australia, and in New Zealand, in other jurisdictions where this measure has been implemented, there's been significant, as much as a 48% reduction in impaired death. And so now that the government of the day, our government, is now bringing forward that legislation, for which I am very grateful for the support of the member opposite, but I'm wondering if he could perhaps comment on why this was not acted on previously.
Yeah, member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his service to the community and certainly for bringing up the question as far as the drug testing, or as far as alcohol testing is concerned, roadside issues and so on that are there. And again, I can't recall exactly where the legislation was and at what stages it had been dealt with, but I do know that when you look at certain issues, and again, just as I mentioned with what had taken place in the charter rights in Alberta, where the discussions come from and things that people talk about, it for too long has kept us from perhaps doing some of the things that need to be done. There is still obviously concerns when people start saying, okay, well, we can demand for any reason to stop. The concept of a check stop, I think everyone is familiar with, and they realize what is taking place there. But I think in the legislation, the way in which people have interpreted it, it seems as though it might be going too far, and that's the reason why I brought up the point about the charter rights and the charter challenges that are potential, and I think that is something that we all have to be concerned about.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
No, member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Caution is indeed warranted here. I get the feeling this government has gotten carried away with its promise to legalize cannabis, and they haven't really thought through all the ramifications for health and safety. And in terms of assessing the potential dangers, it's not as simple as setting the 0.08 level for alcohol, but it's all vague and confused. It reminds me when I was a kid, the librarian used to say, don't just stick the books back anywhere on the shelves, leave it up to the librarian to shelve the books. So here we have an important matter with tricky questions, and it seems like it's a bit pell-mell, the government's approach. Are they not just moving forward with something very approximate and just saying, trust us, we've got we'll figure it all out? The honourable member for Red Deer.
Well, I thank the member for that, and I believe that is one of the major concerns that I have as well. I mean, just a few minutes ago, we had Bill C-45 tabled here in the House, and of course that is the companion legislation to this legislation, or the other way around, however we wish to interpret it. And I think that it's a bit of a smoke screen in order to talk about some things that need to be done and issues that are important. And then because well, look what we've done over there, but now we have our marijuana legislation. So you start asking yourself, especially on the point of conveyance, which is what this bill is all about, is people driving and moving around and potentially having drugs there. So, when it comes to someone smoking, is it going to be allowed in a vehicle? If it is allowed in a vehicle, are you going to have people under the age of 18 that are going to be affected by it? The normalization, if you have, when there's already been discussions about perhaps we'll talk again about edible oils and things where you'll put this into the brownies and everything else that people hear about. And these are the things that are being presented to children and in families. And believe me, I mean, there's, no matter what they say, I mean, there are children that, they smoke pot with their parents. I mean, this is the way in which it works. And to suggest that all of a sudden, don't worry, because this becomes a legal product now, that we'll solve that, I think is very naive.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert Anakin, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member for Red Deer Mountain View, for his very thoughtful speech. One of the consequences of the government moving forward with legalization of marijuana is that more people are going to be on the road who are drug impaired. And it's very nice and well to pass legislation. But it's quite another to talk about implementation and enforcement. And what we have seen from this government is no plan when it comes to implementation and enforcement. So I was wondering perhaps if the honourable member could comment on that and the real concern that exists about more injuries, more deaths, and more carnage on the road as a result of the legalization of marijuana.
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks very much to the honourable member for the question. And again, when you look at the normalization of any type of intoxicant, it makes it difficult. And we know that, I mean, alcohol has been put into that same position. It has been normalized, and we see the carnage that is associated with it. To add one more, and to potentially add one that ties in with alcohol consumption as well, because there's no guarantee. I mean, it already has a situation where people that are consuming alcohol are also smoking pot as they're driving. So, I mean, these are issues that are already there, but I don't think that a lot has been thought about in that regard. And of course, you know, we then start taking a look at how do we download all of this onto the provinces. Provinces having different ages, you have people driving across provincial boundaries, and you have people going across the states and taking a look at their borders. There's a lot that has to be thought of in this regard.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just was wondering if the member would comment. Canada has the highest rates of cannabis use in the world among its young people. And as a former teacher, I know that the member opposite would be well aware that the student drug usage studies indicate that close to 35% of young teenagers in high school are using this drug occasionally or frequently. And this has been a situation for decades on our highways. And what has been missing, what has been absent in the law and in the tools available to law enforcement has been the legislation, the technology, the training and the resources necessary to deal with this. Now, as a government, we've made a commitment to law enforcement, and we've met very extensively with them. You know, they have, for example, legislation beginning in 2009 that authorized drug recognition experts. But no funding was ever made available by the government of the day to support that. We've made a commitment to make sure that they have the technology, the training, the legislation, and the resources to do the job. And so I would ask the member opposite, for decades, while this has been a problem, why would he be concerned that taking action now is not appropriate?
The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View, a brief answer, please.
Well, one of the things, and I know people quote those types of statistics, but the reality is I have a lot more faith in young people. And if you look at the types of things that have happened with smoking, how it has reduced, the amount of smoking that we see in schools has been reduced. The same type of thing is actually happening with drugs as well. And I mean, when you are affected, I mean, it becomes much more serious, and there's other things that are tied into it, and you end up in a lifestyle that is very difficult. But actually, and I don't have time to go through it, but an article from CBC Kitchener-Waterloo just a short time ago on May 9th talked about the fact that actually you'll find that drug use with children, with high school children, is actually less than it has been in the past. So we have been doing some of the right things.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and look forward to the opportunity today to speak to this bill. I want to acknowledge the great job that my colleague just did on this, and particularly mentioning at the end that drug usage in Canadian teens is actually going down. My colleague across the way, the Parliamentary Secretary, talked about because 35% of the students across this country can access marijuana. The solution, obviously, then is to give access to 100%, find the other 65% and see if we can't put them in a situation where they can have that same access. And we don't think that's the proper solution. And I think what we're here to do today is to take a look at one and a second piece of legislation as well that's involved with it that I don't think either Canadians or the Liberals are ready to actually to handle. We've heard words this afternoon from one of my colleagues about how this seems to be done pell-mell. And my other colleague talked about how this looks like a bit of a smokescreen. And I think that describes what we're seeing here in both C-45, which is the cannabis legalization bill, and C-46, the impaired driving bill. Both of these bills are tied together, Madam Speaker, and I think that Canadians need to be paying attention to this, because I think that tie is much tighter than most Canadians would first realize. And so I want to talk first of all about legalization and this government's fixation on it through C-45, and then talk about C-46 and I think what they see as some solutions to problems that they raise, that they create from bringing in C-45. So C-45 is an act that's entitled An Act Respecting Cannabis and to amend the Controlled Drug and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. And in its summary, it talks about the objectives are to prevent young people from accessing cannabis, which is a bit of a surprise given the direction that this legislation goes, to protect public health and public safety by establishing strict product safety and product quality requirements and deter criminal activity. And it talks about the Act having the power to establish cannabis as a legalized product, basically, and then to try to deal with criminal prohibitions such as the unlawful sale or distribution of it. Ambition that enables the minister to authorize the possession, production, distribution, sale, importation, exportation of cannabis. So they want to be the drug czars over this product. And then it authorizes people to possess, sell, or distribute cannabis if they're authorized. And then there's a number of other things that it prohibits and provides. But it's a fairly ambitious bill, I guess, in terms of legalizing cannabis, giving the government authority over it so that they will tell us that they're going to be able to manage cannabis across this country well. And I guess we'll see whether that happens or not. But out of that approval and legalization of cannabis then comes a major concern, which is the operation of motor vehicles while under the influence of cannabis, or as C-46 includes, a number of other drugs. And so to respond to that challenge that comes out of C-45, the Liberals have recently introduced Bill C-46, which deals directly with offences and procedures that are related to impaired driving, both for alcohol and for cannabis and a number of other drugs. Now, Bill C-46 is a fairly lengthy bill, Madam Speaker. It's 78 pages. It proposes to introduce a new impaired driving regime that, when you take a look at it, is considerably more complicated than the present laws. It includes new and higher mandatory fines. It includes changes in how and where testing can be done. It changes the timelines on testing, and it sets maximum penalties for impaired driving crimes. It also introduces, Madam Speaker, a new element of mandatory alcohol screening at the roadside, which is expected to become a civil rights concern or issue in this country. Now, clearly, our party supports measures that protect Canadians from impaired drivers. I doubt that there's a person in this House that hasn't been impacted by the stupid and tragic results that come from impaired driving, from the incredible human cost that is paid for that. Mandatory fines, maximum penalties, those kinds of things do send a strong message that Canadians will not tolerate impaired driving. But I'm very concerned that the Liberals want to rush these true drug bills through Parliament by July 2018. They're not prepared. They don't seem to be prepared and not ready to deal with the results, with the consequences of what will come from passing these two bills. We believe this hurried timeline, or I believe this hurried timeline, is unrealistic. It puts the health and safety of Canadians at risk. And I want to talk today about this legislation and about some of the other concerns around it. Because it's likely to pass on second reading and go to committee. So I'm going to raise a number of questions that I think need to be asked at committee in order for any responsible legislator to continue to support either bill. And the first question, I guess, is why has this government moved forward with this legislation when there's clearly no consensus on this issue? And even this afternoon we've heard different statistics used back and forth across the House here that have some very different results. There's no agreement amongst Canadians on this issue, and actually polls show an almost schizophrenic understanding of this issue. One of the latest ones actually demonstrates that a strong majority apparently believe this will not prevent drug use. Half see this as a gateway drug. A majority believe this will not lessen crime, and that the drunken or impaired driving enforcement will not be effective. Half think that the proposed limit for possession and plants is too high. A strong majority believe the age limit needs to be raised, and two-thirds agree that the health risks are not understood. And yet, Madam Speaker, we're told that a majority of Canadians support the legislation. Past surveys have similar confusing statistics and results. And all of this at a time when we're told that actually teen education drug prevention programs are working and teen usage is declining. The Liberals come forward with a bill then to make cannabis legal in this country. So there's a clear conclusion, Madam Speaker, that Canadians are conflicted by this issue. Another question that has not been answered by the government is what is the actual impact on people, especially young people? And we've seen, I think, some unexpected results from a couple of the United States that have legalized cannabis. What work has the government done on this issue, especially when its own task force identified this as probably one of the most important issues that the government will face if they come forward with this legislation? Well, medical evidence indicates marijuana impacts brain development up to age 25, and we believe it affects brain function after that. This government seems to think that 18 is okay. The public disagrees. Polls show that. How is the government going to address this issue seriously of young people being exposed to this drug prior to when they should be? I guess another question would be, how does allowing possession and growing plants in your home achieve the goal of, as the legislation says, preventing young people from accessing cannabis? With increased public awareness and as people are allowed to grow it at home, what will be the impact on young people? My colleague just mentioned a little bit earlier, are people going to be allowed to smoke this in a vehicle? And if they are, how does that impact the children or the people that are in the car with them? The same thing applies, I think, at home. So, Madam Speaker, there's questions about what is the overall health impact and what's the impact on the public, especially around the use of vehicles. Task Force, in their report, indicated that research shows that youth in particular underestimate the risks of cannabis use, and so do others. But I guess we would ask, has the government done any homework on overall health impacts? And it certainly seems that it has not done that. It cannot answer that question. There's other ongoing questions around the role of medical marijuana and what many people see as the present abuse of it as well. How has it become so simple to access this program, and how does it give us any assurance that future legislation will deal with the very real issues around marijuana and other drugs that are mentioned in the legislation? Questions arise, I guess, also, I hear them about the perception that a very small group of people who are being chosen by the government stand to become extremely wealthy over this issue as well. What about the public education component that was so important to the task force? Officials in both Washington and Colorado have stressed the importance of starting educational campaigns as long as possible before legalization. The Liberal government's task force recommended extensive marijuana and impaired driving education awareness campaigns before the drug's legalization. Where is that campaign? We've seen nothing of it. On the issue of driving and education, the Canadian Automobile Association has said that this government needs to launch a public education campaign and provide greater funding to law enforcement authorities to get ready for the new regime. They say it's clear, and this is a quote from the report, that work needs to start immediately in these areas and that the actual legislation should not be rushed. And that was said by CAA Vice President Jeff Walker. So where do we see this education campaign? And since we don't, Madam Speaker, what will be the cost of it when we do? There's actually other costs involved as well. We'll talk about those a little bit later. But when it comes to the testing and the testings that's being proposed, there's going to be a massive increase in cost to do the testing, and I'm just wondering if the government has any answers as to how that's going to be paid. Are they going to stick the provinces with the bill? The federal government going to make the commitment that's necessary to actually do this in a fashion that will work? Driver safety is an issue, a big issue, and it will bring us to Bill C-46. Two United States have introduced recreational marijuana sales. They've both seen significant increases in the proportion of fatal accidents involving drivers who tested positive for the drug. That's a report from the Globe and Mail. I'm concerned that this Liberal government has not taken the proper steps to develop effective educational campaigns or put in place adequate roadside capacity to deter Canadians from impaired driving. The reality is that impaired driving remains one of the most frequent criminal offences, and it's among the leading criminal causes of death in Canada. And the expectation, or probably reality from the United States is that's only going to increase. Anne McClellan, who's the chair of the task force, said the best solution was to give research additional time, not only do the educational campaigning, but develop proper detection tools. So isn't it clear? The government needs to ensure that Canadians understand the risks of impaired driving before moving forward with this legislation. As I mentioned, all of this costs money. education, new legal regimes, especially with increased participation of the medical profession? What will be the cost of the court system in the increased traffic that will be going through the courts? This government has not been quick to fill those vacancies at the court to speed up process through our court systems. Will police have the resources? Will they have the training that they are required to face the increased threat of impaired driving associated with the legalization of marijuana? And what will be the cost of the Canadian taxpayers for this radical change in policies? Canadians don't have answers to any of those questions right now. And testing for impairment is a huge issue. It's probably the major concern for Canadians on this issue. So in C-46, Part 1 amends the provisions of the Criminal Code that deal with offences and procedures related to drug-impaired driving. Among other things, they do things like enact new criminal offences for driving with a blood drug concentration equal to or higher than the permitted concentration. It authorizes the Governor and Council to establish blood drug concentrations. It authorizes police drivers to demand that a driver provide a sample of a bodily substance for analysis. And Part 2 repeals the provisions of the Criminal Code, and it repeals and replaces transportation offences with a different structure. It authorizes mandatory alcohol screening at the roadside, and it increases certain minimum fines and certain maximum penalties. It does a few other things, facilitates investigation and proof of blood alcohol concentration, and it takes out some of the defences that encourage risk-taking behaviour and permits earlier enrolment in a provincial ignition interlock program. The problem with this, Madam Speaker, is the Liberals have brought forward some good initiatives, but this is not actually primarily about alcohol impairment. In many ways, it's being used, as my colleague said earlier, I think as a smokescreen, as a mask. The diversion for this government to divert attention from its inability to test drug impairment. The problem here is that as they begin to do that, they're moving aggressively to restrict the civil liberties of Canadians. Madam Speaker, there's no clear way to measure drug impairment. There's no way to measure marijuana in particular, and there are no reliable roadside drug screening devices available to police officers, and that's why we see basically in this legislation that they will allow police officers to first do a breath test, and then if that's not, it actually says in the legislation that's not good enough to be considered an offence, then it has to lead into further testing. So it's a very big concern. My colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable in his speech actually talked about the fact that the screening devices are really not that effective, and there's a great concern from the Canadian Centre on the Substance Use and Addiction about that. And they said, although the accuracy of oral fluid screening devices has been improving, they are not perfect. Some drivers who've used drugs will test negative. There remains a small probability that some drug-free drivers will test positive. When a person who's used drugs is missed by the screening procedure, it has implications for road safety. And so, is the technology there in order to meet the goals of the Liberal policies? And we're not sure about that. I guess I should just mention that this isn't just about alcohol and cannabis. There's a number of other drugs that are covered as well, which will make that testing regime even more complicated. So this is a big challenge. It's not just about alcohol, it's not just about cannabis, but it's also about 6 other types of drugs as well. And it's just interesting. The legislation, while complicated, doesn't seem to be able to deal with these issues. Marijuana can be tested through breath, saliva, blood, urine, or hair. Officers can often detain suspects on the basis of smelling marijuana or noticing physical signs of impairment, and then they can actually ask the offender if they will provide a saliva sample. That's fine, except it's most likely to be used at DUI checkpoints. It's faster and less invasive than a blood test, but the problem is, there's all kinds of problems with that, which is things, edibles, injections, pills, etc., may not produce results as reliably. And presence of vapors may not correspond to actual impairment, as very small doses still register and strong doses that are inhaled longer ago do not register. Blood testing generally registers the presence of THC for up to 12 hours, depending on the dosage, but again, there are problems there. It's invasive. There's a question of civil rights of Canadians. It requires more specialized equipment and sterilization, and test results may not correspond again to actual impairment. Urine and hair tests, Madam Speaker, register marijuana use over a much longer periods of time, which pose similar problems to the previous tests in addition to other privacy issues. So there's a lot of things going on here around these issues. They can provide false positives, and so even if you prove a person used marijuana, you can't actually easily prove that they were impaired at the time of the search. My colleague mentioned earlier about the time testing as well, that there are provisions in here for testing 2 hours after someone has been drinking or taking drugs. Police are going to have to prove that someone was behind the wheel. I can see just a pile of complications from doing that as well. So, Madam Speaker, the government's response to this challenge was just to introduce a new section of the Criminal Code that removes the need for an officer to have reasonable grounds in order to demand a breath sample and then to go from there. There's a provision in C-46. Minister talked about this for mandatory alcohol screening, and this part of the legislation is going to face a court challenge, I would say probably immediately. It's an invasive practice of the state on an individual, and it's being done, and it's specifically being done without reasonable grounds. So there's a lot of questions around that section. It reads in Section 320.27(2), if a peace officer has in his or her possession an approved screening device, the peace officer may, in the course of the lawful exercise of powers under the Act of Parliament or an Act of a provincial legislature or existing common law, by demand, require a person who's operating a motor vehicle to immediately provide the sample of breath that, in his opinion, are necessary to establish or enable a proper analysis to be made by means of that device. Now, it doesn't mention in here, the government has said this is only to happen around a lawful stop, but there's nothing in here about it having to be a lawful stop. And so actually when we've gone to the government and asked for more information about this and for them to confirm that, they have not done that. And so Canadians need to be concerned about this, in my opinion. Is it done under a lawful stop? Is it done at an officer's own discretion? The one thing that is clear is that they've taken out reasonable grounds, reasonable suspicion, as something that has to be in place before the testing can be done. So they mention reasonable grounds all over the rest of the Act, but this section will basically, I would argue, render that useless. So the government has indicated that this will be used as only a part of a lawful stop, but as I mentioned, when we talk to them about that and ask about it, they are not willing to clarify that, or they haven't been able to clarify that. The minister talked about how she has her legal opinion that this will fit within the Charter rights. It's pretty clear from talking and just listening and looking up anything the Defence Lawyers, the Civil Liberties Association has said, that this is going to be challenged very quickly. The Civil Liberties Association of Canada has been a proponent of medical marijuana. They oppose invasive speech searches. We went online. There's people such as Sean May, who's an attorney specializing in DUIs, who said these cases are very difficult to prosecute due to problems with evidence, all kinds of false positives and things like that, and other factors. Another defense lawyer questioned data and called the police, giving police unfettered power to demand a breath test, dangerous. He said it allows for police abuse. Now police, for whatever reason they want, can make you do a breathalyzer. If you talk back to them, they feel you're disrespecting them, they have the power to do that. He said, I don't know there's a lot of solid research linking impairment to the level of drugs in a person's system. And so unlike the breathalyzer, an officer must have a reasonable suspicion the drivers consumed drugs before asking for a sample. So there's a number of lawyers that come forward and said this is not charter-proof. This thing's going to be challenged immediately. And I'm sorry my time is running out here. I know that the U.S.-based National Institute on Drug Abuse have suggested that there's no adequate way to measure THC levels or determine just how drugged a person is in a roadside test. So we're going to face all kinds of problems with that. So, Madam Speaker, just to wrap up, there are many questions around the bill. The main concerns, I think, focus primarily on the removal of the reasonable grounds, reasonable suspicion provisions that have protected Canadians for decades. Minister claims to have a charter opinion on the issue, but it's certain to end up in court. It should be worrying Canadians, and this entire framework is colossally complicated. There are a ton of questions that remain unanswered, not just in C-46, but also C-45. The government has not answered questions on education, cost, health impact, and a number of other issues, and especially not on law enforcement, including the important issue of impaired driving.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a couple of questions, if I may. First of all, I just wanted to point out to the member opposite and thank him for his speech. But in Bill's C-46, Section 320, sub 27, sub 2, it says that a police officer may, in the course of a lawful exercise of powers under an Act of Parliament or an Act of provincial legislature or arising in common law. That's the legal, the definition of a lawful arrest that may be of some use to him. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to reference a statement made by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police on behalf of their traffic committee, in which they said the government has put forward strong legislation not only focused on impairment by drugs, but also addressing ongoing issues related to alcohol impairment. steps that have been introduced to reform the entire impaired driving scheme are seen as a much needed and very positive. The CACP has called for such changes in the past, and as I've already mentioned, several years went by with no action, specifically in support of modernizing the driving provisions of the Criminal Code, supporting mandatory alcohol screening, and eliminating common loophole defences. And so my question to the member opposite, the people who are actually tasked with keeping our roadways safe and are out enforcing these laws have been asking for these changes for very many years. They now have come out very strongly saying this is exactly what we've asked for and in support of it, and I'm wondering if that allays some of the members' concerns.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, again, there's a number of issues that have been raised here this afternoon. Things around costs. Who's going to pay for those? Who's going to pay for those costs? Is this government going to dump those back down on the municipal police forces who have come out and said, well, they think there need to be some changes here? But I guess the real issue is around, first of all, whether people's civil liberties, from my perspective, are being impacted or not, and secondly, around the fact that there are no reliable roadside screening devices presently that we're able to put in place. And we talked about this in the last Parliament, and I think that's one of the reasons why some of the changes weren't made in the past, is because those devices did not exist. They still haven't come into place where they're readily available for police officers to be able to use, and I think that might answer the member's questions opposite.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just would like to ask the member about this business of the lack of roadside tests for marijuana impairment. When I talk to RCMP members across my riding, it's about marijuana. That's the one thing that they're concerned about. They want to have the ability to test people for impairment with marijuana. And now MAD Canada has endorsed the idea of per se limits for marijuana. I think there's 11 states out there now in the United States that have zero tolerance limits, per se limits for marijuana. I just wondered if he would comment in more detail on that, whether we should have per se limits and whether they should be based on science with regard to impairment. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, this is actually a good question, Madam Speaker, because it shows again the lack of preparation that this government has had in putting this bill forward, because when it comes to alcohol, they do have those limits in the bill, and so they've specifically laid out what those limits are, laid out about the kind of process. If you're going to use that timing method where the police come 2 hours later, they'll be able to measure how much the amount of alcohol is lessened in somebody's blood stream. But when it comes to the drugs, all they say is that we'll set the regulations in place later. So it's pretty clear indication that these guys have not done their work. They're talking about 6 different drugs, so they're going to have to put in place, I guess, 6 different types of frameworks in order to deal with those drugs. I don't know how the police are going to be able to handle that at the roadside, but they're certainly dumping a big job on their heads.
Comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can explain to the House in regards to Bill C-226, which dealt with random breathalyzer tests. My understanding is the member actually had voted against that particular bill, and I'd be interested in hearing his explanation as to why it is that he chose to vote that way. And if he could also provide some further comment when we have organizations such as Canada's Chief of Police coming forward saying we have legislation that is in general very good. It's actions that they have been calling for years, something in which the Conservative sat on and did nothing. Why it would not be a good thing to be responding to some of the needs that our professional organizations like our Chief of Police are calling on government to do.
Our member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, when it comes to terms of limits or whatever, I think we always need to take a look at that balance between dealing directly with this issue that has so many negative consequences across Canada. As I mentioned earlier in my speech, there's not one of us that hasn't suffered from the pain and agony of somebody who's been involved in impaired driving situations and accidents. But on the other hand, we also have the obligation in this country to acknowledge the Charter, and the Liberals should be the last ones who are refusing to do that, because in this case I believe that we need to take the Charter into account. That's another question that should be asked. The Minister came and said she has an opinion from her Justice Department. She perhaps should have gone further than that to get a solid opinion, so that we know this is going to end up in court. Everybody has known that right from the minute that it was introduced, because people are going to try to hold the government to account on this issue. Government should have done more homework on it, and it's just one more place where, in my opinion, they did not do their homework before they introduced these two pieces of legislation. And I think in lots of ways C-46 is meant to be cover for them, bringing in a badly prepared C-45 that will legalize cannabis.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. I guess I'm struck about two things with respect to this issue. One is that we had a private member's bill that came forward that dealt with many similar issues, and that had already progressed through the committee stage, and the government voted to kill that bill in favor of bringing forward a government bill that was different, but in many ways similar. And yet they complain about how, in their view, the standing orders don't provide them with enough ability to advance government legislation. Well, maybe if they actually considered ideas that came through private members' business, they wouldn't have to go through the process of reintroducing some of them, although with certain modifications that we certainly have concerns about. The second thing that strikes me about this legislation is that there's a presumption that the technology is there for impairment testing around marijuana, and that it's somehow analogous to alcohol in terms of the relative ease of impairment testing, when the reality is these are different substances with different kinds of impacts. Marijuana is fat soluble, which means it is retained in the brain, even if it is much less present in other bodily fluids from a testing perspective. So this creates major concerns when you establish a test through bodily fluids for determining impairment. There may be impairment even if it's not showing up in high levels in bodily fluid, but it may show up in higher levels in those fluids when there's not as much impairment. So I wonder if the member can comment on these two major problems with the way the government's proceeding.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I think the issue of the private members bill is a very important one. It seems the government could have moved ahead with that bill and supported it, made whatever amendments they felt, or worked with the author of it to make the amendments that they needed, but it seems like they needed to have something that they could put forward. I guess this makes my argument, I think, that they're using this as a cover for what is poorly done in C-45. And in terms of the testing, Madam Speaker, it's not just alcohol and cannabis. We need to understand that. When you take a look at this, they're talking about the types of drugs that they're going to have to be testing for impairment include depressants, inhalants, dissociative anesthetics, cannabis, stimulants, hallucinogenics, and narcotic analgesics. So there's a whole host of things that are going to have to go on there before our police officers along the side of the road are going to be able to do their job. And I think this government needs to think through its process here and see if they can't come up with something that's much more simple and much more easily achievable by our police men and women who are on the road.
For a very brief question, questions et commentaires, questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And a very short question to my colleague. Thank you for listing the litany of concerns that I know are shared by members on both sides of the House, beyond the front benches, and the Parliamentary Secretary. You talked about dumping the regulations for protocols.
Can just address the chair, please, and I can tell you I didn't list those items.
My colleague, he mentioned the dumping of the regulations for protocols and procedures in the testing regimes, but I wonder if he could talk about the costs that are being dumped on the provinces, on law enforcement, the cities, municipalities in different parts of the country, just as they have dumped the costs for the regulations of distribution and security of distribution.
Brief answer from the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, please.
Well, there are a whole host of costs here, and the government's not answering the question as to who's going to be paying for them. We talked about the necessity for educational programs. The task force identified that. The government's not identifying whether they're going to be paying for that or what that's going to look like. There will be medical costs. If you're going to be doing roadside testing, especially blood test types or whatever, blood tests, or we're going to have medical personnel involved in the testing. There's going to be extensive costs with that as well, and costs with training on that as well. Our young people, the government claims they want to keep the drugs away from the young people. There's going to have to be a major program done. Some of the programs that were already in place were being effective, and this government has decided that they're not interested in following those, and certainly it's going to be extended legal costs across the country as well. And we need to know who's paying for those: the municipalities, provinces, this government, or the taxpayer of Canada.
Thank you. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Member for Drummond, Public Services and Procurement. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on Bill C-46. Bill C-46 is it's a very large bill. It's a complex bill. It purports to amend many sections of the criminal code relating to impaired driving, among other offenses. In the 20 minutes that I have, I won't have the opportunity to address all aspects of the bill. But let me say at the outset that there are some good aspects, some positive aspects to Bill C-46. And at the same time, there are also issues that I believe are a cause for concern. And there's no doubt that once this bill is voted on at second reading, it will make its way to committee. After all, it's government legislation. We have a majority government. And what is important is that it is carefully studied and reviewed at committee. There are really two main parts to Bill C-46. Part one deals with drug-impaired driving and drug-impaired offenses. Part two deals with transportation offenses in the criminal code and alcohol-impaired driving. With respect to drug-impaired driving, among the things that Bill C-46 would provide for is to allow law enforcement, upon having a reasonable suspicion that a motorist is drug-impaired, to require that motorist to undertake a screening test to determine whether or not they are in fact drug-impaired. It would be an oral saliva test, and it would detect THC levels in the individual. Additionally, the government has put forward recommendations with respect to 3 new offenses related to drug-impaired driving that would relate to levels of THC. Now, Madam Speaker, there are some issues of concern with respect to the approach that the government is undertaking in terms of measuring impairment by THC levels. After all, Madam Speaker, there is not a direct correlation necessarily between THC levels and impairment. THC can depend on any number of things, including how THC came into the body, also in terms of whether an individual is a regular user of marijuana or an occasional user of marijuana. That can impact upon THC levels in the body. We know, Madam Speaker, that THC can remain in the body for sometimes days or even weeks following marijuana use. One of the problems with toxicology tests in the case of marijuana in terms of THC is that they tell us that someone used marijuana, but they don't necessarily tell us when they've used marijuana, much less whether they're impaired. And that's a problem. It's a problem, Madam Speaker, because in the case of the recommended offenses that the government has put forward, it's possible that an individual could have relatively low levels of THC but be really impaired to get behind the wheel. Then in other cases, you could have individuals with higher THC levels who are really not impaired, perhaps because they are a regular user of marijuana, again, having regard for the fact that THC can stay in the body for an extended period of time. So it really is a concern that the science isn't there it's not in place to undertake, in all circumstances, a fully accurate assessment when it comes to whether someone behind the wheel is in fact drug impaired. Now, Madam Speaker, more broadly on the issue of drug impairment and what impact legalization is going to have on the safety of our roads, let me say what is clear, and that is that with legalization, more and more Canadians are going to use marijuana. I don't think, Madam Speaker, anyone disputes that reality. As a result, more and more individuals are going to be on the road who are drug impaired. And the consequence of that, Madam Speaker, is that there are going to be more injuries, more deaths, and more carnage on our roads. One need only look at, for example, the state of Colorado, which a few years back legalized marijuana. In the first year following legalization of marijuana in the state of Colorado, motor vehicle deaths attributable to drug impairment increased by a staggering 62%. 62%. And in the years since, we have seen an increase overall. That is a noticeable increase in deaths and injuries attributable to drug impairment in the state of Colorado. Madam Speaker, that is exactly what we have to look forward to in Canada, courtesy of this government's legalization legislation. Now, what is the government's plan in the face of those kind of statistics? Evidence from nearby jurisdictions. What is their plan to deal with issues like keeping our roads safe? You know, it's nice and well to introduce a bill, as flawed as it is in so many respects, with as many unanswered questions as there are, but it's quite another to say, once we've passed the bill, once it becomes the law, as it almost certainly will, what are we actually going to do when it comes to enforcement, when it comes to keeping our roads safe? Madam Speaker, the answer is that this government doesn't have a plan. There is no plan to train police officers. There is no plan in terms of assisting municipalities with getting roadside screening devices. As far as I understand, there's even some question as to whether there is a ready, usable, reliable roadside screening device that could be utilized today. Notwithstanding that, Madam Speaker, what we get from this government, all we get from this government, is a rushed, fixed, arbitrary timeline of July 1st, 2018 to move forward with marijuana legalization. Now, with so many unanswered questions, there seems to be only one plausible explanation for why the government would be moving forward with the July 1st, 2018 timeline. And that is, I guess, it's so that the government can say that they actually kept, imagine that, one promise from the 2015 election. So, Madam Speaker, what we have is a government that is putting politics ahead of public health and public safety. And, Madam Speaker, that really is an abdication of leadership from this government, and all Canadians should be concerned. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to turn to the second part of Bill C-46, which deals with alcohol-impaired driving. There are some good aspects to the second part of Bill C-46. Among the changes brought forward by Bill C-46 is to strengthen some penalties for alcohol-impaired driving. Among the changes would be to increase the maximum penalty for individuals who drive impaired and cause death from a maximum term of imprisonment of 14 years up to life behind bars. And, Madam Speaker, I commend the government for moving forward with that change. It sends the right message that when one chooses to drink and then drive, it's more than just a bad choice. It is a serious crime with serious consequences. Consequences that can result, and far too often have resulted, in the loss of lives. And so in that regard, it is perfectly appropriate to say that individuals who commit such a crime need to be held, must be held to the fullest extent of the law, with a penalty of as long as life behind bars. Now, one of the biggest changes in Bill C-46 is in respect to mandatory alcohol screening. This is a major change, and I know there are differences of opinion, including in my own caucus, on this issue, but whatever one's view of mandatory alcohol screening, one must recognize that this constitutes a significant shift in the law. It really changes the relationship between an individual and law enforcement. Arguably, it reverses the presumption from the presumption of innocence to the presumption of guilt. And while my mind is open to mandatory alcohol screening, I believe that caution is required, having regard for the significant infringement on individual liberty that mandatory alcohol screening will mean. At present, Madam Speaker, law enforcement can require a breath sample when the officer has a reasonable suspicion that the individual has alcohol in their system. Now, there are some who would argue that mandatory alcohol screening, which would do away with the requirement of a reasonable suspicion, is really not that big of a change. They would note, and rightly so, that driving is not a right, it's a privilege. It is a highly regulated activity. In that regard, a police officer can stop a vehicle at random to ask for the driver's registration or proof of insurance or to assess their sobriety. Now, Madam Speaker, what Bill C-46 would do is replace the requirement of reasonable suspicion with saying effectively that a police officer could require a breath sample from a motorist anytime, anywhere, under any circumstances, absent even the slightest level of suspicion. Now, Madam Speaker, I would submit that what we are talking about is a fairly significant infringement on an individual's liberty. It's something far more significant than merely stopping a vehicle on the road and a police officer asking for their vehicle registration, and in the course of conversing with the individual motorist, the officer determines that the person may have alcohol in their system and consequently requests that the individual undertake a breath sample. In the case of mandatory screening, we're talking about a mandatory bodily sample, absent even the slightest level of suspicion. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, a needed thing or not, it's a big change. It is something that certainly would contravene Section 8 of the Charter, the right against unreasonable search and seizure. Now, it's quite possible, and I know the Minister of Justice has said that Department of Justice lawyers have advised her that it would be upheld under Section 1 of the Charter. Professor Hogg, certainly an esteemed constitutional expert, has given his opinion to suggest so similarly. But nonetheless, we are talking about a breach of charter rights, Section 8 and Section 9. And whether it's saved under Section 1, that's a matter to be litigated. But it highlights the fact that, as I say, we are talking about a breach of charter rights. And so the question then becomes, is it justified? Is it justified having regard for the seriousness of impaired driving? Frankly, too many Canadians who have lost their lives on the road as a result of an impaired driver. We see the statistics. The statistics are in some ways encouraging. Over the last 30 years, the number of people who are getting behind the wheel and impaired and causing injuries or deaths are being reduced. The numbers are going down. But nonetheless, Canada's level of injury and death as a result of impaired driving is well above most other countries in the Western world. And so it is a concern. And as a result, I say there is a legitimate debate, a legitimate reason to have a serious look at mandatory alcohol screening. Now, in terms of determining whether or not mandatory alcohol screening is justified, having regard for charter rights of Canadians, one must look in part of that analysis at the powers that law enforcement presently have and assess whether law enforcement are using all of the powers that they have. What is, for example, reasonable suspicion? Reasonable suspicion is not reasonable suspicion that an individual is over the criminal code limit of 0.08. Reasonable suspicion is not a reasonable suspicion that an individual is impaired. Reasonable suspicion is reasonable suspicion that an individual has alcohol in their system. Madam Speaker, without more, that is an incredibly low threshold. To that end, police officers, in order to establish reasonable suspicion, can do any number of things upon lawfully stopping a vehicle. Factors such as red eyes, the smell of alcohol on a motorist's breath, an admission of alcohol use. All of those things and other factors would go towards establishing reasonable suspicion. They don't require a mandatory alcohol test. Now, Madam Speaker, I know there have been some statistics that have been brought forward that say nonetheless mandatory alcohol screening will reduce impaired driving, reduce the number of deaths, reduce the number of injuries. They also at the same time point to the fact that, according to some statistics, about 50% of the time law enforcement doesn't detect an impaired driver using simply talking and interacting with a motorist. So those are issues that need to be addressed. They need to be fleshed out. It's why, Madam Speaker, I support the bill in principle to get it to committee for further study and further review. While there are some good aspects to this bill, there are also many unanswered questions that need to be answered, and quite frankly, it probably requires many amendments to get this bill right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from St. Albert Edmonton for his remarks and his support in principle to Bill C-46. And I, like him, I'm looking forward to this coming before the Justice Committee so that we might listen to some experts. I just wanted to respond to one of the concerns that he raised, and I wanted to assure him that the legislation as proposed only authorizes the minister to approve a device, but I want him to reassure him that approval is based on a recommendation from the Canadian Society for Forensic Scientists, who have a drugs and driving committee, and they look at the best available science and at all of the devices, and they are put through the most rigorous tests and standards before they are recommended by that drugs and driving committee to the minister. And so the legislation as proposed only authorizes the minister to approve a device, but that approval is dependent entirely on the recommendation of the Canadian Society of Forensic Science and based on the best available advice and science available. And so I wanted to provide him with that assurance, and I hope that allays some of the concerns that he expressed during his remarks.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice for his comments and also for his work on this incredibly complex file. He certainly brings a lot of background depth and experience, and I thank him for that. Madam Speaker, I would say that it nonetheless highlights, though, that the science is not necessarily there in terms of a device that is ready to go. And I would just quote to that end the Canadian Centre on Substance Use that says, although the accuracy of oral fluid screening devices has been improving, they are not perfect. Some drivers who have used drugs will test negative, and there remains a small probability that some drug-free drivers will test positive. When a driver who has used drugs is missed by the screening procedure, it has implications for road safety. That is from the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction. And, Madam Speaker, it highlights the fact that there is still work to do in terms of ensuring that we have the screening devices that provide a consistent scientific method of detecting impairment.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his wonderful speech, and I want him to know that I agree with him 100%. Our government, the health and safety of Canadians has always been the priority, and he's bang on when he says the science not there. And with all due respect to my colleague across the way, when you look at the science that's out there, it's new. It really hasn't been tested. It's been tested in very few jurisdictions. When you're looking at something as complicated as driving while impaired, the tests that are out there just don't live up to what Canadians are expecting for maintaining safety. I've had parents talk to me about what about their school bus drivers. I've had union members talk to me about heavy equipment. We know, Madam Speaker, that for alcohol, there are tests that cost pennies per test. With the marijuana test with these swabs, so far we know it's going to cost somewhere between $20 and $35, and then the cost on top of that for the blood tests. So basically, I just wanted to ask my colleague, these costs, who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for the training of the officers? Who's going to pay for the toxicology and the tests? Because my community is worried about this is going to be downloaded to the provinces and the municipalities.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I thank my friend, the Honourable Member for Oshawa, for that question, and he raises a very good point, and it goes back to my earlier point that while the government is moving forward with legislation in terms of a plan for implementation and enforcement, at this time there doesn't seem to be a plan, or to the degree there is one, it is coming up short. And in terms of the costs, there are significant costs to this. My honourable friend mentioned blood tests, screening devices. This is equipment that police departments have to acquire. Who's going to pay for it? Well, at this point in time, it seems that it's municipalities that are going to largely pick up the tab. There's been absolutely no funding commitment from this government. In terms of police officer training, my honourable friend mentioned, and others have, that this is a far more complex thing to test for drug impairment compared to alcohol impairment. It requires significant training. Right now, there are some 600 officers approximately who have this training. In order to meet capacity to deal with the impact of legalization, that number has got to reach, it's estimated, at least 2,000. So, again, the question is who pays for it. Again, it's the provinces and municipalities. And so, while this government would like to pat themselves on the back and say they kept a promise, for downloading so much of the responsibility to the provinces and municipalities.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I thank my colleague. I know his speech was well documented. What I hear is that everyone will pay for this kind of vague and unmonitored approach, but in the final analysis, this is a clear-cut case where all of Canada, all municipalities, all provinces paid for the improvisation and lightweight election promise that was put out there just to look good.
Well, thank you to my colleague, the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. The member, Madam Speaker, is bang on that this arbitrary date of July 1st, 2018, without any funding, without any support, to assist the provinces, to assist municipalities with implementation and enforcement is nothing more than a way for the government to take political credit. And as in answer to the member for Oshawa, and to follow up with the point that was raised by the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, in terms of the costs, in terms of police officers, the cost of training one police officer is estimated to be somewhere in the range of $17,000 to $20,000. That is a huge chunk of change from municipalities, and so it is an abdication of the leadership from this government to say, we're moving forward with this legislation, and provinces and municipality, you pick up the tab, and we'll wash your hands clean.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In relation to costs, I know the member is, I appreciate his analysis and careful thoughtfulness. I wonder in relation to costs, if you could speculate on the costs of not taking more of these impaired drivers, both for drugs and alcohol, off the roads. One tragic death is a huge human and physical cost. And my second part of the question is, if you could outline there, in the last Parliament, there was a lot of, there was a number of bills that would increase massive costs to the justice system of the provinces or territories or municipalities, and what provision was made to cover those costs for those other bills?
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, to the question raised by my colleague from Yukon, one death as a result of impaired driving is one death too many. The question, however, is in responding legislatively to it, what is the best approach to take? And that is pertinent to the issue of mandatory roadside testing, because one of the issues that we have with impaired drivers is that we've seen this drop, this general drop. It's still too high, but we've seen a significant drop year after year as a result of a combination of public awareness, changes to the criminal code, and other legislative changes. But the people who are responsible for the deaths are a relatively small group, which are repeat offenders, hardcore drunk drivers. Those are the people that we have to go after. Whether this bill fully does that is a question that needs to be thoroughly considered at committee.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the outset, I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Windsor West, because I think there will never be enough of us trying to shed light on a bill that seems to be rather badly designed. I'd also like to say at the outset that despite all the objections that I will list in the next few minutes, at second reading, I will vote for this bill, not because I think it's brilliant, but because I really need to get answers, which I hope will come from the experts who will be heard before committee in order to be able to continue this conversation with the voters in my riding, who are very numerous, asking questions not only about marijuana legalization, but also its effects on driving. Both bills, C-46 and C-45, were tabled at the same time. And when that was done, I thought this was perfectly consistent and coherent. That is, table a bill to legalize marijuana, and at the same time, table a bill to monitor these measures and the consequences of that, for instance, on people driving while impaired. When I started reading the two bills, unfortunately, I became quickly disappointed because 18 months of work by a Liberal committee ended up producing extraordinary things like we won't sell marijuana to people under 18. Well, it seems to me you didn't need 18 months worth of work to come up with that, but that's the first recommendation. Perhaps because we know full well that many studies have shown that consuming marijuana does have effects on regular users who are still developing. The brain is still developing. Many experts say we should not have consumption until the age 21 or even maybe 25. And the Liberals are saying in their bill, well, the provinces can decide to set a different age. Well, we're already in a big mess if some provinces decide to legalize it at 25, others at 21, others at 18. And what about how this fits in with driver's license? When you get a temporary driver's license in my province, it's zero tolerance on alcohol. You can get your license at 16. So that then brings you to 18. And then you play along with the same rules as everybody else with demerit points. If there was some harmonization and private provinces decided to set the limit at 21 or 25 for marijuana, how would you harmonize driver's license and your zero tolerance? How could it be considered? So those are all questions that remain unanswered, because in the first bill, as in the second, consultation with the provinces, the Indigenous groups, municipalities, is just about null and void. Second conclusion of the report after 18 months of work, the level of THC in marijuana is not set. The other corollary to that in C-46, they have not determined the rate of the level of THC for what can be considered impaired driving. They said, we'll see to that in the regulations. Well, once again, they're shoveling forward, saying, well, we don't have an answer, so we'll put this off till later and hope to find an answer later. Those are all considerations that don't help people who are trying to make up their mind about legalization and see how it'll be applied. There's nothing at all on the profits generated by this new state business. Will it be reinvested in health care? The Liberals seem to have said that the health transfers that have already been cut or granted, there would be no new money to give the provinces, even though the majority of responsibility for bills that we're discussing now end up in the backyards of the provinces. I'd like to bridge this with the poll that appeared this morning. One first observation, 50% of Quebecers are opposed to legalization. Well, it's maybe a little less than the rest of Canada. It's about the same percentage that agrees with legalization. So what I understand from this 50% of Quebecers who are saying no to legalization of marijuana is that the Liberals, through their Bill C-45 and Bill C-46, have not managed to give anyone a sense of security about the measures they contain. We have a few about driving, but how many housing owners are wondering about how they will manage the contract they have with their tenants when they're allowed to grow marijuana at home, when they're allowed to smoke in their homes, of course, because it would be legalized. So there's one question that comes up in very large number of issues, and they remain unanswered in C-45 and C-46. So 54% of Quebecers are against legalizing marijuana. They feel that this is cautious. I think that if we could answer their question, that percentage might change. And that's why I will try to deploy as many efforts in trying to find answers in committee so that I can propose a number of amendments with the rest of my party so that citizens, wherever they may live, can have answers to their concerns and be perhaps appeased. Moreover, and let me get back to C-46, the same poll shows that 65% of Quebecers and 60% of Canadians' major concern, their primary concern, is the link with auto accidents. So if somebody decides to use marijuana for recreational use, to relax on the weekend, decide to substitute a joint for their usual bottle of wine, that seems to be accepted and acceptable. But once somebody might take the wheel with impaired faculties, that's a serious problem. And C-45 does not solve that problem because there's no tools. The level of THC is not identified. There are no precise measures or instruments that allow us to determine whether a person is driving while impaired when using marijuana. I'd like to refer to another statistic that's maybe more related to alcohol, but nevertheless, the main cause of death in criminal cases is driving while impaired causing death. That is the primary source of criminally caused deaths in Canada. We have one of the worst records in the OECD. Imagine if we had other substances that are hard to evaluate, and we can't evaluate a mixture of such substances. It becomes a big problem and very worrisome for all Quebecers and Canadians who are taking a look at this issue. And with these bills, they're not finding the answers to their questions.
I have the impression that they're really putting the cart before the horse. Now, the Conservative government, before the Liberal government, was very focused on minimum sentences and increasing sentences. But that approach has not been proved to have had a direct impact on the criminal code. Now the Liberals are saying, well, now, this is in the bill. If you end up with a ruling that says that you were driving while impaired, then your penalty could go from 14 years, which is currently the case in the criminal code, to life in prison. So they're already starting to make laws about the consequences of a problem that they haven't even identified. Now, I believe I'm being told there's only 1 minute left, or perhaps none. Well, I guess I'll stop there. And I'll just say once again that I will be voting in favor, but I think that we need some precisions here because I don't think the bill is entirely complete. The Honourable Member for Terres de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his 20-minute speech and for his questions and comments. I think he's right to ask some questions. Now, through you, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know the logic behind the NDP's position. They want to decriminalize marijuana. We've heard them say that many times. They want to decriminalize possession. And now, before they even received the bill, before even seeing the committee's recommendation, they want to do this. But now they're saying that we're putting the cart before the horse. So what is the NDP's position and what is the logic behind it? We've had 1 year to work on this. We've had 1 year to prepare a bill that will finally solve a problem about something that hasn't been working for the last 100 years. The cannabis needs to be legalized under proper conditions, and that's what we're doing, and I'd like to know his opinion on that. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, the answer is simple, and in fact, it's included in the survey that appeared this morning. The survey which showed that a good proportion of Quebecers, I believe 35%, if I'm not mistaken, were talking about judiciarization, which is essentially equivalent to decriminalization. And what they were saying is that people wanted this drug, which is called marijuana, should remain a criminal activity, but a teenager who has marijuana, and of course I've seen this many times in school, that they don't want to send them before the courts for this. Now, if a teenager tries pot once, they shouldn't have to have a criminal record that will put an end to a potential later career or a trip to the U.S. later in their life. That's what citizens are really concerned about. Everyone knows that smoking a joint isn't such a serious crime that there should be a criminal record.
Séance et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I want to ask him a question about the impairment testing aspects of this bill. I have some significant concerns about the legalization of marijuana in general, mainly because of the impact it will have on the roads. And the government talks as if there is readily available, clear, reliable testing for drug and marijuana and other drug-related impairment, when the reality is that the testing for that is much more difficult, and the tests are not nearly as clear or readily available as they are in the case of alcohol. And this is because of differences in the physical properties of the substances we're talking about. So as much as we can look at, I think, more effective ways of combating marijuana use, we favor in our party a ticketing alternative within the context of maintaining the criminal prohibitions. But I want to hear the members' thoughts specifically on how we can move forward, recognizing the real concerns about whether or not you can actually effectively test for impairment.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the campaigns that really resonated among Quebecers and Canadians was the slogan, "Alcohol is criminal." Now, obviously there are people who break the law, but everyone understands that drinking and driving is a criminal act. Now, it's difficult to evaluate, as I said earlier, what the standards will be for someone driving with impaired faculties, having smoked marijuana. So how will you evaluate those standards if someone has been drinking and smoking? If there's a combination of that, we need a scientifically proven criteria, and if we don't have that, it's difficult to go forward.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad to join this debate here today with regards to Act C-46, an act to amend the criminal code and make consequential amendments to other acts. Simply spoken, Madam Speaker, this is to deal with the introduction of decriminalization and legalization of marijuana in a society. And the issue that we have facing us here today is rather ironic for me, Madam Speaker, because the issue of legalization of marijuana was comparable in many respects to a bill I brought before the House of Commons on single-event sports betting. It was about legalization of something that the public wanted, and the cost of the criminality element to it was very robust. And it's interesting, Madam Speaker, because I still get the comparables from people in the single-event sports betting lobby to allow you to do that activity legally in Canada, raise the comparison to this issue here. And what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that bill was defeated by the Liberals, primarily from the Prime Minister and his cabinet in particular. So when this passes and is through, you will be able to consume in a legal fashion cannabis, but you cannot still bet on a single event sports event, which is around $10 billion, Madam Speaker, a year loss that goes to primarily organized crime, whereas those funds could have been diverted to health care, education, and as well gaming addiction and other things related to it. So I say that at the beginning of this because I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that, and I have seen some of this work develop as to why specifically this did not get even moved to a committee. There clearly was a design by the Prime Minister and his cabinet and his parliamentary cabal to keep that going to cabinet for their own purposes, and there's some very much debatable reasons for that. But I do want to focus on this bill here in the sense that it again moves to legalization of a consumable product, being that of a drug, that now has consequential sociological and social elements that will frame our society around the use of it. And in particular, Madam Speaker, we're talking about driving impaired while the consumption has taken place, and that already since 1925 has been illegal in terms of having drugs in your system and driving a motorized vehicle. But I will add, Mr. Speaker, one of the more, I guess, interesting aspects of our whole driving impaired is that under alcohol, it is the one largest killer in terms of a criminal offense for murder with regards to taking place in death of Canadians. And we have not yet found, I think, the proper repertoire of responses to it. And I think it was interesting to listen to the debate here today. The Liberals haven't really participated much in it. That is the common thing that happens here. I would invite, actually, Mr. Speaker, for all those viewing to go visit an independent site called openparliament.ca, where you can actually track your individual members' participation. And as there's many people that just sit here and do not do anything with regards to their participation on a regular basis. And you could even actually look at the volume of what they've chosen, Mr. Speaker, to intervene on and what they've chosen not to with regards to this. So I've listened with intent. Some of the concerns raised by the Conservatives on this bill relate to some of the practical problems we have with the identification of those that are intoxicated or under the influence of driving under a drug. And the difficulty that the science has right now and the expansion of police powers, which are very much challenged under the environment of some of the issues we've had with racial profiling and a number of different civil liberty issues that have taken place, not only just with regards to the police, but also with regards to other different type of services provided by public institutions paid by all. Now, to that, Mr. Speaker, one of the raised concerns by the Conservatives is the cost of this, which I think is legitimate to raise, but I would add it's rather unfortunate that it has had a discussion point in this, and it's to the embarrassment and shame of the government that it should have put this to rest immediately. When you consider the cost of human and as well death related to this, and the mere fact of the gross amounts of profits that the government gets from alcohol sale and consumption, and that now of drug consumption, is nothing short of shameful for them to come into this debate and to not do that appropriately by taking care of those costs and ending that right away. Because if not, we all know
as myself as a former councillor and many others, is that they will offload these issues onto an inappropriate tax base to deal with them. And from a law created on a federal standpoint, there should be no debate whatsoever about those costs. We should be getting on with it, given the fact that we have such human tragedy associated to this. And we are debating about whether it costs $20 a swab or 2 cents a breathalyzer. It's absolutely shameful that we would change laws and have that debate when they are receiving certainly significant revenue from current sales of alcohol and other types of prohibited substances, and now drug sales. Is absolutely shameful. It is a black mark on them taking this process forward, and it becomes a distraction of what is so important, is the change of our society with the change of this new drug in the sense of it being legalized in our country. And to that, Mr. Speaker, is extremely, extremely unfortunate, and they always have money for their friends. They always have money for their pet projects. They always have money for the things that they find are shiny objects to chase after, but they never have money when it really counts. And if they've got a scapegoat being the provinces or the municipalities to have to pick up the slack, they're clear and cut on that. It's okay. It's all right. Well, I would tell the councillors, the mayors, the provincial representatives, the premiers, it's all on them. It's all on them because the decision rests right here. The buck stops right here in terms of the potential from revenue source and the amount of money already that is capitalized by the federal government's taxation of those products that are currently legal that have some conditions for it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, we have serious issues to deal with this. We have serious issues to deal with. Say, for example, what are the levels of the issues of intoxication, or not intoxication, under drug influence. And we have some positives, which I like in this bill, is making the penalties for drinking and driving with alcohol stronger. Now, it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because of given the severity of alcohol and drinking and driving and under the influence, they've only just matched other transportation death-related issues. So they didn't choose to take it to a higher level. They didn't choose to do anything else with it. They chose to put it in line where it should have been from day one. Gone are the days, and should they have never have existed, that we passively allowed being under the influence to be, oh, it was just a few drinks and it was just an occasion. No, serious consequences of that should have always been the case. It's a cultural shift, just like we're going to have a cultural shift with this. And with that, Mr. Speaker, you have to look at the consultation that's taken place. And so what I worry about and why I talked about the levels and also about the costs related to this will be the concluding couple of minutes that I have, is that relates to regulations being in place, not legislation, to allow unelected people to set even the lowest level and the highest level of bars for the testing, the failing of the testing, and the consequences of the testing. Why we would kick the buck there, I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense for responsibility. And, Mr. Speaker, I would say that I represent a border community, and the consultation elements have not been there. The Minister of Public Safety has no answers for consultation with the United States, for example. They have not consulted with the municipality. So say, for example, a truck driver happens to be around people that are smoking marijuana. They get it on their clothes. It's in their cab. What's going to be the cost of crossing the border in having the detection in the United States go off? What's the cost for just-in-time delivery trucks for the auto sector? What's the cost for agricultural trucks? What's the cost of putting all that on our roads for delays of other goods and services? And with that, Mr. Speaker, there is no answer, and that's rather unfortunate because it was all ready to be done had they simply asked.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In many ways, I disagree with many of the statements the member has actually put on the record. First and foremost, the government has been deeply engaged on this discussion, not only in the House of Commons, but in every region of the country, whether it's been the minister responsible or the parliamentary secretary, and they have done their homework. It's not just a collective group of individuals within this chamber that are given the entire responsibility in making a change of this nature. There's a great deal of consultation that has taken place, whether it's the different stakeholders such as provinces, municipal governments, police, law enforcement agencies, first responders, Mr. Speaker, and I'm wondering if the member might want to think about in terms of where the NDP, I'm a bit confused now in terms of what the NDP position is on this issue. It seems to me that this particular member does not support the general direction in which our community is wanting us to go. What is, from his perspective, the NDP position on this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would argue that consultation is actually hearing from people and then acting on it and providing legislation that reflects that. It'd be similar to an inclusive process that takes place. So we haven't heard the government talk about what they're doing on the border communities. Specifically, who did they talk to at the U.S. administration on a federal level, a state level, and a municipal level? We haven't heard any of that. We've heard the Minister of Public Safety say it's an ongoing process. That isn't consultation. That's not enough for the public. It's actually a shame. It's sad, Mr. Speaker. We have to deal with this situation. The reality is the public deserves answers, and open accountability and consultation means also listening.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to recognize the member's persistence in raising issues around his private member's bill. I do admire that, and clearly it's a cause that's very important to him and important in his constituency. I want to ask his opinion about this issue of consultation around municipal governments, because what's interesting in the government's marijuana legislation is there's no provision for municipalities to be informed or engaged around who is involved in home grow. So you have people growing marijuana at home, and you don't have a mechanism by which municipalities are going to be engaged in that process. And I would wonder if this creates some concerns for municipalities in terms of how they ensure compliance with these issues. I wonder, the member mentioned a past in municipal politics. I wonder if he can reflect on that and how the government could do a better job of fixing the legislation on some of those details.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. And it's interesting, with regards to my previous bill, that's $8 to $10 billion annually to organized crime and offshore companies with nefarious backgrounds, many of them, that could have actually gone to this government's revenue stream coming in. That's per year. So it's important for tourism, but it's also important to fight against organized crime, which actually is connected to marijuana, and it would have given us the revenue that's necessary, as previously mentioned by the member with regards to my municipal experience, is that you used to get downloaded all kinds of things. That came from the Conservative Harris government in terms of lingo that was used, downloading that took place from the provincial to the basically municipal level. And that's what we have here. And I think it's very valid that they have raised financial costs related to it. And that's why I'm talking about the fact that the shame here and the difficulty about all the things that are taking place is this government could have had a revenue stream, or they currently do have a revenue stream, to take all those concerns away. Why not take them off the table, Mr. Speaker? That would be the simple thing to do.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honour to speak on this important issue of impaired driving. Mr. Speaker, in a previous life before being elected federally, I was an employee with the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia. And one of my responsibilities was to try to make our streets safer. And every fatal in my area, I had to write the causes, a report on why somebody died. And it was often very simple issues of not wearing a seatbelt, or there was impairment involved. And I would work with the local police, the RCMP. And it also involved very sad stories, very traumatic for the family, but very traumatic for police officers, for first responders that had to be involved, from the fire department, ambulance, very traumatic. RCMP, police forces across Canada, are recognizing the impact that this has on first responders, and PTSD is what they're experiencing too. And so it is not a simple issue. It's a very complex issue when people drive impaired. Mr. Speaker, impairment can be caused by many things. It could be caused by a lack of sleep. It can be caused by forms of dementia, loss of cognitive skills. It can be caused by prescription drugs. But the focus of tonight's debate is to deal with the use of drugs and alcohol and legislative changes. For the last 3.5 years, I've been honored to present petitions in this House. And these petitions, and I've received hundreds of thousands of petitions from across Canada from an organization called Families for Justice. The woman that lives in my riding of Langley Aldergrove is Marquita Collias, and Marquita and Victor lost their daughter, Cassandra. She was, I forget if she was just coming from a baseball game or going to a baseball game, but very engaged with the community, a beautiful young woman. And her life was tragically lost as she had a green light going through the intersection, and somebody that was badly impaired by the use of alcohol blew the light and T-boned Cassandra and killed her. I forget the speeds that were involved, but it was a severe crash. The impaired driver ran from the scene and hid, was caught, was convicted and charged. And as happens so often in Canada, in the justice system, the person receives a sentence that will never bring the lost loved one back. There is no justice in that sense. You can't bring their loved one back. But when the sentence is conditional sentencing, house arrest, or it's just months, and yet the family for the rest of their life is going to deal with the loss of not being able to see that daughter graduate, get married, have children. And I'm thinking of Cassandra, but to lose any loved one prematurely because they were killed by an impaired driver is a travesty. And it happens way too often in this country. So Families for Justice have been presenting these petitions, thousands and thousands and thousands of signatures, saying to this Parliament, please, please change the laws. They, after presenting time and week after week presenting petitions in the last Parliament, the government introduced the Impaired Driving Act. And unfortunately, it was at the end of the Parliament, and to get legislation through normally takes 2 years. And so there wasn't 2 years. It wasn't going to get through. And so Families for Justice contacted all the different leaders, the political leaders. And they contacted the Conservative leader, the Liberal leader, the NDP leader, and said, would you support legislation, the Impaired Driving Act? And to the Prime Minister's credit, he responded to Families for Justice, Cassandra Collias, and said, yes, he would. He would support legislation like that. And sadly, legislation like that asks for calling it what it is, vehicular homicide. If you kill someone using a car, a 2,000-pound, 3,000-pound weapon, while you're impaired, you've, with full knowledge and full choice, intoxicated yourself through a drug or a drink, and then you drive that vehicle knowing that you're putting the community at risk, and you kill somebody, that there should be a consequence much more serious than a few months. And so they asked for mandatory minimum sentencing, and they asked for calling it what it is, vehicular homicide. Now, the government, as I said, the Impaired Driving Act at the end of last Parliament introduced that, and it had the mandatory minimum sentencing. It did not call it vehicular homicide, but Families for Justice continued asking for that. But we had the letter. They had the letter, which is a public document, and from the Prime Minister saying that he would support that type of legislation. The closest thing to that has been received by this Parliament was C-226. And unfortunately, the government, who dominates the Justice Committee, and all too often directed by getting orders from the Prime Minister's office whether to support or not to support, was directed not to support 226. Now, they have introduced legislation that, and we're dealing with it today, C-46, which uniquely is, and not strangely, is tied at the hip with C-45. C-45 is to now make it legal for recreational marijuana to young drivers 18 years and older. They can smoke a joint or a number of joints. They can have 30 grams on their possession legally. Canadian Medical Association is saying, no, that's dangerous. Don't do that. They should be at least 21. 25 is the developing, from 25 and older, a developing mind will not be affected as severely. So they're recommending 25 would be the ideal age to have the legal, but they would agree with 21. The government, no, ignored the scientific evidence and has gone ahead with an age of 18. So the government has introduced legislation to protect our community, to keep our roads safer. No. It'll make, we know from other jurisdictions, it will make our roads less safe to have impaired drivers out there. We have a problem with alcohol impaired, but we do have some tools to indicate whether or not someone is impaired through blood alcohol testing and breathalyzers. We have devices to test. Whether it's 0.05 or 0.08, we know somebody that is impaired. But with the new legislation that they've suggested they're going to pass, and within the 2-year period, no, within a 1-year period. Well, why is that? Why would a government want to ram through, speed through, rush through legislation to have it in place by July 1st of next year? Well, it's going to be marijuana legislation. It's the one promise that they're going to have kept. This is their flagship legislation in this Parliament, that they legalized marijuana. They allowed people to smoke a joint, smoke a bunch of joints, have as much, you can have 60 joints in your pocket, in your car, whatever, all totally legal if you're 18 and older. You can't smoke 60 joints, so maybe you'll be giving them to your friends in your car and let's have a big party while we're driving. It creates extremely dangerous. So they then introduced legislation, C-46, which is the impaired driving, and it's going to keep our roads safe. C-45, legalizing marijuana to be grown in homes, 4 plants. Is 4 plants 4 plants? No, we know through medical marijuana usage that 4 plants is 12 plants because it grows. You have crops. And so a new seeds that you've planted, a growing plant, there's your 4, and then halfway grown will be another 4, and mature plants producing that you can use as another 4 plants. So to We know how the legislation works. 4 plants is 12 plants. You're going to have plants growing in homes, and a lot of them have children in there. Does that protect our children? No. Easy access to marijuana, recreational marijuana being grown in homes, does that make it safer? No. And how about now 18-year-olds with developing minds being able to smoke and drive? It creates a disaster scenario. And I think back to the letter that the Prime Minister had sent to Families for Justice saying he would support this. Support what? Mandatory minimums. They believed that the courts needed some guidance. Courts need discretion to provide appropriate sentencing if someone is convicted of an impaired driving offense. But we are now introducing even more impaired drivers, I believe. And so the courts need guidance. Now, the government has said, well, we're going to increase the maximums from 14 to life. You kill somebody, you could be sentenced up to a life. Well, let's look at how often are people being sentenced to 14 years? Almost never. Fact is, I would argue that we are not seeing that ever. So by increasing the maximum sentencing from 14 to life, does that make our roads safer? No, it doesn't. And mandatory minimums for horrendous crimes against society, taking a life of a loved one or of Canadians, driving while impaired, Families for Justice is saying it should be called vehicular homicide and there should be mandatory minimum sentences. Now, we know from the Supreme Court, in their rulings on mandatory minimums, that if you kill somebody, you would receive at least 5 years. That was what was being asked for. And there would be consecutive sentences. If there's additional, then there would be a sentence, minimum sentence on top of a minimum sentence. So you don't get freebies. You kill multiple people, you have multiple consequences. And that's what I think Canadians believe is justice. Again, my point is you cannot bring back someone that has been lost, and the tragedy, the grief that comes to a family, and anyone associated with that loss and crash. I just want to share with you a little research that I did, and we have a government that I believe, sadly, is a government of smoke and mirrors. The letter that the Prime Minister sent, another broken promise to a family that trusted him and hoped that he would keep his word, that yes, he would provide legislation like he had promised that he would. And now that broken promise, that no, they're going to provide smoke and mirror legislation. They're going to provide legislation to legalize marijuana. You can have lots of marijuana from 18 on, and if you drive, you're going to pay consequences. What kind of consequences? If you kill somebody, the maximum is going up to life. When we know, through what's happening in the courts right now, there's a very minor consequence of killing somebody, which is a tragedy. How often is this happening, Mr. Speaker, in Canada? It is the #1 criminal offense in Canada, impaired driving causing death. #1. But how many? We keep asking the government, how many times has the Ethics Commissioner met with the Prime Minister? He won't answer that. How many times are people being killed by an impaired driver every year in Canada? Is it a dozen? How serious is this problem? It's a #1 criminal cause of death. That's not what I asked myself. How many times? On average, 1,200 people die every year in Canada, killed by an impaired driving. That means every day we have 3 or 4 people dying every day. Today, there'll be 3 or 4 people killed by an impaired driver. And that's with alcohol. We now add drugs, new drugged-up drivers, because of the legislation that the Liberals are introducing. It is a very serious problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I looked up this very interesting document, and the Liberals have said they're back. Liberals are back. Sunny days are here. Well, this is really, Canadians are realizing that sunny days aren't sunny days. This is a report from the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. Communities have to be sustainable. And the Commissioner said this about the previous Liberal government. The 1998 report said, quote, "The Liberal government is failing to meet its policy commitments." In 1999, the report said additional evidence of the gap between the Liberal government's indications and its domestic actions. We're paying the price in terms of our health and our legacy for our children and grandchildren. Sound familiar? In 2000, the government continues to have difficulty turning commitment into action. 2001, the continued upward trend in Canada's emissions demonstrate that the government has not transformed its promises into results. 2002, the federal government's sustainable development deficit continues to grow. 2003, the gap between what the Liberal government said it'll do and what it actually is doing, there's this gap. Good intentions are not enough. 2004, why is the progress so slow? After all, the mandates and commitments are there. 2005, when bold announcements are made and then often forgotten as soon as the confetti hits the ground. The federal government seems to have trouble crossing the finish line. That was through the Chrétien Liberal government, the Paul Martin government, and here we are with another Liberal government, and yes, the Liberals are back, involved with controversy, concern with the Ethics Commissioner, investigations, and smoke and mirrors. And what we're talking now about is smoke and mirrors regarding the safety of our communities. So this legislation, if legislation would be introduced to protect our communities, one would assume, a reasonable person would say, well, obviously, if you're going to have an enforcement, you're going to have people trained. Remember the Phoenix system? People not trained. So it's a system where they're going to legalize marijuana for use, and they're not going to have any approved devices to indicate, to test and confirm impairment. They do for the alcohol, but the new drug impairment, no approved devices, and no new people being trained. Now, a previous speaker talked about new costs to the municipal governments. I was elected in 1990 to 2004. I served on council, municipal government. And the Chrétien and Martin years were extremely difficult for those in municipal government, myself, because they kept downloading more and more. They would make these announcements and they would download those costs onto local government. The tradition is the cost of infrastructure would be one-third, one-third, one-third. And the local governments could plan for that. But not under the Liberal government, they would download those costs. And in the cloudy days that we see ahead are impaired drivers, no new devices to determine whether or not they're impaired, so legal challenges on charges of impairment. And if you don't have approved device, likely the government will not be successful. And you do not have training. The police, the DREs, drug recognition experts, who's going to pay for the new officers, the training, the devices that are yet to exist? Mr. Speaker, it's, one would think the government would wait until science is ready to support that with devices. And the search for this device is not something new. They've been looking for this for the last 15 years. They can't find a device that can be used to confirm impairment. And yet, the government is moving ahead. And I will support it going to committee because at committee we will see how poorly planned this legislation is and how it'll hurt Canadians. I wish the government wasn't doing this. I wish they would have thought it through more carefully, but it's a poorly hatched plan and likely will not be supported by a large
members in this House in the future, but at this point we'll support it going to committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of points of clarification. Perhaps I have not done a good enough job of explaining to the member the actual government's proposal with respect to Bill C-45 is to legalize, regulate, and restrict cannabis in order to keep it out of the hands of our kids, take it away, the profits away from organized crime, and to create a safer, healthier, more socially responsible environment for all Canadians. For some reason, he didn't catch that last part, and I just wanted to share it with him. Mr. Speaker, they made a number of comments about, waiting, and I take the member from Langley Aldridge's point. I mean, he seems to be quite adept at waiting, but in fact, in places where the measures that proposed under Bill C-46 have been introduced in other jurisdictions, and for example, in Ireland, they saw a 23% reduction in impaired deaths as a result of the measures we are now proposing to enact here in Canada. In New Zealand, it was up to 54%, and in New South Wales, in Australia, 48%. And I will tell you from experience, Mr. Speaker, and I've spent many, many years responsible for road safety and the safety of my communities, and in my experience, tough talk doesn't keep people safe. What does keep people safe is the absolute certainty that they will get caught. And the measures that are proposed in this legislation, Mr. Speaker, are going to do precisely that, by introducing a new measure to ensure that everyone who is stopped at a roadside where they're legally stopped by a police officer must submit to a breath test for alcohol screening has been proven in many jurisdictions to save lives, and I am confident that, albeit tough talk hasn't worked for over a decade, smart action as proposed in this legislation will do just that. And with respect to the member's concerns about the technology and the devices, his information is a little out of date. And I will tell you that in the United Kingdom, oral fluids testing is being used in a jurisdiction with very similar laws to this one. And the positive results of those tests is used to demand a blood sample exactly as our legislation proposes. And in Australia since 2009, those devices have been in use and result in criminal charges in that jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, we rely on the advice of the Canadian Society for Forensic Scientists, Drugs and Driving Committee for their advice in which devices to be approved. We've tested 2 of those devices in Canadian conditions. They work exceptionally well, and we're very confident going forward. Now is the time to act. The country has waited a decade for action and didn't get it, and now we're prepared to provide the right response, the tools, the technology, the training, and
the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would agree with the member that now is the time to act. And now is the time to act and keep promises made by the Prime Minister to support legislation with mandatory minimum sentences. So I also agree that it's a time to act to deal with impaired driving. But he has to acknowledge, if he's basing his comments on fact, that the testing will confirm the presence of the drug in one person's bloodstream, but it will not confirm impairment. That's the problem. Because the drug will stay in your system for days, but will not necessarily impair you. And that's where you have to have a DRE, a drug recognition expert, to confirm the impairment, and impairment with what kind of drug, because it might be multiple drugs. So their example of, well, we'll have these little pads that you can put on your tongue and saliva and indicate that's going to make our roads safer, allowing our people 18 and older to have multiple joints in their possession, and that's going to make our streets safer because they're going to be afraid to smoke these 60 joints in their pocket because they may get pulled over, because the Liberals have said they're going to get pulled over. Mr. Speaker, they're living in la-la land. It will not work. We need to get tough, and we need to keep our promises. The Prime Minister needs to keep the promises that he made to Canadians to get tough and put in minimum sentencing. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I understand his viewpoint that may not be the same as ours on certain points, but what's certain is that his concern is sincere and documented. There are issues with health and safety here, and I appreciate his rigor. But I can't help but seeing that on the other side, the government is in a sprint. They said, yes, well, there's the profits that are going to the mafia and this. Well, we know all that. But what's sad is that, as you put it, they're trying to convince Canadians that this can all be solved in the sunny ways, is what it adds up to. Doesn't he find this pathetic, that his sincere will to protect people on our roads, to make sure that we have a fixed regulatory framework, is completely left by the wayside? They're going to just go ahead blindly. The provinces and municipalities will be stuck with this, and there'll be lives lost.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I shudder to think of the additional costs and responsibility, the challenges that this is putting onto local government. It's frankly not fair. Our streets will not be as safe. Our homes will not be as safe. It will create environments within neighborhoods where we're going to have tension because people are creating noxious fumes. It'll be intolerable to some. But the irony is we have the government saying this will be good. They say one thing and do another. And no matter what the topic is, they say one thing and do another. They're helping middle-class families, but they're raising tax burdens. They're going to make our communities safer and our roads safer, yet they're allowing more impaired drivers. The stats in Colorado and Washington indicate that it will make our streets more dangerous and be more expensive for local government, but they bring other stats that argue that, which it's very sad, Mr. Speaker. Again, we'll support this going to committee, but I'm really saddened by the government's smoke and mirrors approach.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech today. One of the things that we just heard the government say was that they would provide the equipment and the training. Now, did they say they would pay for it? When we get to municipalities, I think that is going to be one of the big issues. When you've been in municipal politics, you know that 20 years ago it took an RCMP officer, for example, to take an hour to deal with a alcohol-related incident. It now takes 6 or 7 hours. That means our manpower costs to keep our streets safe will be hugely impacted by either taking our forces out or we'll have to have additional costs. So I know my colleague has experience with municipal politics, and again, would he like to speak on that matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, under the former Liberal government, the cost sharing went from 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 to nothing from the Liberal government. And 50% coming from the local taxpayer and 50% coming from the provinces and territories. Now, why did they do that? Well, because the debt load that was growing under the previous Liberal governments was going so high. Does it sound familiar, Mr. Speaker? A $30 billion growing deficit being passed on to our children and grandchildren. Just like I shared on the earlier, where it was year after year after year of reports from the Commissioner, lots of smoke and mirrors, lots of confetti, but they just can't get it done. Fact is, it was Stephen Dion that said, why can't we get it done? And they are not getting it done, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering, you know, we recognize that there is an issue. We have more young people in Canada that are using cannabis than any other country in the Western world. What Stephen Harper demonstrated is that he could not get the job done. Now we have something that's advancing the issue of cannabis in a very responsible fashion. Stakeholders from every region of our country are recognizing that. Now, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the Conservatives, their support in this legislation in going to committee. And we hope that the committee will do its fine work, if possible to improve it, but at least to continue to advance it. And I'm wondering if would the member not at the very least acknowledge that for the first time in decades, we're finally dealing with the issue.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, the proof will be in the pudding. Whether or not it's a reasonable fashion, if the government is willing to accept reasonable amendments to legislation, to C-46, and we end up with something that is reasonable, that would be good for Canada. But I'm not optimistic because of the baffle gab that we hear from the government, the smoke and mirrors, that we want a consultation with Canadians. I sure hope that the government is sincere in what it's saying, but I'm not optimistic. Thank you.
And we're going to resuming debate, but I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising, perhaps on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I wish to give notice that with respect to Government Business Number 14, at the next sitting, a Minister of the Crown shall move pursuant to Standing Order 57 that debate be not further adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House appreciates the notice by the Government House Leader.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-46. And just a clarification for folks watching by television, this is not the bill to legalize marijuana, but this is a bill to deal with offences related to the conveyance and also to deal with offences and procedures related to impaired driving for both cannabis and alcohol. It's important to note at the outset that Conservatives support measures that protect Canadians from impaired drivers. Impaired driving has needlessly taken away too many lives far too early. Unfortunately, impaired driving remains one of the most frequent criminal offences, and it is among the leading criminal causes of death in Canada. The legalization of marijuana must be considered with this reality in mind. Let me be very clear. I do not support the legalization of marijuana. The Conservative Party has adopted a much more measured, responsible approach to keep minor marijuana possession illegal but make it a ticketable offence. This is a position that has long been adopted by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police. But if Liberal backbenchers are willing to support the Prime Minister's dangerous proposal, which sadly appears to be the case, we have a moral responsibility to soberly consider the consequences of legalizing marijuana in so many areas of Canadian life, including the safety of motorists on our roadways. As I said, we on this side of the House always have supported measures that protect Canadians from impaired drivers. The mandatory fines and higher maximum penalties send a strong message that Canadians will not tolerate impaired driving. Indeed, this is a type of common-sense legislation Conservatives regularly brought forward when we were in government and the Liberals opposed. I'm pleased to see on this particular issue that they seem to have come around somewhat. But we also know that there are so many more factors to take into consideration than just penalties, and those concerns must also be addressed. For one thing, the Liberal government has indicated it plans to rush both Bill C-45, the legalization of marijuana, and Bill C-246, this particular piece of legislation, through Parliament by July 2018. This is a hurried and unrealistic legislative timeline that puts the health and safety of Canadians at great risk given the immensity of the task and the volume of the questions that have been left unanswered. One such challenge lies with law enforcement. While I certainly have confidence in our law enforcement officers, as it is to be expected with such radical change, police do not currently have the resources nor the training required to manage the increased threat of impaired driving associated with the legalization of marijuana. Moving forward with this legislation prior to properly resourcing and training police in a classic cart before the horse scenario, but with profoundly dangerous and deadly consequences, Mr. Speaker, it's reckless. The chair of the Liberals' Marijuana Task Force has said that the best solution for the issue of impaired driving is to give researchers additional time to develop proper detection tools. Yet time is something that the Liberals seem unwilling to give. Addressing these issues must be a priority of the Liberal government long before legalization, and adequate time is needed to get it right. The Marijuana Task Force report highlights a number of the complications that exist when it comes to cannabis-impaired driving. It is clear that cannabis impaired psychomotor skills and judgment. It reads before launching into the list of considerations when it comes into actual testing for impairment. Here are several of the points raised. While scientists agree that THCs, or the tetrahydrocannabinol, impairs driving performance, the level of THC in bodily fluids cannot be used to reliably indicate the degree of impairment or crash risk. Whereas evidence was gathered over many years to arrive at an established metric for alcohol intoxication, the blood alcohol concentration levels, these types of data do not exist for cannabis. In contrast to alcohol, the THC can remain in the brain and body of chronic heavy users of cannabis for prolonged periods of times, sometimes several days or even weeks, far beyond the period of acute impairment, potentially contributing to a level of chronic impairment. Some heavy, regular users of cannabis, including those who use cannabis for medical purposes, may not show any obvious signs of impairment, even with significant THC concentrations in their blood. Conversely, infrequent users with the same or lower THC concentrations may demonstrate more significant impairment. There is a significant combination effect when cannabis is consumed with alcohol, leading to a greater level of intoxication and motor control problems than when either substance is consumed individually. Other challenges exist, including the need to account for the rapid and sharp decline of THC levels in the blood in the hours following consumption through smoking. With edibles, the decline is more gradual. When you couple these complications with the fact that there is still really no reliable testing device for marijuana impairment, it becomes clear that the July 2018 timeline is pushing the limit. Even with an effective testing device, the task force report notes that there was little agreement among experts on what the limit for THC should be. With this bill, there are more questions than answers. This doesn't mean that we can't find answers, it just means that we need more time to research. The report suggested additional research in these areas. Better link the THC levels to impairment, to develop effective and reliable roadside testing tools to detect THC levels and help law enforcement enforce the rules that are put in place, and to hire and train more drug recognition experts and officers able to conduct standardized field sobriety tests. Second, as Minister of Youth, the Prime Minister should understand that adolescence is a critical time for brain development. Research shows that the brain is not fully developed until around age 25, so youth are especially vulnerable to the effects of cannabis on brain development and function. This is because the THC in cannabis affects the biological system in the brain that directs its development. Health Canada has noted several negative effects of using cannabis, including how the THC in cannabis can impair your ability to drive safely and operate equipment. It can also increase the risks of falls and other accidents. This is the case because THC affects one's coordination, reaction time, ability to pay attention, decision-making abilities, and ability to judge distances. Health Canada also says impairment can last for more than 24 hours after cannabis use, well after other effects may have faded. People who use cannabis regularly may have trouble with certain skills needed to drive safely for weeks after their last use. The consequences for driving are obvious, and the potential harm this can cause to young Canadians, Mr. Speaker, it's alarming. Taking the time that we need to consider the long-term impact on young Canadians is so much more important than a self-imposed deadline. Thirdly, public education plays a significant role in ensuring that Canadians don't get behind the wheel when they're impaired. But we know that even the most effective public education campaign doesn't achieve success overnight. The Liberals have yet to take proper steps to develop effective educational campaigns to deter Canadians from impaired driving. Without a doubt, the government must ensure that Canadians fully understand the risks of impaired driving before moving forward with legislation. When the Prime Minister expressed his intention to push these new laws through Parliament by July of next year, his main concern wasn't with the safety of motorists on our roads, but instead about the symbolic optics for him and his party. This should not be the focus of a Liberal government with so much at stake for public health and safety. While doing some reading on this issue, I came across several articles that I thought would be helpful contributions to this discussion. In 2015, the Globe and Mail article, data was presented detailing how 4 emergency rooms in British Columbia surveyed 1,097 drivers and found that cannabis was the most common recreational drug after alcohol, which was being used among injured drivers. 7.3% were found to have consumed marijuana in the hours preceding their crashes, and 12.6% still showed traces of the drug from earlier use. Another article shared on the Mothers Against Drunk Driving website, originally in the December 9, 2015 edition of The Province, tells the story of a constable from the Abbotsford Police reviewing the report from a Saturday night's roadside counterattack, an effort aimed at combating impaired driving. This particular overnight report included 4 driving suspensions for drivers impaired by marijuana, while there were no mentions of drivers impaired by alcohol. The constable even shares about what he called a Cheech and Chong scenario, where the windows came down and the billowing smoke came out of the car. In the article, Andrew Murray, CEO of Mothers Against Drunk Driving, stated that there's this impression out there that young people, especially, that they're safer driving stoned than drunk. If you're high on pot, your skills to drive a motor vehicle are deteriorated and you're at risk of being in a crash. It is precisely this sort of myth that must be tackled before, Mr. Speaker, before marijuana becomes not only more accessible to Canadians, including young people, but more acceptable in a recreational context. And it must also be considered in the legislation. And time is what's required. Time to study these things, time to hear from the experts, and to get the proper research and the data that we need. I urge the Liberals to take the appropriate amount of time to engage with Canadians in a public education campaign and to abandon their reckless and rush on this legislation. There have been numerous voices sending these same messages to the Liberals. In fact, their own marijuana task force recommended extensive marijuana and impaired driving education and awareness campaigns before the drug's legalization, noting in its report that public opinion research shows that youth and some adults do not understand the risks of cannabis use. Worse yet, youth underestimate the risks of cannabis use. The Centre for Addiction and Mental Health points out that cannabis affects a person's ability to drive by impairing depth perception, attention span, and concentration, slowing reaction time, and decreasing muscle strength and hand steadiness. Do Canadians and Canadian youth in particular know these essential facts? The Canadian Automobile Association concurs on the need for public education and adds that it's clear from the report that work needs to start immediately in these areas and that the actual legalization should not be rushed. In the states of Washington and Colorado, public education campaigns didn't begin until 2 years after legalization. The task force report noted that officials from both states strongly advised starting educational campaigns as soon as possible. As a Globe and Mail article highlights, both states have seen significant increases in the proportion of fatal accidents involving drivers who tested positive for the drug. It goes on. The percentage of the accidents in which the drivers tested positive for marijuana increased considerably. Colorado saw about 10% of drivers involved in fatal accidents test positive for the drug in 2010. In 2014, a year after recreational marijuana sales were legalized, that percentage nearly doubled. A similar doubling occurred in Washington in the same period, from about 6% to 12%. Without a proper public education campaign, this legislation will lead to the same tragic mistake seen in these two jurisdictions. The task force also identified a need for immediate investment and to work with the provinces and the territories to develop a national, comprehensive public education strategy to send a clear message to Canadians that cannabis causes impairment. And the best way to avoid driving impaired is very simple, Mr. Speaker. It's not to consume. The strategy is also to inform Canadians about the dangers of driving cannabis impaired, while special emphasis on youth and the applicable laws and the ability of law enforcement to detect cannabis use. There is much that can be learned from the way public education has changed the way the way Canadians look at driving and drinking. Although we still have far too many tragic incidents, there is a better understanding of the consequences of alcohol-impaired driving today than there has been historically. If legalization proceeds without taking into account the lessons learned from drunk driving prevention education, including the amount of time it took for public education campaigns to yield meaningful results, it'll be a fatal mistake. Again, I want to reiterate that I have many serious concerns with the legalization of marijuana. But if the Liberals are going to move forward with this legislation, it is incumbent upon all of us to lay the proper groundwork for the protection of Canadian motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians who share our roads. We must also ensure that young people understand the risks inherent to marijuana usage so that we can avoid the needless loss of life based on myths that suggest marijuana is somewhat less of an impairment than alcohol. These assertions must be countered with the truth for the safety of everyone. The Liberals must abandon their politically motivated, rushed timeline to allow more time to prepare for the consequences of marijuana legislation and to ensure that Canadians are protected from impaired drivers. Mr. Speaker, this legislation again seems to be rushed to committee. It's rushed through this House. The debate again has been curtailed. I think as Conservatives, the right thing to do is to support it because we know the Liberals are going to push it through anyway. So we need to get it to committee. We need to study it thoroughly. We need to bring in expert testimony. We need to consider the effects of what cannabis could have on our youth. We need to consider if the age limit is correct as it's currently prescribed in this legislation. We know that the medical community has indicated very clearly that a brain is developing until the age of 25. And the early use of marijuana does irreparable damage to the brain. And the medical community would strongly suggest that we not legalize marijuana, for sure not prior to the age 21. And yet this Liberal government has recklessly proceeded with legislation that will legalize it at the age of 18. Part of what the Liberal platform has been, they say that they want to keep it out of the hands of children and youth. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that it currently is not as abundantly found in homes today as it will be once this legislation comes to pass. And once there's mature marijuana plants growing in a home, and you're allowed to have 4 mature marijuana plants up to 100 centimeters, and I don't know if that's 100 centimeters in height or length or what, but you know what, if it is actually 100 centimeters in height, I think they're going to start growing it horizontally, Mr. Speaker, and that's going to create other problems. But we know that 4 mature marijuana plants also means that there's non-mature marijuana plants that will be grown in the same household that will be reaching maturity at different stages. And as we heard in earlier testimony, that could mean upwards of 12 marijuana plants per household in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that that law enforcement isn't going to make a huge effort at ensuring that those limits are being maintained. And so that's going to be very problematic. The good thing is that the Liberals are being somewhat proactive with Bill C-46 by at least addressing or trying to address the concerns that there will be with impaired driving using both cannabis and alcohol. And, Mr. Speaker, something that hasn't been mentioned, but that at least I haven't heard, is what impact will this have on employers? Coming in my own background and owning a construction company dealing with heavy equipment, what burden will this place on employers to be able to test properly that their employees are not coming to work stoned under the influence of marijuana? When I'm looking at machines that operate 150 to 200,000 pounds of payload, and I've got a guy operating that piece of equipment that is under the influence of cannabis that I cannot properly detect when he shows up for work, Mr. Speaker, that's going to put not only himself but many others at grave risk. There's lots of things in this legislation, Mr. Speaker, that need to be carefully examined, and I'm hoping very much that the Liberals will allow for proper time at committee to examine this legislation carefully, to bring in the expert testimony, and I'm hoping, contrary to what I've seen at committee in the past, but I'm hoping they will actually allow for meaningful amendments to actually be considered and passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This being the usual end of the time allowed for government orders, I'll let the honourable member for Provencher know that he'll have 10 minutes remaining in the time provided for questions and comments when the House next returns to business on the motion. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past February, we learned of a veteran who was evicted from her home because of delays in receiving her pension. After suffering through a botched surgery, this veteran was medically discharged because she failed a physical fitness test by 9 seconds. Despite 27 years of service and 6 tours of duty, she was denied a civil service job upon discharge. The needs of this veteran, a single mother and 2-time survivor of cancer, could not even be acknowledged with the promise of financial security. In November of 2016, she was evicted from her home outside of Ottawa. Just before Christmas, she finally received her pension, 5 months after her medically mandated release. Her story isn't unique. In fact, the transition process into civilian life has long been a concern. The Prime Minister, the Minister of National Defence, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and Associate Minister of National Defence, the current and former Chiefs of Defence Staff, the Auditor General of Canada, and the National Defence Ombudsman have all raised concerns about the transition process. Recently, the Defence Ombudsman issued a report to the Minister of National Defence outlining the convoluted transition process and offering recommendations to remedy the issues plaguing medically released veterans. Each year, about 5,500 uniformed Canadians transition into civilian life. Of that, about 1,500 are discharged due to illness or injury. The process that these ill or injured members go through to receive benefits is extremely complicated. Members must independently prove to VAC that their injury can be attributed to their service, despite the fact that the Canadian Armed Forces has all necessary records available. This puts an extra burden on former CAF members. It forces them to tell their stories again and again, preventing them from moving on from traumatic experiences. Additionally, the information systems of Veterans Affairs Canada, the Canadian Armed Forces, and the Service Income Security are not integrated. Veterans are left to navigate pages and pages of paperwork on their own, filling out up to 21 separate applications to receive necessary benefits. Finally, veterans are typically discharged well before their benefits are confirmed and distributed. This is what caused the eviction of a young woman who had faithfully served her country. The benefits decision process can take up to 16 weeks, not including the time VAC takes to obtain records from CAF or the time that members take to obtain and submit their own records. This means that at the very least, medically discharged veterans are left with 4 months of financial uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations suggested by the DND Ombudsman would remedy these problems. The first and most important recommendation is to retain medically releasing members until all benefits and services are in place. The second is to establish a concierge service to serve as a focal point to assist members and their families with administrative matters regarding that transition. The final recommendation is to phase in a web portal to integrate the VAC, CAF, and Service Income Security. This would allow members to input relative information only once and help them to automatically apply for all services and benefits consistent with their needs. Talk of creating a seamless transition process has been circulating for more than 13 years, Mr. Speaker. The Ombudsman has released clear, objective recommendations. It makes sense to honor these recommendations. We have a sacred obligation to provide care for our veterans. So, when will the Minister acknowledge and act upon these recommendations to ensure that medically discharged veterans receive their benefits in a timely and unobstructed manner? Thank you, Speaker.
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her work and advocacy on behalf of Canadian veterans. I had the great pleasure of sitting on the committee with her prior to my nomination. We all can agree that the country owes a great deal to all the men and women who have served the Canadian Armed Forces. As the member opposite knows, due to federal privacy laws, I cannot comment on individual cases. However, I can say that this government is committed to ensuring that Canadian veterans and the families that support them receive all the benefits, services and support they require and deserve, including the Canadian Forces pension and superannuation. I can assure this House that when a specific case is raised, the Department of Veteran Affairs makes every effort to address the underlying issues and to find ways to improve the outcome for the veteran. Both Veteran Affairs Canada and the Department of National Defence recognize there can be gaps, which is why the Minister of Veteran Affairs was also named the Associate Minister of National Defence. The two ministers and the departments are working closely together to reduce the complexity of the programs and processes, overhaul delivery of services, and strengthen the partnership between Veteran Affairs Canada and National Defence for the benefit of veterans. We want veterans and members of the Canadian Armed Forces to have harmonized services, clear guidance and understanding of what's available, timely access to benefits and services, and coordinated case management between both departments during a member's transition. The goal is to help transitioning members to become re-established and to help them through this process with the dignity, respect, and support they so fully deserve, however long it may take. In Budget 2016, we delivered $5.6 billion for veterans by making changes and improvements to the Disability Award, the Earnings Loss Benefit, and the Permanent Impairment Allowance. We are recognizing the sacrifices made by veterans and ensuring their financial security. Budget 2017 focused on veterans and their families. We are closing a number of current gaps in the system, restoring critical access to services, and improving the long-term financial security and independence of ill and injured veterans in a fair and equitable way. Considerable work has already been completed to date to simplify the transition from service in the Canadian Armed Forces to civilian life. The departments are committed to ensuring that transition is as streamlined as possible. We call it closing the seam between National Defence and Veteran Affairs Canada. I and the Minister recognize there is more to be done, and we are working diligently to fulfill the goal of a seamless transition. Moving forward, we remain committed to fulfilling the Minister's mandate and to improve the health and well-being of veterans and their families. Mr. Speaker, as always, I encourage any veteran or family of a serving member who has an issue or a question to reach out to Veteran Affairs Canada, and I would say the same to any member of this place who may be aware of an issue affecting a veteran or the family. Together, we can make things better for members of our Canadian Armed Forces, the veterans, and the families that support them. Thank you.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The threat of financial uncertainty imposed upon medically discharged veterans is unconscionable. We were handed a guide to help us work towards a solution. This is a tremendous opportunity for positive action. Why won't the Minister act on these recommendations and protect the sacred obligation we have to aid veterans as they transition back into civilian life? Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard a promise to return to pre-New Veterans Charters pensions. I asked my colleague, when will this happen? It needs to happen now. Financial security is the key to looking after our veterans and their families, as we have promised.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the current system can be complex and difficult to navigate, which can add additional stress. Veteran Affairs Canada has many initiatives underway to improve the services that veterans and their families receive and to make it more veteran-centric. This work includes reviewing and updating policies, processes, and tools in order to improve the veterans' experience and reduce the complexity. In addition, VAC is committed to a review of the financial benefits offered to veterans to determine how best to meet the needs of veterans and their families, and to ensure that they have access to the right programs and services at the right time, where and when they need it. That is why we reopened all 9 centres for veterans. Our goal is to ease that transition process and ensure the health, well-being, and financial security of veterans as they move into a new phase of their lives. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak on a topic I raised previously regarding problems at the Translation Bureau. At the beginning of 2016, we saw in the media that there were headlines saying that the Translation Bureau was falling apart, that there was huge pressure on people who work there, on interpreters, on translators as well. So, of course, we studied this at the Official Languages Committee to determine what was happening. And so I asked this question after not just one report on the Translation Bureau, but 2 reports on the Translation Bureau. We applied so much pressure that the first report that we tabled on the Translation Bureau brought about an answer from the Public Services Minister. And of course, the whole committee, not just me, the member for Drummond, disagreed with the response from the government, but the whole committee, including the Liberals, disagreed with the government's response. So that's why, thanks to a lot of pressure, we obtained a second response. And we were able to obtain more substance, more information. And that's why I asked the following question. The Translation Bureau does important work, as you know, Mr. Speaker, to promote both official languages, but there were over 400 positions that were eliminated over the past 4 years, and 140 were planned to be cut. So morale was very low at the Translation Bureau. Starting to go a little bit better, but there are still issues. Today, the Minister for Public Services and Procurement Canada, when I asked the question on February 9th, time flies, I asked the Minister for Public Services and Procurement Canada if she thought that 19 employees that who are going to be hired could replace the 540 who are disappearing. How can you replace that many employees? She was saying that there was going to be an investment in the Translation Bureau, but it was only 19 employees to replace the 540 that disappeared through attrition. That makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. That's not how we can move forward. So that's why I asked that question in February. And so the answer was nebulous. If we want to give the Translation Bureau what it needs, Mr. Speaker, well, it's an institution that was recognized around the world. People from all over received training from the Translation Bureau, were inspired by it, because our institution was globally recognized. It was world-renowned, but that's no longer the case. First under the Conservatives with Stephen Harper, and that continued, unfortunately, under the Liberals. So the second response from the Public Services and Procurement Minister is much more encouraging. Quality seems to be the focus now, rather than just cutting services, rather than just finding the lowest bidder. But there is still a lot that needs to be done. Answers need to be provided to Canadians. Will we be reinvesting not just with a few new employees, but rather perhaps 100 new employees? What's needed? Will the focus be put on quality rather than on finding the lowest bidder? That's extremely important. Those are the two questions I would like my honourable colleague to answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for Drummond for his speech, for his constructive approach. He identified the problem in large part. As with the Phoenix pay system, we inherited a very unfortunate situation from the previous government. It's as if we had seen an agenda to dismantle the institutions of this country by the other side. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to fix this. So we are proud to be the party of official bilingualism, and we will continue to promote, support, and defend bilingualism in Canada. We are determined to put an end to this time of government cuts from the previous government and to reinvest in our ability to offer high-quality translation and interpretation services. So I'd like to thank the interpreters who interpret our words every day, who do world-class work. Our government is taking measures to ensure that the Bureau has the capacity now and in the future to provide language services that are of high quality. So we are giving them the means to do so. As an officially bilingual country with a large Francophone population, Canada is a world leader that must have the strictest standards for terminology, translation, and interpretation. The Translation Bureau contributes to these strict standards and has a real reputation for excellence in the Government of Canada and internationally. The services offered by the Bureau were the subject of a study by the Official Languages Committee, as my honourable colleague indicated, and the Minister for Public Services and Procurement Canada met with the committee on February 9th to define the measures taken by herself and the department to strengthen the Bureau's capacity. Work to revitalize the Translation Bureau and to follow up on the commitments of the Minister are going well. So I'm proud to report on them. The new CEO was recently appointed to the Translation Bureau. The position was filled on May 23, 2017, not long ago, after a rigorous competition. The Bureau has a quality control system. It has a rigorous hiring process for employees and world-class freelancers and training programs for its language experts. To increase language services even further, the Bureau created a new position for a quality leader, and the Bureau is hiring new employees so that federal departments can access language services of high quality. 12 new translators are now providing language services in specific areas such as parliamentary debates, national protection, and meteorology. 7 new interpreters were also hired by the Bureau. And I'd like to highlight the fact that interpreters and translators are satisfied with our commitments with the measures taken in the latest budget. The Bureau will hire at least 50 students per year over the next 5 years. There will also be a cooperative education program with numerous Canadian universities, including the University of Moncton, that's my alma mater, as well as the University of Montreal and the University of Ottawa. The government is also providing funding to the Translation Bureau in the 2017 budget, as I indicated. The government has proposed investing $7.5 million per year on an ongoing basis starting in 2017-2018. All of these initiatives allow the Translation Bureau to begin a new era. It's an exciting time for the members of the Translation Bureau who should be recognized for their excellent work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to mention that good first steps have been taken, but there are specifications that need to be provided? Will those $7.5 million be used to hire translators and interpreters on a permanent basis, not contracts? That's what we need to know, because currently we don't know if those 25 new employees will be permanent or if they are just contracts. So that's one issue. We also need to ensure that we have a system that's based on quality, that we have one price no matter the type of interpretation. So more experienced interpreters need to be valued. We should not just be looking for the lowest bidder. Otherwise, that would be like the chaos and the fiasco that we saw in the past. So we need to look at what investments will be made and what that means for employees. Will we have 25 new indeterminate employees? That's what I'd like to know from the Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you once again to my honourable colleague. As he knows, it was highlighted in the budget, $7.5 million are in addition to the policies and the measures that were provided by the Minister, of which I am very proud. When I arrived at Parliamentary Secretary, I was proud to contribute to this work. So it's a vote of confidence in the work of the Translation Bureau. We want to provide the means they need. Regarding hiring, well, that will be up to them. But I think we've made clear our policies and our hopes and our vision for the Translation Bureau. The measures we are taking will improve the Bureau's capacity and allow it to continue to provide high-quality language services as it has been doing for over 80 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my honourable colleague. Pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been withdrawn, and the House will now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole to study all votes under Department of National Defence in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018. I do now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
Let the doors. Order. Allowed. We'll proceed with the House and Committee of the Whole on all votes under Department of National Defence in the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018. I'm going to start with just a brief preamble for tonight's Committee of the Whole. Tonight's debate is a general one on the votes under Department of National Defence. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government and the New Democratic Party. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation. Des périodes de 15 minutes à la fois.
15-minute periods will be attributed to each member. Speaking time can be used for debate or to ask questions. If the member wishes to use this time to make a speech, the member should not go past 10 minutes to allow at least 5 minutes for questions. When the floor is given to a member, he or she should indicate to the chair how the 15-minute period will be used. Otherwise, say which portion will be used for a speech and which portion will be used for questions and answers. Members must also remember that unanimous consent is required to share their 15-minute speaking time with another member. When the time is used for questions and observations, the minister's answer should take about the same amount of time as was used to ask the question, because that will count in the time attributed to the party.
Indicate that in Committee of the Whole, comments should be addressed to the chair. I'll ask members to particularly recognize this issue because in Committee of the Whole, the chair occupant does not have the occasion of being on the fauteuil behind me here, and otherwise we would normally stand up to terminate the member's time. It's difficult for members to see when their time is up, so I would ask members to direct their attention to the chair when they're posing questions and responding. In this way, it's easier for me to indicate when your time is up. Normally, when your time is coming close, I'll give a time indication and give you a few seconds to wrap up. After that, your microphone will be cut off and we'll go back to the other question or response, as the case may be. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all the established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. We'll now begin tonight's session. The House and Committee of the Whole, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, consideration in Committee of the Whole of the votes under Department of National Defence and the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2018. Debate, the Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and we are looking forward to tonight's Committee of the Whole as we raise a number of questions and issues surrounding the defence budget and where the government is taking our Canadian Armed Forces and Department of National Defence. I want to also welcome the support that the Minister has here today with the Deputy Minister and the Vice Chief of Defence Staff and those in ADM positions for supporting the Minister in tonight and for the work that they do in supporting our men and women in uniform. Now, this has been a rough session for the Minister. As you know, Mr. Speaker, he has on a number of occasions now misled Canadians. We know that the issue of danger pay on Operation Impact with everybody that was stationed in Kuwait, it took our efforts as the opposition to bring to light that some members in the fight against ISIS were being treated unfairly. The government instead doubled down and then embarrassed themselves and ultimately had to correct the problem. We also know that the capability gap surrounding our CF-18s is an imaginary one, and we're going to dive into that more completely, Mr. Chair. And we also want to talk about the continued stand down of the government in pulling our resources out of Iraq and Kuwait in support of our troops who are fighting ISIS, in support of our allies, and of course how the Minister has misled the House in saying our allies were happy with us when we pulled our CF-18s out of the fight. And now we know that we are also going to have a situation again where they pulled our Auroras out of the fight against ISIS and left the heavy lifting again to our NATO allies who had to move into AWACS. And of course, we have the famous, the architect issue that came up over Operation Medusa, which the minister has apologized for. Now, this budget is nothing to celebrate either, Mr. Chair. $12 billion in cuts now have been made in 2 consecutive budgets by the government. The Finance Minister has said the Department of National Defense is appropriately provisioned, but the minister himself, Mr. Chair, has said that there needs to be significant investments going forward in DPR. And we know that the budget cuts that we're seeing right now is in decreasing the amount of training that our troops can do and the amount that they can do in maintaining the readiness that they need to do the jobs that we call upon them. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to first of all, I want to talk about the Defence Policy Review. It is something that is being rolled out, but it's much delayed. Originally, the minister said that we'd have the Defence Policy Review in front of us by the end of last year, and here we are 6 months down the road, and we still haven't seen it. Now, they have said that will be released on June the 8th. We are going to be looking at it, but I want to dive into that a little bit because we've already seen with the budget the number of shell games going on. We know that there's been, the cuts in this budget where they've taken $8.5 billion and punted it down the road for up to 20 years. We were able to find in there that there was some cuts, some reprofiling, as the minister likes to call it, or stuff that lines up better with our fiscal framework. But there's still $5.6 billion of shifted funds that aren't accounted for. We need to find out where they are going. We know that there's some deferred spending coming from LAV modernization and the fixed-wing search and rescue planes that would move down to better fit when the planes are being delivered. But what we want to know is if the shell games are going to continue, Mr. Chair, whether or not there is going to be adequate funding in the budget to support the Defence Policy Review, or if the minister is going to be deferring all of that funding until after the next election. So the one thing the Defence Minister is the architect of the Defence Policy Review, but can he guarantee us that the funding is going to be there, or is it going to be, as Dave Perry said, that it's going to be underfunded and under-ambitious?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, stated many times before, our men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces require predictable and sustainable funding, and that's exactly what our government has promised to do. That's exactly what we are doing. We have increased the escalator to by 1%. Now it's at 3% of a $500 million dollar increase in the budget now. The Defence Policy Review, as the member was talking about, allowed us to do a very thorough consultation to making sure that we had a good understanding of where the current state of the Canadian Armed Forces were. And I've been very honest with Canadians regarding this, that we are starting in a hole. But we want to make sure that we create a plan, a long-term plan, Mr. Chair, that's going to provide predictable and sustainable funding. We have promised this as a government. Our men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces deserve it, and that's exactly what we're going to deliver. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Chair, there's no commitment there and there's no investment. And our troops need the equipment. They need the investment in training. They need the investment to make sure that we continue to increase the number of men and women who are serving our nation. So it doesn't sound like there is a plan there. Now, I'm going to switch gears a little bit over to the Super Hornets. And we know that the minister has this imaginary capability gap. As we heard during testimony at committee, as we have heard from other sources, when you look at General Hood, the commander of the Royal Canadian Air Force, said that there was no capability gap at committee. We know that the Defence Research and Development Canada study that was done showed that by going to an interim measure would be more costly and more expensive and would reduce our capabilities. We've had 13 former commanders of the Royal Canadian Air Force that have said that buying the Super Hornet on a sole source deal as an interim measure was something that would be detrimental to the Royal Canadian Air Force. Now, and so the minister has claimed that there's this capability gap, but yet his colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who through this trade fight that we have with the United States now, is saying, it says in her statement here of May 18th, that Canada is reviewing current military procurement that relates to Boeing. Mr. Chair, if there is a capability gap, why is the government prepared to walk away from the Super Hornet buy, and what other options has the minister looked at rather than just buying the Super Hornet?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, our government committed to making sure our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces has all the right tools. Our aging CF-18s, that's exactly what they're aging. She should have been replaced a long time ago. Our government committed to replacing that. We have taken a number of measures, which I have announced in terms of what we will be taking, which includes investment into the legacy fleet, so making sure that our current fleet can actually last longer, making sure that we have enough pilots to be able to live up to those commitments, Mr. Chair. Plus, we're going to be replacing the entire fleet with a full competition. That's exactly what the member opposite was asking for. That's exactly what we're delivering. But, Mr. Chair, we also have our commitments, our NORAD commitments and NATO commitments, and currently we cannot meet those simultaneously, and that's a fact. And our government wants to make sure that we make the investments into the equipment, to making sure that we are not risk managing our commitments, Mr. Chair. So that's a plan that we're putting forward, and making sure that we spend on our Canadian Armed Forces so they have all the necessary equipment to carry out our obligations.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the commander of the Royal Canadian Air Force has said that if we can make a decision if we started a competition right now and made a decision to purchase a new plane within 5 years, there would be no problem in making sure our current fleet of CF-18s, with the life extension project underway, for them to be able to fly till 2025 when the new planes would come in. The minister's plan that he's rolled out is actually going to take our current fleet of CF-18s beyond 2025, and that's actually going to make it more dangerous for our pilots and less capable Air Force overall. Now, I know that the minister has to be aware of this, but the Agreement on Internal Trade said that, and the commander of the Air Force actually said just a year ago, says that he's confident that with the decision taken, I've already talked about, but the Agreement on Internal Trade says in section 506.11a that it allows the use of alternate procurement procedures only when an unforeseeable situation of urgency exists. Now, if the commander believes if a decision were made in 5 years, there's no urgency. So how does the minister really believe that what he's proposing in bringing forward as the sole source purchase, when there isn't a capability gap, when the government's prepared to trade away the purchase of the Super Hornets because of the trade war that's going on with Boeing and Bombardier, will the minister admit that he's actually in violation of Section 506.11a?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, our aging CF-18s need to be replaced. The transition to a new fleet, even if we have the competition that can take up to 5 years, the transition of the fleet takes much longer. We have done the studies in terms of the type of investments that are needed into the legacy fleet, and we are investing into that. But there is no guarantee that the airplanes can actually last that long, Mr. Chair. And what we require is to making sure we have the right equipment to be able to do this transition. And this is one of the reasons, Mr. Chair, that currently, if we right now cannot live up to our obligations of NORAD and NATO commitments currently, and we have absolutely no guarantee moving forward, yes, there's high confidence it can move forward, but that is not a guarantee. We have to make sure that we have the necessary equipment. We cannot continue to risk manage our commitments. We owe this to the Canadian Armed Forces. We are going to be replacing the permanent fleet with full competition, and we're going to be investing. And to me, this is a good thing, Mr. Chair, of additional investment into our Air Force to making sure that we have all the necessary aircraft for our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces.
Based on the pattern we're using, we've got time for probably 2 more questions and responses. The honourable member for Selkirk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the time warning. You know, again, Annex 3.1 on Treasury Board questions for sole source states that, and I quote, contracting officers must allow for major procurements to occur without competition only when it is fair and reasonable given all other options. So again, I asked the minister, what other options were explored? When you actually look at other countries, they've been able to make decisions quickly. And we know that all the homework has already been done on finding the replacement for our CF-18s. The surveys have been done of aircraft manufacturers. The former Conservative government did it. The current Liberal government has done it. And we know that Denmark selected their planes in 11 months. Norway's took 1 year, 11 months. South Korea did their selection in 1 year and 4 months. That's actually working closer than it's been a year since the minister made the decision and made the announcement that we're sole sourcing Super Hornets, and we still haven't signed a contract with them, as was confirmed by the Deputy Minister when he was at committee just a couple of weeks ago. So, what other options were explored, or is this being done strictly for political reasons so that the minister or the government doesn't have to buy an F-35 because that's what they told Canadians in the last election?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to investing it into our fighters, we're making sure that we have done our due diligence, Mr. Chair. We've looked at many different options. We've looked at our current commitments to do the full replacement, which we are committed to do with a full competition. We are investing in the legacy fleet, but we cannot guarantee that we're going to have the current aircraft. Yes, there were options into place buying old ones. No, we don't want to buy used equipment. We want to invest in new ones, Mr. Chair. This is one of the reasons when we said we want to make sure that we have the right equipment for our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces. We are very serious about this, and that's also we're taking this extremely seriously. And I look forward to announcing on June 7th about the defence policy as well on the long-term commitments for the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The last question, the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to switch gears a little bit and just on this final question, I want to talk about Operation Impact. As you know, the government has put more trainers on the ground, put more of our troops, more boots on the ground, and put them in danger. And they took away our CF-18s to provide air support and offloaded that responsibility to our allies. Now they pulled the Aurora aircraft out. We're also coming up on the deadline of Operation Impact. Its deadline is June the 30th. We haven't heard anything from the government on whether or not they're going to be extending the mission so that we can continue to fight radical jihadi terrorism. And so the question is the minister going to extend the mission, or is he going to be the architect of the retreat of Canada from the fight against ISIS?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I understand the members really desire to defeat Daesh like we all do. They're a horrible entity that has committed absolute atrocities, and we're committed into this fight, Mr. Chair. As we stated, this is going to require making sure that we train the Iraqi security forces, because this is how the problem came in the first place, where the Iraqi security forces were not able to hold the ground. The coalition required additional training. That's why we put in the tripled our trainers. We put the intelligence in, so we have the coalition has the right information to be able to target as well, Mr. Chair. We actually added helicopters and making sure that our troops had the flexibility to be able to respond, Mr. Chair. When it comes to the Polaris aircraft, there's the Aurora aircraft. We have two on the advice of the military. We had to pull one out for operational reasons, and there's one that continues. We make this announcement to making sure there is no impact, Mr. Chair, and we're going to continue. I look forward to announcing the revised mission that's going to go into the future, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We'll now go to resuming debate in the Honourable Minister of National Defence. Now, this is a bit of an unusual spot because the Minister is given 15 minutes for his time, but of course he can't use the 5 minutes of questions to pose questions to himself. Therefore, other parliamentary secretaries will be able, in this particular case, to pose questions to the Minister during the 5 minutes for questions to the Minister at that time. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to thank you for also from last year, the first time I met with the Committee of the Whole. And I want to begin my remarks tonight by thanking all members once again for choosing, for the opposite members for choosing me for the Committee of the Whole. Allows me to be able to learn more about my file and to be able to spend more time in this House, because and in a very important topic. Mr. Chair. As I've always stated, is I think all parliamentarians want to make sure that our Canadian Armed Forces are looked after. So I'm grateful for this opportunity once again, because it gives me an opportunity to talk about the incredible work done by members of the Canadian Armed Forces and our national defence. It allows me to take stock on progress we've made in the past 18 months, as measured against my mandate letter, and it gives me the chance to engage with my fellow parliamentarians. As I stated in this House, my job as minister is to serve the men and women in uniform who will proudly serve our country, and it is a privilege to have been given this responsibility. So I welcome the chance to present these estimates and to answer questions as well. To that end, Mr. Chair, I will be requesting total funding in these main estimates of $18.66 billion for the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces, as well as just under $596 million for the Communication Security Establishment. As directed in my mandate letter, this will maintain current funding levels and the planned increases. I will also be commenting on a few differences from the estimates that were presented last year. First, operating expenditures for DND have gone up by $436.5 million. Now, this is mainly due to a change to the defense escalator, which increased from 2% to 3% beginning this fiscal year. Second, capital expenditures are down by $293.2 million. This is a result of normal variance in large projects such as the Arctic Patrol vessel and the Halifax-class modernization. And as announced in this year's budget, some capital funding has been reprofiled into future years. We have protected these funds to ensure they are available to meet the schedule of major projects such as the fixed-wing search and rescue aircraft. And we will seek additional funding in supplementary estimates to support our international missions. This is sound and prudent management, Mr. Chair. The estimates we are discussing here today provide the funding that is needed to support every aspect of the defense team's mission. This includes shielding Canadians from harm here at home. One of the priorities identified in my mandate letter from the Prime Minister 18 months ago was disaster relief, and we've been seeing many examples of this in just the past few months, whether it's dealing with the flooding in Mud Lake, Newfoundland, or across Quebec and Ontario, or whether it's helping the people of New Brunswick deal with the effects of the devastating ice storm. When the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces have been called upon, they have delivered. Beyond our shores, this year's funding is required to train, prepare, and support the more than 1,400 members of our Canadian Armed Forces currently deployed on 14 overseas missions, contributing to international peace and security. And as Minister of Finance and I announced 2 weeks ago, the Canadian Armed Forces members deployed on all of these missions will now receive income tax relief. This includes the refocused mission in Iraq and our continuing fight against Daesh. The coalition is maintaining its momentum, and Daesh has lost more than half the territory it once held. It includes the missions supporting our commitment to NATO, which was another priority of my mandate letter. We are demonstrating our commitment, our solidarity, our resolve to our allies. The Canadian Armed Forces' upcoming deployment in Latvia is a prime example of this commitment. There we will lead a battle group composed of soldiers from 6 allied nations. This includes our own troops who will be deploying in June. Together with our existing air and maritime task forces, this represents the Canadian military's most significant activity in Europe since the Balkan conflict. And it's especially important today, on the International Day of the United Nations Peacekeepers, to note that we will be making commitments to peace support operations. I was at the UN last week meeting with allies and doing our due diligence, and we will be pleased to host the United Nations Peacekeeping Defense Ministerial Conference later this fall. This ambitious agenda requires our support to help ensure that the armed forces have the tools they need to do this important work. I will continue to work with my cabinet colleagues to improve on defense procurement. We are acquiring and replacing our legacy fixed-wing search and rescue aircraft. We will continue to invest in our Navy. 2 Arctic offshore patrol vessels are now under construction, and the Canadian shipbuilding strategy continues to progress. And we are committed to investing in the Air Force as directed in my mandate letter. We will procure a replacement for the CF-18 fighters while examining an interim solution to meet our NORAD and NATO commitments simultaneously. But these funds are also needed for our most important assets, and that is, of course, our troops. Sorry. Okay. And I'm sure that all members of this House agree that our women and men in uniform form the core of our national defense, and the families. Sorry.
Sorry, I gave the minister the wrong cue there, and it's just the usual clock, but it's 5 minutes remaining. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to have to rush otherwise. And the families are very important and play a tremendous role for the success of the Canadian Armed Forces. With the funds provided in these estimates, we will provide better support to our personnel so they can maintain that degree of excellence that Canadians expect of them. The funding in these main estimates will support that work, Mr. Chair, in the form of several ongoing initiatives to improve the workplace culture of the national defence and the well-being of the serving members. The most notable is the military's ongoing efforts to eliminate harmful and inappropriate sexual behavior through Operation Honor. All these efforts brought together will help create a highly dynamic, skilled, and diverse force that can succeed in the modern security environment. They will also help to ensure support is provided to our Canadian Armed Forces members and to their families, both when they are in the ranks and when they leave uniformed service. This funding we debate today will support our efforts to close the seams between national defence and Veterans Affairs. Both my Associate Minister and I committed to reducing complexity and overhauling service delivery and strengthening partnership between our two departments. That's what we're aiming for, Mr. Chair, and the funding debate today will help that. Will help make that possible. So, Mr. Chair, these main estimates will provide the Defence Department with the funding it needs to meet the needs of today. We must also ensure that our military is set up for the success in the future, and we address the results of the underfunding by successive governments. So, on June 7th, we will demonstrate the government's commitment to the future of the Canadian Armed Forces by announcing the results of our new defence policy. This will provide our armed forces with the funding and support they need to meet the challenges of the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Now we'll go to questions. Go to questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
I think we all agree in this House that providing support and caring for our men and women in uniform is and should always be a priority. The Minister touched briefly on that in his opening remarks. Our Canadian Armed Forces members are our most important asset and will greatly value their dedication to this country. Could the Minister provide more detail about what the Department of National Defence is doing to support our military personnel?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, as I said in my earlier remarks, the women and men who serve the country in uniform form the core of our national defence. Military families are the strength behind the uniform, and supporting the Canadian Armed Forces members, the veterans, and their loved ones is the utmost importance of the Department of National Defence. It is essential that military personnel continue to benefit from the best possible health care. We recognize that more needs to be done, especially early on for those who are suffering from mental health issues. That is why, on top of the salaries for the Armed Forces personnel, these estimates will provide more important benefits related to health and mental wellness programs, family resource centres, and training opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Saying that our most important asset is our military personnel. But without the proper equipment, they won't be able to accomplish their mission. To support them on the tremendous work they accomplish every day, they need the best tool. Can the Minister inform the House about what the Department of National Defence is doing to give our men and women the equipment they need?
La Ministre.
Honourable Minister.
The government is committed to ensuring the Canadian Armed Forces have the right tools to defend Canada and North America and contribute to global peace and security with our partners around the world. We are taking actions to make improvements on defence procurement, notably by increasing defence authorities to contract up to $5 million to allow Public Service and Procurement Canada to focus on higher value complex procurements. We're also making significant capital investors in our military, including an open and transparent competition to replace our CF-18, acquisition of the interim aircraft to supplement our current aging fighter fleet, the acquisition of the new fixed-wing search and rescue aircraft, which the first airplane is expected in later in 2019, through recapitalization of the naval fleet through the national shipbuilding strategies. All these investments, Mr. Chair, in equipment and infrastructure represent an important contribution towards the government's goal in delivering a more integrated, agile, and better equipped military. Thank you.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Minister, in his opening remarks, spoke about the numerous activities of the Canadian Armed Forces and the tremendous work they have been doing at home. I think Canadians want to know more about what our military are doing to protect them. Can the Minister provide more detail on the important work of military personnel have been doing on behalf of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Canadians expect that the Canadian Armed Forces are ready and able to defend Canada, protect Canada, defend North America, and continue to contribute to international peace and security when and where the government directs. Defending Canada is and always will be the highest priority for the Canadian Armed Forces, whether it's patrolling our air and maritime approaches, assisting in search and rescue operations, or responding to natural disasters. Our military is ready to defend Canada and to protect Canadians. To highlight a few examples of this, Mr. Chair, so most recently in Quebec, over 2,600 approximately personnel responded to the emergency flooding. In April, the Canadian Rangers in response to emergency flooding in Kasha-Ichiwan as well. And in January, 200 personnel responded to the ice storms in New Brunswick. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We probably have time for at least two more questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Defence.
Okay, answering my previous question, the Minister spoke about domestic operation that the Canadian Armed Forces are engaged in. I would like to ask him about the international operation of the Canadian Armed Force. Our military always punch about its weight when it's deployed, and it does great work abroad. Can the Minister provide more detail on the important work of military personnel have been doing around the world, working closely with our allies and partners?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, our government has increased our international obligations. Our government is committed to actively contributing to a greater security and peace in the world. The women and men in the Canadian Armed Forces are in many parts of the world making a significant contribution to global peace and security. So, for instance, in Iraq, as I stated earlier, our Air Force, our Special Forces are playing an important role against the global coalition fight to dismantle Daesh. In the Ukraine, our land forces are training hundreds of Ukrainian military forces. And at sea, our Navy is performing interdiction operations in the Caribbean, counterterrorism efforts in the Middle East and in the Indian Ocean, and NATO assurance measures in the Mediterranean as well. So further, we have pledged up to 600 members for deployment on UN peace support operations as part of a whole government approach. And we continue to work closely with our allies, partners, and other multilateral organizations to do our part in meeting today's security challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Time for one more question. Questions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe if I could ask my colleague, Minister of Defence, it was greatly appreciated the fact that the Minister actually came to Winnipeg North, met with members of our Ukrainian heritage community, and shared with them that sense of pride in our Canadian forces. And maybe if you can, Minister could provide us some sense of what other types of outreach the Minister does in Canada with regards to Canadians as a whole.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, as we in this House talk about the important challenges around the world, and we talk about the illegal annexation of Crimea, what's happening in the Ukraine, we have communities, like in Winnipeg, from the Ukrainian Canadians who are deeply concerned of what's happening. I think it was very important and very heartwarming for me to be able to explain what our great men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces are doing, what our government is trying to do, and what all our parliamentarians' concern is for that region. And I think that sense of direct engagement just brought a sense of peace and an assurance for them, so they have a better understanding of what their government is doing in the Ukraine.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to let you know that I'm going to be doing a brief preamble that's related to some of the questions I'm going to ask, but I'll primarily be focusing on questions this evening. I thank the Minister and his staff from Canadian Forces for being here this evening, allowing us to perform one of these important accountability functions in Parliament. I want to start by saying that earlier this month we had a non-confidence motion in the Minister which was preferred by the Conservatives, which we in the Democratic Party supported because of the conflict of interest problem that we believe that the minister still has with regard to his role in Afghanistan and the varying stories which he has told about that role. And that related to the question of Canada's complicity in torture in Afghanistan and the transfer of detainees. And this has become much more important again today, as we argued that it would. But I am not going to talk about that conflict tonight because we have another complaint from our leader, the member for Outremont, with the Conflict of Interest Commissioner, which we hope will be followed up on. But why this is becoming extremely important this week is the fact that the minister on Friday, March 31st, announced the extension of our Canadian mission in Iraq to the end of June. And at that time, there was a shift in the Canadian role, whereas previously we had been advising, assisting, and training only the Iraqi Kurds. We now apparently took on a role in advising, assisting, and training Iraqi government forces. And what we have just seen in the publication on May 25th of the disturbing photos by Iraqi photojournalist Ali Arkadi, the allegations of torture, very brutal treatment of prisoners in Iraq by the government forces, including extrajudicial killings, actually photographs of killing of prisoners by the military forces. So my question for the minister is very much an important question today, and that is, what specific measures has the minister taken to ensure that Canada's current role in training and assisting the Iraqi government forces does not make us complicit in the use of torture, which was documented by those pictures published in the Toronto Star on May 25th? What specific action to make sure we are not complicit in torture has this minister taken?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I haven't seen the photos, but I heard the reports tonight too. I'm appalled by the what I have heard. When it comes to our Canadian Armed Forces, they're well trained when it comes to law of armed conflict. When it comes to our own laws, the international laws, the Geneva Convention, Mr. Chair, our Canadian Armed Forces, in all the advising training that we do, there is a component where we actually train and focus on this effort, because it's our opportunity to be able to train other forces. So we take great pride in this, Mr. Chair. Our Canadian Armed Forces are obligated to be able to report any type of misbehavior as well, Mr. Chair. With this current case, our Canadian Armed Forces was not involved, and they will always be very vigilant when it comes to this. But we want to make sure that we are the leaders of this, and that's one of the reasons our Canadian Armed Forces, whenever we do any type of training, will be focusing on the law of armed conflict, so that the type of work that's needed and the professionalism that our Canadian Armed Forces shows is also passed on to the members who we are training. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
But I'm just going to ask the minister again, what specific measures do we have in place? So if Canadian forces would come across instances of torture like this that have been well documented, how do they report those? How do we make those known to the Iraqi government? How do we make sure that the Iraqi government does something about it? What do we have in place to make sure that we do not become implicit in the torture that we have seen by the Iraqi forces?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Sir? And the work that they do so I talked about the training, and they're obligated to be able to report. When it comes to the chain of command, there's a very good structured chain of command within the Canadian Armed Forces on how this system would work. Yes, they're obligated to making sure that they document and report this all the way up. And in this particular case, Global Affairs Canada has demarched the Iraqi government and made representation to the government on this matter. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the minister then if he'd give us the assurance in this House that if Canadian forces do come across these instances of torture or similar kinds of instances, will we stop our cooperation with the Iraqi government forces?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, as I stated, our men and women are obligated to be able to report. But I also want to emphasize the fact here that we actually focus on that training to making sure that professionalization is done, making sure that the law of armed conflict is taught. And Mr. Chair, we will always take this extremely seriously. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Well, I have to say, Mr. Chair, that I am disappointed with that answer. I was hoping we could get a clear commitment, since we all know that information derived from torture is not only illegal under international law, but is almost always useless, as people under torture will say exactly what they think people want to hear in order to stop the torture. So I'm very disappointed that the Minister has not given us that assurance. I want to move on to some other things, since we only have a short time this evening with the Minister. I actually want to talk a bit directly about the budget, and I know that you have people sitting in front of you with huge books full of numbers, and I have bunches of numbers on my desk. Numbers are difficult to discuss, but I think the one thing that we have seen in this budget is that the operational budget for the Canadian military peaked in 2012 and began to be cut by the Liberals. And if it has not been literally, sorry, by the Conservatives, yeah, we'll get to you. And if it has not been cut and it's been increased by less than the rate of inflation, and when you increase by less than the rate of inflation, obviously something has to give. You can't keep sustaining your same activities year after year if your funding does not go up with the rate of inflation. And the rate of inflation in military, as we all know, is somewhere between 3 and 4.5%. So in the main estimates and the operational budget for the military this year, Canadian Forces appear to have received significantly less of an increase than the rate of inflation. So how can they continue all the things we're asking them to do on our behalf when they get less money than they need to carry out those tasks?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to the budget and the planned increases, our government has maintained the planned increase, and this year we increased it by 1% for the operating budget. So that's a total of 3%. So the budget has increased by over $500 million for the operating budget, but also I think the member opposite knows I made a number of speeches where I talked about the analysis of the defense policy review that we conducted, and that even with this increase, we are still steadily on a decline. And I'm sure the member will be on June 7th when I make the have the privilege to be able to announce our defense policy, where we're going to be talking about our plan to be able to fix and fill this hole and create that long-term plan for the Canadian Armed Forces.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We're also seeing the Canadian Forces right now in a period when we have the largest recapitalization needs we've ever had in the history of the Canadian Forces. And in particular, I'm of course concerned as a member who represents a naval riding with the National Shipbuilding Strategy, which was approved by all parties in this House, and which is really going to be the mechanism by which we renew the Navy. And my concern is that we've had deferrals, or whatever you want to call them, reprofilings and putting things off into the future. All kinds of terms have been used. First, again, started by the Conservatives, and then followed up by the Liberals, so that we now have, and I don't, all the pieces of paper have all the numbers on top here, but we had about $3 billion deferred by the Conservatives, and then another $3 billion deferred by the Liberals, and now another $8 billion deferred off to the future. And so when we're talking about buying equipment, with a rate of inflation in the military of 3 to 4 to 5%, and we're putting things off 10 years down the road, how are we actually going to buy the same amount of equipment we were supposed to buy with this money? We're obviously going to get 40 to 50% less at minimum of the same kinds of equipment, the same kinds of ships that we were going to get with the original allocation. So where is the funding to sustain things like the National Shipbuilding Strategy?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, we couldn't agree more, and I think all parties agree that the National Shipbuilding Strategy is very important to Canada. We are committed to this. We want to make sure that the Canadian Armed Force, the Navy, has all the ships necessary. The increase of the 3% that we have done, that's for the operational budget, and I look forward to addressing a lot of these concerns. I've said it many times that we need to be able to look at the full costing when we do procurement. And the new defense policy has been extremely it's been rigorously costed and fully funded. And we want to making sure that the Canadian Armed Forces has the right investment to be able to plan and provide predictable, sustainable funding so that the military can continually plan into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Minister has referred several times to the June 7th date for announcing the defense review. And I guess what I'd like to ask him now is for a specific commitment that that defense review will be presented in this House, tabled in this House, and then we are able to hold hearings, either a debate in this General House or in the committee, so that all parliamentarians can participate in evaluating what the minister is proposing in the Canadian Defence Review. So will it be presented here on June 7th, or is it somewhere else? And will we be able to debate this new defence strategy here in the House?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, all parliamentarians took part in the Defence Policy Review, and thank you for everybody's inputs into it. I look forward to presenting it to Canadians, and we'll be presenting our plan, how the parliamentary plan will be conducted as well, so that everybody has an opportunity to be able to take part in debate. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I think once again we're not getting the answer from the minister that I would like to see as a parliamentarian who's sent here to represent my constituents. I would like to have a chance for us to have a full debate of that Canadian Defence Review here in this House, followed by a debate or a reference to the committee so that we can hold hearings in committee on that Defence Review. Otherwise, it's the Liberal Defence Review, not the Canadian Defence Review, if it's not presented in this House. And the other peculiar thing I find with the Defence Review is if the minister keeps talking about it'll be the solution to the funding problems. So why in this budget was there no set-aside for new initiatives under the Defence Review? If you were really serious that Defence Review was going to provide this extra money, where's the set-aside in the budget? Where's the funding in this budget? Or would we have to wait for another future budget down the road for any of these new initiatives from the Canadian Defence Review to actually take place? Where's the money for it? Why wasn't there a set-aside in this budget?
I want to remind the honourable members to pose their questions through the chair. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the defence policy, the consultations that have been conducted, the expert reviews that have been done with this defence policy, we wanted to make sure that we not only presented the plan but also the funding that goes behind it, Mr. Chair. And I look forward to announcing this defence policy, which I've stated many times before. Defence policy that has been rigorously costed and and that has been fully funded. That'll take out the Canadian Armed Forces to look way into the future for the next 20 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. I want to remind the Honourable Member that we have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the Minister through you, Mr. Chair, given that the Prime Minister and the Minister attended the NATO summit on May 25th, did they present the outcome of this defence review there? Did they talk about what our priorities are going to be at NATO before that was presented in this House or to Canadians? Or did they go there and have nothing to say? I mean, which is it? Either they went to NATO with empty hands, or they've already presented the findings of this review to our allies in Europe before they've ever presented it to Canadians.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, this defence policy, as stated, Canadians all across this country had input. Parliamentarians held consultations. We had expert consultations. This defence policy will be presented in Canada to Canadians. And Mr. Chair, we can also be extremely proud of our contributions at NATO. We talked about how we're taking a leading in Latvia, one of the 4 framework nations, Mr. Chair. How we have air policing in Iceland currently that will be moving on to Romania in the fall. How we have a frigate currently in the Mediterranean consistently. How we're in the Ukraine as well, Mr. Chair. We have a lot to be proud of because Canada has been stepping up for a multilateral commitment, which is extremely important to show leadership in the world and be standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies. And that's what we talked about, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and certainly New Democrats have been very supportive of any of those leadership initiatives we've taken. Back in August of 2016, the Defence Minister and the former Foreign Affairs Minister together announced Canada would be committing troops, about 600 troops and I think 150 police officers, to peacekeeping missions in Africa. And here we are almost 9 months later, and these plans appear to be on hold. So can the Minister of Defence tell this House what Canada's official position is on contributing to global peacekeeping efforts in this increasingly unstable world? Are we going to be committed to a peacekeeping mission in Africa or not?
The Honourable Minister of Defence in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Chair, our government is committed to supporting peace support operations. We have committed up to 600 personnel, up to 150 police officers, peacekeeping. But this can't be just as a military contribution, Mr. Chair. This is going to be a whole of government, an integrated, comprehensive approach. We want to make sure that we do take the time. When we launch missions like this is not just about a check in the box. We want to make sure that, one, we have a contribution, that when we actually send our troops, that we have all the necessary, we looked at everything, so when they do go into places like that, that we're going to have a meaningful impact on the places that we go. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Gilwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to share a few thoughts over this evening. I'm going to focus, if I may, on the importance of sovereignty projection and sovereignty protection. Yesterday, Chancellor Angela Merkel was quoted as saying, "The times in which we can fully count on others are somewhat over. We Europeans must take destiny into our own," end quote. Historically, Germany has always looked after its own sovereignty, but after World War II, it only permitted itself to have a military for defensive purposes and resolutely stayed out of conflicts that were extraterritorial. Lately, however, it is being drawn in another direction, away from relying on others and proactively being invited to assert itself. Outsourcing your sovereignty to another nation can be a dangerous business. Canada has a long history of doing just that. As part of the British Empire, we outsourced our sovereignty to England. And for a long while, that worked as a bulwark against American expansion. It was a refuge for United Empire loyalists, slaves, and others looking for an alternative to the American way. Mostly it worked. However, the quid pro quo was that we got dragged into British wars. Some say adventurism, Boer War, 1812, South Africa, World War I, etc. If the empire was at war, we were at war, whether we liked it or not. If Great Britain was going to be the guarantor of our sovereignty, then we were expected to contribute to the defense of the empire. Many ask what British wars have to do with us. We are geographically and economically separated from those historical grievances and should not be expected to contribute. However, those that objected forgot that Britain made sure that Canada was not American. British interests have not always lined up with Canada's. For instance, does anyone wonder how we lost the Alaska Panhandle? How is it that boundary drawing always seems to work against Canada's best interests? The simple answer, Mr. Speaker, is that British interests always trumped Canadian interests. And that's what happens when a nation sources its sovereignty protection to someone else. Britain was exhausted after World War I and could no longer protect Canada. The state of the Canadian military was alarming. General MacNaughton presented a report to Prime Minister Mackenzie King outlining the serious deficiencies in our defensive structure. As you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, General MacNaughton is the grandfather of the member from Orleans. As James Ears described it, King had inherited from, may I say, a Conservative Prime Minister, quote, an armed forces without arms. The Americans knew it, the British knew it, and if Canadians didn't know it, they were willfully blind. In 1936, President Roosevelt came to Canada on a state visit and advised Prime Minister King that if Canada was not prepared to look after its sovereignty, someone else would have to do it for them. At that time, the Americans were particularly concerned that the Japanese would take advantage of the largely undefended BC coastline to gain access to North America. They wanted a highway through Canadian territory in order to foreclose access. The concerns of the Americans were well-founded. Directly or indirectly, we transitioned our sovereignty to the Americans. And by the end of World War II, there was absolutely no doubt that our defense policy could be summed up in one pithy phrase: don't get too far ahead of the Americans and don't get too far behind the Americans. The architecture of our defense institutions was created at that time as well. Best known, of course, for our purposes is NORAD, Equally well known, or possibly better known, is NATO, which is an American-dominated treaty alliance that has served us well over many, many years. Less well known, possibly, is the Permanent Joint Board on Defense, a formal, informal meeting of senior civilian and military personnel who jointly manage defense issues as they arise. The next meeting is here in Ottawa next week. There are, of course, other arrangements, both formal and informal, which allow us to be more efficient and effective when dividing up tasks. Needless to say, the Americans are the senior partner. However, there is a genuine respect and collaboration between the respective forces. However, there is also a growing expectation on the part of our senior partner for Canada to pick up a larger share of the load. Perfectly understandable. Defense is not cheap. Defense of our sovereignty is not cheap. When President Obama stood in this very chamber, he was quite explicit. Quote, "As your ally and friend, we will be more secure when NATO members, including Canada, contributes its full share to common security." The Canadian Armed Forces are really good. And if I can borrow a phrase, the world needs more Canada. NATO needs more Canada. We need you. End of quote. That was just about a year ago. The irony is that we are very good. Our military is very good, and therefore we are in demand. Yet, we have been somewhat reluctant to be more forthcoming. At times, we seem almost coquettish. Just as Britain expected us to contribute to defense and the empire, so also the Americans expect serious contributions from Canada. This expectation preceded President Trump by many decades, and for a while, post-World War II, during the Cold War, Canada did contribute 2% of GDP to defense. However, as time went on, we have been in a steady decline, and for the last 20 years have bumped along around 1% of GDP. For all the Conservatives harumping about their love of all things military, they started out at slightly more than 1% in 2006, plateaued at 1.38% at the peak of the Afghan conflict, and then steadily rode it down to less than 1% by 2015. Friends like these don't require enemies. I've heard all the arguments about the quality of the Canadian military and the willingness to actually take on dangerous missions, all of which are true. But as the minister has been arguing for the last few months, in fact, his entire mandate to anyone who will listen, Canadians need to get serious about funding our military needs so that they can do what we ask them to do. The most important task is the protection of our sovereignty. Does anyone think that outsourcing our sovereignty to President Trump is a good idea? Yet that is the effect of resourcing. We necessarily over-rely on our American cousins for our own protection. Great idea as long as it works. We get to act superior to the cousins while getting them to pay the bill. Neat trick, as long as it lasts. However, Mr. Speaker, the times, they are a-changing. Russia is militarizing the Arctic. It's the only nation that has icebreakers worthy of the name. It is opening up new bases, new military bases. It conducts significant military exercises there annually. China launched its first aircraft carrier recently. China routinely transits the Arctic Ocean and is keen to exploit the mineral wealth under it. The U.S. and Canada do not always agree on our sovereignty claims, particularly off the Alaska coast. Denmark and Canada have agreed to disagree on Hans Island. It's not likely that we're going to war anytime soon with U.S. or Denmark, but if you don't have a robust military, you may as well wave the white flag of compromised sovereignty and move on. I've had the great honor of seeing our military up close and personal. Without exception, we are represented by some of the finest people I've ever had the honor of meeting. It embarrasses me when we don't stand behind our people with the right resources. Lord knows this minister has been really trying to appropriately make the resources available to our excellent military. Canadians live on an island of self-contentment, oblivious to the seas of trouble at all our borders. We are indeed a blessed nation and have for decades been able to count on the longest undefended border on Earth, a frozen Arctic Ocean, a weakened China, 2 large oceans, and a Russia incapable of projecting serious military threat. All of those assumptions are more and more open to challenge. A more able and robust military is not the only answer to all of those assumptions, but surely it is one of the most important ones. A more capable military protecting and projecting our sovereignty is a sine qua non of an independent nation and a foreign policy worthy of a name. Chancellor Merkel is right. The times in which we can count on others is somewhat over. We ignore her at our peril. So now, Mr. Speaker, if I may ask a few questions to the Minister. The argument I'm making in my speech, sir, is that the military is not a luxury, but it is a core responsibility of government to protect and project our sovereignty. Would you be so kind as to outline over the last 18 months how you, through your mandate letter and your actions, have enhanced our sovereignty, the projection and protection of our sovereignty?
I want to remind the honourable members to speak through the chair and not directly, even if it is a very quaint surrounding in the committee. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the member for the question and his remarks. And when it comes to protecting Canadians and our Canadian sovereignty is the most important aspect of what our Canadian Armed Forces work that we do. In the last 18 months, not only we're focusing on making sure that our men and women have the necessary training, to making sure that we're able to respond up north with Operation Nanook, making sure that we're able to respond to Canadians for natural disasters like we are doing now, making sure that we move ahead with procurement equipment. But we can't just look in here. We can't be an island of stability in an ocean of turmoil. Our Navy needs new ships. Currently, we have no joint supply ships. So we have an interim ship that's being worked on right now. And we were talking about capability gaps. If you don't invest in your military, a capability gap will eventually turn into a capability loss. And that's exactly what happened with our joint supply ships. But we're working very hard to move the process quickly as possible so that we can project our power to be able to support ourselves. But at the same time, that we can work with our allies. We focused on as part of our defense policy review, on our sovereignty, looking at the North, looking at the Arctic. How do we also complement, not just what the military does, how sovereignty is a much bigger focus. We're working with other departments like the Coast Guard. So, Mr. Chair, we're going to be focusing on this, and I look forward to talking more about this in the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in my association with this minister, I was always amazed by his incredible energy and his willingness to travel literally around the world, sometimes 2 or 3 times over, to do meetings. One of the most important alliances we have, of course, is NATO. He has been present for the ministerial meetings. I'd be particularly interested, as this House would be, on his reflections on those meetings, and particularly on his reflections with respect to this possible change in the German posture.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I mean, it was an absolute privilege to represent Canada at NATO at my first defence ministerial. What the feedback that I received with our re-engagement in NATO was the importance of Canadian leadership that was felt in the past and how we're doing it now by continuing our presence of our frigate in the Mediterranean. our air policing that we've increased, taking that leadership role. Only 4 framework lead nations have taken up that role: the U.S., Canada, the UK, and Germany. And more importantly, the demonstration that we're making here. This is a battle group, a multinational battle group made up of many European countries of coming together. And it's because of the great experience that we have within our Canadian Armed Forces that we're able to put this together, show great leadership, but be able to show that message of deterrence. It's one thing to be able to put things together, but then actually demonstrating that message of deterrence to Russia. To complement some of the other work that we are doing in the Ukraine as well. A lot more work that needs to be done. And when we conducted a defense policy review, my advisory panel went to NATO and discussed the things with them, and we have that input into our new defense policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to talk about the capability gap with the Air Force. To give some context for the minister, 2016, on April 14th, Mr. Hood said that we just established that the F-18s will be until 2025. He was asking if there's a replacement decision made on the CF-18s, that the decision needed to be made soon. Following that, on April 18th, and on May 3rd and other dates, the representatives from Boeing met with defense officials, the Prime Minister's office, and the public service. On May 16th, the minister spoke for the first time about capability gaps. And thinking of previous governments, well, there's capability gaps, but we should have fighter jets to lengthen theirs. We have a 2014 report from DRDC, and it has been taken down from the National Defense website. This report contained very important information that included the fact that it's important to not have 2 fleets at the same time, because a Super Hornet, even though it says 18, it's not the same plane as a CF-18. It's completely different. So the report here talked about the lifespan of the need for new planes, and that some were able to last until 2025, but they said we must not mix the fleets. In May, there were lobbyists who were in Ottawa, Boeing lobbyists, of course. On May 26th, the minister stated that our CF-18 fleet must be replaced now. He said the fleet, not just a few of them, all of them. The fact that they weren't replaced exposes us to a capability gap. Meetings continued. On July 6th, the minister made a few changes. The Liberals said that the requirements would be taken off from 2010. Some changes were made.
Then there was another meeting, and they met with the elected officials. They met with the Boeing, 18th October, 17th October, the 4th of, or ministers, deputy ministers, 2 parliamentary secretaries. They were met by the Boeing lobbyists. After that, 21st of November, then we got the answer from the Department of National Defense, which confirmed what General Hood said on April 14th, that indeed the General's response or answer was confirmed. 22nd of November, the minister announced that the government would undertake negotiations with Boeing as a sole source supplier of Super Hornet F-18s. And it would be a 5-year process. And we know that it takes a year in other countries, but it only takes a year to put in place a contract. 28th of November, General Hood comes back to the committee, National Defense Committee on the Senate side this time, and he says that the Air Force policy with respect to the number of jets has been changed and that he wasn't consulted. He wasn't even on the committee that made the assessment. So, now, given that information, I'd like to know once and for all, if the minister can tell us who told him that we had a capability gap.
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to, as we discussed with the capability, we have, as a nation, we have our commitments. We have commitments to NORAD, and we have commitments to NATO. And obviously for security reasons, I can't give the number out on what those commitments are. But currently, we cannot meet those commitments simultaneously. But one thing I think we all agree with all members in this House, we need to replace our aging fleet. And we are going to do that with a full competition to replace the entire fleet. Here's the other thing. I've also said, the previous government has said 65 was going to be enough. Mr. Chair, we're a G7 nation. We're talking about our sovereignty. We had 138 fighters a long time ago. 65, and we're talking about 65 now. We need to make sure that we have the right number of aircraft to meet our obligations. So not only we're going to have a full competition, we need to invest in the legacy fleet. The transition for the fleet takes a long time. It's going to take longer than 2025, even with the full competition. So we need aircrafts in place. Plus, at the same time, I'd love to be able to snap my fingers and have aircrafts by tomorrow. But you can't produce the pilots and the training and the technicians at the same time. So we need to make sure it's a transition that's smooth because our aircraft are also being used, Mr. Chair. It's a plan that we've taken a look at thoroughly. Yes, the plane should have been replaced 10 years ago, so we're not in this situation. It's a problem that we inherited, but it's our problem now. And we want to make sure that we get this right. And that's why we took the time to do the proper analysis, but we are committed to making sure that we have the right number of aircraft for our Canadian Armed Forces so we can meet all our obligations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member.
I'd like to remind the Minister that the 65 aircraft that I talked about was the minimum required according to the 2014 report. There are 78 at present, so we have 11 over the minimum required. Now, what I'd like to know is why the Minister didn't make a decision to open up the process to make it transparent, to determine which aircraft is the best. It should only take 1 year, not 5 years. Why isn't he? What is he looking at? A deadline? Could he explain that to me, please?
Mr. Chair, when it comes to replacing our aircraft, fighter aircraft, we need to make sure that we follow a process that we replace all our aircraft, a process that we can actually go through, making sure all the requirements are met. Last thing we want to be able to do is just make a decision and end up something that doesn't meet our needs. We need to go through a thorough process because these are aircraft that are going to be here for a very long time, Mr. Chair. So we want to make sure that we get this right. And that's exactly why we're taking the time to get this right, to making sure we have the process. I'd like to speed it up as quickly as possible. I'd like to have this equipment here. But unfortunately, we have to be responsible because the last thing we want is to have a lemon. And regardless of what company bids into the competition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to go on to peacekeeping operations. Does the minister really think that the UN is the best organization for fighting radical terrorism that is widespread through Africa and the Middle East? Does he believe that the UN is the best organization to deal with that?
Sorry, the Minister.
Mr. Chair, multilateralism is important to our government. We currently, just today, I announced the extension and the expansion of Operation Artemis, the counterterrorism measures that we have been part of a long time, that the previous government had also supported. But what we have done is not just taking a leadership role that we have done every 2 years, but we're actually going to have the flexibility for our military leadership to be able to add a frigate every 2 years, also add a maritime surveillance aircraft as well, Mr. Chair. And so we've stepped up there. We've stepped up our commitment in the fight against Daesh in Iraq. We're taking a leadership role in NATO. Multilateralism is important, and United Nations also plays a very key role in this world. We need to be able to also focus on preventing the recruitment into radicalization. We need to be able to reduce conflict, the portion, so we don't have to deal with it after the fact. So yes, United Nations does play a very important role in this, and all the allies that I've spoken with play that. The French are playing an important role. The U.S. talks about the importance of peace support operations as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I want to remind the honourable members that the answer should be about the same length as the question, just as a rule of thumb. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Along the same lines with the UN, I'd like a yes or no answer. Will we be sending troops into a UN peacekeeping mission? And I'd also like to know something else. The Prime Minister promised at the start of his mandate to send more troops to the UN. I'd like to know how many troops have been deployed over the various missions.
National defense.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't. Could you repeat that question, please? Sorry.
S'il vous plaît, répétez.
The first question was this. I'd like to know if, yes or no, we will be sending troops, a large number of troops as part of a mission to Africa under the UN flag. Secondly, the Prime Minister promised to send more soldiers, police officers as part of UN missions across the world. I'd like to know how many troops have been sent out on these missions since the Liberals took power.
Mr. Chair, there are current UN missions where we've had troops on this, but when it comes to our peace support operations, we have committed up to 600 personnel in the Canadian Armed Forces and 150 police officers. But as you know, no decision has been made at this time. I don't have the exact number of the UN missions, and our folks have been on to them, but they have been part of this since we have formed government. But as I said, UN plays a very important role in stability around the world, and multilateral is important to our government, and we need to do our part. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member. As a former soldier, the minister must know that an assessment of the operational situation on the ground is important. Does he believe that the Canadian Forces can deploy troops to Mali, for example, between 500 and 600 people with sufficient monitoring? Do we have the resources to be autonomous and not to depend on other countries as part of that mission?
Defense.
Mr. Chair, any troop recommendations comes up from the Chief of Defence Staff, my military advisor, and he would never recommend anything that would overstretch us. I've also stated that we will make sure anytime we send our troops, we're going to send them with all the necessary equipment so they can be able to protect themselves. But more importantly, we also got to be focusing on, and one of the reasons we're taking the time, the important mandate as well, so that we have the right mandate, the right rules of engagement, protection of civilians. All these things are extremely important, and also, not just for military, a comprehensive, integrated approach that looks at the other departments as well. I'm very also happy, Mr. Chair, when I was at the UN, other nations are also taking this on board as well, so that we can even have a bigger impact. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
L'honorable député de Charles-Bourg.
The honourable member for Charles. I'd like to talk about reserve forces now, Mr. Chairman. John Selkirk, the President, confirmed that reserve units received a budget cut of 10% over the past year. How can the minister explain the 10% cuts to the reserves? I know as a unit commander, when my budget was cut, things went badly, so I'd like to know how the minister sees that.
Of National Defense.
Mr. Chair, I too, as a former reserve CO, have been times when the budget was cut, but also there's even greater complexity. It's not just about budget cuts. You can also give money and change the rules, which has been done in the past, where you can't then spend the money. So those are the things that we're also looking at. And I can assure you, the reserves play a very important role within the Canadian Armed Forces, whether it's domestic operations, as with Operation Lentis in Quebec, or on overseas operations. We need to make sure our reserve forces has the right funding, and they will. But more importantly, not just for the training, the right equipment as well, but also a robust role. And we are looking at many other areas with the reserve, the role that they can play. Have many discussions with the Chief of Defence Staff on that, and the more work that needs to be done on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
L'honorable député de Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I do understand that it's complex. However, I know that reserve funding has a major problem, is that it starts at the bottom, and once you get to the bottom in the units, money's disappeared for different reasons. Now it's up to the minister to control the reasons why the reserve units face these cuts. 10% in a budget for reserves takes away 3 weekends of training, for example. That's huge. How does the minister, therefore, see the ability to retain reserve members when 3 weekends, for example, are cut? People say, well, I'm going to find another civilian job because the Army can't keep us busy enough. Will our troops get adequate training, our reserve troops?
Ministre de la Défense.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I couldn't agree with the member more. We need to make sure that the reserve have all the right investments. Currently, the reserves have a budget of $645 million for this year. But we need to make sure this is not just about a number, but making sure that the right money is allocated for the training, for the recruitment, and also the reserves are also the connection into the community as well. There are many things that the reserves do, and we want to make sure that the reserves has all the necessary the funding for it. We need to also make sure that they have the right equipment as well, making sure they have the right vehicles, whether it's you're an infantry unit, armored rifle unit, or a signals regiment, making sure you have the right radios. And then more importantly, how do we integrate a lot of this into the regular force? So a lot more work that needs to be done. The compensation also for the reserves, we're also looking at that to making sure that they are better looked after. Improvements have been made, but a lot more work that needs to be done on this, and to take a system from a Class A, B, C system and possibly make it even more easy to manage for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nous allons, on a une minute.
We have 1 minute. I'll give a bit of extra time because of the problem with the translation, but we'll go back to the Honourable Member for Charlesborough, Haute-Saint-Charles. The Minister talked about NATO. The former parliamentary secretary talked about Obama, who came here in 2016, who said we need more Canada. Canada needs to be more involved. I'd like him to explain why the contribution, I'm talking finance here, for NATO decreased. It was 92.2 million. This year it's 79.8 million. Why has NATO's budget decreased?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence in 35 seconds or less.
Chair, I was speaking with our ambassador, Canadian ambassador to NATO, Kerry Buck. We are the 6th largest financial contributor to NATO. We, in addition to the contributions that we make, as I stated, we have taken a leadership role at NATO, Mr. Chair. We have a lot to be proud of the work that the leadership role that we have taken, and we're going to make sure that we have the right investments for our troops so we can be a credible partner. So I'd like to tell the member to stay tuned for June 7th as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will deliver a 10-minute speech, and then we'll be asking a few questions. I'm pleased to rise today to consider the most important military asset our country has, the women and men who wear Canada's uniform. And as the mother of 2 serving members, I know firsthand the sacrifices that military families make. Ils prêtent un serment d'allégeance à la couronne, mais ils prêtent aussi le...
They take an oath of allegiance to the crown, but they also pledge to serve at risk to their own lives and well-being. That risk can be mitigated, but it can never be eliminated.
Mitigated, it can never be eliminated. Il est entendu que nous devons leur fournir la formation.
We need to provide support, training, etc. to our serving members so that they can complete the missions that they must complete. Members of the Canadian Forces, if they are unable to continue their military service, then through our efforts we must use our industry partners who hire veterans to ensure that they successfully reintegrate civilian life. As General Dallaire stated before the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, and I quote, "If you don't treat the injured veteran right, the guy or girl who's going over will realize that if they come back injured, they'll have to fight the second fight. And that's coming home and trying to live decently."
In these main estimates directly supports our ill, injured, and wounded military members, and I'd like to highlight just a few of those initiatives for you today. Monsieur le Président, la mission en Afghanistan a été...
Mr. Chairman, the mission in Afghanistan was a watershed moment for the care of our wounded members.
1,859 wounded over the entire combat mission had not been seen since the Korean War. Moreover, Mr. Chair, our improved understanding of mental health allows us to correctly diagnose and, where possible, treat operational stress injuries that militaries of the past wrote off as shell shock or battle fatigue. I want to take a moment to add, for any military member or family member who is listening and experiencing an operational stress injury, please reach out for the support to those around you. Les forces armées ont alors eu plus de malades et de...
So the forces had more ill, injured, and wounded than at any time in recent memory, many of whom were dealing with complex medical conditions, including mental health issues, which required a professional, careful approach. And so a system was developed to rehabilitate ill, injured, and wounded military personnel. This is driven primarily by the Joint Personnel Support Unit. Its role is to provide personalized support and programs to members who have a medical condition that precludes them from returning to their normal duty for 6 months or more.
Provide the best possible support and services during a member's recovery, so he or she can return to full military duty or successfully transition to civilian life. The JPSU and the 24 integrated personnel support centers that comprise it do outstanding and difficult work in support of their brothers and sisters in uniform. Dans plusieurs cas, la maladie ou la...
And because in many cases the illness or injury can have a significant impact upon the CAF member's family, they offer a range of services to military families from coast to coast.
100 Canadian Armed Forces members are posted to the JPSU for 6 months or more. More than 4,000 walk-in clients are helped on an annual basis. Le dévouement et l'engagement du personnel.
The dedication and commitment of JPSU military and civilian support staff is truly remarkable, so much so that the Armed Forces is now preparing to build upon their model.
Testified before a committee in the other place, he intends to evolve the JPSU into a new organization that can provide that same level of personal service across the military. He will also ensure that Transition Unit receives additional resources to handle these cases, which will address concerns raised by the Ombudsman and others. This will mean that every member of the Canadian Armed Forces who experiences a transition receives the same focus on individual, personalized service, both while they are in uniform and when they end their military career. L'objectif est de faire en sorte que tous les membres...
The objective is to ensure that all members transitioning receive personalized service, both while they are in uniform and when they end their military career. This transition between military and civilian life was a key item in the mandate letters for both the Minister of National Defence and the Minister of Veterans Affairs to work together to reduce complexity, overhaul service delivery, strengthen partnerships between both ministries, and provide better service to our veterans.
I know this is something every member of this House, some of whom have also served in the Canadian Armed Forces, can support. So many of us have heard from constituents who have experienced difficulties with this transition, who are experiencing hardship just as they're trying to begin a new chapter in their lives. Mr. Chair, we must ensure that those who have served with honour are treated with honour, and that the families that serve alongside them are also supported. Lorsque les membres des Forces armées canadiennes prennent leur...
When Canadian Armed Force members retire, their pensions and benefits should be ready as soon as they take off their uniforms. In most cases, this is true. Since the military pension system was transferred to Public Services Procurement Canada, 96% of retired members now get their first payment within 30 days. That is a major improvement. Other delays, primarily related to benefits, are going to take additional time to resolve, because this is about more than just an efficient transfer of files. I'll return to the example of mental health. Thanks to our improved understanding of mental illness, we now know that some mental health conditions can take years to materialize. A member could retire from the Canadian Armed Forces seemingly fully healthy, but with a latent or undiagnosed condition that manifests many years later. Demonstrating a link between this new diagnosis and their military service can be difficult. The members themselves may not make the connection. Their civilian doctors may not have access to their full medical files. This is one example of the challenges Veterans Affairs and National Defense are dealing with, not only to ensure an efficient payment of benefits, but to ensure that those who retired healthy and need to re-enter the system are both recognized and supported.
Je désire en outre souligner que
And I want to stress that these gaps are not the result of an uncaring or unfeeling bureaucracy, nor a lack of will by the Government of Canada. Our people are dedicated and committed to providing the highest possible level of service to both military families and the families who love and support them, and I thank them for their efforts. Their work needs to be enabled, supported, and resourced appropriately so that the vision of a professionalized transition system can be achieved.
It is directly supporting these efforts, which are directly supporting our brave men and women in uniform. So I'll be encouraging my fellow members to approve them when the time comes to vote. And I look forward, Mr. Chair, to the additional transition members that we can expect from the new defense policy when it is announced on June 7th. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chair, the size of the Canadian Armed Forces and its operational tempo can make dealing with transition a challenge. But it's the responsibility of the Government of Canada to ensure that our women and men in uniform have the resources and support they need to continue to excel as they transition to civilian life. I now have some questions for the Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Chair, the Minister and the Chief of the Defence Staff have called improving the transition experience for retiring and leaving members of the Canadian Armed Forces as closing the seam. We owe so much to our retiring military members and their service to Canada. Can the Parliamentary Secretary provide details on what the Canadian Armed Forces have done recently to improve the transition experience for those leaving the military, and what more will be done?
Honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Serving veterans is one of our government's main priorities. As my colleague said so distinctly, we have a debt to the men and women who've served to their country. We are committed to reducing the complex nature of processes, to reviewing service delivery mechanisms, and to strengthen the partnership between both departments. The Minister of National Defence and Veterans Affairs are working in close cooperation to facilitate the transition of CAF members to civilian life. The department is also committed to hiring veterans who are eligible into the public service. And, in fact, medically released veterans are eligible for priority hiring within the public service. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Canadian Forces are among the best trained and most respected in the world. They accommodate members of all religion, ethnic origin, and sexual orientation. The Canadian Armed Forces is working together as a team and has a zero-tolerance policy for any type of discrimination. I know that this issue is an important one for the Minister, and I would appreciate if he could inform the House with respect to what is done to ensure that diversity remains a priority. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Our government believes that diversity is Canada's strength and has committed to focus on this very important issue. These principles affect all members of the Canadian Armed Forces. That includes gays, lesbians, bisexuals, transgender people, and others. All leaders in departments and in the Canadian Armed Forces are fully committed to diversity and inclusion, as has been shown by the CDS's publication of its diversity strategy, as well as the action plan and the strategy in January 2017. The Canadian Armed Forces are determined to increasing diversity and to promote diversity among its numbers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
Des anciens combattants.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mental health is a key area that the Canadian Armed Forces has taken great steps to improving access to mental health professionals and to destigmatizing attitudes towards those suffering operational stress injuries. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform the House on what the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces have done to improve mental health access in the past year and what the plans are for the future?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our government is determined to ensure that members of the Canadian Armed Forces, men and women, continue to benefit from the best health care possible. The Canadian Forces has enhanced support provided to soldiers dealing with PTSD, and as part of Budget 2017, the government proposes to invest $17.5 million in Veterans Affairs over 4 years, starting in 2018-19, on a Centre of Excellence for PTSD and related mental health conditions. The centre would focus on prevention, assessment and treatment of PTSD and related health conditions for military members and veterans.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to be focusing on asking the Minister some questions today. And there's, if I have enough time, there's roughly 3 areas that I'm going to be focusing on. And the first one is the issue of transition. And I know the Parliamentary Secretary brought that up. And she talked about closing the seam. Well, over the course of the past roughly 14 years, there's been 10 reports, Mr. Chair, that's made recommendations about transitioning. The Defence Ombudsman has issued a report on simplifying transition from the Canadian Forces to civilian life. And so I would like to ask the Minister, has he read the report from the Defence Ombudsman?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, the closing this seam for our men and women is extremely important. I agree with the member. We have been working on this for a very long time. I've also spoken with the Ombudsman about this from the early days, and we talked about how, and this discussion also came up with our Defence Policy Review consultations as well, Mr. Chair, working very closely with the Minister of Veterans Affairs so that we do get this right. And we're going to be making sure that our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces, that the transition into civilian life is going to be done in a manner that their pension checks are going to be done before they're released, and making sure they have all, even the Veterans Affairs. That piece of it we're working on extremely hard, and we do need to make sure we get it right so that we can offer up the right type of support for their wonderful service that they give into our country. Thank you.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question was, has the Minister read the report? And the Veterans Ombudsman also issued a report last year on simplifying the transition from the Canadian Armed Forces to civilian life. So I'd like to ask the Minister one more time, Mr. Chair, has he read not just the Defence Ombudsman's report, but also the Veterans Ombudsman report?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I do get briefed on many of the reports. I also talk directly to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. This is one aspect when it comes to the transition. Myself, Minister of Veterans Affairs, our deputy ministers, and the Chief of Defence Staff that we have worked very closely on to making sure that we get this piece right, so that we take all the recommendations that we have agreed to, and then how do we put it in a comprehensive way that's actually going to turn into a practicality for our troops. And getting that piece right is going to be important. We have focused on this, and I look forward to working on this and actually coming up with a thorough, seamless process. Thank you.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
The Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs also issued a report last year. In our study, Mr. Chair, we tried to simplify the transition, and there were several recommendations that were made in that report, both of which were endorsed by the Department of National Defence Ombudsman and the Veterans Affairs Ombudsman. So I'd like to ask the Minister, did he read that report, Mr. Chair?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, in addition to the reports, I talk also directly to the members to making sure that we have the direct this transition piece right, whether it's for our veterans or for our current serving members. We have taken into account the many recommendations. We need to make sure that we get this piece right, that if you are injured in the military, you can actually try and go back into the military healthy. But if you can't and you are injured, you can transition into civilian life, to making sure that we actually support our family resource centers like we have in the recent budget. Also the great work the Minister of Veterans Affairs is doing with the programs itself. It's trying to merge everything together so that we can have a transition piece, and we're working very hard to making sure that we get this particular piece right.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
So again, Mr. Chair, there's been 10 reports, minimum of 10 reports over the last 14 years speaking about transition. As recently, there's been 3 or 2 since the government has taken over, being the government, and 1 just before that. So I'm just wondering, can the minister name any of the recommendations from these reports? And if so, what recommendations does the minister feel he can implement as soon as possible from any of these reports?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to reports, I mean, I've personally seen the difficulties from our members who have during the transition period. One of the biggest ones is where members get released without their pension checks. We've actually have put personnel directly into it so we can reduce the number. But there's a lot more work that needs to go behind this, Mr. Chair. So it's about the care, it's about the programs, it's about making sure that their families are also looked after. There are a number of work that needs to be done, and I've seen the difficulties that our troops have faced in this regard.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Chair, Prime Minister during the last election spoke about lifelong pensions and restoring lifelong pensions for veterans. In fact, he made that statement in Belleville. And one of the things that the Prime Minister said at that time, and I believe the Minister of Defence was standing behind the Prime Minister when he said it, and he said that no veteran should fight their government in court. And so I'd like to ask the Minister, does he agree with that statement?
Well, Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, our Canadian Armed Forces members who serve, yes, they should not have to fight their government. That's why we're working very hard to making sure that our veterans have this. Our government is committed to making sure that we bring this option back, making sure we have the programs in place that look after not just the when it comes to the lifelong pension, but also to make sure that we have the other programs in place as well. It's not just about fixing one thing. We want to make sure this whole scene is done properly, Mr. Chair. This is one thing that we owe our veterans, and something that we do need to get right.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
It's an interesting answer, Mr. Chair, because the previous Minister of Veterans Affairs, who's now the member from Durham, halted the Equitas lawsuit. But even after the Prime Minister said what he said in Belleville, the Liberal government reinitiated the lawsuit in May of 2016. So my question to the Minister of Defence, if he believes that veterans should not bring their government to court, why was this lawsuit reinitiated by his government?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, we're committed to making sure that we look after our veterans, but also, as the member bringing up the previous, that it was the veterans that actually launched the lawsuit during their watch. So why did that have to take place? Yes, we do need to fix this, and we're working very hard to making sure that we get this right. The Minister of Veterans Affairs has stated that he will be coming out with details on this option shortly later this year. He's working very hard. I'm also working hard together to making sure we get this transition piece right. It's not just about looking at one thing. We need to look at everything. And our veterans who have served we want to make sure that we don't have a Band-Aid solution, that we do get this entire piece correct.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
It's kind of an odd answer, Mr. Chair, when he brings up the fact that it was the previous government that caused this. It was, in fact, the previous member of the Minister of Veteran Affairs who held the lawsuit in abeyance. And it was in May of 2016 that this government reinitiated the lawsuit with these veterans. And what's also funny about this, Mr. Speaker, is that the former Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs, the member from Canada Carleton, said in this House, when I asked the question in question period, her response was, "It is unfortunate that the group felt it had to continue the lawsuit." Is this how the Minister of Defence feels, that it's unfortunate, after what you just said, that these veterans had to reinitiate the lawsuit?
Remind the honourable members to speak through the chair. The honourable member for National Defence.
Mr. Chair, one thing I want to be able to pass on to this House and all to Canadians, that we remain committed, and the Minister of Veterans Affairs remains committed, our government remains committed to a pension for a life option, and it is in Budget 2017, and we outlined that we will announce further details later this year. This is a very important aspect that we do need to get right. I look forward to myself when the Minister of Veterans Affairs announces the details on behalf of our government.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Minister of Defence helped write the platform that claimed they would bring back the lifelong pension to veterans. So I'd like to ask the Minister, what was your understanding when you wrote the platform, of what was meant by bringing back lifelong pensions for our veterans?
The Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to looking after our veterans, and one of the reasons I also got into politics is making sure that we give the necessary tools to our men and women who have served our country. We are committed to bringing back the pension for life option, but also we need to make sure we look after all the other programs as well. Having the choice between this option, but also the lump sum payment, because we also have older veterans as well who have different needs as well. So we want to make sure that the two options are done well, educated as well, so that the veteran can make an educated choice to the needs for what better suits them and their families.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
You see, Mr. Chair, that's where the confusion lies, because the government is now talking about a lifetime pension option, and that was never the promise that was made by the Prime Minister, nor was it something that the Minister himself was promoting. The Minister was, in fact, a key outreach to CAF veterans. In fact, he and the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Canada-U.S. relations did speak to a group of 800 in BC just prior to the election and said that it's essential to fix problems of restoring the lifelong pensions for veterans. And when the Minister said that, he was certainly talking about restoring, at least it was an understanding among those in attendance, of fully restoring lifelong pensions, not as an option. And so my question to the Minister, is he going to stand by the pledge that he wrote for his government? Or is the return to lifelong pensions just an option that, when amortized, could mean only a few $100s a month for our veterans? Is that the sacred obligation that he speaks of?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, our government is committed to the veterans. I think we've prudent to allow the Minister of Veterans Affairs to be able to come up with the proposal and the plan on behalf of our government. I too look forward to that. I'm working very closely with the Minister of Veterans Affairs so that our veterans are looked after, and not just from those options, but also to looking at the other challenges that our veterans also face as well. So a job transition is just one of them. Thank you.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
So again, as we speak about the return to lifelong pensions, and I want to make this very clear, Mr. Chair, that was never the issue during the election. It's understood broadly and widely within the veterans community. In fact, I would suggest that's why many veterans supported the Liberal government, was because they spoke about the return of lifelong pensions, not an option for lifelong veterans. But I also want to talk about this, again, in reference to the lawsuit. Why is the Minister of Defence interested in suing or having the government continue to pursue the lawsuit of the very same CAF members that they claim to support? And why won't he tell the Prime Minister to drop this lawsuit against Equitas?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, this is one obligation that our government needs to get right, and we're working very hard in this regard. Minister of Veterans Affairs has been given given a mandate to making sure that he looks after the veterans. That's also one of the reasons why he's also my associate minister, so that we can get the transition piece right, Mr. Chair. And as I tell the member opposite, when the Minister of Veterans Affairs announces on behalf of our government, we will present our plan that we as a government will be looking after our veterans.
We have 1 minute left. The Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, I hope, Mr. Chair, that involves dropping the suit, and it also involves what the Prime Minister promised when he stood up in Belleville and spoke about the return of lifelong pensions for veterans, not the option of a lifetime pension. So the final question that I have, Mr. Chair, is with respect to the Afghan Memorial. This was, in one of the previous budgets, a priority. It was to have been done by 2017. What's the status of the Afghan Memorial, Mr. Chair? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence in 30 seconds or less, please.
Mr. Chair, I too, like all Canadians, want to honor the great sacrifice from the Afghanistan Memorial. This is not one of my responsibilities, so I don't have the answer to this question. It's a veterans' fair responsibility, so I can't answer this question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as the previous Mr. Chair had requested, I will be speaking for about 8 to 10 minutes, and then I'll have a handful of questions for the Minister afterwards. I am pleased to take part in this important debate surrounding the main estimates for the Department of National Defence. And I want to thank the Minister and the members of his team for being here for this grilling this evening. While Canadians are blessed to live in a country that has not seen war within its borders since the 19th century, this does not make us immune from the repercussions of unrest elsewhere in the world, nor from emerging threats like global terrorism and cybercrime, nor natural disaster and severe weather effects, which are aggravated by climate change. We've heard today how the Canadian Armed Forces and the Department of National Defence defend Canadians against these threats at home and abroad. When we have needed our women and men in uniform, they have answered the call, time and time again, with the professionalism and expertise Canadians have come to expect of them, skills acquired through years of training and experience. But to accomplish their missions, our military members must be properly equipped. This isn't a political issue. It's an operational imperative. And so as parliamentarians, we must ensure we provide them with the funding necessary to acquire the equipment that they need and deserve. There are challenges, however, the first of which is cost. We can all agree, I hope, on the concept of a well-equipped military, but this must be carefully balanced against our responsibility to Canadian taxpayers to obtain value for money. We're not alone in this challenge. All around the world, our military allies and partners need to be strategic in their investments and limit costs and risk when they can. Military equipment is built to specific standards. It's designed to be effective and durable, to remain in service for decades, to respond to and withstand emerging threats in a variety of environments. Much of this cost and risk is unavoidable, but it can be managed somewhat by planning for multi-purpose capabilities. For instance, the new Tactical Armoured Patrol Vehicle, which the Canadian Army first received in August of 2016, was acquired to fulfill a variety of roles on the battlefield, from troop protection to reconnaissance and surveillance, armoured transport, and much more. This vehicle was deployed domestically for the first time earlier this month during the military response to the floods in Quebec. It proved to be of critical use, as it was one of the only vehicles in all of the federal, provincial, and municipal fleets that could provide ground transportation in the flooded areas. This flexible approach guides all aspects of the military's capability planning, and it's particularly relevant for equipment. Mr. Chair, this is just one example of sound procurement in action. The Department of National Defence manages more than 10,000 contracts per year, with a total value of nearly $6 billion. This includes everything from vehicles, weapons, and satellite systems to the purchase of items such as clothing and combat boots, rations, and ammunition. National Defence must also plan contracts for equipment maintenance and training, as well as storage of equipment, all of which are required to maintain a capacity that is ready to quickly respond to operational needs. There are challenges to the procurement process, Mr. Chair. That is undeniable. But as we debate these issues and work to strengthen the procurement system, it is important to note that the vast majority of procurement projects are delivered on time and on budget. The 2017-18 main estimates contain requests for funding for several critical projects for our armed forces, and I'll just list a few. First is $189 million to continue the modernization of our Halifax-class frigates. This project is less than 2 years from completion and is both on time and under budget. It includes new radar capability, a new electronic warfare system, upgraded communications technologies, combat management systems, and more advanced missiles. These upgrades and several others will maintain our frigates as the backbone of the Royal Canadian Navy until the Canadian surface combatants are built. The estimates also call for $156 million to upgrade the Army's light armoured vehicles to provide them with improved mobility, protection, and ergonomics. Already, 409 of these vehicles have received upgrades, and this past February we announced a multi-year $404 million contract to upgrade yet another 141. This contract, which was awarded to General Dynamics, will extend the lifespan of the LAV to 2035 and sustain well-paying Canadian jobs. And to support the Royal Canadian Air Force in its missions, funding in these estimates will maintain and sustain many of our military aircraft. Most notably the CF-18 fighter, the Legacy Hercules, and the CP-140 Auroras, which continue to do outstanding work patrolling Canadian littoral approaches and provide valuable information to the coalition against Daesh in support of our operations in Iraq. This also includes the acquisition of 16 fixed-wing search and rescue aircraft to replace the legacy Buffalo and Hercules fleets, which was a major procurement success following many years of delay. Moving beyond the current year and into the future, progress is being made on several major procurement projects. First, we will undertake an open and transparent competition to replace the CF-18 fighter fleet, as Canada requires an advanced fighter capability to enforce our sovereignty, provide continental security, and contribute to international peace and stability. We are also exploring an interim acquisition of fighters in order to manage our commitments to both NORAD and to NATO. I can also report, being from the East Coast, that real progress is being made with the shipbuilding strategy. Work has begun on the second Arctic offshore patrol vessel, which will be known as HMCS Margaret Brooke, and the project remains on schedule. And a contract will be issued later this year for the design of the Canadian Surface Combatant, which will become the mainstay of the Royal Canadian Navy's future fleet. These are significant developments, Mr. Chair, and we have already taken steps to ensure that funding is available to support these large-scale capital projects for defence by reallocating $8.48 billion of funding from the period 2015-16 to 2035-36 to future years. This is done to ensure that funding is available when it's needed, and indeed, the total funding available to national defence for large-scale projects is $83 billion over the next 30 years. And as we heard many times tonight, when the new defence policy is unveiled on June 7th, I'm confident that it will contain further measures to improve our procurement process, measures that will be fully and adequately funded in the years to come. Mr. Chair, our women and men in uniform are a source of national pride for Canadians. I know that everyone here in this room supports the members of the Canadian Armed Forces because we know they will answer the call, just as they always have. To ensure they can accomplish their assigned missions, we must ensure stable and predictable funding for the Department of National Defence. That is our role as parliamentarians. We must also strive to continually improve our procurement systems, ensuring that military acquisitions provide value to Canadians by being fiscally responsible while investing in the Canadian industrial base. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a handful of questions for the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence, if that would be fine with you. In the Minister's speech, he mentioned the challenges related to the procurement process and our responsibility to Canadian taxpayers. I think all members of this House can agree that we want to see the Canadian Armed Forces acquire new equipment, vehicles, ships, planes, as quickly as possible. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please explain to the House what are the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces doing to improve the procurement process and to address the challenges that I've outlined?
Secrétaire parlementaire.
Parliamentary Secretary. Providing the Canadian Armed Forces with the equipment they need is a priority for this government, a priority that we're proud to be working hard on. To that end, we are taking actions to make improvements to defence procurement, including hiring additional people to increase procurement capability, increasing Defence's authorities to contract up to up to $5 million to allow Public Services and Procurement Canada to focus on higher value, complex procurements. This delegation represents over 90% of the number of D&D contracts.
D'approbation pour réduire les délais d'approbation de 50% pour les achats les plus complexes. Nous sommes continuellement à la recherche de moyens afin d'améliorer les achats de défense pour mieux équiper les hommes et les femmes des Forces armées canadiennes.
The Honourable Member for Harbour.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary for that answer. The Minister also referred in his speech to the Tactical Armoured Patrol Vehicle in regards to the floods in Quebec. And it appears to be a great addition to the Canadian Army's fleet of vehicles. I'd like to ask, is this the first time? Can you confirm that this is the first time that they've been used by our forces in an operation? And could the Parliamentary Secretary please possibly elaborate a little bit more on this new Canadian Armed Forces equipment?
Le secrétaire parlementaire.
Parliamentary Secretary. The member is correct. Tactical armoured patrol vehicles were effectively used to respond to flooding in Quebec in May 2017 as part of Operation Lentis. Tactical armoured patrol vehicles are a general utility combat vehicle that can fulfill a variety of roles on the battlefield, such as reconnaissance and surveillance, command and control, as well as transport. After extensive testing, the Canadian Army started taking delivery of the vehicles in August 2016. Feedback from equipment users has been very positive. Tactical armoured patrol vehicles will help to ensure the Army is well equipped and properly sustained to succeed at operations.
Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Minister also spoke about some of the current procurement projects of the Royal Canadian Navy, like the Halifax-class frigates modernization, the Canadian Surface Combatant, and the Arctic Offshore Patrol ships. Could the Parliamentary Secretary please provide some details about the most recent developments on the acquisition of the Royal Canadian Navy's new ships under the National Shipbuilding Strategy?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. My colleague from the Maritimes is very interested by the question, as I see. So the Royal Canadian Navy is in the midst of its most intensive and comprehensive fleet modernization and renewal in its peacetime history. The National Shipbuilding Strategy represents a substantial investment that aims to renew the federal fleets and to rejuvenate our marine industry, support Canadian technological innovation, and bring jobs and prosperity to many communities across the nation. As a part of the strategy, we are acquiring up to 15 Canadian surface combatants, 2 joint support ships with an option for a third, and up to 6 Arctic and offshore patrol ships for the Royal Canadian Navy. The new ships will ensure the Navy can continue to monitor and defend Canadian waters, including in the Arctic, and make significant contributions to international operations.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. The Minister also spoke of several procurement projects for the Canadian Army and the Royal Canadian Navy. Other than the CF-18 replacement project, he briefly touched on the Royal Canadian Air Force's other procurement projects, such as modernization efforts on some aircraft fleets, as well as some new aircraft. Could the Parliamentary Secretary or the Minister of National Defence please perhaps provide some details or provide an update on our other aircraft fleets?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the Royal Canadian Air Force is acquiring new assets and exploiting existing capabilities to deliver its mandate. First of all, the government is acquiring 16 Airbus C-295s to replace Canada's legacy Hercules and Buffalo fixed-wing search and rescue aircraft. The acquisition of the Cyclone maritime helicopter is also a priority for the Canadian Armed Forces, and it remains on track and within its allocation. Finally, the government is moving forward with the modernization and the life extension of its CP-140 Aurora strategic long-range surveillance aircraft.
Dartmouth Cole Harbour in 48 seconds or less, please.
All right, my final question, Mr. Chair. Perfect timing. The defence of our sovereignty in the Arctic was spoken of earlier in a previous speech. The Minister of National Defence briefly mentioned the construction of the second Arctic offshore patrol ship, the Margaret Brooke. Can the Minister please update the House on the current status of the Arctic offshore patrol ship procurement project and how these ships will be used when they begin service in the Canadian Armed Forces? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 25 seconds or less, please. As part of the National Shipbuilding Strategy, we are acquiring up to 6 Arctic and offshore patrol ships designated the Harry de Wolf class in honour of Vice Admiral Harry de Wolf, the legendary destroyer commander, who was Canada's most highly decorated naval officer during the Second World War. Resuming debate.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening I'd like to focus first of all on some issues around the Ombudsman's Office. He's put forward a case for a permanent and independent Ombudsman's Office and recommendation that the Minister of National Defence support the enactment of legislation aimed at giving the Office of the Defence Ombudsman organizational permanence and independence from the Department of National Defence with respect to all functional authorities. Could the Minister please respond to this, whether or not he's in favour of this recommendation?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to thank the Ombudsman for his work, and I'm committed to maintaining a positive and a productive working relationship with the Ombudsman, and have encouraged him to come to me should he face any issues carrying out his mandate. The administrative arrangement between the Ombudsman and the Department mirrors similar offices across government and meets the test of proper stewardship of resources. This arrangement also respects the findings of the Auditor General in 2015, who recognized the need for better oversight by the Department. It does not affect the Ombudsman's ability to conduct independent investigations that benefits the defense team. Thank you.
Well, member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And also in simplifying the service model, delivery model for medically releasing members of the Canadian Armed Forces, this closing of this seam between Canadian Armed Forces and VAC is so crucial to supplying the needs of our serving members. It's recommended that the Canadian Armed Forces, through the Ombudsman report, retain medically releasing members until such time as all the benefits and services from the Canadian Armed Forces, Veterans Affairs Canada, and Service Income Security Insurance Plan have been confirmed and put in place. This would relieve so much of the tension that our veterans face as they're moving away from their service. Can the minister affirm that he supports this recommendation from the Ombudsman? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I support the recommendation of the Ombudsman. Closing the scene is extremely important to making sure that anytime a member is released that they have all the benefits in place before they're released, and also when it comes to the medical records as well, so that the veterans don't have to resubmit the reasons why they were actually injured. These are the type of things that we need to make sure is done well, Mr. Chair, as I stated earlier, and myself and the Minister of Veterans Affairs working closely on this. Thank you.
Captain Melville.
Mr. Speaker, the Australian Department of Veterans Affairs recognizes that anxiety, depressive disorders, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, attempted and completed suicides are scientifically linked to mefloquine. Is this minister prepared to do our part alongside our allies in dealing with this issue?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, the health and well-being of our Canadian Armed Forces members of paramount importance. Malaria is a potentially life-threatening infectious disease to which our troops could be exposed in the performance of their duties. Military members' decision on malaria prevention is made in close consultation with their healthcare base providers. Mefloquine currently remains as one of the medications approved by Health Canada and recommended by the Public Health Agency of Canada, available to the military personnel to prevent malaria. The use of mefloquine is now the exception and not the trend from recent years. The use of mefloquine by the Canadian Armed Forces is in the final stages of being reviewed, and the decision on this matter is expected in the near future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the tremendous growth in worldwide research on the effects of mefloquine and new policies being developed by our trusted allies, what funding has our own government set aside in this budget to address our own servicemen and women's concerns about their exposure to this drug?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I stated, the Surgeon General is currently reviewing the use of mefloquine. The CDS is also seized of this issue, and I look forward to hearing the results of their findings.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, we need to know that this government is prepared to set up a Canadian outreach program for veterans exposed to mefloquine. What they want to see is independent research by physicians and scientists to better study the drug side effects and treatments. Can he recommend and encourage that we will see independent studies of this issue?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I need to get the, first of all, be able to have the findings from our Surgeon General. Once we have those findings, a further determination can be made on the next steps. But I want to show the trust to the Chain of Command, to the Chief of Defence Staff, and our Surgeon General to allow them to do the work, and I look forward to their findings.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All over the world, our allies are already far ahead of us on this issue. The Australian Department of Veterans Affairs has established a dedicated mefloquine support team to assist their military community with mefloquine claims and provide them with a special point of contact. Why has this minister not prioritized funding to address the exact same issue here?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, our Surgeon General has the necessary resources to be able to do their findings. Our Surgeon General has been placed in a position of trust. I'm sure that the Surgeon General is doing the type of work that's needed. I need to make sure that we show the trust to the Chief of Command so that they can have present their results. Once we have those results, we will make a determination on the next steps, because we need to make sure that our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces have all the necessary the proper medication for them.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, we're all very aware that there are other options to treat malaria that do not have the extreme adverse side effects of mefloquine. Our allies, Australia, Britain, and the US and Germany, have all responded positively to the cries of their veterans regarding the severe impact that mefloquine is having on their lives. As Canada prides itself in being a world leader, what resources are we setting aside to follow suit?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, until a determination can be made, there are other options when it comes to medication for use. Malarone is another example. Mefloquine is one. I don't remember the exact results of the number of people that actually take it. We need to make sure that those options are there, but I need to make sure that the Surgeon General has the appropriate time to be able to do the evidence-based work that he is there for. He has a responsibility. We take the responsibility of healthcare extremely seriously, and I look forward to those findings.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, when will the Department of National Defence and Veterans Affairs acknowledge what Health Canada has quietly indicated, that the mefloquine drug can have disabling and lasting psychiatric effects, and that a significant number of veterans may be suffering from these effects? What funding has the Minister set aside to address this recent acknowledgement by Health Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we'll make sure that all the resources are available to the Surgeon General to be able to allow them to do the great work of their team. And that's exactly what they're doing. I want to make sure that they provide their evidence-based results. Once the findings are presented, Mr. Chair, we'll make sure that we take it extremely seriously. We need to make sure that absolutely that the findings from this, that we have all the right medication for our folks. And mefloquine is not the right choice, we will take action accordingly. But we need to make sure that the evidence-based work, to allow the Surgeon General to do the evidence-based work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There has been growing concern regarding the number of soldiers deployed to malaria-prone zones that received the mefloquine drug in the past and later committed suicide. One veteran alone provided my office with the names and deployment dates of 11 men that he personally knew that he served with that took the drug and later committed suicide. In light of all the recent suicides, what specific suicide studies is the Department of National Defence funding to test the correlation of this drug use to the recent rise in suicides by past and current force members?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, any suicide, whether it's a serving member or a veteran, is too many. Working with the Minister of Veterans Affairs to making sure that we have all the right resources. When it comes to this, I encourage any veteran, if they have any concern, is to approach Veterans Affairs and so that they can get the right programs to look after them. But when it comes to this issue, the Surgeon General is doing his work. I want to make sure that we give him the opportunity, and I look forward to those findings so that we can take the appropriate action. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, at our Veterans Affairs Committee, we received first-hand testimony from eyewitnesses to the behavior of Clayton Matchey and Kyle Brown in the Somalia affair, where they were being directly required to take mefloquine, and the sense very much was that there was a relationship there which was never found out because the inquiry was cut short. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister commit to apologizing to the Canadian Airborne Regiment for the shame they've wrongly endured for these last 25 years simply because they followed orders, took what was then illegal and a dangerous drug? Are they simply not getting the apology deserved because it may cost too much?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, we honor the service of every Canadian Armed Forces member and veteran. The tremendous work that the members of the Airborne Regiment has done. When it comes to the issue of mefloquine, Mr. Chair, as I stated, and allow the Surgeon General to do his work, to making sure that they can bring the evidence-based findings. And I can assure you and all members of this House that we will take the appropriate action, because there is no greater responsibility to making sure that we look after our troops.
Based on this, we've got time for about 4 questions, 3 to 4 questions. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our veterans who were forced to take and test the malaria drug mefloquine back in the early 1990s were regularly referred to as guinea pigs. It is well recorded that this study was botched from the beginning. When will their true sacrifice be acknowledged and their honor restored? And how can that be done if we don't encourage an independent inquiry and independent study from National Defence, from Health Canada? Would this minister do the right thing and insist on an independent study?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I stated, the well-being of the Canadian Armed Forces members is a paramount responsibility of ours. The first step for us is to allow the Surgeon General, the expert in the Canadian Armed Forces, to give us allow them to do the evidence-based work that he's doing. We look forward to those results so that we can take the next steps, and we will take appropriate steps, Mr. Chair, but we need to make sure the Surgeon General has the time to be able to do the necessary work.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that his approach is that the Surgeon General needs to do his work. However, the concern here is that there is a bit of an overlap, a lack of confidence from the veterans in whatever might come out from that, even based just on the testimony that we've received at our Veterans Affairs Committee. So would the minister support an independent study into this issue that would have the confidence of our Canadian Armed Forces and our veterans?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, once the findings are put forward from the Surgeon General that the Chief of Defence Staff gets to review, we will take the appropriate steps to making sure that all the measures are taken, to making sure that the right medication is given for our troops. This is one of the reasons, from all the stuff that we've heard, the reasons why we've taken this action with the Surgeon General to make sure that he can do the study and come up with the right recommendation for the next steps.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, this issue is directly related to an issue in the past with the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Airborne that were in Somalia, some of our very finest, who have faced a great deal of shame because of what happened there with Clayton Matchie and Kyle Brown, and quite honestly, numbers of them testifying to what that drug did to them when it was not licensed, when they were taking it without the proper situations for that study, and then licensed by Health Canada as they were sent home in disgrace. Again, would the minister support and actually stand up and work for an independent study into the issue of mefloquine, specifically with Somalia and every case in which it's been deployed and used since, right up until Afghanistan, but especially for those airborne regiment individuals who should have an apology from this House? We need an independent study. Would the minister please stand up and say that he would support such a move?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to the service of the former Airborne Regiment and all its members, we honour the great sacrifice that was made in the issues of mefloquine. We need to allow the Surgeon General to be able to do the study. The CDF's Chief of Defence Staff is currently reviewing that, and I look forward to having those results. And we will take the appropriate steps to making sure that we put the right resources and have the right studies, whatever is going to be needed. But I need to allow the Surgeon General to be able to come up with their findings.
And that will bring this segment to a close. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
National.
No.
Or Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I've got some thoughts to offer on the issue of expeditionary operations and then some questions for the Minister or Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Chair, it's my distinct pleasure to be here today to speak to my fellow members about the main estimates for the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. This is an opportunity I welcome because I believe it is crucial for all of us to understand what our troops are doing to keep Canadians safe and to promote and maintain international peace and stability. Members of the Armed Forces, Mr. Chair, are a crucial asset in helping to advance our government's foreign policy. They are representatives of Canada projecting our values in every corner of the globe. They help to solidify our reputation as a country that values freedom, democracy, human rights, justice, and the rule of law, and our reputation as a country that is ready to defend those values. When the Government of Canada calls upon our military to engage on the global stage, it does so to defend the interests of all Canadians. Canada may be geographically removed from most of the turmoil and violence that plagues many areas of the globe, but it is not immune to its effects. In today's security environment, threats can take many forms, and what affects one area of the planet has the potential to affect all, because with increased globalization, countries are more interconnected than ever.
The individual and collective prosperity of all nations is first and foremost dependent on a stable security environment. The new defence policy, which will be released next week, will set out the government's ambition for the Canadian Armed Forces. The expectation is clear that we will remain a solid ally and partner and will continue to contribute to operations around the world. La défense collective est un concept dans lequel
Collective defense is a concept Canadians strongly believed in when we helped found NATO in 1949 and established NORAD with the United States in 1958. It is a concept that is just as important today, if not more so. With this collective benefit, however, comes responsibility and the obligation to do our part, both in the context of the NATO alliance and more broadly. Recognizing this fact, last year, Canada announced its intention to renew its engagement to UN peace operations. Canada is also demonstrating leadership by hosting the 4th meeting of the UN Peacekeeping Ministerial, which was confirmed last week and will take place on November 14th and 15th, 2017 in Vancouver. This forum will examine issues like the integration of gender perspectives into peacekeeping and innovation in training and capacity building. Concepts that may help make future peace support operations more effective. And as the members of this House are aware, we are also analyzing how best to employ the up to 600 troops we have pledged to support UN peace missions. As we continue planning for future deployments, we must remember that today there are 1,662 Canadian Armed Force members now deployed on 18 international operations. These men and women in uniform are making a positive contribution in all corners of the globe, and we recognize the great sacrifices they and their families are making on behalf of all Canadians. On May 18th, the Department and Finance Ministers announced we will be repaying that commitment by ensuring all Armed Forces members and policemen receive income tax relief on all named international operations. That's great news. This measure, retroactive to January 1st, 2017, will apply to those deployed in our efforts to help defeat Daesh in Iraq.
Forces members are providing training, advice, and assistance to Iraqi security forces, and they're working in Jordan and Lebanon to help these partner nations build their capacity to address challenges created by regional conflict and instability. Our military has also assumed a leadership role within the Coalition Ministerial Liaison Team, which is helping the senior Iraqi leadership to build institutional capacity, and within the Coalition Role 2 Medical Hospital facility in northern Iraq, where members provide medical and surgical care to coalition forces. Our troops are making major contributions in the fight against Daesh, contributions that, as was announced in March, have been extended until the end of June. Turning our eyes to Europe, we also find members of the Canadian Armed Forces engaged in supporting our allies and actively contributing to NATO's strengthened deterrence and defense posture. As part of Operation Reassurance, we are demonstrating our commitment, our solidarity, and our engagement to NATO and its allies through the protection of allied territories and populations by reinforcing NATO's collective defense and preserving stability in the face of a resurgent Russia. Mr. Chair, the Canadian Armed Forces is also taking a leadership role in Europe. In June, Canada will be one of 4 nations commanding a battle group in Latvia and will deploy up to 455 personnel as part of NATO's enhanced forward presence, making this the largest sustained Canadian military presence in Europe in more than a decade. And in addition to these capabilities, more than $140 million of the funding in these main estimates will be devoted to the NATO contribution program, helping fund key alliance activities. Under Operation Unifier, Mr. Chair, which was recently renewed, approximately 200 troops are contributing to our government's overall efforts in Ukraine to help that country remain sovereign, secure, and stable. Since 2015, Canada has trained more than 4,300 Ukrainian soldiers helping them build military capacity. Our military contributions in Iraq and Europe may be the most sizable, but on any given day, Canadian military members can be found in just about any part of the globe. This includes the Sinai Peninsula, where Canada has kept a presence as part of the multinational force and observers since 1985. Or in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific, where for the past 11 years, the Royal Canadian Navy and the Royal Canadian Air Force have been working with partner nations to fight illicit drug trafficking and narco-terrorism, as well as deter criminal activity. During that time, Canadian ships have helped seize and disrupt more than 66 tons of cocaine and 4 tons of marijuana. Mr. Chair, these are just a few examples of the contributions that members of the Canadian Armed Forces are making on the world stage, day in and day out. Wherever they go, our military personnel are respected for their professionalism, for their leadership, and for their ability to work with other nations. Ils font une différence et les Canadiens ont...
They are making a difference, and Canadians have a right to be proud of them. The Defence Policy Review undertaken last year carefully looked at how our military contributes to international operations. I know all members of this House, and indeed all Canadians, are eager to see the results of this review when the new defence policy is released in just over a week.
We can expect that the government will continue to call upon the Canadian Armed Forces to engage in the global security environment and to promote Canadian values and interests. The operational costs you see in the main estimates provide a glimpse into the investments required for the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces to continue their contributions to security and stability around the globe. Mr. Chair, I think that all members will agree that these are essential investments, as they will provide our women and men in uniform with the resources necessary for them to accomplish the demanding tasks that we ask of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and with your indulgence, I will turn to some questions that I have. My first question is about Operation Impact. And Mr. Chair, we've all read the headlines about the threat posed by Daesh. The horrible and tragic events at Manchester just last week are testament to that. This organization advocates a radical interpretation of Islam, and it claims religious authority over all Muslims. Since 2014, Canada has participated in the US-led global coalition to defeat Daesh. And through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary how the Canadian Armed Forces are contributing to coalition operations in Iraq.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Comme le Premier ministre,
As the Prime Minister said last week in regards to Iraq, we will continue to engage as a strong member of NATO, as a strong member of the coalition against Daesh, and as a positive actor on the world stage. We renewed and enhanced our whole-of-government approach to fight against Daesh with a focus on training, advising, and assisting local security forces. We have also expanded our intelligence capability, are conducting air-to-air refueling, as well as aerial intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions, and are leading a coalition medical facility. Our government extended Impact until June 30th, 2017. Our mandate has not changed. Our troops will continue to provide training, advice, and assistance to Iraqi security forces who are engaged in combat.
Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And my second question relates to NATO, the alliance. In the Minister's remarks earlier, he referenced the importance of NATO and also the concept of collective defence. The government has reiterated its strong commitment to NATO, and it participates in NATO operations, activities, and decision-making bodies, including the recent NATO Leaders Summit meeting in Brussels. Can the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary please explain the importance of NATO to Canada's defence and security?
Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. NATO has been a central pillar of the Euro-Atlantic security and a cornerstone of Canadian defence since 1949. As the Prime Minister said last week, in this day and age, NATO remains essential to maintaining global peace and security. Canada is leading the establishment of a multinational NATO battle group in Latvia as part of Op Reassurance. We have deployed CF-18s to Iceland and Romania as part of NATO air surveillance and policing operations, and we maintain a frigate in the NATO Operational Task Group. Canada is a strong contributor to NATO operations and is currently the 6th largest financial contributor.
Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the issue of Operation Reassurance and our enhanced forward presence, Mr. Chair, Russian aggression in Eastern Europe, which includes the annexation of Crimea, has prompted NATO assurance and deterrence measures in Central and Eastern Europe. Canada is a strong NATO partner and it remains committed to the alliance's mandate and mission. Through Operation Reassurance, the Canadian Armed Forces has deployed air, land and maritime assets to Europe in support of NATO. Mr. Chair, could the Parliamentary Secretary please explain the reason for NATO's enhanced forward presence and how Canada will be contributing to this mission?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. We stand side by side with our NATO allies working to deter aggression and to assure peace and stability in Europe. We are leading the establishment of a multinational battle group in Latvia, deploying a land task force of up to 455 personnel in June 2017 to contribute to enhanced forward presence in Central and Eastern Europe. This deployment is defensive, proportionate, and fully in line with Canada's international commitments as it aims to preserve stability and preventing conflict. Canada's recent and ongoing contributions to NATO are clear demonstrations of this government's commitment to the alliance and international security. There's time for about one question and one answer. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Canadian Armed Forces are also engaged in smaller international operations, and we hear a lot in the news about the major operations of our forces, like Operation Impact in Iraq and Operation Unifier in Ukraine. And in his remarks, the Minister noted that more than 1,600, Mr. Chair, Canadian Armed Forces personnel are deployed in 19 international operations. And each of these 1,662 individuals are making essential contributions abroad. As members of this House, we don't often hear much about these smaller missions. I'm wondering if the Minister or Parliamentary Secretary could tell this House about the contributions that our women and men in uniform are making in these types of operations.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. More than 1,600 Canadian Armed Forces members are currently deployed on 19 operations. 9 CAF members are deployed to Kinshasa and Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo, as well as 10 deployed to Juba in South Sudan. And 70 CAF personnel are deployed to the multinational force and observers in independent peacekeeping operation in the Sinai Peninsula. There are others who are part of a supervision organization in the Golan Heights under Op Jade and Op Proteus in Jerusalem, and we have 5 staff officers serving in MINUSTA, the UN mission in Haiti.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The
Canadian Armed Forces have as a goal to 15% of their members. But the Auditor General, in a report published in November 2016, said that they cannot reach this goal because they don't have any strategy. Can the Minister of National Defence tell the House what strategy the forces have to achieve this 25% threshold over the next 10 years? The Honourable Minister.
Goal of 25% women in the forces from here 10 years from now, but they don't have a strategy according to the Auditor General. Just wondering, do you have a strategy now?
Honourable Minister.
Do more when it comes to recruitment of women into the Canadian Armed Forces. The Chief of Defence Staff has set a goal of 25%. We have making sure that the recruiting advertisement also reflects this as well. But we also have to be mindful. This is not just about attraction as well. We have to make sure that Operation Honor, we continue full steam ahead there, making sure we root out any type of inappropriate behavior, making sure we have a good training mechanism and create an environment so that not only we can recruit more women in the Canadian Armed Forces, but also have greater retention as well.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you. So, of course, the question wasn't whether the minister would reiterate the goal, it was whether or not he has a strategy. So I'll ask again, do you have a strategy to meet your recruitment objectives for women 10 years from now? Yes.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, yes, the Canadian Armed Forces has a strategy. Chief of Defence Staff not only has put it as a goal, but also to making sure that the recruitment advertisement is focused on women. We have an outreach as well. We have gender-based analysis done in all our policies. Yes, we do have a strategy.
Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
So because there is a strategy, presumably it's in a document, I wonder if the minister could table that strategy in the House.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to recruitment or any other issues, as the critic for his party also knows, I've made our department available. When it comes to information like this, happy to be able to make the right people available to be able to get the direct information.
The honourable member.
We appreciate that very much. We're just wondering, would you table it in the House so that information is available for all members? It's an efficient use of your department's time, after all, to make it available to us all at one time instead of in one office.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, absolutely. Once we develop the strategies and progress, we're happy to be able to present information, and as we do with many different things. But I just thought that the member had raised the question, very passionate about it, that if you wanted something even more direct, I'd be happy to be able to provide that.
Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
The chair will pardon my confusion. In the first questions, we were told that there was a strategy, so presumably then it could be tabled. Then we were told that it could be tabled after the strategy was developed. So I'm afraid I'm gonna have to leave it at that with a slight bit of confusion. There are other issues we'd like to cover.
Canada has begun a process of reconciliation with Aboriginals, the Inuit, and the Métis. What is National Defence's strategy when it comes to calls to action for truth and reconciliation?
Mr. Chair, when it comes to our Aboriginal community, our recruitment and our focus, we actually have an advisory group within the Canadian Armed Forces. We have 3 other advisory groups. The Aboriginal Advisory Group advises the chain of command. There's also a champion for Aboriginal groups. There are programs like Bold Eagle. We work very closely with our Indigenous community. Department of National Defence is one department of a wider government, and we take our relationship with the Aboriginal community just as our government has put a priority to this.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So can the Minister of Defence please tell us then how much his department is investing in activities to encourage the engagement and recruitment and retention of Aboriginals, Métis and Inuit members?
Chair, when it comes to the recruitment within Aboriginal groups and all the greater diversity, we have put a greater emphasis in making sure that we do more to reflect the Canadian Armed Forces, reflect the population of the Canadian Armed Forces when it comes to recruitment. In fact, when it comes to the Defence Policy Review, we actually did a separate consultation with the Aboriginal community. And we put a lot of emphasis on this, and we want to be able to make sure that the Department of National Defence, as a wider government initiatives, that we also do our part. Thank you.
The honourable member.
So if there is a separate strategy for the recruitment and retention of Indigenous people in the Canadian Armed Forces, how much money has the government allocated for that strategy?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, I will just receive some of the information. For target of Indigenous and for women, we have put, in total, we have put aside $85 million for this.
Remember.
So is that a combined strategy then for the recruitment and retention of women and in Indigenous people, or are there 2 separate strategies?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, this is the for the total recruitment. I want to also stress to the member, we as a government take our relationship, and when it comes to more recruitment for women, more recruitment of Indigenous community and diversity, we take this extremely seriously, Mr. Chair. When it comes to the wider recruitment strategy, but let's not stop there. We also got to look at how we train, how they're integrated into our units. We have to focus on the environment, and we're taking a whole look at the entire picture, Mr. Chair, and that's what we're focused on.
Honourable Member for Elma-Transcona.
Canada has a long tradition when it comes to peacekeeping across the world, and is proud of that. The current government announced over 7 months ago that Canada will become a leader again when it comes to peacekeeping. And yet, no budget has been allocated for peacekeeping. And the government has not let it be known where or when Canada would be sending peacekeeping troops. Could the Minister of Defence tell the House what resources were allocated to peacekeeping and what the estimated budget is for such activities? The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Supporting the United Nations peace support operations. I was actually just at the United Nations headquarters last week, attending one of the ceremonies. I spoke with the leadership of various countries. We will be announcing our support for peace support operations, but we need to make sure that we get this right. This is not just about sending troops, picking a mission. It's about having a contribution. We have pledged up to 600 Canadian Armed Forces personnel, 150 police officers, but let's not stop there. We have to look at this from a whole of government comprehensive approach, what the UN is calling now integrated approach, from capacity building. We need to look at development, because bringing support and reducing conflict, military is just one piece of the puzzle.
Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering, I mean, we hear that, you know, we have to wait on the peacekeeping commitment. We hear that we have to wait for the defense policy review. We have to wait to replenish our Air Force. We have to wait to replenish our Navy. I'm just wondering if the Minister thinks it's appropriate that waiting for Godot be the unifying theme of our defense policy.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, I'm very proud that within 18 months we have been able to accomplish this. On June 7th, we'll be announcing a defense policy. We will be committing troops for United Nations operations. We have taken a leadership role at NATO. Within 18 months, Mr. Chair, our government has a track record of being credible partners around the world. I'm very proud of the efforts of the Canadian Armed Forces and all the efforts within our government.
The Honourable Member for Elma-Transcona.
And I'm curious to know, Mr. Chair, were the details of that defense policy review shared at the latest NATO conference?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, at the NATO conference, we talked about the great contribution that the leadership that Canada has taken. The Prime Minister talked about our leadership role with the framework nations. We talked about our frigate that's also in the Mediterranean, our air policing. Also a wider look at what we're doing in the Ukraine, Mr. Chair. We're very proud of the leadership role that we've taken at NATO.
The Honourable Member.
So was that a yes, details were shared, or a no, they weren't?
The Honourable Minister.
I have made many speeches on this. I've said it. When it comes to our defence policy, this is a defence policy that Canadians had an input in. This defence policy will be presented to Canadians.
Member.
I'm wondering if Canadians' representatives will have an opportunity to weigh in on that defence policy. Will the Minister present that policy here in the House and provide an opportunity for debate either in this House or a committee?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I hope that the member actually provided the input into the defence policy review. All parliamentarians had an opportunity. Canadians had an opportunity. Experts also did as well. We got tremendous feedback, and I hope the member provided input into it, as members opposite from the other parties have, and we've taken that very, very seriously, because this is a policy, Canada's defence policy for all of us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elma-Transcona.
Members are, of course, always glad to weigh in at the beginning that goes into what the government ultimately produces, but we also like to have input and evaluate, the opportunity to evaluate what comes out of that black box of government, Mr. Speaker. That's why we want to know if the government's going to be tabling that in the House and providing an opportunity for debate either in the House or committee. That's a yes.
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, when we announced the defense policy, like we've always done, we also discussed the many methods of opportunity that parliamentarians will be able to take part in the defense policy once we announce, to be able to making sure that the feedback that we got from Canadians from across Canada has been inputted into this defense policy.
Honourable member.
Right here in that response is that the minister won't be providing opportunity for debate either in the House or in committee. Does he deny it?
The minister.
Mr. Chair, on June 7th, we'll also be announcing the method in terms of where parliamentarians can how they will be take part in that debate. We've taken a very open, transparent methodology when it came to defense policy review in terms of how we put this together, and we will do the same once we announce it as well.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the minister believe that it's the prerogative of government to decide how Parliament is going to weigh in, or does he think it's the right of Parliament to weigh in on defence policy decisions?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, all Canadians, including parliamentarians, have the right to be able to weigh in, to making sure that this defence policy is going to be set the stage for the Canadian Armed Forces for the next 20 years. When it comes to defence policy, any issues in defence, I've made it very clear, Mr. Chair. I wrote 2 letters to members of Parliament, and his colleague next to him also knows. I made the Department of National Defence open to members of Parliament.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Chair, it stands to reason we can't weigh in on a policy when we don't know what it is. So until we know what that policy is, then we need to have the opportunity for debate and discussion. So that's why I'm asking, will the minister bring it either to the House or committee for that discussion?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, we'll be presenting like we've always done the methodology and how people can weigh in. But when it comes to the early portions of the defence policy review, I hope the member actually provided the input into it, because we've taken that extremely seriously, to making sure that their input was taken into account, and as all Canadians' input was taken into account.
Down to the last 2 minutes or so, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder, did the minister take that input more seriously than the Minister for Democratic Reform took the input on democratic reform?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm very proud of the consultation that we have taken across this country. I said to say, I hope his input was provided to the department. I will look into it, making sure that was done. I made extreme efforts to making sure that all parliamentarians, not only for the defence policy review, that have also made the Canadian Armed Forces more accessible, to allow members of Parliament on an engagement plan, to be able to understand the military more, that the decision for members of Parliament to even go to bases is rests with the commanding officers and the base commanders, and including the engagement plan that I know many members have took part in.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recently had the honour of being able to accompany the men and women who crew the HMCS Vancouver on the West Coast. Got a little window into their operations, how they run the ship, how they conduct operations while at sea. So upon my return, of course, I was interested in the issue of the equipment that they need in order to be able to do their job well. And recent announcements about the Canadian Surface Combatant Program says that the submission deadline for applications for the naval warship design phase have been backed up, but we don't know up to what date. So I'm wondering if the minister could provide us with the date that those applications will close.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence. This will be the last response.
Mr. Chair, the Canadian Surface Combatant is an extremely large project. When it comes to making sure that we go through the right process, there was a request by different companies to have more time. We need to make sure that we do get this right. We don't want to rush the process. There has been a small delay on this, and the Minister of Procurement will be dealing with this issue directly. We, as Department of National Defence, deal with the requirements, but we want to make sure that the whole national shipbuilding strategy, including the combat service combatants, moves along as fast as possible. So that, but at the same time, we need to make sure the process goes right, so that we actually have the necessary and the right equipment at the end of it as well, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be speaking for 10 minutes, and then I will follow with questions. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to speak about the Communication Security Establishment, known as CSE, one of Canada's critical security and intelligence organizations within the National Defence portfolio. With estimates of $599 million for the last fiscal year and approximately 2,300 highly skilled staff, the contribution CSE provides to the security, stability, and prosperity of this country cannot be underestimated. But while it's not a household name, CSE has a long and proud history. Indeed, over the course of the year, CSE has been celebrating its 70th anniversary. La mission du centre est assortie des trois.
CSE's important mission is part of is enshrined within its three-part mandate in the National Defence Act. First, they are Canada's National Signals Intelligence Agency. They serve the national interest by providing foreign intelligence in accordance with the government's intelligence priorities.
To attract, radicalize, and train individuals to carry out attacks in Canada and around the world. CSE's foreign intelligence informs Canada's government's decision-making in the fields of national security, defence, and international affairs. La deuxième partie du mandat de CST porte.
The second part of CSE's mandate is cyber defense and protection. The organization provides advice, guidance, and services to help ensure the protection of electronic information and information infrastructures of importance to the Government of Canada.
Expertise helps identify, prepare for, and respond to the most severe cyber threats and attacks against computer networks and systems and the important information they contain. They help to protect Government of Canada systems from foreign states, hackers, terrorists, and criminals. They track cyber threats from around the world, and they work with government departments to defend and strengthen systems that have been compromised. And finally, CSE helps protect sensitive information held by the government, including the personal information of Canadians from theft. Le troisième volet du mandat.
The third part of CSE's mandate is to provide technical and operational assistance to federal law enforcement and security agencies in the performance of their lawful duties. Under their assistance mandate, those capabilities may be used to assist a Canadian law enforcement or security agency under the requesting agency's legal authority.
Work of CSE. As they work to protect Canadians against threats, CSE knows that they have a responsibility to protect privacy, and they take that responsibility very seriously. Protecting Canadian privacy is not an afterthought. It is a fundamental part of the organizational culture and is embedded within CSE's operational structures, policies, and processes. Security and intelligence agencies have capabilities and powers bestowed upon them in order to maintain the security of our country. They also have the important responsibility to protect Canadians' rights and freedoms. And in order to uphold the trust and confidence that Canadians have in their government and in their security and intelligence agencies and departments, this government has introduced legislation to establish the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. The creation of this committee is part of our demonstrated commitment to openness and transparency, and CSE will support and fully cooperate with this committee and its important work. In today's dynamic security environment, CSE's efforts to protect Canada and Canadians against threats are more critical than ever. We were all sadly reminded of these threats just last week when people simply enjoying a concert, many of them children and teenagers, were tragically killed in a horrible attack in Manchester, England. Le CST assiste ses partenaires.
CSE is working to assist its allied partners to provide foreign intelligence to gain further insight into this act of terror and to help prevent future similar acts. The threats CSE works to combat are not limited to terrorism. Across this country and indeed around the world, governments and citizens are relying on evolving technology to communicate, to work, and to live.
In the digital world, and we want to access our government services online. In the face of this cyber revolution, CSE is focused on improving the government's cyber defenses by building specialized cyber tools and developing resilience within our systems. We are better positioned to resist and protect ourselves against cyber threats than ever before. However, as new and sophisticated communications technologies emerge, we face the challenges of an interconnected world. Il y a 2 semaines, alors que des services
Just 2 weeks ago, we saw the impact of a ransomware attack that took critical services offline around the world. We saw the scope of such attacks. Hundreds of thousands of computers were affected within days. This is the world in which CSE works diligently every day to protect our governments, our businesses, and our citizens.
Was asked by the Minister of Democratic Institutions to assess the cyber threats that face Canada's democratic processes. And they were asked to provide advice about best cyber practices to all political parties in this House. Trust in our democratic processes is essential for our democracy to work. Our democratic processes and the ways in which we choose our politicians are an attractive target for nation-states and non-state actors seeking to influence our country. We ask CSE to provide this assessment in a publicly available format, and we expect to deliver that report in the coming weeks. CSE has, throughout its 70-year history, served this country proudly while adapting to enormous changes in technology and how people use it, in the international security environment and in the threat landscape. And today, cyber is clearly a part of that threat landscape. In responding to this threat, CSE has proven itself to be an innovative leader and a trusted partner. Au cours de la dernière année, le CST
Over the past year, CSE has also taken several unprecedented steps to be more open and transparent about its work for the country, telling Canadians more about the work it does to protect their security, their personal information, their privacy, and their rights and freedoms.
Posted new content to their website about CSE's critical cyber defense work and launched an advertising campaign to recruit the next generation of cyber and intelligence experts. CSE is embracing an open approach to the communicating with Canadians about the important work they do. While CSE continues to play an invaluable role in Canada's security, it's ready to support the important government initiatives on national security, cybersecurity, and defence policy review fronts. The breadth and depth of knowledge and skill that CSE brings to the security and intelligence table is highly regarded and unique within government. And as Canada's and Canadians' reliance upon connected technology increases, so too will the need for CSE. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And with your indulgence, I will ask the Parliamentary Secretary some questions. We know that CSE provides foreign intelligence to a number of government departments and agencies to help Canada and keep Canada and Canadians safe, and that CSE also works with other government departments to ensure that government communications are secure. To fulfill this mission, CSC has unique capabilities and powers which it uses in accordance with its authorities. At the same time, Canadians value their privacy and expect security and intelligence agencies to protect it. Canadian law includes clear measures to protect the privacy of Canadians. So, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, what are CSC's accountability measures, and how does the organization ensure that the privacy of Canadians is protected while CSC carries out its mandated activities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
La loi interdit au CST.
The law prohibits CSC from surveilling Canadians or people in Canada. The protection of privacy of Canadians is essential. And CSC staff takes those responsibilities very seriously. Therefore, there is a rigorous accountability framework, and its activities are governed by laws and departmental directives, as well as authorities and policies that apply. Ensuring that its employees understand and apply their responsibilities to protect the privacy of Canadians and persons in Canada, the CSC, therefore, trains its employees and regularly administers exams and reviews to make sure that the CSC has external and independent reviews, and the commissioner responsible for those reviews ensures that the CSC's activities are compliant with all Canadian laws, including verifying that CSC is not directing its activities at Canadians or anyone else in Canada.
I mentioned in my speech that Canada's democratic processes and the ways in which Canada chooses our politicians are attractive targets for nation-states and non-state actors seeking to influence us. And recently, we've seen evidence of election campaign hacking, from targeted hacks against the U.S. Democratic National Committee to attempted hacks against a French presidential candidate. These hackings raise serious questions about the threat of foreign interference and the integrity of election systems. Can the Parliamentary Secretary tell me that, given the risk of similar hacks in Canada, what measures is CSC taking to defend the Canadian electoral process from cyber threats?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Une question très intéressante.
Very good question asked by my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. Highly publicized attacks are threatening democracies and democratic processes. The Minister of Democratic Institutions and her officials are doing their best to defend the Canadian electoral process from cyber threats. And CSC is working with the Minister. For example, CSC is analyzing risks to Canadians' political and electoral activities from hackers and to release this assessment publicly. And CSC will offer advice to Canada's political parties and Elections Canada on best practices when it comes to cybersecurity. CSC is a centre of cyber excellence in Canada. It has internationally recognized cyber and technical expertise, which enables it to respond to threats and attacks against government networks and systems. We have about 1 minute left.
Short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
All right, then we'll make it a short questions. I mentioned that CSC helps protect the Canadian Armed Forces and their international operations. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could describe about the spending in the main estimates, 2017-2018 main estimates.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Le CST a des capacités et un savoir.
CSC possesses unique technological capabilities and expertise which it uses to support the Government of Canada's intelligence requirements, including those associated with Canadian Armed Forces missions abroad within its signals intelligence mandate. And as part of its mandate, CSC works closely with the Canadian Armed Forces to protect the lives of Canadian Armed Forces and identify threats to Canada, and ensure that senior government decision makers operate with the best available information. As an example of this, CSC has helped Canadian Armed Forces be protected by providing sophisticated cryptographic technology, and the CAF relies upon it. We saw in budget 2017-2018 an increase of $13.7 million in order to support that mandate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, through you, thank the Minister for being here. I'd like to ask some questions rapid fire. I'd like rapid fire answers, and hopefully we'll be able to proceed that way. I'd like to start with this question for the Minister. What does he think about the new administration at the Lévis shipyard since 2013, and does he believe that the supply ship project Asterix will be ready on time? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, with the Davie Shipyard, they're working on our interim auxiliary ship. They've been doing great work, and hoping that they provide the necessary equipment for our Navy on time and on budget. That's always the goal. Thank you.
Donc, selon le ministre, ils font du bon travail. Est-ce que ça veut dire qu'il a une bonne opinion de l'administration du chantier maritime Davie?
Perhaps the Honourable Member can repeat the question?
Shipyard, I would just like to know if that means he has a good opinion of the administration. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I was briefed that the work is progressing well. I haven't visited the shipyard. I haven't had the opportunity. I would like to. And I look forward to seeing their work, and because the capability that they're providing is necessary for our Navy.
The Honourable Member.
And that the lack of capacity, even if I don't believe in, the minister cannot tell us, exactly who told him about the lack of capacity for confidential reasons and strategic reasons, etc. But I would like to know, is it an employee of his political cabinet who told him about the lack of capacity, or is it the DND staff, which is non-political? The
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm assuming this is about the lack of capacity for the Navy ships that we're talking about. Is that correct, Mr. Chair? And in this case, yes, we don't have joint supply ships, Mr. Chair. This gap has turned into a loss. Right now, we rely on other navies to be able to supply our ships.
Honourable Member. I made a mistake. I was talking about the lack of capacity for the Super Hornet aircraft. The air fleet as such. I should have clarified. So I'll put my question again. When was the minister made aware? What day was the minister made aware, and who informed him of this lack of capacity for the air fleet? Was it someone from the political cabinet? Was it someone from the Department of National Defence? The Honourable Minister.
When it comes to our NORAD commitments and the our NATO commitments, it's the China Command that has provided this information. And we need to be able to make decisions based on the right data, our commitments that we have. And that's the capability gap we talked about. Is we cannot meet our NORAD and NATO commitments simultaneously based on the number of aircraft that we have. Thank you.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Chairman, when he was made aware of the capability gap when it comes to aircraft and our fleet, was it someone from the political office or someone from the Department of National Defence who made him aware of that? The Honourable Minister.
It is the Department of National Defence that get my military advice from the Chief of Defence Staff and the China Command. We need to make sure that when we talk about numbers and what we need, it's based on solid data. We need to look at our commitments, and our NORAD and NATO commitments cannot be met simultaneously.
The Honourable Member. When did he inform the Minister of Public Safety that there was a public service minister, rather, that there was a requirement to proceed without competition?
Mr. Chair, we have promised as a government to replace the entire fleet. We've been working on replacement of fighter fleet right from the get-go. We have worked very closely with the Minister of Procurement to be able to work together so that we can speed up the process, Mr. Chair, and we'll continue to do so.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, which is responsible for procurement, and now we know that. Did the Minister discuss with the Minister of Procurement this procurement of Hornet aircraft.
Mr. Chair, of course, we have had many discussions, not just about our fighter jets, but about all the procurements. It's about instead of having a file that's I build the requirements, then it gets handed off. We're trying to speed up the process. We have sometimes we even do joint briefings together, Mr. Chair, having these discussions so we can speed up the process, so we can have this equipment. These planes should have been replaced a long time ago, Mr. Chair, and our government is committed to making sure that we get this job done. Thank you.
The honourable member. Mr. Chairman, employees of the minister and those from the minister, the procurement minister, did they contact through letter, email, or any other way with respect to valid exceptions for sidestepping the rules for procurement in this case?
Mr. Chair, like I said, we're committed to making sure that not only replace the fighters and all their equipment, but follow the appropriate steps. And this is one of the reasons why, when it comes to the time frames as well, that we take the right steps, because it is important. We are accountable to Canadians, and we are required to take the right steps, and that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
I'd like to know if the department informed the minister of procurement, or that there were policies that needed to be followed when it comes to sole source contracts.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I can assure the member that when it comes to government deciding on the purchase of the interim fleet and any other person, we follow the Government of Canada's policies and regulations of procurement and defence procurement. We want to be able to move as quickly as possible, Mr. Chair, but we need to follow all the necessary steps, do it in a manner that's cost-effective for Canadians as well, but also provide the right capability for our troops, and we are committed to that.
The honourable member. Mr. Chairman, this question, I need an answer, otherwise it will mean that the minister hasn't done his homework. This capability gas as put forth by the government corresponds to which exception in these rules when it comes to procurement? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
When it comes to the capability gas, as stated, we cannot meet our NATO and NORAD commitments simultaneously. We are a nation that lives up to our commitments. We are going to make sure that we have the necessary aircraft that's based on the right information, follow the appropriate steps, but we are committed to making sure that we move forward in a manner that gets the equipment in a timely manner for our men and women.
The honourable member. Fortunately, the Deputy Minister had answered that the government was referring to 3.1G of the procurement policy, which for operational regions is designed to meet temporary materials. So that is the section that was used by the government to proceed without a tender call, unless they don't really want to purchase these temporary aircraft. But if they do, then this is my next question. Did the procurement minister approach the Minister of Defence to obtain a letter to identify 3.1G when it comes to the purchase of these aircraft?
Minister de la Défense Nationale.
The Honourable Minister.
When it comes to the placement of our fighters, and especially when it comes to the interim, we are exploring this option. But I also want to remind the members, since we're talking about procurement, the Royal Canadian Air Force has been risk managing our commitments for a very long time. And when it comes to capability gaps, members also know that we're talking about Davie Shipyard just recently. That's a capability gap that we had that turned into a capability loss. And we want to make sure that now we don't get into another situation where a capability gap turns into a capability loss. And that's why we're moving ahead, Mr. Chair, for a full replacement in a full competition, investing in the legacy fleet, exploring the options of the interim fleet as well, making sure that we have enough pilots and technicians, Mr. Chair. We need to be able to move ahead and be proactive in this manner so that we don't lose our capability like we did with our joint supply ships.
The Honourable Member. Did the Minister's political office draft a letter for the Procurement Minister, explaining why this needed to proceed without a tender call? The Honourable Minister.
Comes to all procurements, all the regulations, rules and regulations are followed. That's the necessary things that we need to do. That's one of the reasons also it takes a certain time frame as well. We want to speed up the process, but we need to be able to follow the rules, making sure that we also get the fair deal for taxpayers as well, but making sure that we have the right capability for our troops. We want to be able to making sure this is a very large purchase for the long term, and we need to make sure that we get this decision right. Thank you.
The Honourable Member. Now, this is a very important one. The Procurement Minister has a legal duty to request a simple letter where it's written black on white the reasons why they will proceed with the sole source contract for the Super Hornets. So was his office contacted by the Office of the Minister of Procurement, or did he diligently proceed this way and provide the Department of Procurement with this information so that the two departments complied with these procedures? We're talking about legislation that governs these procedures. The Minister.
As I also stated that both the Minister of Procurement, myself, and even Minister of ISED work very closely together so that we can actually move in an expedient manner. We discussed the various challenges. We look at all types of procurement, Mr. Chair. We're doing this in a manner so that we don't have a file that's looked at one department, then gets looked at another, that gets passed on. We're trying to move this efficiently as possible, and I think all members of this House can agree that our procurement system needs to improve. A lot of work that has been done on this, and a lot of work that will be done in the future. But we also need to make sure that we follow the rules, and that's exactly what we are doing.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, so they discussed this. They discussed the requirements for the air fleet, for the Air Force. If there hasn't been an exchange of letters between the two offices because they haven't gotten very far along in the potential purchase of these Super Hornets, so they haven't done anything then to this point. So I would ask the Minister then, where are they at finally then in the work, tangibly speaking, between the two departments? Because there has to be a letter. I'm not the one saying it. It comes from the legislation. Something has to happen according to this law that's in place. If they're not there, when will they be there? The Honourable Minister.
To the replacement of our fighters. We have announced a full competition to replace the entire fleet, Mr. Chair, a full competition. We're investing in the legacy. We're taking many measures to making sure that we're looking at all aspects so we don't have a capability gap that turns into a capability loss. Currently, we are in discussions with the U.S. government on this. No decision has been made. A letter of request to the U.S. government has been sent for information. We're following the necessary steps that are required for us to move ahead, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member. Well, it's unfortunate, but in 2012, it was stated that the Minister of Procurement needed a letter from the Department of National Defence. So they haven't gotten very far because nothing's been done, and we know what's going to happen then. So this is why they've not done anything, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister, however, well, the law doesn't apply because they haven't done anything. I have to point that out. But what I would like to ask now is that the two Seaspan and Irving shipyards, are they adequately positioned to respond to the requirements that are included in the National Maritime Shipbuilding Strategy when it comes to the military situation? Does the Minister think that these two shipyards can meet the requirements under the Maritime Strategy? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, this one when it comes to our shipbuilding, our Navy does need to replace their ships. This is one of the reasons why we, as a government, agreed with the National Shipbuilding Strategy that the previous government had put forward. Investments have been made with the Irving and the Seaspan shipyard. We want to make sure that we continue to improve. We have made certain choices to be able to speed up the process as much as possible. This is one of the reasons why the minister, all three ministers work very closely together. There's always challenges that come up, but we have a very good working relationship with the shipyards, with our department as well, to be able to look at those issues, address it quickly, so that we can get the ships delivered on time. Thank you.
There's less than a minute left. We'll have a very short question, the Honourable Member. Well, I look at this lovely table that comes right from the Senate chambers, a report produced by the committee, and it shows that for GDP, for each year from 2005, when the Conservatives took power, the GDP that went to the forces increased. Then through the economic crisis, it went down. But 2015, 16, 16, 17, it's down 0.8. Will it increase in 2017, 2018? The percentage of our GDP that goes to defense spending, will it increase as of 2017, 2018?
Mr. Speaker, I've been also extremely clear about this. I've stated in public that successive governments have not been investing in the Canadian Armed Forces. Since the member brought up the GDP during his government, the defense spending for GDP when they came into government decreased by the time that they left. But this is not about putting blame. This is about us taking ownership of the current state, and we're going to make sure that Defense Policy Review addresses these challenges, Mr. Speaker, because I think all parliamentarians want to make sure that the Canadian Armed Forces is looked at, and want to be able to work with the members to achieve this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be making a 10-minute speech, and then I have some questions. I'm honoured to have this opportunity this evening to discuss the work of the Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces in the context of the main estimates. The CAF have an important role to play on the international stage, contributing to global peace and security. This is work they perform on behalf of all Canadians. However, their most important role is what they do right here at home, defending our sovereignty. This is something they do every day. This means monitoring our airspace and maritime approaches, conducting surveillance and patrols in the Arctic, or saving Canadian lives through search and rescue missions. The members of the Canadian Armed Forces are helping us on a daily basis. I'd like to talk today about the funding. Under the estimates, this funding is used to help Canadians in the event of an emergency or a national disaster. When our military is called to help, they're the force of last resort. They must respond when no one else can, with capabilities no one else can provide. They must do so quickly and without fail. This was the case recently with the military response to floods in Quebec. These floods, caused by water levels that hadn't been seen in decades, affected close to 200 communities, and it displaced thousands of residents. The Canadian Armed Forces responded immediately as soon as they were asked. Within hours, planning and reconnaissance teams were assessing the situation in the air and on the ground. Within 24 hours, 400 military members from CFB Valcartier were deployed to the four most affected regions: Montérégie, Outaouais, Mauricie, and Montreal. 7 helicopters soon followed, 6 Griffins, and 1 Chinook. And as the need grew, so did the response from the military. Altogether, at the peak of operations, 2,600 soldiers, sailors, and airmen and women contributed to the flood relief efforts. This was the largest domestic operation for our military in the last 7 years. They helped Quebec citizens with sandbagging, constructing and reinforcing dikes, installing emergency infrastructure, and patrolling and monitoring water levels. When I went onto the ground with the Minister of National Defence and other dignitaries, I saw their commitment and dedication. And this was all made possible through the training, equipment, and material supported by the type of funding that we are discussing this evening. as we can recall many other times when the Canadian Armed Forces were called upon to help, such as the destructive ice storm in January, the Kashechewan First Nation evacuation earlier this year, and the evolving situation in Mud Lake. And last year during the forest fires in Fort McMurray, where the Royal Canadian Air Force transported evacuees to safety, airlifted firefighters in and out of areas, moved equipment, and conducted surveillance flights. We all also remember the wildfires in Saskatchewan in the summer of 2015, to which 850 military members were deployed in support of the province. In that case, in addition to transport and logistical support, military members were involved directly in fighting the fires. As a former mayor, I can tell you just how important the military response was during the ice storm of 1998. And these are just a few examples of the ways in which our military has responded to emergencies time and time again with unique capabilities and with great adaptability. And these capabilities will be required again, undoubtedly because of the increased risk of serious weather events as a result of climate change. Response to natural disasters is one of the most visible ways in which our military help Canadians in distress. Canada's Search and Rescue program is another way. While search and rescue is a shared responsibility among federal, provincial, and municipal organizations, the Canadian Armed Forces has the primary responsibility for aeronautical search and rescue, as well as for coordinating responses to aerial and maritime incidents. And in sparsely settled regions of the country, the Canadian Rangers are regularly called upon to conduct and assist with ground search and rescue due to their unique set of skills and knowledge. Altogether, military personnel directly respond to some 1,000 search and rescue incidents every year, and the Joint Regional Coordination Centres, which are funded and staffed by our military, coordinate 10 times as many. The Royal Canadian Air Force has an occupation dedicated to search and rescue. Search and rescue technician. These 140 SAR-techs are trained to jump out of airplanes, climb mountains, and provide emergency medical assistance to Canadians in danger. And over the years, they've saved thousands of lives, embodying their motto that others may live. Tragically, saving lives is sometimes done at the cost of their own. Just this March, we were reminded of the very real dangers that those technicians face with the loss of Master Corporal Alfred Barr, who died in a training accident. My thoughts are with his colleagues and family as they continue to heal from this tragedy. While there are risks involved with search and rescue and challenges in providing that service in a country as vast and geographically diverse as Canada, this is a vital mission, and the funding in these main estimates will ensure that the members of the Canadian Armed Forces will continue to save the lives of their fellow citizens for many years to come. Mr. Chair, I want to draw your attention to the military's ultimate essential domestic role, defending Canadian sovereignty. The Canadian Armed Forces defend maritime and air approaches to Canada, including in our Arctic. They do this by conducting sovereignty patrols, by assuring air power can reach every square foot of Canadian soil with speed. It also uses space capabilities for wide area surveillance. And by maintaining an active regional presence in remote and isolated regions through the Canadian Rangers, our eyes and ears in the north, they provide crucial awareness. To augment their efforts, the Army has also created Arctic Response Company Groups, which are reserve units specifically trained to respond in Arctic environments. and the Royal Canadian Air Force maintains and sustains our permanent presence at Sea Canadian Forces Station Alert, the most northerly permanently inhabited location in the world. While the Arctic remains a region free of conflict, it's not immune to the effects of climate change and its associated challenges. As Arctic passages become more accessible, it's clear that interest in the region is growing and that activities are increasing. We need to continue to monitor activities in the North and its approaches to Canada, maintain a presence, and be prepared to respond to save lives or deal with disasters caused by increased human activity.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chair, the $3.6 billion in funding requested in these main estimates means that our Canadian Armed Forces will be trained, equipped, and ready to fulfill their operational roles and have the equipment and infrastructure they need to do their jobs, the jobs that are entrusted to them. Thank you, and I now have some questions for the Minister. I'd like to talk about an incident that affected Quebec, Operation Lentus. Operation Lentus covers all domestic missions that the Canadian Armed Forces fulfill to help Canadians in need. And we've seen those operations recently in Alberta, Manitoba, in New Brunswick, and more recently in Quebec. As always, Canadians are grateful for the important contribution of our military personnel. Can the Minister discuss the important role of the Canadian Armed Forces played on their recent operation in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. The Canadian Armed Forces always stand ready to help Canadians in distress by assisting our federal, provincial, and municipal partners in service of Canadians in need. Recently, in response to a request from the Government of Quebec through the Public Safety Canada, Canadian Armed Forces swiftly deployed. At its peak, we had approximately 2,600 Canadian Armed Forces members providing assistance to conduct flood mitigation operations, protect critical infrastructure, and humanitarian relief. And this is just the latest example. The Canadian Armed Forces have recently deployed across Canada from Alberta to Quebec, New Brunswick in the last year to assist civilian authorities to respond to emergencies, Mr. Chair. During disaster relief operations, the Canadian Armed Forces remain in communication with all government partners, including the provincial, territorial, and municipal levels, to comprehensively respond to their situations. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Ministre de la Défense nationale.
Monsieur le Président, le Nord.
Mr. Chairman, the North remains a vital issue for Canadians and will remain so, especially given climate change and the increasing activities of many states and international actors in the region. We've also seen an increase in shipping traffic and in tourism. We know that exercising our sovereignty in the Arctic remains a key mission of the Canadian Armed Forces. Can the Minister update the House on our military's activities in the Arctic?
Minister.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, ensuring the vitality of Canada's Arctic remains a key priority for this government. National Defence plays an important role in exercising our sovereignty in the region. Canadian Armed Forces maintain an active presence in Canada's north through extensive exercises and activities, often involving whole-of-government partners, local governments, and international allies as well. One of the most important aspects of our activities is in the north is our relationship with Indigenous people. In fact, in Canada, our Canadian Rangers across the north provide valuable eyes and ears in the region and an important connection between the military and the local population. To enhance our military presence in the north, the government is building Arctic offshore patrol ship, investing in space-based capabilities, and researching new surveillance and control technologies in the north. Thank you.
I think we just have enough time left for one more question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. One of the key missions of the Canadian Armed Forces is to defend North America in collaboration with the Armed Forces of the United States. This strong partnership has been going on for many years, notably through the North American Aerospace Defense Command. Can the Minister inform the House about how we are working with our U.S. partners through the North American Aerospace Defense Command to keep Canada and North America secure? Honourable Minister.
They share the world's only binational military command, which is NORAD. This is a testament to the deep, multifaceted defense relationship between our two countries that enables us to work seamlessly to monitor our shared maritime approaches and defend North American airspace. As we all understand, the threats to continental North America are ever evolving. New technology and increasing accessible Arctic and global power dynamics mean the NORAD must be able to adapt to the changing circumstances. In particular, Canada and the United States will work together to renew the North Warning System, which is a vital NORAD capability that provides the early warning against aerospace threats to our northern approaches. Thank you.
So we have one more question. We have time for one more question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you. Search and rescue services is one of the most valuable activities that the Canadian Armed Forces provides to Canadians. They can be proud of the great work being done by our search and rescue operators. Can the Minister discuss this and tell us how the Canadian Armed Forces work with other departments and agencies in order to save Canadian lives? Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I just want to be able to say our search and rescue SARTECs, that they're known, they literally are the special forces of the search and rescue world, provide a tremendous support and assurance to Canadians. The sheer expanse of our geography makes Canada one of the most challenging countries in the world in which to conduct search and rescue operations. As they are primarily responsible for aeronautical search and rescue services, the Canadian Armed Forces devote approximately 950 personnel to deliver search and rescue services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And in 2016, our Joint Rescue Coordination Center responded to over 10,000 incidents, resulting in 1,084 taskings to our RCFF aircraft. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, regarding the CSC, the procurement minister has said that only designs from ships already in service or mature existing designs will be accepted because it means there'll be less risk and vessels can be built faster. So the minister, please, why has the government then delayed the projects or the projects to allow BAE to add to its bid of a ship that only exists on paper?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we wanted to make sure that when it comes to our ship procurement, we move as quickly as possible, but follow all the necessary steps. When it comes to the process, the Minister of Procurement is going through the necessary steps. As the member knows, we in the Department of National Defence build the requirements, but we are working very hard and very closely together to making sure that the ships can be delivered on time. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to ask the minister then, who's violating the procurement minister's rules on only accepting bids for mature or existing ships or mature ships on design to delay the process to allow BAE to submit a bid for a paper that only or a project that only exists on paper?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I can assure that the member, all the necessary rules and regulations are being followed. We're taking the necessary, the Minister of Procurement taking the necessary steps to making sure that we actually have, we move forward. We want to make sure that we take, we don't slow down the process, we don't speed up the process. We have all the necessary steps taken into place so that all the requirements are met and that the ships can be built on time.
Honourable Member.
I wish we could get an answer on this. I'll skip on to the next one. The Lobby Commissioner's website shows that BAE has lobbied the Defence Minister's office on at least 4 occasions. We did an access and information request, and the Minister of Defence office has stated they've never met with BAE or anyone connected with BAE regarding the CSC. Can the Minister tell us, has he or anyone in his office met with lobbyists from BAE or companies related to BAE in regards to the CSC bid?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to the process, the Minister of Procurement is taking the necessary steps. I have not officially met with representatives of BAE. All companies that are in this process are independent from me, but I want to make sure all the necessary steps are followed. And anytime there's any type of meeting with any company, it is recorded and put on the website.
Honourable Member.
Thank you. Irving President Kevin McCoy has warned of Significant layoffs at the Halifax shipyard if the gap is too large between construction ends on the 6 Arctic patrol ships and when work begins on the combat supply vessels in early 22. The government's currently still delaying these projects despite massive costs of the defense budget and significant possibility that hundreds of workers will lose their jobs because of the government's decision. Wondering how much will the delays in the constructions cost and when will the combat surface ship construction start?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as the Minister of National Defence, we're focused on making sure that we have, that I work with Minister of Procurement to be able to have all our ships delivered on time. I do understand the challenges that the companies have, and the Minister of Procurement would be working in that regard. I work very closely with the Minister and Minister of ISAT to making sure that all the necessary steps are taken. We want to be able to speed up the process as quickly as possible, but we have to go. We do have to follow all the necessary steps to making sure that we have all the necessary ships. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. We've seen this government interfere with the process with the combat ships by allowing unqualified BAE to bid on the project. The RFP has now undergone 52 amendments and counting. I'd like to ask the Minister, why have there been so many? Why so close to the original RFP close date?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as Minister of National Defence, a lot of these questions are for the Minister of Procurement. I can assure you when it comes to the requirements, I want that the requirements are met. We're going to make sure that we follow all the necessary steps in this case. In fact, as I stated, I work jointly with the Minister when it comes to briefings and to be able to make sure that we can speed up the process. And a lot of these the questions that the Minister of Procurement can answer. Thank you.
All member.
Minister is working so closely with the Minister of Procurement. Why is he allowing the department then to make so many last-minute amendments to the contract or the project?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I said, I don't have the answers to these questions. I do work closely in terms of what is my responsibility in this role. These are the questions that can be answered by Minister of Procurement. Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Sir, how many of these amendments or adjustment are coming from DND and how many specifically from procurement?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, one thing I can assure the member, I've talked with my officials, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Navy as well, to making sure that we, when we do our work, we do it in an efficient manner that's rigorous, so we don't have to make many changes. A lot of work that needs to be done, we have to trust in our officials so that they take the necessary steps, because at the end of the day, the National Shipbuilding Strategy is a very large project and we need to get it right.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you. The UK, the Royal Navy's refused to consider the BAE T-26 design, the same design that this government is delaying the process, costing taxpayers money and potential jobs to allow to bid. Was it the DND's decision to delay the project to allow the T-26 to be added, or was it procurement department?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to the selection of the design or even selection of the process, just when it comes to search and rescue aircraft, I'm not privy to that. It's an independent process. When the design is selected, I will also be notified. It's a process that's taken to the Minister of Procurement. We are required to build the requirements. I make sure that when I work with the Minister of Procurement, we work in a manner that's cooperative, that we can speed up the process between our two departments.
The Honourable Member.
Speaker, it's joint responsibility between the Minister of Defence and Minister of Procurement for this project. Can you please just tell us, was it Defence that delayed the project to allow the T-26 design to be added, or did this come from Procurement? Where did the delay come to allow this unqualified design to be added? Why are we delaying the project to allow this ship that clearly violates the Procurement Minister's own rules for this shipbuilding process?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I've stated, when it comes to Department of National Defense's role in this. We build the requirements. We work very closely with the Minister of Procurement. We want to be able to move as quickly as possible. But when it comes to the actual process and how the procurement takes place, that is taken. Those steps are taken within Minister of Procurement.
The honourable member.
Sorry to belabor the point. If he works so closely with the Minister of Procurement, as he says, why can he not answer the simple question, whose decision was it to delay the process to allow BAE to add their unqualified design to the bidding process?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to, there's many questions that have to be answered by various companies. When there's legitimate questions or things that need to be worked out, our officials make the recommended advice, and these are decisions that's made with the procurement. We need to be able to make sure that we have the necessary information, but at the same time, we need to allow the companies and our officials to be able to do the due diligence so that we can have, at the end of the day, the necessary capability for the Canadian Armed Forces.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I think there's a capability gap, but I think it's the capability of this minister. The single biggest source of accrual space removed in budget 2017, $2 billion, was for the combat ships. How many more billions will be moved because of ongoing delays with this procurement, please, Minister?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, we're committed to making sure that we move as quickly as possible, and making sure we move the money into the right areas. Since the minister is so passionate about this topic, we should have been working on also replacing our ships. As I stated, a capability gap of the joint supply ships. We have no joint supply ships now. They should have been working on this. They had 10 years to fix the problem, and they didn't. And now we are making sure that we move as quickly as possible and following all the necessary steps to deliver these capabilities.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Okay. I'll ask the question again, and please answer the question, please, and stop pointing fingers at the past, please. How many more billions will be moved because of ongoing delays with this procurement process?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, we want to make sure that the money is in the right areas for procurement. When it comes to making a decision on procurement, money is moved into the necessary years when you take purchase custody of the capability. When it comes to, for example, the fixed wing search and rescue, a decision is made on the aircraft. Then, as we take ownership of those aircraft, money is moved into various areas. That's how procurement is done.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask, how long is the gap going to be between the Arctic patrol vessels and the combat ships? Why is there a gap when the new procurement strategy was announced? It was designed to prevent such a gap.
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, we want to make sure that there's when it comes to a gap within 18 months within our government, we've been trying to be able to make the process even as efficient as possible. When the national shipbuilding strategy was designed, obviously there was a plan put in place, but regrettably all the steps weren't there. So we as a government are now working very hard to making sure that the national ship to allow the national shipbuilding strategy to be a success. It's about jobs. It's about making sure we have the right capabilities as well for our men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I think I'd like to ask again, what will the gap be? Why is there a gap? You said that the minister has stated that they're making it more efficient and making the gap smaller, but the president of Irving himself, who's building the ships, say the gap is growing larger, and we're at risk of added costs and a massive layoff of skilled staff at the Irving shipyard because of this government's delay in moving forward with the design and the project.
Well, Minister.
Mr. Chair, in fact, actually, when it comes to going through a process to select a design off the shelf, it actually has increased. The process allows us to shrink the time frame of the project so that we can reduce this gap as much as possible. So this is about creating jobs. This is also about making sure we have all the right capabilities, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to this, to making sure the national shipbuilding strategy works.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, the minister talks about reducing the gap, but again, the evidence, the president of Irving says the gap is growing. We're seeing the gap is growing because the government is violating the own rules by the procurement minister with saying only designs from ships already in service or mature existing designs will be accepted. Now this government is accepting designs, delaying the process to accept designs that violate the procurement minister's own words. Could the Minister for the Defence please tell us what the size of the gap is, how many months please, and when will we start working on the combat ships?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, as I said, I can assure the member that we're working very diligently to be able to move the process along as quickly as possible, to making sure that we have all the necessary ships, whether it's the combat service combatants, whether it's the Arctic patrol vessels. A lot of work that needs to be done. This is a very complex process. Companies also have employees. We do understand that we don't want to be able to create gaps, and we're working very hard to making sure that we reduce the gap as much as possible, and at the same time, making sure the Canadian Armed Forces have all the right ships and the right capabilities that we need. Thank you.
We have about 1.5 minutes left, probably enough time for one intervention and one response. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, the government's promised annual reports on the shipbuilding. We have not seen one yet. Will the Minister tell us when that will be tabled, please?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure the Minister of Procurement can answer the question of when those reports will be out. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Good heavens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who in DND was the architect, please, of the lifelong muzzling of over 200 public servants involved in the sole source Super Hornet purchase?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, when it comes to the non-disclosure agreements, these are necessary steps the department takes to making sure that to protect the information from the various companies. These are steps that are necessary to making sure that the information is protected that's provided by various companies. Thank you.
I probably have time for one very short question. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad we have time for one more question because I haven't received a single answer tonight in 15 minutes, so please, I'll try and get one answer from you. Who in DND was the architect, the person who imposed the lifelong muzzling of public servants involved in the purchase, the sole source purchase of the Super Hornets? Please, who in DND?
Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Chair, as I stated, when it comes to the non-disclosure agreements, these are necessary steps to be able to protect the Canadian information. And since the member wants to keep making jest and fun of the situation, the Minister of National Defence focus on the requirements. Happy to take questions that are focused directly related to my portfolio. If he wants to play games in terms of talking to questions related to other departments, I will try to answer the best as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate. We have about 4 minutes left for the Honourable Member from Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. The allotted time for this debate ends at 10:59. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had 10 minutes before for my speech, but I will use these 4 minutes. I'll try to cut it down. I'm happy to have the opportunity to add to today's discussion on the main estimates for the Department of National Defence. Tonight's debate has allowed us to address quite many subjects that have to do with the national defence and the Canadian Armed Forces. I'd like to take a few moments to talk about another aspect of this discussion that I think deserves more attention, and in my opinion, merits more attention. And one that I've become very familiar with as a member of the National Defence Committee, and that is the role of the Primary Reserve. The Primary Reserve is a force of generally part-time Canadian Armed Forces members. Located in communities across Canada, their role is to be ready on reasonable notice to conduct or contribute to Canadian Armed Forces operations at home. Reservists are present everywhere in Canada. No fewer than 117 communities across our country, including Laval, are home to reserve units. And several members in this House were once reservists themselves, including the Minister of National Defence. I spent 12 years as a reservist myself. To this can be added the members of the militia, which is a rich link. These militia units existed in the earliest days of our nation and represent a powerful link to our rich heritage. On top of that, they play an important role in national operations here in the country. They can also participate in interventions during natural catastrophe disasters, as we have recently seen. Of the 2,600 Canadian Armed Forces members who were deployed at peak strength to deal with this month's flooding in Quebec and Eastern Ontario, nearly 900 of them were reservists for more than 60 reserve units across those two provinces. The reservists showed remarkable citizenship, leadership, and commitment towards their country. We must recognize how the role of the reservists has evolved, however. Most Canadians think that reserve is a militia composed entirely of part-time citizen soldiers, which is the case for many reservists, but others have a different role, one that is no less significant. Around 4,000 reservists work full-time to command and administer the reserve units, training centres, and headquarters across Canada. They sustain the reserve itself. They all bring to the Army the wealth of their experiences that they've acquired in their civilian life. Reservists participate in international military operations along with their regular force counterparts. On that note, I will close by saying, Mr. Chair, that the funding that's required to support and sustain the reserves, their training and their activities is money that is well spent for our country and is crucial. I would like to thank all of our armed forces, Mr. Chair, and all of the officials at the Department of National Defence for their support. Thank you.
For this evening's Committee of the Whole, I thank all honourable members for their participation this evening and over the 4 hours, and to the Minister and his staff. And it being 10:51 p.m., pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, all votes are deemed reported. This committee will rise, and I will now leave the chair. Hello? Hello. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.